Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 448 to Chapter 466. On the Nameless Mountain. Suyu's tribulation. Shenwen jumped slightly. Suyu remained calm. Did it mean that there was danger? Yuan Qingdong had arrived. He walked out of the cave. Behind him, Earth 18 said, "Don't walk around. Be careful of being ambushed." "It's fine," Suyu said perfunctorily. It was enough for them to be careful and get killed. It wasn't that easy to ambush and kill him. After walking out of the cave, Suyu looked around and felt that the air was a little stagnant. He didn't know if it was an illusion. As he thought about it, his heart stirred. The next moment, he shouted, "Retreat!" With that, he instantly disappeared on the spot. In the cave, the other three white-faced people did not say anything. One broke through the wall and instantly flew into the sky. Another burrowed underground, and another flew out of the cave. At that moment, a large seal fell from the sky. Boom, a loud sound rang out. The small mountain was directly smashed into pieces. In the void, Ji Hong appeared. Ji Hong's expression was indifferent. "They're really here. There's more than one. House Master Yuan, don't waste time. If you can't capture them alive, kill them all." On the other side, Yuan Qingdong nodded slightly and stretched out his hand to slap the ground. Boom, another loud sound rang out. The ground cracked. Underground, one of the white-faced people vomited blood. He continued to dive, not daring to stop at all. It was not one sun moon, there were actually two of them. The entire mountain was instantly razed to the ground. Suyu, who was escaping, cursed inwardly. Two sun moons, damn it. Alright, he should have known, but Wan Tianxing was too much of a scammer. He did not even remind him. What if Ji Hong smashed down just now? If he did not sense it, what if he was smashed to death? As he thought about it, a half-moon appeared in front of him. His vision blurred. The half-moon instantly bombarded him. Suyu punched out. Essence Chi exploded, and the surrounding void shook. With a boom, the half-moon shattered. At that moment, Ji Hong, who was in the air, was slightly surprised. Xianxia? This was that Xianxia. He did have some ability to actually break through his attack. Househead Yuan, go capture the others. I'll go kill him. Alright. Yuan Qingdong was more than happy to hear that. He heaved a sigh of relief. I'll leave this Xianxia to you. I'll deal with the others on my own. Thankfully, the other party has sent a Sun Moon Saint over after I've applied to the Dixia province. Otherwise, I might not be able to deal with this Xianxia alone. As expected, I said it would be dangerous. A great battle broke out instantly. As for Suyu, he roared, "Don't scatter and run. Gather together and fight him. He has just entered the first layer of the Sun Moon realm. Fight him together." After saying those words, the three white-faced monks quickly gathered together. Kill. The three white masks were all in the mountain and sea realm, and were by no means weak. At this moment, the three white masks were unleashing their respective divine abilities. Huangjiao stabbed out with his sword while Earthen 18 hands smashed towards Yuan Qingdong with a huge mountain. Xianxia entered the void and a layer of densely packed transparent threads wrapped around Yuan Qingdong. The experts of the three great mountains and seas had temporarily held Yuan Qingdong back. Meanwhile, on Suyu's side, another huge seal smashed towards him. Suyu had seen this kind of seal smash people before. This was the seal of Ji Hong's Education and Welfare Administration Director, and it was quite powerful. Suyu did not expose his cultivation base in Shenwen, and relied solely on his fleshly body. He punched out. With a loud bang, the seal was sent flying, and blood oozed out of Suyu's fist. Your fleshly body is not weak. Ji Hong praised with a smile, and continued to smash out with the seal. As for Suyu, he roared, and in the next moment, his aura became incomparably powerful. An aura of death seeped out, and he punched out at Ji Hong. Ji Hong's expression changed slightly, and the seal came crashing down. In the next moment, the corroded by the aura of death crackled. An ancient city resident? Ji Hong was a little surprised. Xianxia was actually an ancient city resident, and an ancient city resident had come to the mortal realm. How daring! Were they not afraid of death? They were corroded by the aura of death, but there were some benefits. For example, when they punched out, the aura of death was very strong, and ordinary people would not be able to withstand it. Boom, there was another loud bang, and Suyu sent the seal flying with another punch. He said coldly, Jihong? Yuan Qingdong? Why must you be so ruthless? If the two of you are willing to work together, I can invite you to join my Heaven Hunter Pavilion, and even apply for the position of White Face for the two of you. Heh. Jihong smiled faintly. In the next moment, the seal turned into a long sword, and instantly shot into the void, charging at Suyu. Suyu did not know whether this guy was a civilization master or warrior. In any case, the feeling that Jihong gave him was a bit like a civilization master. On his side, he could still hold on for a while. As for the three white faces, they were being beaten back by Yuan Qingdong. No matter what, Yuan Qingdong was an invincible descendant, a Sun Moon tier, and a civilization master. At this moment, a break Shinwen broke everything. It broke Earth 18's mountain, Xianxia's void threads, and Huangzhou's long sword. Yuan Qingdong smirked coldly. Merely three white faces of Mountain Sea, and they wanted to fight him? His luck was not bad this time. He had captured 4 white faces. Jihong should have no problem dealing with Xianzhou, right? Luckily, he had not come alone. Once again, he was glad that he had made a wise move. Even as he was lost in thought, Suyu let out a roar. At this moment, he was surrounded by the long swords formed by the seal, and his body was riddled with cracks. With a roar of rage, his eyes began to shine with the light of flames. Wang, a flash of fire shot out, burning the heavens and splitting the earth. Fire Pupil Clan? Jihong recognized the natural talent of this clan, and retreated slightly. In the next moment, the void that he was in suddenly burned, and the void cracked from the heat. Very powerful, the other 3 white faces were also secretly shocked. At this moment, they finally knew where Xianzhou came from. He was an elite of the Fire Pupil clan. The Fire Pupil clan's one ranking was not very high, and there were no invincible cultivators in the clan. However, there were many Sun Moon tier cultivators. Unexpectedly, this Xianzhou was so powerful. If he was not in the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, then he could be a high-ranking member of the Fire Pupil clan. Suyu did not care about this. The previous Xianzhou was a member of the Fire Pupil clan. Who knew how many people knew his identity, so he decided to disguise himself as Xianzhou first. In his eyes, the fire was so strong that it could burn everything. Suyu was not prepared to risk his life, and Kai should be here soon. He just needed to delay him for a while. At this moment, Kai also rushed over quickly. After sensing the surroundings, he realized that there should be no one else around, and there were only these 2 Sun Moon tier cultivators. On one hand, he was surprised by Xianzhou's strength, and on the other hand, he was happy for himself. It seemed like he could earn a fortune this time. Kai entered the void, retracted his aura, and secretly headed towards Jihong. Jihong was still entangled with Suyu, and he was also surprised by Suyu's strength. Just as he was about to use his strength to take down Suyu, he was suddenly shocked, and he quickly disappeared into the void. Pucci. Even though his speed was extremely fast, his back was still pierced by a small sword. Master. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that you are here. As for Jihong, Wan Tianqing knew about the situation, so he should be fine, right? Kai did not say anything, and quickly said, you go and deal with Yuan Qingdong, I will take down Jihong and then help you. Yes. Fighting Yuan Qingdong, I like it. You go and play with Jihong. Suyu did not say anything and flew towards Yuan Qingdong. As for Yuan Qingdong, at this moment, he already felt an intense threat. The 3 white-faced men were riddled with scars from his beating. Seeing that he was about to capture and kill them, he still chose to leave quickly. Unexpectedly, there was another strong one. Perhaps it was a trap from the beginning. Damn it, fortunately, he brought Jihong here. Otherwise, if he was alone, wouldn't he be finished? He turned and was about to escape, but at this moment, outside his body, a Shinwen exploded. Boom, Suyu flew into the void and blasted out a punch. Yuan Qingdong was sent flying, but he was not injured. His body was blocked by the Shinwen, and a defensive Shinwen appeared. Yuan Qingdong coldly snorted, glanced at Kai Yi and Ji Hong in the distance, and did not have the mood to stay for long. Then, he looked at Xianxia who suddenly attacked, and his eyes moved. At this moment, Suyu's vision suddenly blurred. Illusion, he was a little surprised. Yuan Qingdong knew this, of course, he knew it too. Suyu was not too afraid. His chi and blood exploded, and with a loud bang, he broke through the illusion. He shouted, "Surround him and kill him." The other three injured white-faced men did not say much, and quickly closed in on Yuan Qingdong from other directions. Just as Yuan Qingdong was about to leave, behind him, Suyu blasted out another punch, causing the void to tremble. Yuan Qingdong secretly cursed, this fighter was very strong. Strictly speaking, he was even stronger than him. The Fire Pupil clan was just a small clan, but their strength was not weak. Had he entered the first or second stage of the Sun Moon clan, with the mask covering him, it was hard to distinguish his aura, and even he was not too sure. Suyu did not care what he thought, and did not care if he was bait. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was, if no one came to save Yuan Qingdong, then he would kill him. If he killed him, then so be it. Anyway, the two of them were not friends, but enemies. Suyu broke through the void, rushed forward, and blasted out another punch, one punch after another. Yuan Qingdong's Shenwen shook continuously. There was an illusion and a broken word Shenwen, which cut off his attacks, and Suyu was like a tireless perpetual motion machine, throwing out hundreds of punches in a row. With a boom, Yuan Qingdong was sent flying by his punch. With a pung, he crashed into the ground, and the ground cracked. Yuan Qingdong's mouth was bleeding. Suyu quickly landed, and rushed into the huge pit. Yuan Qingdong cursed angrily. Without another word, a divine seal appeared, and Suyu quickly retreated. In the next moment, a golden ray shone through the void, charging towards Suyu. Suyu's hair stood on end, such a powerful divine seal, and even he felt a fatal danger. After all, Yuan Qingdong was at the Sun Moon tier, and the divine seal he activated was much more powerful than the one activated by the floating earth spirit. This attack made Suyu feel a fatal threat. Without another word, Suyu fled to Kai Yi's side. Kai Yi was currently suppressing Ji Hong. At this moment, Ji Hong, who had just appeared tyrannically, had disheveled hair and was bathed in blood. He was being beaten by Kai Yi to the point where he couldn't retaliate at all. Kai Yi cursed inwardly, however, he had no choice but to help. A thin sword slashed towards that golden ray. Hong, an earth-shattering noise sounded again, and the whole mountain instantly collapsed and disappeared, turning into dust. The moment the two sides met, it was a battle of life and death. No one faked it. Whether it was Suyu or Yuan Qingdong, they were all fighting with their lives on the line. In the entire battlefield, except for Suyu, no one felt that they should not fight with their lives on the line. Suyu was just a bystander. Yuan Qingdong suddenly unleashed a divine seal, so he naturally wouldn't fight with his life on the line. If there was trouble, the strong would go up. Kai Yi was powerful, then Kai Yi would go up. When Kai Yi's sword shattered the divine seal attack, Ji Hong also seized the opportunity, roared, and punched out. Kai Yi thought that Xianxia would block it, but it turned out that he was thinking too much. Suyu ran very fast. "You guys fight." As he escaped, he shouted, "Lord, we will hold Yuan Qingdong back. Lord, kill Ji Hong, then come and help us." In the next moment, the four white faces once again surrounded Yuan Qingdong in the middle. As for Yuan Qingdong, he also cursed inwardly. That white face who was fighting with Ji Hong was very strong. He shattered his own divine seal with one strike. He also retreated as he fought. He didn't mainly fight with Suyu, but targeted the other three white faces. After a few strong attacks, the other three white faces were also heavily injured and fell down, unable to fight again. Suyu seriously suspected that they were pretending, but unfortunately, there was no evidence. Forget it, it was normal that they were unwilling to help. Who would fight to the death against Sun and Moon, unless they were at a dead end? Suyu continuously fought with Yuan Qingdong. This was also a way to polish himself. He had fought against the Sun and Moon head-on, which was the guy from the Red Frog clan. Later, he also devoured the blood essence and killed the other party. This time, with so many people around, Suyu didn't have the intention of devouring blood essence, nor did he use any Shenwen. He relied on his physical body to fight, and his fist technique wasn't too brilliant. From time to time, he would use his talent to assist. Even so, he and Yuan Qingdong were still fighting fiercely, and Yuan Qingdong was suppressed by him. He suppressed Yuan Qingdong, beating Yuan Qingdong until he kept vomiting blood. On the other side, Kai Yi also completely suppressed Ji Hong. With a cold snort, he slashed out with his sword, wanting to completely kill Ji Hong, and at this moment, Ji Hong suddenly shouted angrily, "Stop, I will use a piece of information to buy my life. I know who wants to kill me, are you here to kill me on purpose? Don't you want to know why someone wants to kill me?" Suyu smiled and said, "Our goal is to kill Yuan Qingdong, you are thinking too much." Kai interrupted Suyu and said coldly, "What information?" He was very interested. What kind of information was worth killing with 100 drops of Sun Moon mysterious yellow liquid? Ji Hong kept coughing blood. "You stay away from me first, then I will tell you. Speak or die." The main business of Skyhunter Pavilion was intelligence. An important piece of information could be sold to countless people, and this was the real money. Assassination, killing a sun moon did not make much money. These days, intelligence was more profitable than killing. Therefore, Kai Yi really wanted to know what the information was. Of course, he also knew that he had to end the battle quickly, so as not to give Ji Hong a chance. Therefore, he had a plan in his heart. If Ji Hong dragged the time, he would immediately kill the other party. Ji Hong coughed blood and said, "It is related to Invincible, related to the Invincible who betrayed the human race, I have already." As soon as these words came out, Kai Yi's expression changed, and Yuan Qingdong, who was fighting against Suyu, also changed his expression instantly. Invincible, the Invincible who betrayed, this was big news, big news. To be honest, since knowing that there was an Invincible who betrayed, even Yuan Qingdong had some doubts. Was his grandfather the Invincible who betrayed? Or in Yuan Qingdong's opinion, it was possible that the Invincible behind the 8 great families was the Invincible. Ji Hong was actually investigating this. No wonder the Sun Moon of Skyhunter Pavilion specifically went to kill him, instead of concentrating on dealing with him. Perhaps someone really ordered the Skyhunter Pavilion to kill Ji Hong. As Yuan Qingdong was thinking, Suyu once again blasted out a punch. With a loud bang, this punch was extremely powerful. It broke Yuan Qingdong's bones, and his arm exploded. Suyu casually scooped up all the bone fragments and blood. At this moment, Kai Yi was shocked. Invincible, the Invincible who betrayed the human race, this news was worth a lot of money, an astronomical figure, once sold to the human race, not to mention 100 drops of mysterious yellow liquid. It was possible to give thousands of drops, provided that the news was true. Did Ji Hong know? If he knew, why didn't he tell others, or was he deceiving him? Who is the Invincible? Kai Yi quickly transmitted his voice and did not ask loudly again. Ji Hong panted and also transmitted his voice. "I haven't found out who the Invincible who betrayed the Invincible is, but I have locked on 3 Invincible. It must be one of them. Which 3? Kai Yi's heart trembled. He had locked on 3 of them, and he was only one step away from finding the Invincible who betrayed the human race. With the intelligence network of the Skyhunter Pavilion, the Skyhunter Pavilion could find out who the Invincible who betrayed the human race was. At this moment, there was a fluctuation in the void. Someone tore through the void and came directly. The next moment, an incomparably powerful figure appeared in the void. "You're very bold. Skyhunter Pavilion, you're courting death." Kai Yi's expression changed drastically, and Suyu's expression also changed. "Are you waiting for him?" At this moment, the old man who appeared in the void straightened his back, no longer as elegant and easygoing as usual, but like an ancient demon. Chief Steward who, Suyu had seen this person go crazy. On that day, Chief Steward who had gone crazy once in the Battle of Duo and pinched a clone of Sun and Moon Shenwen to death. At this moment, Chief Steward who transformed again. In his hand, there was another person. Black One, who was pinched in his hand, struggled frantically and roared, but he couldn't escape the palm of his hand at all. Skyhunter Pavilion, Black One, Kai Yi, you're really bold. Do you think you can come and go as you please into Xia province? Boom, the big hand closed, and with a rumble, bones exploded, flesh and blood splattered, and with a rumble, a half-moon fell. Without saying a word, Kai instantly burned his blood essence to escape. Do you think you can run? Chief Steward, who was incomparably cold. He casually hit Suyu and the others with his palm, and the next moment, he disappeared on the spot, chasing after Kai. As for Suyu and the others, their expressions changed. Suyu once again punched Yuan Qingdong's bones and roared, "Run, damn it!" As soon as he finished speaking, he roared crazily and punched again, about to kill Yuan Qingdong, and at this moment, Chief Steward, whose palm came, covering heaven and earth. Suyu roared and quickly retreated. The other three white faces ran even faster than him, but they still couldn't withstand the pressure of this palm. With a rumble, Xianxia, who was the slowest, directly exploded and died on the spot. Suyu continuously retreated, punching out again and again, creating a hole in the transparent palm. In an instant, he penetrated through and was about to escape in the blink of an eye. And at this moment, Ji Hong, who was previously injured, smashed out again. With a loud bang, Suyu's body split open, and blood flowed out. Flames rose in his eyes again, shooting towards Ji Hong and burning all the blood. Suyu burned the void, and in the blink of an eye, he left this place. And Huangjiu also took the opportunity to leave through the hole that Suyu created. Suyu and Huangjiu escaped, while Yuan Qingdong was seriously injured and almost killed. He was extremely frightened, and just as he was about to say something, Ji Hong killed Di Shiqi with a palm. With a loud rumble, the next moment, Yuan Qingdong suddenly felt a murderous intent. He turned his head to look, and his eyes were filled with fear. Ji Hong. Captain Ji, what are you doing? Yuan Qingdong was shocked. What was he doing? Ji Hong's eyes changed, and he said coldly, "You heard it just now, right?" "No, I didn't hear anything." Yuan Qingdong knew. He knew what he was going to do. Silence him, he was extremely terrified. "Yes, I know. I know what Ji Hong found out. He wants to kill me, and he doesn't want the news to leak." Captain Ji, the two white faces that escaped also know, they don't know. The Sky Hunter Pavilion doesn't know the specific news, so they won't leak it. Ji Hong walked towards him step by step. Yuan Qingdong said in fear, "I don't know anything either." "Really, I don't know anything." "Captain Ji, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the Yuan family won't let you off. They'll find out." At this moment, a shrill roar came from afar. The next moment, accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, a half-moon suddenly collapsed. Rumble, the entire forest was filled with a large amount of vitality. Ji Hong's expression changed slightly. The next moment, Steward who appeared, his body covered in blood. He frowned when he saw the two of them. "What are you doing? Why aren't you chasing after them?" "Damn it, we let those two mice escape." Two mice escaped, but the point was that the two Sun Moon Realm cultivators did not chase after them. Instead, they were fighting among themselves. Ji Hong's expression changed slightly, and he quickly said, "I'll check on Residence Master Yuan's injuries. I'll go after them." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. Yuan Qingdong's expression changed again, and he said, I'm too badly injured. Captain Ji Hong, check on my injuries and worry that something will happen to me. Rest well." Steward who frowned. "That Xianxia is not weak. We must kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot as well. Yuan Qingdong was sweating profusely. His arms were broken, but he could not care less. He quickly took out his voice transmission talisman, gulped, and thought about it. He also fled in an instant, not daring to stay. "Father." He quickly sent a voice transmission, calling continuously. Soon, the voice transmission talisman vibrated. "What's wrong?" "Father, something big has happened. I was almost killed." "Are you all right?" "I'm heavily injured, but not dead." "But, something big has happened. Just now, several elites of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion came to ambush me and Ji Hong. In exchange for his life, Ji Hong said that he had information about the betrayal of the Invincible Realm cultivators in the Man tier. I don't know what happened after that. They were transmitting messages. Hu Diheo will come soon and killed 2 mid-stage Sun Moon elites of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, as well as a few white faces. 2 white faces escaped. "Father, something big is going to happen." Over at the Seeker tier, the youngest son of the De Yuan King's expression also changed. He quickly sent a message. Jihong? What did he find out? I don't know, father. He wants to kill me. Hu Diheo might not know, but Jihong wants to kill me. Hu Diheo just happened to return, so Jihong gave up on killing me. Father, I'm in danger now. Jihong. Jihong. Father, I want to go back. I'm heavily injured. Yuan Qingdong was on the verge of exploding. He wanted to leave. He already knew that Dixia province was very dangerous, and now, it seemed like it was going to explode. Jihong might have found out something, but he kept it to himself and didn't say anything. And that invincible realm mastermind behind the scenes of the human race might have found out, and gave the Heaven Hunter Pavilion a mission to kill Jihong. Now, Jihong was not dead, no matter what, whether the news spread or not, it was a big matter. Moreover, who knew if the invincible realm mastermind was the De Yuan king of the Yuan family? Even Yuan Qingdong couldn't guarantee that it wasn't. What did invincible realm do? Did he have to tell them? You're not allowed to leave. You're now the deputy principal of the Great Xia Civilization University. Go back to Dixia province, and don't come out again. I'll immediately send someone to support you. Right now, Dixia province is going to be chaotic. Yuan Qingdong's father was also shaken, and quickly said, no matter what, don't leave Dixia province. There are many opportunities in Dixia province now, and there are also many changes. If you return to the city, your safety can be guaranteed. No, father, it's not safe. Yuan Qingdong cursed silently. His father didn't understand at all. Forget it, I can't count on him. Father only knows about opportunities and opportunities. He doesn't know how many dangers I've encountered here at all. One wrong step, and I'll be dead for sure. He quickly ignored his father and quickly transmitted his voice to the others. Brother Zhang, the ruins of southern Yuan are about to open. Are you interested in coming to Dixia province? Brother Wang, there have been many battles in Dixia province recently. I've just killed a few elites from the Hunting Heaven Pavilion, and I've killed one from both the Sun and Moon tier. It's very lively here. Are you not interested in joining the fun? Come with Brother Zhang and the others. There's strength in numbers, and we might be able to enter the ruins. Yuan Qingdong kept calling for his friends. It was too dangerous, his father didn't allow him to leave, and he couldn't leave rashly either. This position of deputy principal had now become his imprisonment and cage. If he left rashly, it would be a dereliction of duty, and he would be investigated. Since that's the case, then I'll call all my friends, they're all in the Sun Moon tier, so there's more or less a sense of security. Everyone moves together, and with so many Sun and Moon tiers it'll be much safer. These guys didn't understand at all how dangerous Dixia province was, at this very moment, in the human realm branch of the Hunting Heaven Pavilion. Bai frowned. At this moment, there was a screen in front of him, and notifications kept appearing. Request for help. Request for help. Enforcer Kai has been killed, request for help, come to help. There's important information to report, save me, Bai frowned. Very soon, the Elder of Law Enforcement also arrived, and said gloomily, Black One is dead, and Kai has just been killed. Before he died, he told me that he has important information to report, and it's related to Jihong. Kai One didn't even have time to finish his sentence before he was killed. Black One didn't know anything, and he was killed inexplicably. Also, 2 white faces were dead, and Xian 17 and Earth 18 were killed. Now, Huangjiao and Xianxia were still alive. Both of them were frantically calling for help. The Elder of Law Enforcement quickly said, ask Xianxia what information he has. Yes. Bai was also extremely solemn. 2 enforcers were dead. Damn it, they were both elites in the middle stage of the Sun Moon tier. Xianxia, what information? What happened to you? Save me, I'll tell you. I'm being hunted by the Sun Moon tier, and it's Hu Diheo from Dixia province. He's at the top of the Sun Moon tier, definitely. If I die, this secret will be buried with me. Bai's expression changed slightly, and he quickly sent a message to Huangjiao. Huangjiao, what's the situation on your side? Danger, extremely dangerous. Xianxia and I separated, save me. Do you know what secret Xianxia has grasped? I know, save me, I'll tell you. Bai cursed silently. These two guys were using this secret as a life-saving straw. What should they do? Elder, what should we do? The elder of law enforcement frowned slightly, and quickly said, ask which elder is closest to that side, and let the elder go and rescue them. But, if it's a trap, the elder of law enforcement said in a low voice, the top elites in Xianxia province aren't here now. Even if it's a trap, the elder can protect himself. Yes. Bai was a little worried, but he still quickly contacted the nearest elder. He asked the elder to rescue Xianxia and the others. The group of people waited silently, a little anxious. What exactly happened? Why did it cause two Sun Moon enforcers to be killed? Didn't the plan go smoothly? They had also seen some records, including Kai's report. All of them said that everything went smoothly, but in the end, a few elites died at once. Was it a trap or something? At this moment, Suyu cursed silently, and he fled frantically. Does Chief Hu not know who I am? He's really chasing after me. A long-distance attack, boom. Suyu only felt that he was about to explode. F***ck, you really want to kill me? I'm going to devour blood essence and transform to escape. As for Huangjiu, he might be dead, or he might have escaped. Suyu didn't have the time to care about him. After fleeing for a while, Suyu's expression changed drastically. He roared and punched out, boom, a barrier appeared in front of him, and a faceless elder was slightly surprised. No wonder you can run until now. Quite strong, comparable to the second-tier Sun Moon of some small races. This Xianxia was really quite strong. He didn't know that Xianxia was so strong in the past. Run, I'll block for you. Thank you, elder. Suyu was also surprised. It was a faceless elder, and he didn't know him. Forget it, who cares about him? He directly burned his blood essence and fled at an extremely fast speed. Seeing that he was running so fast, his chi and blood were flowing, and his aura was unstable, the elder knew that he was seriously injured. Without saying much, he quickly set up a large array. In the blink of an eye, two incomparably powerful auras exploded in the entire void. A moment later, that faceless elder coughed up blood and fled quickly. Chief Hu also walked out of the void with disheveled hair. He snorted coldly, and his aura was a little shaky. Long Wuwei, listen up. Search Xianxia province and find these little rats. Yes, sir. Waves of shouts came from all directions, and before long, a large number of experts soared into the sky and flew in all directions. Chief Hu looked around, frowned slightly, and said in a cold voice, Sky Hunter Pavilion, how dare you? Hand over Xianxia, or else Xianxia province won't let you off easily. How dare you cause trouble in Xianxia province? The surroundings were silent. Chief Hu didn't care, but he still frowned. He felt that today's matter was a little strange. As if there was something he didn't know. Also, why did the Sky Hunter Pavilion suddenly send so many elites? After killing two middle-stage Sun Moon cultivators, another late-stage Sun Moon cultivator actually came. Was it just to save Bai Mian? Was this Xianxia so influential? Also, what were Ji Hong and Yuan Qingdong doing? If the two of them joined forces, it wouldn't be difficult to kill Xianxia, right? In order to chase Kai, he didn't have time to care about this side. In the end, someone actually escaped. With two Sun Moon cultivators here, someone actually escaped. All of them were puzzled. Also, Hou Yi hadn't returned yet. How did he know that Ji Hong was in trouble? Chief Hu was helpless. F***ck, I don't know anything, but I feel like I'm being used. Xianxia province was in turmoil. 7 elites of the Sky Hunter Pavilion appeared. 4 of them died, and 2 of them were in the middle stage of the Sun Moon tier. Yuan Qingdong was almost killed, and Ji Hong was severely injured. Hu Dihao, who had kept a low profile, personally attacked. He killed 2 of the middle stage of the Sun Moon tier and injured a faceless elder, displaying his extremely powerful strength. One by one, the elders of the Great Xia Prefecture displayed their strength. It was as if there was no limit. Not only that, on this day, Xianxia province issued a kill order. The target was not that elder, but Xianxia, who provoked the dignity of Xianxia province. He must be killed. The Sky Hunter Pavilion was listed as an enemy on the same level as Wanzhou. Anyone could kill them without any trial. Any member of the Sky Hunter Pavilion could be killed, not only that, any human with the Skyhunter sublist had to report it. If they concealed it and were discovered, they would be severely punished. Chief Steward who returned to the city of Xianxia province and issued a series of orders. At the same time, a large number of elites were rushing to Xianxia province. Some were called by Yuan Qingdong, and some were from the Skyhunter Pavilion. In Xianxia province, there was big news, and there was also big news. Xianjiao and Huangjiao, who had luckily escaped, also lost contact. They no longer contacted the Skyhunter Pavilion. According to Xianjiao's last words, he suspected that there were humans in the Skyhunter Pavilion and that there were traitors. They had been betrayed, that's right, this was Suyu's trick. At this moment, Suyu was hiding on a big tree. His white clothes had changed to green, and he had merged with the tree. He was cursing in his heart. At this moment, the mask vibrated again. "Where are you?" This was Xianjia's message. Suyu said bluntly, "What? Does the elder want to locate me?" "No, a law enforcement elder came to the branch. He told me to tell you that he will check if there are human spies." When saying this, Xianjia's expression was complicated. "You said that Huangjiao might be a spy, right?" "Yes. That guy was just a bystander the whole time. He was in the Mountain Sea realm, but he managed to escape. I think he is 100% a spy of the human race." Xianjiao was speechless. "If I didn't know who you are, I would have suspected you too. Don't you have a guilty conscience? You are Suyu, you are Ling Yun, you're not dead yet, so why do you want him to die?" Suyu continued, "So, I suspect that Huangjiao's superior, Minister Huang, old Huangjia, is also suspicious. Elder Xianjia, there must be something wrong with them, right?" "Right my ass." Xianjia couldn't be bothered with him and quickly said, "What exactly happened?" "The headquarters has given the order to capture Jihong alive. They will be rewarded with 200 drops of Sun Moon Mystic Yellow Liquid. This is the reward for the Sun Moon High layer. He is only at the second layer." Suyu pondered. Did Wan Tianxing know whether Jihong was telling the truth or not? Did Jihong really find the whereabouts of the invincible traitor? He was not too sure. Logically, Jihong wouldn't have said it so easily. However, if he knew that he would die, he would pass the news to the Skyhunter Pavilion. Although the Skyhunter Pavilion would earn a lot, they would definitely sell the news. This way, the humans would also know how far he had gone. So, it was possible that Jihong said all of this at the last moment. It might not be because he was afraid of death. It could also be purely because he didn't want the news to be cut off. Suyu was not sure. Also, did Wan Tianxing know? No one came except for Jihong. Didn't he know that Kai was coming? Nonsense, I told him. This meant that Jihong's arrival might also be arranged by Wan Tianxing. Then, Wan Tianxing might know something, so he purposely leaked the news. He might be in contact with Jihong, or he might not, but he judged that Jihong would tell everyone. Suyu's head hurt. What were these old schemers planning? Even he was having a headache, and Steward who, just wait and see. This time, the other party really didn't hold back. Suyu's injuries weren't light. To be honest, if not for his strong physique, many techniques, and flesh rebirth, he would have been killed by Steward Hu. 2F** King Ruthless, bombarding through the air, without the help of the elders, Suyu was prepared to expose his identity. He had to, or he would be killed by Steward Hu. Luckily, an elder came. Xianjia said again, "The disciplinary elder wants you and Huangjiao to report to the branch and explain the situation in detail." "I'm not going. If you don't go, then you're a traitor." Suyu was speechless. After a while, he said, "I'm not going, but we can talk on a channel. Also, I need the disciplinary elder, you, Huangjiao superior, Elder Huangjia, and the other 2 enforcers. I will convey the message." "All right." Communication with Xianjia ended here. Suyu touched his chin. This was really dangerous. Old Wan was too much of a scam. Luckily, I knew he was a scam. Otherwise, I would have been killed by Jihong in one hit. Yuan Qingdong didn't die. Suyu thought about the blood he collected. Actually, he wanted to extract a drop of blood essence to check his memory. The most profound memory. Did this guy know anything? Of course, he was still alive. The remaining blood might not be able to see anything. No matter what, he would take a look first. Besides, he was a vicious person. He couldn't just admit defeat like this. I, Xianxia, have my own reputation. I have to take revenge. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly sent a message, Fatty Xia, give me a name list. I want to kill for revenge. Are you Xianxia or Huangjiao? Guess. I'm not guessing. Probably Xianxia. His reputation is too small and doesn't match your identity. Smart. You're the one who knows how to mingle. Xiaohuyu was speechless. Damn, I thought you were a small soldier. Turns out you're not. You're a nobody in the Sky Hunter Pavilion, he had almost killed you on Qingdong, you're really good. I can't kill too many. If I kill too many, there will be problems with those people. Once the people behind them are contacted and compared, we will know there's a problem. Soon, Xiaohuyu sent a message, you want to create a crazy and vengeful persona, right? You're so smart. Your words are so artistic. That's my idea. It's not as good as your summary. Suyu praised. That's exactly what I want to do. At this juncture, I still want to kill and take revenge. I, Xianxia, am not a lunatic. How could I do such a thing, slapping the face of Dixia province like crazy? You say I'm a traitor of the Sky Hunter Pavilion? Stop joking, even humans would do such a thing. Don't always kill those unimportant people. It'll be fake if you kill too many. Kill those who are important and not that strong. Let me think. I got it. Go and kill my uncle. You don't know Xiaoxia? You should have met Xia Chan's father before, right? F***ck, are you still human? Your family has fought for power to such an extent? Or did he betray you all? Suyu was stunned, you want me to kill Xia Shaoer's son, Xia Chan's father? You must be crazy, you're too ruthless. It's fine. My uncle encountered some problems with his cultivation. I thought about it and decided to destroy his physical body and recultivate. At the same time, I'll let him leave this chaos. You just need to destroy his physical body and leave a little bit of him in the Sea of Will. Don't really kill him. If you destroy my uncle, the entire human realm will be shocked. Only then will you be crazy enough. Won't your Dixia province hunt me down until I die? Nonsense. Aren't you not afraid? Aren't you going to create a persona? Isn't this a good choice? My uncle is very low-key, and not many people care about him. He's not as famous as Xia Yuan, and his whereabouts are also secretive. If you destroy him, my second grandpa will soon return. In this way, second grandpa will fly into a rage and mobilize some elites to return to Dixia province. Now, it's not easy to mobilize some elites, and it'll be too obvious if they return. There are still elites in Dixia province? Nonsense. We have 2 Sun Moon tier elites in the All Heavens Palace, and one is in the late stage of the Sun Moon tier. The demon subduing army in the All Heavens battlefield also has a Sun Moon tier elite, and the general of the demon subduing army is also in the late stage of the Sun Moon tier. Moreover, we have conquered 5 small realms in Dixia province, and there are 12 Sun Moon tier elites in charge, and 5 of them are in the late stage of the Sun Moon tier. Suyu swallowed, F***ck, is this real? I don't know any of this. Is Dixia province so powerful? In his eyes, Dixia province isn't as powerful as the Ming constabulary. Then, is there a lot of elites in the Ming constabulary? Normally, the elites of the Ming constabulary stay at home. They've conquered 3 small realms, and they're free to manage them. They also don't have any late-stage Sun Moon tier elites. Dixia province is different. The small realms conquered by Dixia province almost all have late-stage Sun Moon tier elites. I understand. Suyu was shocked. You mean that Xiaohuyu will conscript elites after I destroy your uncle this time? Of course. That's his son, his only son. Do you think he will conscript him? However, there's no reason to do so normally. Otherwise, it'll seem that Dixia province is too tense and worried. Now is the chance. Damn fatty, don't try to trick me. For the sake of power, you'll use me to destroy your uncle, and then, you, Xiaojia, will really come and kill me. I'm still not at ease. Is it really okay? Is it really okay to destroy Xiaoxia? destroying his physical body and leaving a tiny bit of the sea of will behind? If he's not careful, he'll die. Stop talking nonsense. It'll be fine. Trust me. Who are you talking to? Suyu cursed. Then, he quickly said, then tell me your whereabouts and the number of guards. Okay. Very soon, Xiaohuyu sent Xiaoxini's recent itinerary, including the number of guards around him. He even told Suyu about their weaknesses. He was afraid that Suyu wouldn't be able to kill his uncle. He's really inhuman. Suyu was secretly speechless. If he destroyed Xiaoxini's physical body, those who knew about it would forget it, but those who didn't would probably think that he was crazy. Even Xiaohuye's son, Xiao Longwu's cousin, was killed. Xiaojiao had very few people, and Xiaohuyi and Xiao Longwu were on good terms. Destroying Xiaoxini might be more infuriating to Xiaojiao than destroying Xiaohuyu. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly sent a message to Xianxia. Elder, I want to take revenge on Xiaojia. I want to take revenge on those who betrayed us. I want to take revenge on everything. Elder, help me tell the big shots of the Sky Hunter Pavilion that those who betrayed us will pay the price. Xianjiao was dumbfounded. Was Xianjiao killed and replaced by someone else? It's one thing for you to pretend for a while, but you're not done with it. Who do you want to take revenge on? I'm going to kill Xiaohuyu. Xianjiao wanted to curse. Stop joking around. Do you think I'll believe you? Are you serious? I don't care if I'm serious or not. Pass my words to the big shots first. I want revenge. I'm a crazy Xianjiao. Speaking of this, Suyu suddenly asked curiously, Elder, whose side are you on? Are the small clans here to watch the show, or are you on our side? There were only two possibilities. The first was that this had nothing to do with them. They could not wait for the big clans to fall into chaos. They were just here to watch the show. The second was that they were from the human race. Perhaps they were related to Xia province or other cultivators. That was why they did not betray Suyu. After a while, Xianjiao replied, I'm actually your grandfather. You don't know anything about your grandfather, right? I left not long after your father was born. I was ordered by Dasha of Goguryeo to enter the Sky Hunter Pavilion. F***CKU, you're taking advantage of me. You're from the human race. Shouldn't the head of the Xian department know your identity? I'm disguised. He doesn't know. Hee. It's true. My real name is Sunansheng. It means born in southern Yuan. Since you asked, I won't hide it anymore. Grandson, call me grandfather. I'm proud of you. F***CK. Suyu cursed in his heart. This old thing, teasing me and taking advantage of me. Bastard. I'll beat you to death sooner or later. Ignoring him, he turned off the communication. Go to hell. I'll beat you to death sooner or later. No, once I discover your whereabouts, I'll ask Zhu Tiandao to inform Deming Wang to beat you to death. Old bastard, calling me grandson. I'm not done with you. So you didn't bother with him anymore. At the same time, near the Tang residence, Xianjia, who had escaped into the void, chuckled. Soon, he contacted the deacon elder. Eighth elder, Xianjiao said that someone betrayed him. He'll get revenge. Xiajia killed his subordinate. He'll take revenge on Xiajia. After he's done, he'll talk to Huangjiao through the public channel. He thinks that Huangjiao and Huangjia are both suspected of betrayal. He's been betrayed. The deacon elder was silent for a while. Then, he replied, what do you think? He and Huangjiao aren't contacting the branch now. They're not replying to our messages either. Do you think there's a problem with them? Or rather, who is the problem? You're Xianjiao's superior. You know his identity. Will there be a problem with him? That's hard to say. According to the rules, I won't divulge any specific information. However, based on the information I have, he won't betray us. There's no precondition or motive for him to betray us. Of course, I can't guarantee that. Alright, then we'll wait a little longer. He wants to take revenge on Xiajia? Xiajia is very cautious now. Xia province is a tight encirclement. If he betrayed us and put on a show with Xianxia, there's actually no need for him to do so. Instead, he'll seem very foolish. The deacon elder said. If he wanted to rid himself of suspicion and kill a few small fries to show his stance, there was really no need for him to do so. That was too foolish. This? I'm not too sure. It's up to him. If there's a problem with Xianxia, 8th elder, you can deal with it yourself. I understand. In addition, the East and West pavilions have people watching over them. Someone knows what's going on. Actually, the East and West pavilions have given me some opinions on whether there's a problem or not. I'll deal with it accordingly. 8th elder, please do as you wish. It's not convenient for me to say anything now. The communication between the two ended here. Xianxia didn't say anything else. As for the current Suyu, his revenge wouldn't last overnight. He wouldn't take revenge overnight. If he wanted to act, he had to act real. He snuck into the prefecture city of Dixia province again. Soon, Bai Junxing appeared in the city. Anyway, with Bai Feng's help, Suyu wasn't afraid of anything. Xiaxia was going to patrol the Summerfield Trading Company today. Of course, she was going to do it in the city. Now that Dixia province was in turmoil, Xiaxia was an important person to Xianxia. She didn't plan to leave the city at this time and cause trouble for Xianxia. She was just going to patrol some shops in the city. The prefecture city of Dixia province had always been very safe. Of course, a few days ago, a general had been killed, but that was an accident. That Xianxia was now being chased to the point where he couldn't escape. No one knew where he was eating dirt. Suyu had his exact whereabouts. Xiaxia wasn't very strong. She had just entered the mountain and sea realm. She had 2 guards, both of whom were at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. They weren't weak, or rather, very strong. In the city, with such strength, they could resist the sun and moon for a while. The city was Xiaojia's territory, and there were many powerful experts there. Who would dare to do bad things here? Moreover, his whereabouts were very secretive. Ordinary people wouldn't know. Even his daughter might not know. Beat Xiaxia to death, 2 peak mountain and sea realm experts. Suyu secretly judged. This was not difficult. He had to be fast, super fast, kill with one blow. With one blow, Xiaxia was killed, and then he quickly fled. He transformed into Bai Junxing and continued to hide in the Civilization Academy. This was the safest place. Of course, that old bastard Xiao Xingge, so you couldn't be bothered to deal with him. He almost killed me. After this time, Xianjiao's name would probably spread all over the heavens. Xianjiao of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion was amazing, madman, vengeful. Xiaojia wanted to deal with him, but he turned around and beat up a big shot like Xiaojia. If such a person wasn't a madman, what was he? Moreover, this was Xiaojia's territory, his lair. This slap in the face, Xiaojia would definitely not rest until he was dead, Suyu was still thinking. After a while, he walked out of his small courtyard. At this moment, a few people walked over from the opposite side of the courtyard. When they saw Suyu, one of them smiled and said, "Brother Bai, are you going out?" Suyu said casually, "Yes, going out for a walk. It's too boring here." "Where are you going?" "To walk outside the academy and buy some things. It's not safe to go out now. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion is killing people everywhere, and my brother won't let me out. This is troublesome, it's too boring here." "Brother Bai, you still don't know, but what is the Heaven Hunter Pavilion?" The man who had just spoken laughed. Not long ago, Lord Steward Hu and the others beat up the Hunting Heaven Pavilion. 2 sun and moon cultivators died, as well as 2 peak experts of the mountain and sea realm. Even one of the late sun and moon elders was beaten so badly that he coughed up blood and fled. Really? Suyu was surprised. Is Huangjiu of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion dead? Huangjiu was the one I hired last time to protect me. He's pretty strong, and killed a few mountain and sea realm experts. Everyone had heard about this, and soon someone said, "If you have the Heaven Hunter Pavilion's list, go to Long Wuwei in Dixia province to file it. Brother Bai, do it quickly, or Long Wuwei will take it out on you." "How could that be? My brother is Bai Feng, and Dean Hong treats me very well. Why would Long Wuwei cause trouble for me?" "That's hard to say. The people who hold the list are all important people. In Xiao province, you should take it easy, brother Bai. Dean Hong might not be able to protect you. Really? Of course. Brother Bai, go and file it as soon as possible, Suyu frowned. After a long moment, he said, well, should I go now? To Long Wuwei? Where should I file it? Brother Bai, let's go together. We're going to go there anyway. You can file it when you get there. Alright then. Sorry for the trouble. Suyu exchanged pleasantries with them for a while, then blended in with them inconspicuously. Everyone went out together. Once we're out, I'll file a case and beat up Xiaoxia. That way, I won't go out too abruptly. At this moment, Xiaoxia was completely unaware of all this. He had no idea whether she beat him up or not. Walking out of the city lord's mansion, Xiaoxia kept a low profile. Things hadn't been peaceful recently, so he had to keep a low profile. His father hadn't returned yet. And he walked leisurely on the road, not at all nervous. Chief Steward who was about to curse, if he didn't come back soon, Xiao province would really be in chaos. Forget it, I don't care about this. I just have to look after Summerfield Trading Company. A large batch of goods will arrive in the next 2 days, and I have to check them out. As for the rest, I'll wait for my father to return. The 2 guards were hidden in the void, and no one could detect them unless it was day or night. Xiaoxia kept a low profile, and he wore plain clothes. Not many people recognized him. He walked towards Summerfield Trading Company, which wasn't too far from the city lord's mansion. It was also a bustling city. Of course, if it wasn't a bustling city, why would he open a trading company? Although he was vigilant, he wasn't really worried. Don't mess around, it's right in front of my house. Even the general who was killed last time was killed because his house was far from the city center. He was very close to the city lord's mansion, and Chief Steward who was in the mansion. If he came to help, he would definitely arrive in 3 to 4 seconds. If he was still afraid of danger in such a short time, he wouldn't even be able to leave his house. Xiaoxia continued walking forward. As for Suyu, he didn't have to do much. He just had to find out where Xiaoxia was and what time he would arrive. Then, he would instantly punch him and blow him up. Then, he would instantly return and hide in the crowd. As for searching, Chief Steward who wasn't invincible, so why would he be afraid of him? As Suyu's strength increased, he had many transformation, endurance, and tranquility Shinwen skills. His revolving tortoise breath-holding technique had also become more powerful. Coupled with the divine concealment talisman that Old Ox had given him, at this point, there weren't many people who could see through his identity. 2 at the peak of the Mountain Sea Realm, and 1 at the Mountain Sea Realm. The target is very obvious. Suyu thought to himself as he continued to scan with his sensory jade. When he was 1,000 meters away and couldn't see anyone, he would suddenly attack and punch him. Perfect. Even as he thought about this, Suyu's heart thumped. At the same time, Suyu was at the main gate of the Long Wuwei Yamen, chatting with some of the people who had come with him. They were on their way to the Long Wuwei Yamen. Suyu suddenly slowed down a bit, but didn't attract any attention. The guards at the main gate of the Long Wuwei Yamen glanced at them, but didn't say anything. Everyone who came here was either here for business or to find someone, so there was no need to pay them any mind. No one would dare to cause trouble in the Long Wuwei Yamen. As for Suyu, he transformed into a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he was 1,000 meters away, where he saw Xiaoxia, as well as the 2 peak mountain and sea experts who had vanished into the void. The Tranquility Shinwen skill was activated. Before the 2 peak mountain and sea experts could sense any danger, a huge fist suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Rumble, they were on the street, and there were many people in the area. All of a sudden, everyone saw something shocking. Rumble, a middle-aged man was smashed to pieces by a single fist strike. Blood and gore flew everywhere, and he exploded. As of this moment, the valiant folklore of Xianxia province was on full display. Dozens of people unsheathed their weapons, but none of them dispersed. As for the 2 mountain and sea experts who were hiding in the shadows, they gaped in shock. Then, one of the mountain and sea experts, whose eyes were completely bloodshot, roared, "Little Ho Yi." His roar resounded throughout the city. It was at this point that a powerful aura suddenly spread out from the city lord's mansion. Bastard! Seal the city. Long Wuwei, seal the city. All mountains, seas, suns, and moons in the city, assemble immediately. Do not defy my orders. It was the voice of Major Domo who seemed to be on the verge of going crazy. Heavens, someone had killed Xiaoxia right under his nose. When Xiaoyi returned, he would go crazy. The roar of the mountain and sea guard caused the surrounding populace to be shocked. Who, little Houyi, who was little Houyi, Xiaoye's son? Everyone in the city was shocked. Xiaoye's son was in the city, not too far away from the city lord's mansion, right next to the main yamen of the Long Wuwei, and he had been beaten to death. This was completely unbelievable and unimaginable. Suddenly, the auras of suns, moons, and mountains and seas exploded out. It was at this point that Suyu returned, and was in the middle of chatting with a few of his students. Suddenly, he looked up in the direction of the commotion, a blank expression on his face. Everyone else in the group was instantly drawn to what was happening. Moments later, hundreds of Long Wuwei soldiers rushed out of the main gate of the Long Wuwei, including several powerful experts who flew up into the air in a soar fashion. None of them paid any attention to Suyu and the others. Suyu and the others tried to block the way, but were shoved aside by the Long Wuwei soldiers, who then began to gather in the area where the commotion had occurred. The system of warfare in Dixia province was now in full swing. Woo, woo, woo. The sound of bugles filled the air. This was a major event, a major event. Xiaojia's people had been killed not far from the Xiaojia city lord's mansion, Major Domo whose roar echoed throughout the city. 7 or 8 auras of suns and moons swept through the city. Dozens of auras of the mountains and seas converged. A long spear shot up into the sky as General Zhao charged out of the yamen headquarters behind Suyu, his killing intent shaking the heavens and his fury unquenchable. At this moment, countless powerful experts had been drawn out of Dixia province. Seal the city. For the next 3 days, no one is allowed to enter or leave. All citizens are to return home immediately and await an investigation. Anyone who leaves their homes or leaves the city without permission will be killed without mercy. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find the murderer. Up in the sky, a dazzling sun illuminated the sky, intimidating the entire city. Major Domo who held a small sphere in his hand that looked like it might shatter at any moment. Xianxia. It's you, isn't it? Sky Hunter Pavilion, you're crazy. You're dead meat. Summon the Daxia of Goguryeo back, summon the Xia Prefecture Lord back, summon Xiaoyi back, annihilate the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Major Domo who could no longer remain calm, Xiaoye's son was not dead. However, his physical body was gone, and the Sea of Will was gravely injured. Under such circumstances, Xiaoyi had returned. He was too ashamed to face anyone, it was right under his nose, Xiaoye's son had been beaten to a pulp. Sky Hunter Pavilion, that fist was definitely Xianjiao's. He had seen it before. Seal the city. He wanted to find the other party. The other party had not left the city, definitely not. He must be hiding in the crowd. This time, no matter the price, he would definitely find the other party and kill him before Xiaoyi returned. He had thought that the other party was just a small fry, but he did not expect that the other party was not a mouse. Not only did he not hide, but he also had the guts to attack an important person of the Xiaojia family. His eyes were cold. Also, how did the other party know that Xiaoxia was there? Even he did not know where Xiaoxia was going. He looked at the 2 crazy guards with cold eyes. These 2 idiots, did they not feel a sense of danger at all, or had the Sky Hunter Pavilion corrupted them? No way. He had to report this to Xiaoyi, Major Domo who was helpless. He could predict that Xiaoyi would go crazy. The Xiaojia people still valued their descendants. Because there were too few of them, Xiaoyi only had 1 son. A large number of troops were mobilized and quickly sealed the entire city. No one was allowed to enter or leave. All the citizens were forcibly ordered to return home. The embassies in Dixia province were all heavily guarded, and no one was allowed to enter or leave, especially the Great Xia Civilization University, because there were foreigners there, and the White Dragon of the 8th Sun Moon tier was personally guarding it. No one was allowed to leave without permission, and those who went out had to return immediately. Everywhere, the news spread rapidly. Urgent report, the son of Xiaoyi, Xiaoxia, was killed by Xianjiao on the street. Hu Dihao and Zhao Rui sealed the entire city, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. The powerhouses of Dixia province will return soon, and the entire city is under martial law. Urgent, Xiaxini was killed, and Dixia province is in chaos. Xiajia seal the city, search the city, and destroy everything. All communication channels are silent. Everyone, stay where you are. Once you are found, immediately self-destruct. Think about your families. One message after another quickly spread to all corners of the world. Soon, all the messages stopped. No more messages. This was to prevent others from tracking the frequency of the voice transmission. The entire prefecture city of Dixia province quickly entered a state of readiness for war. At this moment, Xiao Yi, who had almost reached Dixia province, suddenly staggered. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared crazily, "Quickly recall all the Sun Moon tier in Dixia province. I want to destroy the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Return, quickly, return to the mansion." Xiao Yi roared, furious and hysterical. The powerhouses around him were extremely shocked. At this moment, Xiao Yi's strength of the 8th tier of the Sun Moon tier was fully unleashed, and his might covered heaven and earth, shaking all directions. The news also quickly spread to the battlefield of all heavens. Not long after, the 2 Sun Moon tiers of Dixia province quickly retreated, flying toward Dixia province. After a while, the passage of all heavens opened, and a total of 8 Sun Moon tier elites rushed toward Dixia province, tearing through the void without stopping. And at this moment, Sky Hunter Pavilion. Human Realm Branch. White One and the others looked at each other. The disciplinary elder couldn't help but knock on his golden mask. It's going to explode, it's really going to explode. He was silent for a while, and quickly said, "All the white masks, hide. The headquarters has received the message, and the Human Realm Branch has stopped operating. All elders spread out and hide, and all members of Sky Hunter Pavilion, maintain silence, and don't contact. All members of Dixia province, retreat. Xiajia is going crazy. Damn it, Xianxia, this lunatic, damn it. If I knew this, I would have just killed Huangjiu to give him an explanation." The disciplinary elder was stunned. "Are you crazy? You killed their crown prince in their territory in Dixia province in front of them." Xiaxini was the grandson of Daxia of Goguryeo. Daxia of Goguryeo only had 2 grandsons, one was Xiao Longwu, and the other was Xiaxini. "You killed Xiaxini? Damn it, you're too crazy." Yuan Qingdong was also the grandson of the Deyuan king, but the Deyuan king had so many grandsons, and Yuan Qingdong was attacked in Dixia province, and Xiaxini was right in front of his own house. This was a provocation, a crazy slap in the face. At this moment, the disciplinary elder was on the verge of breaking down. Xiajia would definitely not let the Sky Hunter Pavilion off. There was already news that Xiajia had even mobilized the Sun and Moon troops that were stationed in the small world. A large number of them had returned to Dixia province. This is a fight to the death with Sky Hunter Pavilion. Xianxia, if you contact Xianxia, forget it. The disciplinary elder did not know what to say anymore. Previously, when Xianxia mentioned revenge, he did not take it seriously. Now, he regretted it. F***K, if I knew this, I would not have asked you to take revenge on Xiajia. You killed Xiaxini, and this matter is not over. The eastern and western pavilions were now constantly sending messages, asking if this lunatic was from the 4th division. Some members of the eastern and western pavilions had seen that punch with their own eyes. One punch had torn Xiaxini to pieces, and now they were scared out of their wits. The city was on lockdown, and many people had died because of Xianxia. Bastard. The entire human realm was in an uproar. Yuan Qingdong's friends were also rushing towards Dixia province frantically. Something big is going to happen. I have to hurry and take a look. Of course, it would be best not to go to the main city, but to stay nearby and watch the commotion. This time, Xiajia is going crazy. I don't know if that Xiao Yi will poke a hole in the sky. His son was killed, can he remain calm? Xiajia went to kill the people from Sky Hunter Pavilion. If the Southern Yuan historical remnant were to appear, will Xiajia have no energy to care about it? Of course, we have to be careful of Xiajia going crazy and taking revenge on everyone. These people once again called their friends. If more people went, everyone would go. If Xiaojia went crazy, at least they had the strength to fight back, and they would not be blamed by Xiaojia. At this moment, there were even more people rushing towards the Great Xia Prefecture. Those people were right. If the Southern Yuan historical remnant were to appear now, Xiaojia would not have the time to care about them. If he did not kill the people from Skyhunter Pavilion, Xiaojia would lose all his face. Xiaosani's death had too many implications. At this moment, even the All Heavens battlefield was in an uproar. Daxia of Goguryeo wanted to return, but the border was in turmoil. Daxia of Goguryeo had to stay, which made Daxia of Goguryeo furious. He directly fought with an invincible realm demon in the border area. Of course, the other party was from the Blood Fire Demon clan. According to the Great Qing King's words, everyone should just ignore them and let these two fight to appease their anger. Regarding the human realm, the Invincible Realm Demon clan also knew the situation. The Great Yuan King's grandson was almost killed, and the Daxia of Goguryeo's grandson was directly killed. The entire Daxia province was now in chaos. On the Skyhunter Pavilion's side, people in the All Heavens battlefield began to evacuate. According to the Skyhunter Pavilion's headquarters, it was very dangerous now. Daxia of Goguryeo might disregard everything and attack these people. They had to be careful and not take any action in the short term. One Xianxia had caused the whole All Heavens to be shaken. This lunatic ran to the doorstep of someone's home and killed their core people, and the people he killed were Xiaojia's people, who did not have many children. How could Xiaojia not go crazy? It was already chaotic, and this was adding to the chaos. The Daxia province was on lockdown. Su Yu, on the other hand, returned to the academy with a shocked and sluggish expression. Of course, the people around him were the same. Some had ugly expressions, some were worried, and some were indignant. The grandson of the Daxia kingdom Goguryeo was killed on the streets. This was different from an assassination, this was a slap in the face. This face was swollen, assassination was the enemy's treachery. But now, at the entrance of the Long Wuwei headquarters, near the city lord's residence, Xiaojia's highness was killed with a single punch. This was a humiliation, trampling Xiaojia's face into the ground. Trampling it with all their might. Besides Suyu, a young student said angrily, they deserve to be killed. They must be killed. The bastards from the Skyhunter Pavilion are courting death. This time, the Great Xia Prefecture would not rest until they were dead. They must be killed. Suyu said seriously, that's right. Although I am not from Daxia province, we are all humans. No, I have to ask my brother to talk to them. I, Dean Hong, will definitely have a way to find that Xianjiao and kill him. This kind of person, if we don't bring him to the Wan Pit in Daxia province, we will be letting everyone down. Suyu gritted his teeth and said, this is too savage. My Bai clan still has some influence in the Ming constabulary. If this doesn't work, my Bai clan. Forget it, if we interfere now, the Xia clan will think that we are watching a joke. Thank you, brother Bai. Someone beside him sighed and said, we've really lost a lot of face this time. Not only have we lost face, Her Highness Xiaosani was killed. This is simply going too far. Daxia province has been giving in again and again. Now, no one cares about us. This is too much. The group was filled with righteous indignation. They were not familiar with Xiaosani, but this was Xiaojia's highness. She was killed on the streets. Everyone was furious. This was too much. If Xiaojia didn't get back at them this time, they wouldn't be able to take it. Today, they dared to kill Xiaosani in front of Xiaojia's house. Tomorrow, they would dare to kill innocent people in the city. And at this moment, Bai Feng hurriedly walked over. When he saw Suyu chatting with those people, he was slightly startled. Why are you here? Didn't you go to kill Xiaosani? He was also worried that something might have happened to Suyu. How could he have killed Xiaosani out of nowhere? Now that he saw that Suyu was fine, his face darkened and he said angrily, why are you running around? It's so dangerous outside, who allowed you to go out? Miss Bai. Researcher Bai, Suyu said indignantly, brother, why are you scolding me? I wanted to go look for you, but you asked Dean Hong to kill that Xianjiao. You can even dismember his body into 1,000 pieces. How hateful. This is too much. Bai Feng cursed in his heart. I will dismember your body into 1,000 pieces right now. Cut the crap. Follow me to the research institute. The city has been sealed now. They want to thoroughly investigate the members of the Skyhunter Pavilion. Don't run around. Got it. So you said goodbye to them. Then I'll go to the research institute. Everyone, be careful. Damn the Skyhunter Pavilion. If I knew they were so bad, I wouldn't have come into contact with them. If it doesn't work, I'll set up a trap and say that I have a mission to lure them out. Brother, you kill them all. Bai Fang's face was cold. I'll kill you first. Don't you know who you are? The Skyhunter Pavilion suddenly became famous. Of course, it was also notorious. Isn't it your fault? How dare you cry like a cat crying like a mouse? Cut the crap. Let's go. Suyu nodded. He was still indignant. Brother, this Skyhunter Pavilion is really bad. Even I can't stand it anymore. As he followed Bai Feng to the research institute, he scolded, killing people on the streets, and the descendant of the invincible realm. This is too much. And this is Dexia province. Isn't this even more excessive and mean constabulary? This is too much of a bully. Bai Feng's face was dark and livid. He was furious. That's enough. Is it fun to scold yourself? Are you done with your acting? Why did you kill Xianxia all of a sudden? He was worried and solemn. What's going on? He believed that there must be some misunderstanding or inside information. So you would not kill Xianxia all of a sudden. However, he received news that Xianxia was indeed killed. She exploded on the spot. Countless people saw it. As he was thinking, a group of people was running quickly in front of him. It was Xia Huyu. At this moment, Xia Huyu had brought many people with him. They were all guards. His face was livid, and his eyes were red. When he saw Bai Feng and the others, he just nodded casually. Soon, he ran far away and shouted, "Lock down the Great Xia Civilization University. Lock down the Wan Institute and the Faculty of Theology. No one is allowed to enter or leave." "Yes, sir." The group of soldiers roared in unison. Xia Huyu stood up sore and shouted, "I am Xia Huyu. From now on, lock down the Great Xia Civilization University. There are many Wan powerhouses in the institute. I hope you don't cause trouble now. My direct descendant was killed. My uncle died tragically. Anyone who dares to cause trouble now will be killed without mercy." Xia Huyu's eyes were red as he roared, "Quick, lock down all the passages. Not a single Wan powerhouse can be left behind. If one is missing, I will destroy your entire clan." At this moment, many people flew out. This included the little fairy from the Celestial clan. When she saw Xia Huyu's current state, she didn't dare to be careless and didn't dare to approach. Xiaojia's eyes were red. Xia Huyu was usually easy to talk to, but at this moment, he was furious. He could even vaguely feel the aura of several suns and moons around him. Xia Huyu shouted again, "Everyone, return to your houses. Don't leave. Everyone, I think you can understand Xiaojia's feelings at this moment. Later, there will be some searches. Whether you are dissatisfied or angry, Xiaojia must be searched. I, Xiaojia, have never mistreated anyone in my 300 years of existence. Today, someone killed my uncle on the streets. The enemy must be hiding in my city. Maybe there is even a spy who leaked the news. My uncle's whereabouts are secretive, and it is impossible for him to be killed in one strike. Xianxia was injured by Steward who not long ago outside the city. How could he know all the information so quickly? Anyone who has information can come to me, Xiaojia. I, Xiaojia, will reward you handsomely." As soon as he said this, many people nodded gloomily. This was reasonable. Xia Huyu looked at the powerhouses from the soar of the Wan Institute and the Faculty of Theology and shouted, "All of you, return to your houses quickly. Don't make a mistake. Today, anyone who dares to provoke me, Xiaojia, will be killed, regardless of their race. Gods and demons, I, Xiaojia, have killed many of them." A furious roar filled with killing intent rang out, causing those experts' expressions to turn serious as they quickly descended. At this juncture, provoking Xiaojia was not a good choice. They would be used as scapegoats and killed. Amazing. So you almost gave him a thumbs up. Damn, you. If I didn't know better, I would think that you really don't know anything. Damn it, you're better at acting than me. I'm still a little exaggerated, but you're not exaggerated at all. Acting, that's real acting. Look at that green veins, look at that bloodshot eyes, look at the puffy eyelids that might have been caused by tears, look at that murderous expression and words. You're an experienced actor. Xiaohu looked around with a murderous look and saw Bai Junsheng. He didn't know that Bai Junsheng was Xianjiao or Suyu, but this time, he glanced at them. He was slightly stunned. Why was Bai Junsheng still in Dexia province? Why hadn't he left? He knew that Bai Feng didn't want the Bai family to get involved. If that was the case, he should send his brother away as soon as possible. What was the point of staying? His heart stirred as he thought of something. He knew that Suyu was Xianjiao. He must be in the city now. Suyu had disguised himself as Cui Lang before. F*ck, Xiaohu cursed. He had seen Bai Junsheng once 2 days ago. Could this dog be Suyu pretending to be him? He glanced at him and didn't look at him too much. But in his heart, he was cursing. Most likely, no wonder this guy was fast, accurate, and ruthless. He was really at my door. Ignoring Suyu, he quickly led a large number of people and spread out in all directions, sealing off the entire school. There were many strong people in the school, so it was a good place to hide. It wouldn't make sense not to seal off and search this place. And at this moment, in Shouxingu, Wan Tianxing looked down. He was thinking about a question. Was he more powerful, or was Suyu more powerful? I asked him to kill Yuan Qingdong and lured some strong people out. All of them, but I didn't ask you to make up your own script. King destroyed Xiaosani's body. What did you mean by that? Really good. Was this Fatty Xia's plan, or little Fatty Xia's? With this, the majority of the experts stationed in the All Heavens battlefield could return. It was only Xiaosani who suffered. He was beaten senseless and probably thought that someone really wanted to kill him. He was lucky enough to escape this calamity. How pitiful, it was so sad, and Hu Diheo, was he cursing in his heart now? He was probably a little nervous, helpless, sad, and angry. Killing people in front of you, would you accept it? Wan Tianxing shook his head. What a group of good actors. Each generation was better than the last. If one were to say that Xia Huyo did not know, he would not believe it. He really did not know. This kid should be looking for him now, looking for Master Xia, looking for his father, looking for his great-grandfather. He still had the mood to seal off the school, which meant that he wasn't blinded by anger. This is great, the Myriad realms are really focusing. Wan Tianxing was a little sad. If I had known this, would it have been easier for me to kill Fatty Xia? Well, this also needed the right time and place. Killing Fatty Xia didn't mean that the Myriad realms would focus. Now, Dexia province was the focus, and it involved a big force like the Hunting Sky Pavilion. It was easy to be the focus. So you had chosen a good time. Fatty Xia, it's time to come back. Wan Tianxing looked into the distance. A moment later, a heavenly aura came, shaking Dexia province. Xiahou Ye's cold voice came from the distant void. No one is allowed to leave the residence. As long as my son's murderer isn't executed, as long as the seal isn't lifted, don't force me. You're all forcing me. Don't force me to start a massacre. Xiahou Ye. Someone shouted. Xiahou Ye's voice disappeared, but everyone could hear the anger and coldness in his tone. This time, Xia Jia was really going to kill. In the city, a large number of Long Wuwei and the official army were mobilized. They searched house by house, checking the households, details, and strength. After the first round of screening, there was a second and third round. In a courtyard, more than 10 Dragon Martial sentinels sifted through the crowd. Soon, someone reported in a low voice. The Lingyun expert quickly shouted, "Arrest them." Boom, in an instant, a battle broke out. A moment later, 3 disciples of Wanzhou were killed on the spot. They died with their eyes wide open. Even in death, they felt wronged. Damn it, after hiding for so many years, they didn't fall in their hands, but in the hands of an unknown Xianjiao. How wronged, Xia Jia had not conducted a citywide screening for hundreds of years. This time, because of Xianxia, the citywide screening was carried out. Many people didn't even have time to hide. It was too fast. Such localized battles continued to erupt in various places. They could escape the first time, but they might not be able to escape the second time. The first time, Ling Yan led the team. The second time, Shanhai led the team. The third time, Ryu led the team. They checked layer by layer, from the sky to the ground. Xiaojia almost dug 3 feet into the ground to investigate. It was too hateful. At this moment, everyone in Dexia province was filled with grief and indignation. How could Dexia province suffer such humiliation? Even when Xiaojia screamed, everyone cooperated. They had to find Xianjiao. If they didn't kill him, everyone would feel indignant, and at this moment. In the city lord's mansion. Steward, whose face was filled with anxiety and helplessness. He lowered his head. After so many years, this was the first time he felt so helpless. Xiaoyi, steward who carefully handed the ball to Xiaoyi and said in a low voice, "I have already nourished it in time." Siniceville was injured and his body exploded. He probably has to cultivate from the beginning. When he said this, he felt that he was too ashamed to face anyone. I've let down Hoye's trust. At the side, General Zhao also knelt on one knee. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Hoye, I'm useless. This time, if I don't kill Xianjiao, I'll apologize with my death." In the 351 years since the establishment of Dexia province, there has never been such a humiliation. I've lost the face of Long Wuwei, lost the face of Dexia province, and let down Hoye's trust. 1 civil and 1 military, 2 strong experts. Both were filled with grief and indignation. Let down Xiaojia's trust. Under their protection, Xiaosini did not die. But in this state, after cultivating for so many years, his body had exploded. Even if Xiaosini cultivated from the beginning, it would still be a big problem. Xiaoyi trembled as he caressed the ball. That was his son's sea of will. He gritted his teeth. Go out and look for him personally. I want to see Xianjiao's body. Yes, sir. The 2 strong experts walked out of the governor's office with boundless anger and joined the search personally. This time, they would not rest until one of them was dead. After they left, Xiaoye's face was filled with sorrow. He said helplessly, F***CK. In the next moment, he clenched his teeth and looked in a certain direction. Bastard! Look at how he beat my son up. He's too ruthless. Mother***, couldn't he have been gentler? His body exploded, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. This is too cruel. This is simply inhumane. Xiaoyi scolded again and again. This is too inhumane. Also, Siavul was injured. Wouldn't it require a large amount of treasures to nourish him? Also, King blew him up with 1 punch. Do I, Xiaojia, not want my face? You're too ruthless. Xiaoyi cursed his ancestors in his heart. This is too hateful. You beat my son up like this. As an old father, my heart hurts so much that I don't want to treat my son anymore. Not long after, a mournful voice could be heard from outside the house. Second Grandpa, I'm back. Come in. Grandpa, accompanied by Xia Chan's mournful voice, Xia Huyu and Xia Chan entered. Xia Chan's eyes were red. Grandpa, you must avenge my father. Grandpa, when we find Xianjiao, I will cut him into 1,000 pieces. I heard that he is from the Fire Pupil clan. Grandpa, I will lead the army to the All Heavens battlefield and exterminate this clan as a sacrifice to my father's soul. Murderous intent filled the sky. At this moment, Xia Chan was filled with grief and indignation. My father was killed, Xianjiao. This enmity is irreconcilable. As for the fact that her father, Sea of Will, was still alive, Steward who did not have the time to mention it. Everything happened too quickly and suddenly. At the side, Xia Huyu also nodded. Xiaoyi glanced at Xia Huyu, then at Xia Chan. He nodded and said, Chaner, go into seclusion and break through to Soar immediately. Don't delay any longer. This time I, Xiaojia, will not let this matter rest. When you break through to Soar, you will be able to take revenge. Xiaoyi also gritted his teeth. Turn grief and indignation into strength. My Xiajia's children do not rely on ruthless words to stand in the myriad of worlds, but strength. Without strength, your father could only be beaten to death on the street. Without strength, your father could not retaliate even if he was beaten to death. I, Xiajia, have yet to produce a female invincible. You must remember everything that happened today. Take revenge. Don't only know how to shed tears and improve yourself. Hearing this, Xia Chan's eyes reddened. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she nodded fiercely. My Xiajia's children must take revenge. I want to become invincible. Slaughter, revenge. This Sky Hunter Pavilion is strong. I, Xiajia, may not be able to fight against it. Without saying anything more, Xia Chan brought endless anger and grief. With incomparable motivation, she quickly left. I want to break through to soar in seclusion. After Xia Chan left. In the room, there were only 2 people left. Xiaoyi looked at his grieving grandnephew. After a while, he scolded, "Fuck, he is your biological uncle. How could you be so ruthless?" Xiaohui raised his head and said helplessly, "Uncle. Uncle, not biological uncle." Xiaohui rolled his eyes. Why did you beat him so ruthlessly? Just injure him. Why did you beat him up like this? This is too tragic. As his father, I almost cried when I saw it. His body exploded. It can be fixed later. Xiaohui said helplessly, moreover, I didn't beat him up. It was that guy. I didn't expect him to be so cruel. Xiaohui glared at him. After a while, he said, why do you have to remove your uncle? With his talent, strength, and brain, even if he is removed, he is still trash. He might as well fight with me, Xiajia to the end. Xiaohui thought about it. He is too weak. It is useless for uncle to join. At least uncle can give birth. Maybe he can give birth to a few to strengthen my Xiajia bloodline. Xiaohui thought about it and nodded. It made sense. After saying that, he didn't care about his son's ball anymore. He looked at Xiaohui and said, that guy is so ruthless. Doesn't he have a large amount of heaven and earth mystic yellow liquid and heaven and earth mystic yellow liquid? Didn't he say to compensate him? He beat him up so badly. Xiaohui was speechless. No, he is just short of asking them for mission fees. F*ck him. Xiaohui cursed. This time, if we don't kill him, Xiajia will lose face. Kill more of Wanzhou's people in the city. If not, let Long Wuwei go out and wipe out dozens of strongholds. Fill up the Wan's pit for me. Also, take this opportunity to investigate the Wan masters in the academy. Investigate them bit by bit. Kill all those who don't listen. Yes. And, Xiaohui thought about it and said, go find him again. Give me some heavens yuan qi, the more the better. That guy has a lot of heavens yuan qi. He is selling them like crazy in Xinghong ancient city. It would be strange if he wasn't the one selling them. Give me more, the more the better. He won't do it for free. Second grandpa, we have no money. Nonsense. How can we not have money? Xiaohui said grumpily, we have money. How can we not have money? Dexiao province has a lot of assets. Summerfield Trading Company is worth billions of merit points. Selling 30% of his shares will be worth 1 billion merit points. How can we not have money? Second grandpa, are you trying to get something for nothing? Xiaohui was speechless. Xiaohui coughed lightly and said, it's okay. Sell him. If that doesn't work, we'll sell something else. Our Xia family has plenty of money. If that doesn't work, we'll sell the academy's secret territory to him. After a few months, we'll collect the money. We'll send him a note with the Great Xia Imperial Decree stamped on it. Xiaohui rolled his eyes and ignored him. He looked at the ball and coughed dryly. Then. Uncle's situation, he won't recover for the time being. How can it be easier to take a living person away than to take a seeable away? Xiaohui thought for a while and said, where do you think we should arrange for your uncle? Xiaohui thought for a while and said hesitantly, in the small world? That's not safe. Xiaohui shook his head. After a moment of silence, he said, if it really doesn't work, we can arrange for him to be a resident in the ancient city. This, Xia Huyu said hesitantly, then forget it. Not everyone is that guy and can be fine. Uncle definitely can't. How about, we can arrange for him to be in the main constabulary. The situation there is better. That's true. Xiaoyi nodded. Then let's arrange it that way first. Sigh. With a sigh, Xiaoyi quickly said, this time, we've summoned everyone back. Xianjiao can't really die so quickly. If he really dies, then we can't continue to keep him in Xia province. If it's embarrassing, then so be it. We'll deal with it for a few months first. Also, get that guy to provide me with some information about the members of the Skyhunter Pavilion. It would be best if there's a location or something. Even if we don't kill him, we have to kill some members of the Skyhunter Pavilion to intimidate everyone. He might want to collect money, Xia Huyu mumbled. Xiao Yi said angrily, money, money, money. This guy has earned so much money. All he thinks about is money? Do you believe that I won't sell him out right now and say that he's Xianjiao? Xia Huyu was speechless. How could you say that? Alright, I'll talk to him. Then, he said hesitantly, second grandpa, how did this guy's strength improve so quickly? He killed uncle with one punch, cough cough, crippled uncle. Does he have any relics? Ask yourself. How would I know? Alright. Xia Huyu nodded and said helplessly, speaking of which, this guy is really good at stirring up trouble. I only asked him to assassinate, but he did it in the open. He did it in the middle of the street. Even I think it's too much. Uncle is too pitiful. Xiaoyi glared at him. You also know that your uncle is pitiful? I thought you didn't know, my poor son. He touched the round ball again. How pitiful. He was beaten into a ball. Train hard in the future. Remember today's tragedy. Don't think that no one will dare to kill you just because your family is powerful. Xia Jia was pitying Xia Sini. 110 Research Center. So you said innocently, it has nothing to do with me. Xia Jia asked me to do it. Xia Huyu asked me to do it. How would I know that he's so ruthless? I'm an assassin, an emotionless assassin. Hong Tan and Bai Feng both glared at him. Hong Tan could not help but scold him, aren't you afraid that Xia Huyu is preparing to usurp the throne? You dare to accept this mission? If Xia Huyu made the decision on his own, and Xia Jia doesn't know about it, do you think Xiao Yi and Da Xia of Goguryeo will believe you or his grandson? Hong Tan was speechless. You trust people too easily. How can you accept this mission so casually? If Xia Huyu lied to you, you're finished. So you shrugged and said, to be honest, I have more feelings for Xia Huyu. Just treat it as me returning the favor. If he really sold me out. I'm not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, there's a big shot in our school protecting me. He'll probably protect me, right? Suyu asked tentatively. Forget it. No one replied. He did not know if that person was spying on them. Hong Tan did not say anything more. He thought for a while and said, I just want you to be more careful. Xia Huyu might not be lying to you. Xiao Yi is back, and he hasn't come to you yet. There's probably no problem. But you brat, you have to remember this. Hong Tan still scolded him. So you trusted some people too easily. After all, he was young and loyal. When Xia Huyu asked him to kill Xia Sini, he actually did it. Hong Tan was shocked. If he accidentally killed her, how would he explain it to them? Xia Huyu told you to fight until you only have a little bit of your CF. Will left. Are you sure you can fight like this? What if you beat him to death, would Marquis Xia be willing to let you go? This mission is really arduous and unrewarding. We asked you to stir up trouble, not to do such a big thing. Bai Feng was speechless. Can't you just stop? Also, what was the situation when you went to ambush Yuan Qingdong? Wanfu Prefect asked me to do it. Both of them were speechless. So they were using him as a fighter. Hong Tan said angrily, don't listen to them. They are using you as a fighter. Speaking of which, it was really useful, I want to use it, this brat, you did whatever I asked you to do. You did it. Why don't you help your grandmaster do something? Both of them were helpless. Su Yu quickly said, well, Master, Grandmaster, I'll be busy for a while. The Sky Hunter Pavilion is looking for me for a meeting. Something about the Elder of Discipline wants to talk to me. Maybe the Pavilion Master, Building Master, and Minister will participate. I'll go to the meeting first. You guys chat. He patted his butt and left to attend a meeting. Bai Feng and Hong Tan looked at each other. Bai Feng said helplessly, I'm going into seclusion. Ling Yun was almost there, but I was interrupted by this brat again. How helpless. He also knew that Xianjiao killed Xiaoxini, so he had no choice but to come out of seclusion. So this guy was fine. If he had known, he wouldn't have come out. Look at this guy. Is he even human? He went to a meeting, maybe Invincible was involved. What the hell was this? His disciple went to a meeting with Invincible, and he was still working hard to break through to Ling Yun. His disciple Smuff was famous in the world. His main account was famous in the world, and his Smuff Chui Lang was also well known. All three of his accounts were old acquaintances in the world. I haven't even made my main account famous yet. Bai Feng was helpless, so was Hong Tan. Forget it. Continue seclusion. Whatever. There was no way to stop it, and at this moment, Su Yu was indeed in a meeting. Everyone was looking for Su Yu in the public channel. Xianjiao, where are you? Xianjiao, I'm the 8th Elder of the Law Enforcement Department of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Law Enforcement Department. Su Yu was not familiar with this department. Of course, he knew a little about it. The internal organization was the superior organization of the Law Enforcement Department of the 4 departments. There were many experts inside, and they seemed to be quasi-invincible. Su Yu checked the content of their calls. They were asking where he was, how he was doing, and whether he was still in the prefecture of Dixia province. Su Yu thought for a while and said quickly, I'm still alive. Is Huang Jiao here? I want to confirm Huang Jiao's identity. Huang Jiao, how did you survive until now? Why did the action of law enforcement Kai Yi and us attract Hu Diheo? Hu Diheo is in Dixia province, and it will take him at least a few hours to get there. But he arrived in an instant. He must have been lying in ambush nearby. They might have known our plan from the beginning. Everyone else is dead. Only you and I are alive. Huang Jiao, you have to give me an explanation. Su Yu showed up, or rather, Xianjiao showed up. At this moment, everyone was excited. This guy was still alive. He was really capable. The next moment, Huang Jiao replied, Xianjiao, I don't know anything. I'm just following orders. I'm lucky to be alive. I want to ask, where are you now? You killed Xiaoxini, but you weren't found out. Do you have another identity? Are you a human? Human? Hee, a thief who calls himself a thief. Huang Jiao, I don't need to prove anything. I'm from the Fire Pupil clan. So what? The talent skill of the Fire Pupil clan can prove everything. Huang Jiao, if you're not a human, show me a talent skill of your clan. Hee, that's the best proof. As for which clan you're from, I don't care. If you're a human. Humph. Huang Jiao was silent for a while and quickly replied, talent blood essence. The human's talent blood essence can disguise talent skills, idiot. I didn't consume the talent blood essence. You were nearby. Tell me, you really didn't feel it at all? Huang Jiao, stop your disguise. Also, if you don't dare to say it, the elder who saved me knows that I used my talent skill on him. That elder knows if I used my talent blood essence on him. As soon as he said this, there was a moment of silence. Very quickly, an elder named Tianyi said, I can prove that Xianjiao didn't consume any talent blood essence. He did use his talent skill. At this moment, Huang Jiao felt very helpless. What should I do? I'm definitely going to have to bear the name of a traitor, but I didn't betray him. I feel so wronged. Is Xianjiao a traitor? This can't be, although only he and Xianjiao were alive. Xianjiao, this lunatic, even killed Xiaoxini. To be honest, if he killed her, who would believe that he, Xianjiao, was a human? Xiaoxini. Xiaoxini might be an imposter. You and Dixia province are acting. Feudal struggle. Su Yu replied quickly. Whether it's Xiaoxini or not, you know it yourself. Xia Jia has lost so much face. If it's just an act, then I'm the one who lost face. Xianxia is an idiot. In order to help me, Xianxia, he even killed his own direct descendant for fun. At this moment, someone else spoke. Xianxia said, Xianxia can't be a problem. Also, everyone, don't forget, he's a resident of the ancient city. He came to the human realm to get rid of his identity as an ancient city resident. Before he could finish, Huangjiu suddenly said, yes, you're an ancient city resident and stationed in Xinghang ancient city. Suyu is good at disguising his identity. Maybe you're Suyu in disguise. F*ck, Suyu cursed in his heart. You really have a good imagination. Of course, he quickly retorted, if you say so, then so be it. Suyu. Suyu is the Castellan. The Castellan left the ancient city without permission. Hehe, do you think that's possible? If that's the case, the Castellans of the 36 ancient cities would have left the cities long ago. Suyu is different. He was fine for many days when the city was sealed. You're Suyu. Suyu cursed again. Whatever you say, justice is in the hearts of the people. At this moment, the elder of law enforcement suddenly said, you're all suspects. Huangjiu, come to the branch immediately to report. Of course, we'll send someone to pick you up when you arrive. Xianjiu, we'll send someone to Xinghang ancient city. Whether you're Suyu or not, is not impossible. Suyu cursed in his heart, Huangjiu, you're dead. Of course, he was still fearless at this moment. You guys go. If it's not Huangjiu with ulterior motives, there's definitely a problem. Not just him, but also his superiors. I'd like to see how you're going to answer to me when I prove that I'm not. After saying this, he quickly ended the call. Suyu's expression changed. Damn, Huangjiu, this bastard, he could really connect the dots. Test me. If Sky Hunter Pavilion really sent someone to test me, how would they test me? They might curse outside the Castellan's residence. With my, Suyu's, personality, would I be polite to you? I'm in big trouble. No, I have to ask for help. Wan Tianxing, Zhu Tiandao, Xia Huyu, these people were the ones he was asking for help from. I have to send someone to disguise me before Sky Hunter Pavilion's people arrive. The key is, I have to enter the Castellan's residence. Who can enter? Suyu was troubled. Stone sculpture boss, let him in, whatever, I have to solve this loophole, otherwise, if Suyu did not appear, Xianjiu's identity would be exposed. If exposed, I would have worked for nothing for so long. Not only am I in trouble, but Xianjiu is also in big trouble. This Xianjiu is either a human spy or a small race that is biased towards humans. Of course, he might just be watching the show, but it's illogical for him to take such a big risk. If Xianjiu really died, it would be troublesome. Suyu did not care anymore. He quickly sent a message to Old Wan, Old Zhu, and Xia Huyu. They have to help me solve this big problem. Sky Hunter Pavilion's communication was simple. They might take action soon. I have to send someone into the city before they do and help me solve this problem. Wan Tianxing was speechless. Huangjiu. He had to admit that this Huangjiu created some trouble for Suyu. Sky Hunter Pavilion, this intelligence organization, was also very sharp. Even if he did not believe it, he had to test it out before he could be at ease. If Suyu really hid in Sky Hunter Pavilion, then he would be in great danger. This time, 2 mid-stage Sun-Moon cultivators were killed. With Xianjiu's reputation and fame, he might be promoted to an elder very soon. At that time, he would trap even more powerful cultivators. Ancient City, didn't Suyu say that he had a good relationship with the stone sculpture? It might be possible to solve this problem, provided that what Suyu said was true and not nonsense. In the next moment, Suyu's vision blurred, and he appeared in Xiaoxinggu. Wan Tianxing looked at him, thought for a moment, and said, You really have a good relationship with that stone sculpture? Of course. Then I will use the time reversal technique to find that stone sculpture and discuss this matter. No matter how similar other people's disguises are, they will be easily detected. Only the stone sculpture is powerful. He can seal the city and open it as he pleases. Killing someone who provokes him is extremely easy. If he can convince the stone sculpture, everything will not be a problem. Suyu froze for a moment. Isn't time recall supposed to only be able to search memories? Can it really communicate with the stone sculpture? Of course. Suyu was surprised. So mysterious, he had heard the Death Spirit Monarch mention it before. He quickly said, "You have never been there. Can you reverse it?" "Yes." Wan Tianxing nodded. "Yes, I have been there before." "Alright, you don't know. Cut the crap. I will take you to travel the river of time again. You and I will talk to the stone sculpture personally." Suyu blinked. "Can I really do it? It feels so mysterious." "It's okay. You have only been in the human realm for a few days. Half a month is enough to reverse time. It's not too difficult, provided that the stone sculpture is really familiar with you. Kid, don't lie to me, or else I will be in trouble." If he rashly reversed time and communicated with an ancient invincible being, it would be very dangerous if the other party had evil intentions. This kind of ancient existence was powerful. If he did not have a good relationship with you, and broke the river of time, it would be a huge problem. Moreover, he brought Suyu with him. Then Suyu would be dead for sure. Suyu thought for a moment and nodded. "My relationship with the stone sculpture is not bad. I have already said that when I go to the heavenly battlefield, he can help me kill many invincible beings." "Isn't this a good relationship?" "It's a very good relationship." The next moment, a huge river appeared. A moment later, Suyu and Wan Tianxing stepped on the river. Suyu was surprised. "We don't have the same memory. If I go with you, can I really go back to the ancient city?" "I don't know, forget it, I know too little about this." "If Old Wan says yes, then I will believe him." A moment later. In the ancient city, the stone sculpture suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the stone sculpture saw a river appear outside the city. Two people walked out. He knew Suyu, and that person was also familiar. Suyu also saw the stone sculpture and looked surprised. Looking at the stone sculpture in the city, he quickly said, "My lord, I have encountered some trouble. Soon, someone will come to the city lord mansion to see if I am there. My lord, can you help me? Otherwise, I will die. If I die, my lord will not have a capable subordinate. My lord." He was not sure if the stone sculpture could hear him, but soon, he heard the stone sculpture's reply. As if hesitating for a moment, the stone sculpture's cold voice came, "It's a small matter. This person beside you." After a pause, the stone sculpture did not transmit his voice to Suyu, but to Wan Tianxing. "You are very special, but people like you have no future." Wan Tianxing smiled and did not say much. He nodded slightly. Seeing this, the stone sculpture did not say anything and closed his eyes. But in his heart, he was thinking, how strong is this guy, he has opened the river of time to this extent. Suyu did not know the conversation between the stone sculpture and Wan Tianxing. At this moment, he felt that he had gained a lot of face. He looked at Wan Tianxing with a proud and boastful expression. "Look, I told you, I have a good relationship with the stone sculpture boss." Small matter, this was face, prestige, just a simple matter. The stone sculpture boss immediately agreed. Wan Tianxing did not say anything else. Since the stone sculpture had agreed, there was nothing else to worry about in the ancient city. Wan Tianxing grabbed Suyu and entered the river of time again. They quickly retreated and returned to reality. Behind them, the stone sculpture's voice came faintly. "No future does not mean there is no hope. Little friend, if you do not die now, the future may not be important. Thank you for your guidance, senior." Wan Tianxing bowed slightly as a form of thanks. Suyu did not see or hear any of this. Wan Tianxing smiled and quickly grabbed Suyu and stepped into the river of time, disappearing from the ancient city. Sigh. A soft sigh flowed in time. After a while, Suyu and the others returned. At the same time, in the ancient city, the stone sculpture opened his eyes. There were some memories in his memory. He thought of something and looked at the endless void, deep in thought. Suyu asked him for a favor, and he agreed, right? Help, trouble, solve the trouble, understood. Of course, everything had to be done according to the rules. The ancient rules were the bottom line. For example, if someone provoked or caused trouble, he could only help the city lord. If he did, the best way to solve the problem was naturally to kill the other party. The stone sculpture thought for a long time. He wanted everyone to know that Suyu was still in the city. Was this what he meant? He looked out of the city, far away. Time flowed as if he could see what would happen next and who would come looking for trouble. The stone sculpture slowly waited. And the Sky Hunter Pavilion was also fast. The law enforcement elder requested the headquarters to verify Xianxia's identity. The Hunting Heaven Pavilion was also eager to verify Xianxia's identity. They wanted to make sure that Xianxia was not Suyu. Although some people felt that it was impossible for him to be Suyu, they still needed to be cautious. Xianxia was strong enough, bold enough, and capable enough. Although this kind of person was crazy, what the Heaven Hunter Pavilion needed was crazy. Xianxia had the potential to become an elder, or even a higher position. They had to ensure that he was not some special person. It didn't take long before Faceless arrived outside the city with several members of the Sky Hunting Pavilion. The Faceless elder glanced at one of the black-masked men and said, "Go and try it out. If Suyu doesn't show up, leave the city." "Yes, sir." It didn't take long for the black-masked man to enter the city. After a while, he arrived at the city lord's mansion. Standing outside the city lord manor, the black-masked man was a little nervous. However, he quickly shouted, "City Lord Suyu, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion has something to discuss." "City Lord. Please come out. City Lord Su, if you can hear me, please come out." As the black-masked man shouted, some of the experts in the city heard the commotion and walked out of their houses. Of course, they were all indifferent, watching coldly from the sidelines. This was especially so for the suns and moons who had recently changed their residence. They all watched coldly. Did this Heaven Hunter Pavilion have nothing better to do? Why would they want to discuss something with Suyu? The black-masked man shouted for a while, but there was no response. He grew increasingly nervous. After hesitating for a moment, he shouted, "City Lord Su, your father is in our hands. If you still don't come out, how dare you provoke me?" With a loud shout, the ancient city shook. A beam of black light shot out, and the black-masked man directly exploded, shattering his body into pieces. At the same time, a shadow shot out, instantly appearing outside the ancient city and punching. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, and a spatial rift appeared where Elder Faceless and the others had just been. With one punch, everyone died except for the Faceless Elder. As for the Faceless Elder, he also died in the sea of stars. In the next moment, a monstrous roar resounded in the sky. "Heaven Hunter Pavilion, how dare you bully me, Suyu? Ancient stone venerables, please leave the city. Stone venerables of the 36 holy cities, please lend us a hand." As the words fell, a stone statue floated in the air and punched out. Rumble, under the shocked gazes of countless residents, the fist shook the void and killed its way out of the city. The Faceless Elder's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, there was no time to say anything. With a rumble, his body completely exploded, including the Sea of Will. A full moon fell. In the city, the sound of a door closing rang out. Countless people were shocked, stunned, frightened, and horrified. F***CK, what's wrong now? Also, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion is crazy, have nothing to do. Why did they provoke Suyu for no reason? A late-stage Suns and Moons elder was killed just like that. That wasn't all. Right at this moment, the void trembled as the projections of ancient stone statues appeared. Images of ancient sacred cities appeared one after another, blotting out the sky. The 35 stone statues looked at the stone statues in the city. Inside the city, Xinhong thought for a moment, then transmitted his voice, "My city lord requests for help. The city lord is personally appointed by me. Bullying the city lord is the same as bullying me." The 35 stone statues looked at him in a daze. Among them, Tian Mia was even more dumbfounded. Even if it was not his true body, at this moment, he simply turned back time and knew what had happened. He was incomparably dumbfounded. You. For the sake of a city lord who knows how many generations, you called us here to cheer for him? F***CK, was Xinghong sick? Is he crazy? Is his brain corrupted by the death aura? Xinghong ignored him and quickly said, "One punch per person, break the void, locate the headquarters of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, and destroy them." The stone statues all turned to stone. Xinghong continued, "There is no need to locate others. The location of the Heaven Hunter list is the location of their headquarters. Everyone, please make your move. They could not find the headquarters of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, but they could still find the overall Heaven Hunter list. Because, they knew the aura of that list, and they knew what it looked like. The group of stone statues continued to turn to stone. Xinghong did not say much. The next moment, he punched out, and the void shattered. The 35 stone statues were stupefied. A moment later, they all punched out, and the next moment, all the stone statues disappeared. Xinghong, this guy is sick. Retreat, retreat, the alliance of the sacred city should not be used like this. Crazy, a group of stone statues, they came quickly, and they left quickly as well, and just a moment later, an earth-shattering loud sound rang out. At this moment, countless people saw the sky split open, countless stars twinkled, in the endless void, an incomparably huge palace floated. At this moment, 36 fists suddenly smashed towards the palace. As they smashed down, it was accompanied by the shout of the stone statues, "How dare you provoke the sacred city lord, you shall be executed." Boom, at this moment, in the ancient palace, the 6 invincible experts saw all attacked. Rumble, the endless void shook, 36 punches landed in the air. The original bodies of the 6 invincible realm experts arrived in person and blocked. The entire sky changed color, an earth-shattering sound resounded through the clouds. In the blink of an eye, the giant fist disappeared. The 6 invincible experts, like the bright sun, dimmed a lot. One of the invincible experts said angrily, 36 sacred cities. What happened, F***CK, the Sky Hunter Pavilion headquarters was attacked by the 36 ancient stone statues. In the next moment, they could not care about this. The 6 invincible experts were shocked, and they all pushed the ancient palace and quickly disappeared. Run, damn it, this was big trouble. The Sky Hunter Pavilion was mysterious because its location was hard to determine. The whereabouts of the invincible experts were unknown, and their headquarters were hard to find. At this moment, the 36 stone statues smashed the endless void and found their location. If they did not run, were they going to stay and wait for death? Run, these invincible experts pushed the palace and fled frantically. At the same time, in the endless void, in order to hurry, the invincible experts activated the river of time and quickly rushed over. Some people directly tore the void and rushed over. On the human side, the great Qin king, Da Xia of Goguryeo personally arrived. On the Shin clan's side, several god kings tore the void. Demons, immortals, dragons, Nether clan, Tianyuan clan. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 powerful invincible experts tore the void or activated the river of time and rushed over. They did not speak, however, they all explored the void, looking for the location of the Sky Hunter Pavilion headquarters. Beams of divine light lit up in the void. Usually, it was not that they could not do anything to the Sky Hunter Pavilion. This organization was very annoying, but they could not be tracked or located, which was troublesome. Today, they did not know what happened to these guys, but they provoked those ancient stone statues and were punched out of position. At this moment, if they could catch the other party, they would destroy them. One by one, the invincible experts quickly searched. Soon, the invincible experts were a little disappointed. They ran so fast and disappeared again. However, at least they knew one thing. The other party had been wandering in the endless void, and they also knew some accurate information and strength. There were really more than one invincible expert. This time, a total of 6 invincible experts appeared, probably all the invincible experts in their headquarters. The outside world guessed that there were 8 invincible experts in the Sky Hunter Pavilion. The head of 2 pavilions, the head of 2 floors, and the head of 4 departments. Now, it was generally confirmed that the remaining 2 might have gone out, so there were 6 invincible experts in the headquarters. Soon, these people knew why the stone statues attacked. On this day, the name of Suyu resounded throughout the world. The attention of the world, in an instant, he suppressed everyone, including the so-called Xianxia. Suyu, the first city lord to let the ancient stone statues attack. This time, because there was a crazy person in the Sky Hunter Pavilion who went to provoke Suyu, saying that his father was captured, it caused Suyu to be furious, and he asked for the ancient stone statues, and Xinghong killed the elder of the Sun and Moon sect with one punch. After that, He even asked for 36 stone statues to deal a fatal blow to the headquarters of the Skyhunter Pavilion. After that, in the city, Suyu even said that if the Skyhunter Pavilion did not release his father, he would fight with the Skyhunter Pavilion to the death. This time, the heavens were really shaken. And this time all the city lords were eating lemons. Sky Destroyer City. The city lord of Tianhe City was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. F***ck, so you could actually ask for the help of the stone statues, and not just one. What the hell, I'm also a city lord, why am I so embarrassed? Not to mention 36, I can't even ask for the one in front of my house. This is a city lord, this is a hegemon, Suyu, this is the style of a hegemon. If you dare to threaten me, I will destroy your nest. Although the Skyhunter Pavilion is an ancient force with many invincible experts, I am not afraid of you. I will force you to hand over my father, otherwise, I will fight you to the death. Even if the Skyhunter Pavilion had 8 invincible experts, they would probably cry and think of a way to resolve the conflict. It was too miserable. The few invincible experts probably did not know what happened, but in the end, their nest was destroyed by 36 invincible experts, their whereabouts were exposed, and they were almost surrounded. If they were surrounded, maybe a few invincible experts would die this time. Was this the real city lord? As for Tianhe and the others, they were a bunch of fake city lords, the kind that no one would care even if they died. Suyu was at the peak of his life, one person, intimidating the heavens. I am the boss of my Xinghong ancient city, and I am very happy. If you come and provoke me again, I will get rid of you, at this moment. Human border, East Rift Valley. The group of invincible experts were all stunned, almost petrified. The others were a little better, but Dasha of Goguryeo was thinking about a question. My servant told me that it was Xianxia who destroyed my grandson, and Xianxia was Suyu. Then, who was the one who caused the heavens to shake in anger? Don't tell me that Suyu isn't even here, but the 36 ancient statues have already taken action for him. Isn't this too big of a deal, or is it that my son was deceived, that Xianxia is not Suyu? Dasha of Goguryeo suspected, it is possible. His expression was solemn. This thing, it is not impossible to impersonate. Shower did not see with his own eyes that this Xianxia is Suyu, so why can't someone impersonate Suyu? This Xianxia may be fake, he is not Suyu, but he purposely impersonated Suyu to mislead me. Xiajia, yes, that must be it. Dasha of Goguryeo, the insider, also thought so and began to suspect Xianxia's identity. Not to mention those who did not know. Stop fooling around, how could Xianxia be Suyu? As for the great Qin king, he lamented, Suyu, the human race, Suyu. Sigh. This face, this confidence. He has really become an overlord of a region. After what happened today, who would dare to provoke Suyu again? He must be crazy. A moment later, the great Qin king said with a smile that was not a smile, the Skyhunter Pavilion sent a letter, hoping that we can explain to Suyu that his father was not captured. It is all a misunderstanding. The Skyhunter Pavilion means to compensate for the loss and pursue responsibility, hoping that Suyu will not pursue the matter. His father really was not captured. The group of Invincible Realm experts were stupefied. The Skyhunter Pavilion actually admitted defeat. Some Invincible Realm experts were surprised. They admitted defeat? The great Qin king said helplessly, the Skyhunter Pavilion is not afraid of everyone, not afraid of gods and demons, not afraid of us, but, clearly, they are afraid of those ancient stone statues, because they can locate them. Everyone understood, their expressions changed, thinking of something. Yes, these stone statues could locate the Skyhunter Pavilion. No wonder the Skyhunter Pavilion admitted defeat so quickly, without any hesitation. They were strong in mystery, strong in secrecy. Now, the stone statues could locate them. If they attacked again, the myriad worlds would be prepared, and once they were exposed, they might be finished. Under such circumstances, could they not admit defeat? If it were me, I would also admit defeat. The group looked at each other. The Skyhunter Pavilion, which had dominated the All Heavens battlefield for countless years, actually took the initiative to admit defeat to a Ling Yun, punish the person in charge, and compensate for the loss. This was too unbelievable. It was not just the humans who found it unbelievable, even one found it unbelievable. In the mortal realm. The moment they received the news, the Great Light King and Zhu Tiandao's jaws dropped to the ground. The father and son looked at each other. After a long time, the Great Light King muttered, Xianxia is fake, he is not Suyu. Zhu Tiandao looked at his father, and the Great Light King looked at him. Was this what he meant? Suyu was in the All Heavens battlefield. Not only was he there, but he was also carefree and domineering, truly becoming an overlord. Even gods and demons did not dare to provoke him. How could he be in the mortal realm? So, they were deceived. The father and son looked serious. We were actually deceived. That Xianzhou is the real Xianzhou, not the Xianzhou that Suyu disguised. How scary. Both of us were deceived. This is too scary. At the same time, Wan Tianxing was also speechless. He was in the know, otherwise, he would have caught Suyu and investigated whether he was Suyu or not. This face, speaking of which, wasn't the ancient stone sculpture giving too much face, giving so much face that even Wan Tianxing found it unbelievable. As for Suyu, he did not think too much, nor did he have the mood to think about it, because he found that the current him was boiling with death aura, and he had no choice but to sit down cross-legged and start to dissolve the death aura. Suyu was still cursing in his heart. He had not received the news. He only asked the stone sculpture to help him solve a small problem. Why did so much death aura suddenly erupt? Did the stone sculpture do something? How shameless. I asked you to do something small. Why did you give me so much death aura? Don't tell me you left the city. Suyu was cursing in his heart. Wan Tianxing glanced at Suyu, who was still dissolving the death aura, and his expression was complicated. You're doing really well. Doing better than me. If I had the protection of the 36 ancient stone sculptures, I wouldn't even return to the human realm. Wan Tianxing sighed, speechless, and sighed emotionally. Looking at Suyu dissolving the death aura, he sighed, reached out, and grabbed the little fur ball in Suyu's head. The little fur ball stared at him with wide eyes, and Wan Tianxing also looked at the little fur ball. After a moment, he smiled and said softly, what a rich bloodline power. If your clan becomes invincible, it will really be the nemesis of invincibility. The little fur ball trembled. Was he going to crush it to death? After hanging around with Suyu for so long, it knew what it meant to kill them all, and what it meant to get rid of future troubles. Wan Tianxing smiled again and said, cultivate well, God-Eater clan, many Shenwen. According to the ancient records, you two are the best partners. As he finished speaking, he stuffed the little fur ball back again. The little fur ball trembled. It was so scary. It was better to lick Shenwen to calm down. It began to lick Suyu's Sea of Will. At the same time. Human Realm. Sky Hunter Pavilion Branch. The elder of law enforcement lowered his head and did not say a word. At this moment, messages kept coming from his mask. You idiot, do you know how much trouble you have caused? Who asked you to test Suyu? Idiot, who told you that Xianzhou is Suyu? Do you have a brain? Bastard, do you know that because of your stupidity, the entire Sky Hunter Pavilion was almost destroyed? Scolding, the one scolding him was none other than an invincible. He was really angry. The invincible of Sky Hunter Pavilion had just learned that such a big thing had happened. An elder had died. The reason was very simple. On the human realm side, a person named Huangjiu suspected that Xianzhou was Suyu, so he asked Sky Hunter Pavilion to test Suyu's identity. F*CK, you're testing my ass. Get Huangjia to report to the headquarters immediately. No, capture Huangjia personally, locate Huangjiu, and kill him. This bastard, he's a traitor. The invincible could not be bothered to investigate and investigate. Damn it, because of this guy's guess, the entire Sky Hunter Pavilion had suffered heavy losses. The 6 invincible realm experts were all slightly injured. This was not the key point. The key point was that the mysterious halo of Sky Hunter Pavilion had been broken. Although the 6 invincible realm experts did not expose their identities, Sky Hunter Pavilion's competence and strength were exposed. The location of the headquarters was also exposed. Of course, it had been relocated. But the cause of this matter was 2F*King infuriating. Suyu is an overlord. How could he be Xianzhou? Stupid. The invincible realm experts were furious, what nonsense, and that elder leading the team, he deserved to die, that idiot, you used Suyu's father to threaten him. How could he not be angry, furious, and crazy? Asking the stone sculpture to come out would definitely cost them a lot, they actually knew about this. Soon, the invincible realm experts regained their composure after their anger. Idiot, if Xianjiao is really Suyu, he's probably dying from the backlash now. Contact Xianjiao now. If Xianjiao replies, if you dare to doubt Xianjiao's identity again, I'll hold you responsible even if you're the deacon elder. They scolded loudly. How infuriating, they could not help but be angry. Just because of Huang Jiao's suspicion, they went to provoke Suyu. Alright, if it had not happened today, they would have provoked him. It was not wrong for the deacon elder to send someone to test Suyu. But the mistake was that Suyu was very domineering and confident. He slapped the Sky Hunter Pavilion's face until it was swollen. After being scolded for a while, the entire branch was very quiet. Everyone knew something about the situation. Looking at the elder's attentive expression, everyone knew that the elder was probably scolded badly. After a long time, the deacon elder regained his composure and said slowly, contact Xianjiao. Also, get Huang Jia to report. Also, capture Huang Jiao. I want to take off his mask personally. The deacon elder said it through gritted teeth. I knew it. How could Xianjiao be Suyu? It was that Huang Jiao who deliberately misled them. Damn it, bastard, he was scolded and reprimanded by Invincible. This time, because he tested Suyu's identity, he suffered heavy losses and almost caused Invincible's death. With such a huge responsibility, Invincible did not come to kill him personally. That was already giving him face. Bastard, Huang Jiao, you're a bastard. No one thought of Suyu. It was this bastard who deliberately misled them. Huang Jiao, that bastard, deserved to die. Moreover, this time an elder even died, dying too miserably, too aggrieved. The others did not dare to say much. They quickly contacted Suyu. After a while, there was a reply. In Shouxinggu. Suyu was trying his best to reverse the deathly aura. It was still very thick, especially at the human realm. The pressure was even greater. But it was still okay. Suyu reversed for a while and got through the difficult period. At this moment, the mask shook slightly. Someone transmitted. Suyu picked it up to check. It seemed that the stone sculpture had done something. Sky Hunter Pavilion had confirmed his identity. He looked at it. The message came from the public channel. Xianjiao, are you there? I'm not dead. I'm waiting for you to verify my identity. Hee hee. Huang Jiao, just you wait, you traitor. Suyu of course knew that something must have happened. Of course, with my identity, I definitely don't know what happened. In fact, Suyu really didn't know what happened. Sky Hunter Pavilion branch. White One said quickly, Elder, Xianjiao is here. The deacon elder was stunned. He felt relieved. There was probably a mistake. Sigh, it was all that Huang Jiao's fault. Tell Xianjiao that there's no problem with his identity. Don't worry. He has done a good deed this time. He made Sky Hunter Pavilion famous and avenged the two enforcers. He should be rewarded. He is the sun and moon. Reward him with 10 drops of sun and moon mystic yellow liquid. Also, the power in Dixia province will be reorganized soon. He is still the overseer of Dixia province. Sky Hunter Pavilion will not mistreat meritorious subjects. He had to appease Xianjiao, the deacon elder sighed. This time, they made a big mistake. It was troublesome. Although Xianjiao also caused trouble, it was to stand up for Sky Hunter Pavilion, to catch the traitor and find the spy. Previously, they suspected him and disappointed them. They had to give him some compensation. People like Xianjiao could not be held accountable. Sky Hunter Pavilion's aim was to cause trouble. If Xianjiao was held accountable, who would dare to cause trouble? Wouldn't Sky Hunter Pavilion become a joke? This kind of troublemaker had to be rewarded. Even if he caused some trouble, Dixia province, they could still afford to offend him. As for that Suyu, forget it. They would just stay away from Xinghong ancient city in the future. They felt helpless. Sky Hunter Pavilion was not afraid of ordinary invincible forces. Even if it was a powerful invincible force, they were not that afraid. At most, they would not have much contact with them. But for Suyu, the stone sculpture could actually locate the headquarters of Sky Hunter Pavilion. The few pavilion masters and department heads were already determining where the problem was. It was most likely from the ancient Sky Hunter list. After this mess, perhaps the few invincible forces would ask the Skyhunter list to leave the headquarters and settle it elsewhere. They had no choice but to move it away. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous to be located every day. A knife could be chopped down at any time. Even an invincible force would be afraid. The deacon elder sighed. I believed in Huangjiu's nonsense. Sooner or later, I will kill this Huangjiu and his superior. Huangjiu might also have some problems. They were tricked too badly this time. Not surprisingly, Kai Yi and the others were betrayed by Huangjiu when they went on a mission. No wonder he survived. Sigh, why didn't he think of controlling Huangjiu previously? And at this moment, Huangjiu, who was hiding somewhere, shivered. He felt that he was in big trouble. Perhaps there was a problem when he was testing Suyu. Wait for the news. Hopefully, it was not too bad. All heavens were discussing Suyu and the Skyhunter Pavilion. And at this moment, in Xia province. City Lord residence. Xiaoyi looked at Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu looked at him. After a while, Xiaoyi asked, Did you see Suyu with your own eyes? No. You only communicated with him through voice transmission? Yes. Are you sure that he is Suyu? Sure. Xiaoyu looked dazed. I don't know. I am very confused now. Because he also received the news. Dasha of Goguryeo personally sent a message to the All Heavens residents, and then relayed the message back, asking them to investigate carefully. Xianxia might not be Suyu. Perhaps Xianxia had impersonated Suyu's identity. Suyu was living a comfortable life in the All Heavens battlefield. Just a while ago, he brought 36 stone sculptures and almost destroyed the Skyhunter Pavilion's headquarters. Now the All Heavens were in an uproar. Suyu had officially become an overlord. In the Starry Sea, the Great Star Ancient City was no less difficult to deal with than the Dragon Clan. Are you sure that Xianxia is Suyu? At this moment, Xiaoyi and Xiaoyu looked at each other. Both of them were dumbfounded. Did we make a mistake? If this was a mistake, it would be too terrifying. After all, they had told many secrets to Xianxia, especially Xiaoyu. He had chatted with Xianxia several times and revealed a lot of information. Damn, if this is fake, I can't imagine it. Xiaoyu swallowed his saliva and said, he even sent me a message previously, asking me to help him think of a solution. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion wants to test his identity. Second Grandpa, do you think this is the solution he came up with? Xiaoyi looked at him for a long time, then said, Go find him. You must see his appearance personally. No, even if you see him, you might not be able to recognize him. You should ask for more details. Also, you'd better look for Wan Tianxing. Was Wan Tianxing also deceived? Xiaoyi shuddered. It couldn't be. To be honest, at this stage, Xiaojia was no longer confident. Could we have been deceived? Impossible, definitely impossible. This is too scary. The two of them looked at each other. After a long time, Xiaoyu said with a sad face, I'll go try again. If this is a fake Suyu, we're too pitiful. No, Uncle is too pitiful. He was beaten up for nothing. It was not a wasted beating, but the plan had been leaked. To Xiaojia, it was an unbearable loss. Xiaoyu no longer hesitated. He quickly stood up and said, I'll go to the academy and look for Dean Hong and teacher by first. Then, I'll go confirm Suyu's identity. Second Grandpa, if this is fake, then we'll either activate our plan immediately or change it. Xiaoyi nodded woodenly. He had been hunting geese all day long, but this time, it seemed like he was going to be pecked blind. He hoped that everything was fine. He hoped that Xianxia was Suyu. The Skyhunter Pavilion was confirming whether Suyu was Xianxia. They had to confirm whether Xianxia was Suyu. This matter had blown up, and both sides felt that they had made a mistake. These two were not the same person, Suyu would never have imagined that he had become a spy to such an extent that no one believed he was a spy. This was probably the most successful spy in history. A few hours later, he met Xiaoyu as by Junxing. As for Xiaoyu, he was very far away from him, glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. Hong Tan was beside him, and so was Bai Feng. They were all looking at Suyu strangely. Bai Feng said after a long time, Are you the real Suyu? Suyu was dumbfounded. F*ck, Don't you know if I am the real Suyu? Hong Tan said softly. Then who was that in the battlefield? It's the backup that I arranged. The few of them looked at him at the same time, their faces full of disbelief. Are you really Suyu? Fortunately, Bai Feng still believed him. He said, I think it's real. Teacher, if it's fake, how could there be so many good things for us? There are hundreds of drops of sun-moon mystic yellow liquid. As soon as he said that, Hong Tan came to a realization. Right, it should be real. When Xia Huyo heard this, he felt a little relieved. Since he was so rich and willing to part with it, it was probably not fake, right? How scary. As for Suyu, he soon learned everything from him. When he learned what had happened in the All Heavens battlefield, he too was dumbfounded. I asked you to do a small thing. Was it worth it? You even used 36 stone statues to attack the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Damn, you're not the boss, you're the father. When Suyu heard what the stone sculpture boss did, he could only say that he did a good job. He felt so proud. 36 stone sculptures destroyed the Sky Hunter Pavilion with one punch. It felt so good. It was a pity that he didn't get to see it. If he could watch it live, it would feel even better. It was a pity. He would watch it next time. Suyu knew this and understood why these people suspected his identity. He laughed and said, I said that I have a good relationship with the stone sculpture boss. He will help me solve my problems. It's just a small matter. The stone sculpture said it himself. It was a small matter. The three of them ate lemons. Xia Huyu felt so good. He muttered in jealousy, why don't you call your bosses to come to the human realm to play? I'll entertain them? Heh. I don't know what you're thinking. Suyu was disdainful. Of course, I won't say that the stone sculptures can't come to the human realm. He quickly said, don't think about it. The stone sculpture boss only has a good relationship with me. You guys will be killed with one punch. Xia Huyu was disdainful. He didn't say much and quickly said, since you're fine, then I won't stay any longer. Your identity as Xianxia is fine for now. Be careful. I still have to seal the city to find the murderer. At the side, Bai Feng and Hong Tan were also disdainful. You two are the murderers. You act like nothing happened. Xia Huyu didn't stay and quickly left. He still had many things to do. As for Hong Tan and Bai Feng, they made up their minds this time. They wouldn't come out of seclusion. They wouldn't come out if they didn't break through. They were exposed again. Forget it. They ate lemons again. Suyu had befriended a group of invincible people outside. They didn't need to worry about Suyu at all. They should just worry about themselves. The two of them went into seclusion. Only Suyu was left in the research institute. He sighed with emotion. Suyu was also very happy, comfortable. It was so comfortable recently, he could do whatever he wanted, and there was someone to take the blame for him. This feeling felt great. Of course, nothing came out of thin air. This included the statue's attack, which also required Suyu to pay a price and bear more of the death chi explosion. This was something that Suyu could clearly feel. Now, as soon as the stone sculpture left the city, Suyu had to endure the intense death aura backlash. Most people would have died long ago. Yuan aperture reverse. Suyu muttered in his heart. He could easily deal with the death chi, so this cultivation technique was very important. This cultivation method originated from the undead spirit tribe. Suyu was thinking about a question. If he could do it, then so could the dead spirit clan. If he could turn death chi into life chi, then could the dead spirit clan do the same? If he could, wouldn't he be able to do it too? Why haven't I heard of dead spirits' reincarnation? Suyu fell into deep thought. Or could it be that after death, everything would turn into death chi, and there would be no way to reverse it? Perhaps that was the case. If that was the case, then he could not die. If he died, even if he really became a dead spirit, the chances of him coming back to life were too low. There were so many dead spirits and the king of the dead, but he had not heard of any of them coming back to life. The demon clan was doing it, but after so many years, the king of the dead had not been brought back. The difficulty was probably beyond imagination. Now, the identity crisis is temporarily resolved. Suyu thought to himself. Since that was the case, then it was time to get down to business. Stir up trouble. Xia province had lost some of its popularity. Of course, this popularity had been snatched by Suyu himself. It didn't matter. Suyu could continue to keep a low profile, and Xianxia could continue to be high profile. Xia province's popularity could continue. And Suyu was thinking even more at this moment. He already knew many things, including Xiao Longwu proving his Dao, and Wan Tianxing preparing to kill the traitor Wu Di. He actually did not want anything to happen to these people. If that was the case, he also needed to make more preparations and put in more effort. Relying on his current strength and influence, he could not participate in the Battle of Wu Di. The stone sculpture protected him, but it did not mean that it would protect others. Sky Hunter Pavilion, Suyu thought to himself. This influence had many Wu Di too. Perhaps, it was also a good platform. I still have to pay more attention to the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Just as Suyu was thinking about this. Sky Hunter Pavilion branch. The Deacon Elder kept sending messages to Huangjiu, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Soon, White One sighed. Elder, Huangjiu might have sensed something. It seems like he ran away. What about Huangjia? The direct elder could locate him. Even if Huangjiu ran away, there was still hope of finding him with Huangjia around. Unless Huangjiu broke his mask. Elder Huangjia, at this point, White One hesitated. He ran away too. Huh? The Deacon Elder was shocked. He ran away? Yes. White One nodded and said helplessly, he probably ran away. There's no way to communicate with him, so we can only ask Minister Huang to locate Elder Huangjia. However, Minister Huang is in the All Heavens battlefield, so it's difficult to locate his subordinates in the human realm. Unless Minister Huang personally comes to the human realm and brings the Sky Hunter list, it's impossible to locate him with the list. Therefore, they are fearless now. If they ran away, we won't be able to find them. We don't even need to break their masks. The Deacon Elder cursed inwardly. Soon, he cursed angrily, damn it. Yes, the overall list was not in the human realm. It was very difficult to locate him across the heavens. The higher the level of the mask, the more difficult it was to locate him. Elder Faceless status was already very high. To locate him was frighteningly difficult. Of course, if it was in the All Heavens battlefield, it could be done. I'll ask Minister Huang's opinion. Also, it's best to know Huangjia's identity. The Deacon Elder said coldly, as expected, Huangjiu betrayed us this time. At this moment, there was no need to investigate further. Both of them had run away. It would be strange if it wasn't them, Huangjiu was a traitor. It was good that he had lured Huangjiu out. It was easy to catch a nest of them. As for Minister Huang, he did not know what was going on. The Deacon Elder thought that perhaps he should send a message to the First Elder. There were 9 elders in the law enforcement department. He was the 8th elder. The First Elder was the strongest. He might also be in the invincible realm. Of course, he might only be a quasi-invincible realm expert. It was hard to say. However, it was true that the First Elder of the law enforcement department had a very high status and was very powerful. There might be some problems with the Huang clan. The Deacon Elder said coldly, no wonder Huangjiu wanted to frame Xianjiu. It seems that he didn't want the elites of the Sky Hunter Pavilion to rise. He issued a wanted order, saying that Huangjia and Huangjiu had betrayed him. Also, all the members of the Huang clan under Huangjia's direct command should gather at each branch. Check their identities one by one. There was something wrong with this branch, Bai nodded and sighed. I didn't expect. Sigh. 12 elders entered the realm, and 1 died. Now that Elder Huangjia betrayed us, there are only 10 elders left. Out of the 100 white faces, 19 have died. Sigh, they had suffered heavy losses. Now, there were only 10 elders and 80 white faces left. Huangjiu had also betrayed them. Of course, these were the members of the 4 departments. The Deacon Elder and the others did not count. Moreover, an elder had also died in the heavens battlefield. They had lost 3 late-stage sun-moon cultivators and several early-stage and middle-stage sun-moon cultivators. The Sky Hunter Pavilion had suffered heavy losses on this trip to the human realm. The Deacon Elder was also silent. After a long while, he said, Xianjiao can't die. If he dies, the loss this time will be too great. Ask Xianjiao if he's safe now. If there's really trouble, we can go and rescue him. Yes, sir. Bai quickly went to do his work. The deacon elder, on the other hand, felt a headache. Trouble, they had lost a few elders and many white faces on this trip to the human realm. Even if the Sky Hunter Pavilion had a large business, the losses this time were incomparably heavy. Although the other matters had also started their businesses, strictly speaking, it was all thanks to Xianjiao that the human realm knew the name of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take for them to start their business? Even so, many experts had gathered into Xia province now. There was not much meaning for the other small matters to start their business. The few large matters had not developed their businesses. Not to mention the Great Qing Mansion, even the Ming Mansion, did not dare to go there. On one hand, there was almost no news of those who went there. On the other hand, it was unknown whether the Ming prince had left or not. Who dared to go there rashly? Sigh. He sighed. It was too difficult to go to the human realm without an invincible master. He did not know when an invincible master could infiltrate the human realm. If an invincible master was there, it would not be so difficult. At the same time, in a wilderness on the outskirts of Xia province, a faceless elder and a white-faced elder looked at each other, an indescribable loneliness in their eyes. Huangjiao said aggrievedly, Elder, I really did not betray them. I'm so King agreed, I'm having a mental breakdown. Just now, the Sky Hunter Pavilion had put out a warrant for their arrest. He was unlucky, and even Huangjiao was unlucky. This Xianjiao, bastard. Huangjiao cursed and quickly said, there might not be a traitor. The Xia province might have noticed long ago. Xianjiao has a screw loose, insisting that there is a traitor. At this moment, he did not suspect that Xianjiao was a traitor. A traitor would not be so crazy. As for saying that Xianjiao was Suyu, to be honest, it was just a casual remark. He did not take it seriously. Who knew that the Sky Hunter Pavilion had really gone to probe? They also did not know that Suyu was so violent that he killed all of them. Now, he had angered the upper echelons, and they wanted him to go to the branch. What nonsense. If he went, he had to thoroughly investigate him this time. To be honest, there were too many people with problems in the Sky Hunter Pavilion. If they really investigated, everyone had some problems. Did he dare to go? He would be doomed if he went. Now that the Sky Hunter Pavilion had suffered heavy losses, they had to find someone to take the blame. He, Huangjiao, was a white face. Naturally, he was the most suitable scapegoat, he complained. Elder Huangjia sighed and said, so be it. It's not a big deal. It's just that, it's a little obvious. Only you and Xianjiao are alive. There's nothing we can do. What he meant was that it was just the two of them. Stop pretending. Huangjiao wanted to vomit blood. Damn it, the elder doesn't believe me. I don't believe myself. Did I really betray them? I didn't. Could it be that I accidentally leaked the news? There's no justice in this world. Helpless, Huangjiao did not say any more. There was no use in explaining. The more he explained, the worse it would be. Elder, what do we do? Now? We can't go to the All Heavens battlefield. Huangjia said desolately, if we go now, unless we break the mask and hide our identity, Division Head Huang knows about my situation. I'll just stay in the human realm. I'm also at the 8th tier of the Sun-Moon realm. There are relics in southern Yuan. Maybe they're very powerful. Maybe, there's a chance. Once I can step into the 9th tier, I can open the river of time and capture the past and future. Then, it's not impossible to prove invincible. Huangjiao nodded. Then we won't go? We won't go. Huangjia said, this is a rare opportunity. Xia province is very chaotic now. It's our chance to fish in troubled waters. Moreover, with the Heaven Hunter mask, it's hard for ordinary people to identify us. In addition, that Xianjiao is here too. I think he'll cause trouble sooner or later. So, let's stay in Xia province. Huangjiao nodded. He still felt wronged. I feel so wronged, I really didn't betray them. Also, maybe the ones who betrayed them were Di Shiba and the others. However, it was hard to say if they were killed by someone else. Why did he have to say that there was a traitor? He felt very tired. The failure of the mission didn't mean that there was definitely a traitor. Moreover, even if there was a traitor, it could be a law enforcement officer. Xianxia, this idiot, insisted that it was either him or him. If he wasn't the traitor, then naturally, he was the traitor. There was no one to say anything. At this moment, Huangjiu experienced what it meant to play the lute to a cow. A one-track-minded idiot like Xianxia was too difficult to deal with. He also sighed and left alone with Huangjia. I haven't completed any mission in Xianxia province. It's all good now. I don't need to complete it anymore. Suyu was also surprised that Huangjiu and Huangjia were wanted. Soon, he didn't think much of it. Now that the two of them had run away, the matter of them being traitors was confirmed. Suyu was surprised. What kind of situation was this? And they ran away. I was the one who sold out the information. Weren't the two of them innocent? Suyu had already thought it through. If the two of them really went to the branch to report and prove that they weren't traitors, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, he could just say that Xianxia province had detected the danger in advance. It wouldn't be a big deal. Why did the two of them run away with a guilty conscience? That was good. They took the blame for everything. The two of them were bad guys, and Suyu was naturally a good guy. When Bai asked if he needed help, Suyu didn't stand on ceremony and quickly said, "No need, but I need manpower. Xianxia province is now a treasure land. Countless experts are gathered here. The ruins of southern Yuan might be opened soon. I have top-secret information that some heaven Yuan Qi might have seeped out there. I need experts to help me." Bai was shocked when he said this. Really? Where did you get this information from? It's true. Don't ask me where I got it from. I naturally have my ways. Including this time's ambush on Xiaxia, it was all provided to me by the same person. There are people who want Xiaojia to die. The enforcers wouldn't think that Xiaojia has no enemies, right? I see. It was normal for Xiaojia to have enemies, Bai didn't think too much about it. Everyone had their own channels. This was normal. Xiaojia had many enemies, but it wasn't like there weren't any. There was no problem with someone selling Xiaojia's information to Xianjiao. Xianjiao, are you sure that heaven Yuan Qi has seeped into southern Yuan? Suyu was very sure. Definitely. Of course, it's still very weak. I can't be sure if it's the heaven Yuan Qi in the ruins. I need to investigate it on the spot before I can give an accurate answer. I'm a resident of the ancient city. I'm very sensitive to heaven Yuan Qi. I'll be able to tell if it's heaven Yuan Qi when I go there. That's true. Bai also thought of this point. This was also Xianjiao's natural advantage, an ancient city resident. This time, only Suyu was an ancient city resident. Previously, some ancient city residents wanted to come, but the consumption was too great. Suyu didn't stand on ceremony this time. He quickly said, in addition, I've fought many times and consumed too much heaven Yuan Qi. The headquarters previously said that they would give me 70% of the heaven Yuan Qi. In addition to this time, you said that you would reward me with 10 drops of lunisolar mystic yellow liquid. It's about time to send them to me. If they don't send them now, I'll die from the backlash of the death Qi. That would be a great loss for me. Don't worry. Someone will send them to you soon. When the time comes, I'll go there personally. Bai quickly said, what other requests do you have? At least 10 Bai, preferably some Sun Moon tier Bai. There are too many elites in Xiaojia. I want to disrupt Xiaojia's plan and disrupt their deployment so that they won't have time to target us. It's best if I can drag other forces into this mess, including those who come into contact with Wanzhou. I need some information on elites from Wanzhou. Only by joining forces with the strong can we plunge Xianxia province into chaos. This is fine. We do have some information on elites from Wanzhou, and we can provide it to you. Suyu was overjoyed. Look, maybe I'll be able to infiltrate Wanzhou very soon. Sigh, I'll infiltrate as a high-ranking member of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion and become their partner. TSK, isn't that awesome? I don't need to hide in Wanzhou at all. I'll start from the bottom. What I want to do is to become a high-ranking member and talk directly to the elites of Wanzhou. Bai quickly said, we'll contact Wanzhou as soon as possible. Xianxia, are you sure you can safely escape from Dexia province? Of course. However, it's best to put some pressure on them. I'm worried that if the city is sealed for too long, I'll be exposed. My identity is concealed now, but the secret technique I'm using can't be maintained for too long. Once my true identity is exposed, it'll be over. Alright, we'll put pressure on Dexia province as soon as possible. The two of them chatted for a while, and Suyu ended the communication. He pondered whether he should kill Bai Yi and Hui Yi as well. Of the 4 enforcers, 2 were dead, and only the 2 of them were left. It was too lonely. Forget it, we'll talk about it later. There was one more thing. On Ji Hong's side, Suyu had forgotten to ask Wan Tianxing whether he'd really found any traces of that Wudi. Also, Suyu himself actually had some information. Back then, when he extracted the essence and blood of the Tianyi sect master, he discovered some things. Including in the memory of the Tianyi sect master, he'd seen a person who seemed to be a human expert, possibly in the invincible realm. He'd said something to the Tianyi sect master, and there was a pattern on his left arm. He didn't know if it had anything to do with that traitor Wudi. Thinking of this, Suyu thought of something else, and a box suddenly appeared in his hand. The dragon horn box. A box made from the horns of the sun and moon dragons. The Tianyi sect master valued this box very much. He didn't know if it was given by the invincible realm of the human clan or by the Tianyi clan. Anyway, the sect master of the 7th layer of the sun and moon treated it like a treasure and put it up. Suyu took out the box. In the beginning, he'd often polished this thing and was prepared to open it. But his strength was weak, so he never opened it. Later, he had many things to do and many treasures, so he didn't care much about it. What's in this box? Suyu was a little curious. Even Zhu Tiandao of the 9th layer of the sun and moon couldn't see through this thing. It might be something good, but of course, it might be nothing. The 7th layer of the sun and moon is a treasure. Could it be a vessel? Suyu fell into deep thought. This possibility was very high. The 7th layer of the sun and moon wasn't too far from the 9th layer, so he couldn't use it for the time being. However, he had to make preparations in advance. At the 9th layer, it could be used to capture the past and future. If the Tianyi clan gave this to the Tianyi sect master, it would be reasonable. Or was it given by that fellow with the pattern on his left arm? Suyu wasn't too sure. In the memory scene he saw, the Tianyi sect master had appeared alone when he received the box. As for who had given it to him, there were no clues. Suyu fiddled with the box and began to infuse his willpower and yuan qi. Now that he was much stronger, it shouldn't be difficult to open it, right? After giving it a try, Suyu judged that it was still alright. He could probably open it in 3 to 5 days. Indeed, he was much stronger. Now that he was much stronger, it wasn't too difficult to open this thing. Taking advantage of the Dexia province's lockdown, he should first complete the 59 casting. After a few battles, suffering from the backlash of the death aura several times, and expending heavenly yuan qi and heaven-earth mystic light, the 59 casting was not far away. In the next few days, when the Dexia province's lockdown was lifted, he would be able to enter the 59 casting. While Suyu was forging his body and waiting for an opportunity, there was some chaos in the All Heavens battlefield. First, Suyu erupted and the stone sculpture attacked, revealing the whereabouts of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Not long after, Xiao Longwu's whereabouts were revealed. This attracted the attention of many people. That person might have been trying to take revenge for his cousin, but somehow, he managed to figure out the location of a sect elder from Sky Hunter Pavilion. He killed a faceless sect elder in the northern warzone of the Immortals, then swiftly fled and disappeared once more. The Sky Hunter Pavilion was really going to cry this time. Elders were being killed one after another, and this time, the experts of the various races didn't intervene. But soon, there were some changes at the human border. More Invincible Realm experts gathered. At the same time, some Invincible Realm experts negotiated with the human race, wanting to arrange for some geniuses of the various races to enter the human realm for training. Of course, it was just for training and sightseeing. They hoped to get the human race's permission. Visiting groups, they could sneak in, but even if they sneaked in, their whereabouts would be exposed sooner or later. It was better to enter openly, on this day. Near the East Rift Valley. The Invincible Realm experts negotiated in the air. The Great Qin King is in the Eternal Realm. Then let's be clear. The geniuses of the various races want to go to the southern Yuan of the Dixia province to see if they can get some benefits. Of course, they won't go for nothing. The Starry Mansion will also open. The quota for the human race has not been decided yet. According to the usual practice, the human race can only get 300 to 400 places in the past. There were a total of 4 sides to the Starry Mansion. One side had 9 levels of passages, and each level had 90 places. One side could let 810 people enter, and there was a special passage that could let 360 people enter. A total of 3,600 creatures could enter. The human race was a big race, but its strength was not as strong as the major races of the gods, demons, and immortals. In the past, it was true that they could only get 300 to 400 places. At this moment, an expert smiled and said, "This time, the various races want to give some young people some opportunities. The Southern Yuan may be an opportunity, and the Starry Mansion is also an opportunity. If the human race agrees, we can let the geniuses of the various races enter and ensure their safety. For each person who enters, our race will give up 1 place." The gods, demons, and immortals each took 1 side, and there were 810 places. Obviously, it was the experts of these 3 races who negotiated. The Great Qin King said coldly, "No exchange." Someone said faintly, "No exchange?" That's still entering. 1 in the open, and 1 in the dark. If we really enter secretly, the human race may not be able to find out now. Why bother? If we go in openly, at least you will know who is going, right? An expert laughed and said, "They are all young people, and there are many young people in the human race. I heard that there are many experts from the Shenwen clan who came out of some small realms. It is a bit boring to come to the All Heavens battlefield now. Why not let them go to the human realm to have some fun? They can also hone themselves." As soon as this was said, someone's expression changed. On the opposite side, the demon king of the demon race sneered and said, "How can a small realm cultivate geniuses? We are not going to kill the Shenwen clan. We are only going to kill Yibaishan's bloodline. This bloodline has offended too many people. We are not so cold-blooded and ruthless to the other Shenwen clans." A playful tone, "Do you think we don't know? What a joke, the infiltration of the various races into the human race is deeper than you think. There are many geniuses from the Shenwen clan in the small realms. They also need materials, resources, and guidance, right? The most important thing is that they at least need the outline of the Shenwen clan's combat techniques, right? Some of the major races may know better than some of the invincible experts of the human race how many combat techniques there are in the Shenwen clan. Some of the invincible experts of the strong races know how many inheritances there are. As for the Shenwen clan, to be honest, they are only afraid of Yibaishan's bloodline. This bloodline is the key. As for the other Shenwen clans, they are not too worried about them. It is so easy to prove invincible. Some people have succeeded long ago. In these years, only Yibadian, or rather, the Shenwen clan in Dixia province, has been seen as a hope. This is also one of the reasons why the Dixia province has been suppressed the most. As a result, there are only a few people left in this clan. Look at the Ming constabulary. There are dozens of people. Xianxia is also a Mountain Sea realm expert, but not many people target him. The other party's words have exposed this, and it also made some of the invincible experts of the human race feel helpless. The Great Qin King's expression did not change. This thing is indeed difficult to hide from one. It is just that he did not expect these fellows to infiltrate so deeply. Just as the human race is preparing to let these geniuses out, they know. The last time they talked about this, it seems that only the invincible experts talked about this. Of course, to walk out of the small realms, some people have to handle it. It may not be the invincible experts who leaked the news. Perhaps there are spies among these people, or even in the small realms. Or to put it more simply, the east and west pavilions of the Hunting Sky Pavilion might have people planted, and the information was bought. This organization is very troublesome, the Great Qin King pondered, thinking that the other party is right. Even if they are not allowed to enter, they will still sneak in through some channels, just like the hunting sky pavilion. If they are allowed to enter, they can control some information. This time, Wan is very interested in the Southern Yuan relic. There are many reasons. It is related to Suyu, and it is also related to the location of the Southern Yuan, which is in the Dixia province. After a long time, the great Qin king said indifferently, if you want to enter, you can. But safety cannot be guaranteed. There is no need to guarantee safety. Someone said with a smile, but we also do not wish for eternal experts to attack, or rather, for the strong to bully the weak. Human experts under 100 years old can attack at will. If they are killed, it is because they are incompetent. Confidence, arrogance, human experts under 100 years old can attack at will, the great Qin king said coldly. All right, then I will call back Xiao Longwu. He is not old, and I think he will be happy to play with you. All was silent. F*ck, I forgot about this, which genius can rival Xiao Longwu, one knife to kill a child, if Xiao Longwu attacked. Don't play, all the geniuses will die. The group of Invincible Realm experts were embarrassed. For a moment, they did not know what to say. Soon, an immortal king said with a smile, Great Qin King, you must be joking. Although Xiao Longwu has not proven his Dao, he is still the bloody slaughter king. Why would he lower himself to the level of a junior? Stop fooling around, let's talk nicely. Why do you have to be so decisive? If Xiao Longwu really goes, there will be no more fun. At this moment, the Dasha of Goguryeo said coldly, you want to go to Southern Yuan? Southern Yuan is the territory of the Dixia province. Do you think you can go as you please? Did you ask me? Did you ask my knife? Someone secretly ridiculed. Soon, someone laughed and said, Dasha of Goguryeo, why do you have to do this? The Dixia province is not without geniuses. Xiao Longwu is about to prove his Dao. It will be better if he proves his Dao peacefully. This was a half-soft, half-hard threat, easy to talk to. If Xiao Longwu proves his Dao, we will be easier to talk to. Easy to talk to. If Xiao Longwu proves his Dao, it will be difficult. Dasha of Goguryeo said gloomily, don't always use this to threaten me. Even if you succeed, will you really let Longwu go? My son thinks too little, including Wan Tiansheng. He always thinks that there is a chance if he reconciles with you. How stupid. Will you? I don't think so. The Invincible Realm experts were silent, but an immortal king said with a smile, Dasha of Goguryeo, Xiao Longwu proves his Dao. It is also a good thing. Even if the other races do not agree, the celestial race will be happy to see it happen. Hypocrite, many people secretly cursed. The immortal king of the celestial race had always been hypocritical. Would the celestial race not care about this? Who would believe that? Another Invincible Realm expert said, trading the quota to go to Southern Yuan for the quota to Xingyu Mansion, the human race will not lose out in this deal. It was not like they did not pay a price. Why would the human race do this? At this moment, the great Qin king thought for a while and said, if they want to go in, sure. No one will guarantee their safety. I can only say that the powerhouses of the two holy lands will not attack them. Sun and Moon. In addition, the races can also enter. The geniuses will exchange one quota, and the Sun and Moon will exchange two. I am talking about the early stage, 4 in the middle stage, and 8 in the late stage. Let them in, then exchange the quota, the great Qin king said coldly. The quota I am talking about is outside of the human race's quota. This time, the human race needs 600 quotas for the opening of Xingyu Mansion. Some people were silent, and some sneered. Wishful thinking. At this moment, a dragon powerhouse said, the eastern quota has always been divided equally between my race and the human race. The eastern quota has 810, and the human race wants 600. Doesn't that mean that my race will only get 210? The great Qin king said coldly, if it wasn't for the suppression of the god and demon races, do you think the dragon race is worthy? I give you face, but you don't want it. Do you really think we can't do anything to you? If the dragon race wants to be the vanguard to break through the human race, then try it. Before the human race is destroyed, we will destroy the dragon race first. As soon as these words came out, killing intent filled the air, the dragon powerhouse who spoke was slightly startled, and his heart palpitated. The great Qin King, the strongest powerhouse of the human race. Humph. The great Qin King snorted, I am not going too far, nor am I asking for more. If 600 is not enough, then 500 is the bottom line. Don't bargain anymore. If the dragon race is dissatisfied, then come and fight. Don't treat the human race's tolerance as fear. In the past, the eastern quota had always been divided between the human race and the dragon race, and some demon race had also participated. At this moment, the Dragon King was a little frightened, and he said again, the human race will take 500, then my race will have to split the quota with the other demon and ancient races. That's right. The Great Qin King said lightly, that's right. Your dragon race has the ability, so you don't have to split it. You don't even fear the human race, so why are you afraid of these ancient races and small races? Or do you think that the human race is weaker than these ancient races and small races? Silence. The Dragon King thought about many things, and soon, someone laughed and said, Great Qin King, there's no need to be like this. There are many geniuses and powerhouses entering this time, and the human race will take a lot of the quota this time. Why don't we both take a step back? The human race will take 400 spots, and the other 100 spots will be given to the top 100 races, one for each race. This way, the top 100 races will not be angry. The small races also had human rights, of course, we won't split it, and the human race can split it. Just take out 100 spots. The Great Qin King's eyes turned cold, and another God King laughed and said, Great Qin King, that's quite a lot. This time, the races are going to send in 100 geniuses, and there might even be Tao protectors. According to the agreement, we will give the human race 200 to 300 spots. With so many spots, you might end up with more spots than our race. That's right, Great Qin King. The fortuitous opportunity in the Starry Universe Mansion is greater than the fortuitous opportunity in Southern Yuan. The human race must oppose the Yuan race, the Great Qin King said coldly, don't give me that. Can you let the human race take your God Fiend's fortuitous opportunity? Haha, if the Great Qin King wants, you can arrange for the human race's geniuses to come to our world for training. A demon king laughed. Do as you wish, come, just come, human geniuses. The Great Qin King was immediately blocked, these words sounded a little helpless. The human race had too few young powerhouses, and most of the pillars of the human race were born 300 years ago. During that era, many invincible powerhouses were born. During that era, the invincible powerhouses of the human race had used up some of the fortuitous opportunities in the human realm. This could not be helped. As a result, in the recent hundreds of years, the younger generation of the human race could not surpass their seniors. It was not that they were not talented enough, but that they did not have the right timing, fortuitous opportunities, and resources. Moreover, that era was special, full of crises and fortuitous opportunities. The current human realm also lacked that sense of crisis. Now that he was blocked, the Great Qin King felt a little humiliated. He cursed in his heart, sooner or later, I'll teach you a lesson. Now, the various races said that they were negotiating, but in fact, they were forcing them. If they did not exchange, they would force their way in. Not only would they force their way in, but the border would also be more dangerous. The Great Qin King was silent for a while and secretly communicated with the invincible powerhouses. After a long time, he said, so be it. Great. The group of powerhouses' laughter shook the heavens. This was expected. On the human side, it was silent. They did not feel happy. Even if they exchanged for some spots in the Starry Mansion, they were not that happy. On this day, the human race and the various races reached some agreements, allowing some geniuses and Tao protectors to enter. On this day, Xiahou Yi and the others also received the news, and they smiled brightly. They guessed it, they thought that they would sneak in, but they did not expect them to enter directly. This was good. There should be some movement in the Southern Yuan relic. If there was no movement, what if they ran away? This time, the small Dexia province would attract the experts and geniuses of all heavens. On this day, in the small realms, human geniuses, some arrogant, some low-key, and some profound, all set out for the human realm. The human realm, they were coming. Hong, there was a muffled sound, and Origin Chi shook. In the cultivation room, Origin Chi rolled, and Suyu completed the 59th casting. With the completion of the 59th casting, his physical strength had almost officially reached the power of 500,000 apertures, which was the sign of a top genius of a large clan at the Sun-Moon tier. Only by reaching this standard could one be shameless enough to say that one was a genius of a large clan. At this moment, Suyu officially stepped into this domain. The domain of an elite, Sun-Moon, the Sun-Moon of a large clan, were all geniuses and elites wherever they were. Suyu's physical body shook, and his chi and blood rolled. It was as if he could hear the sound of crashing waves. His powerful physical body made Suyu confident that he could completely kill Yuan Qingdong now. That guy's physical body was too weak. As for Shen Wen, he didn't see how strong he was, which was a waste of his title as the descendant of an invincible clan. Getting up, Suyu restrained his aura, and golden light gathered. Not only that, but at this moment, the Origin Chi in his 144 apertures seemed to be officially transforming. That was the sign of Ling Yun's first transformation. A few months ago, he had started the first transformation, but Suyu hadn't paid much attention. The main reason was that the number of apertures that had transformed was too few, so he didn't care too much. Now, once he completed the first transformation, Suyu's strength would definitely increase once more. I'd become stronger. Suyu smiled and put on the white mask. A moment later, he saw White One's message. Elites and prodigies of various clans had entered in the past 2 days. White One had already brought a few white faces and was rushing to the southern Yuan area. Ask Xianxia where to gather, the gathering place, to be decided by Suyu. This was also a sign of respect and trust. In the past few days, the Great Xia Prefecture was in turmoil. The city gates were sealed, and there were endless killings. A large number of unlucky people from the Myriad clans were killed, including some spies from other forces and some disobedient experts of the Myriad clans. Xia Jiao was like a mad demon, searching everywhere. More than a dozen sun-moons swept in all directions. Even an unlucky whiteface hiding into Xia province was quickly killed. And there was no news of Xianxia. It seemed to have completely disappeared. Currently, everyone was boiling with excitement. There were over 10 million people in the prefectural city, and they couldn't keep it sealed off forever. Today, the Xia province was going to open, no more sealing of the city. Let's meet at Mount Xinglua near southern Yuan. That's a good place. White One had been staring at Suyu the whole time. Seeing this, he quickly said, Mount Starfall? The Ming constable's bright prince might not have left yet, so Mount Starfall might not be safe. There's no harm in the borderlands. Enforcer, please believe in my intuition. This is my intuition after escaping death many times. White One was speechless. As for Suyu, he quickly sent a message to Zhu Tiandao. We'll gather at Starfall Mountain. Manor Head, please don't come and wipe us out. What am I afraid of? Family. If I tell them not to sweep, then they won't sweep. Not only the Ming Constabulary, but also Xia province. With me around, what is there to be afraid of? Zhu Tiandao suddenly asked. The first time we met, where did we meet? Suyu was speechless. The summer restaurant. Recite the contents of the Art of Longevity for me. Suyu was speechless. What's wrong with old Zhu? Damn it, you're still testing me. He roughly understood and said, Brother Stone Sculpture helped us at the ancient city. Manor Head, don't think too much about it. Cut the crap and recite it. Suyu was depressed. F*ck, he had no choice but to quickly write down the Art of Longevity. Damn it, who did old Zhu learn this from? Did everyone like to talk like this nowadays? Could it be that everyone learned the public communication method I used at the Skyhunter Pavilion? How tiring. After he finished writing, Zhu Tiandao said, Forget it, I'll believe you this time. Why are you going to Mount Starfall? To bring people to work. Zhu Tiandao roughly understood and quickly said, Just don't bring people to my Ming Constabulary. Just do your best to cause trouble in the Great Xia Constabulary. Also, we have captured 3 white noodles. Do you need them? No need. Just get rid of them lest they betray us and drag me down. No need, who knew if these people would betray him? Of course, Suyu quickly said, You can also release them. If anything happens, there'll be someone to take the blame for it. I'm smart and brave. If I discover a traitor. Don't say any more. Manor head, please release them. With my all-seeing eye, I can see through the traitor at a glance. Zhu Tiandao was speechless. You're really something. However, what Suyu said made sense. At a critical moment, he could be a scapegoat. If he was discovered by Suyu, he could also make a good impression. Alright, I'll put it back after I'm done. Be careful and don't tell them your identity. If something really happens, I'll sell these guys out. Those who sell their masters for glory will never be welcomed anywhere. Zhu Tiandao's words made Suyu feel like he was pointing at him. He quickly said, "Don't worry, manor head. After I leave Xia province, I promise I won't leave Ming constabulary. Although I have stone sculpture boss, I still treat manor head as my grandfather." Zhu Tiandao cursed. Screw you, I don't deserve to be your grandfather. This brat is so wicked. One day, he'll call those stone sculptures grandfather and big brother. Zhu Tiandao seriously suspected that this brat is trying to screw him over. He's not human. He couldn't be bothered to talk to him anymore. He quickly said, "There's one more thing to remind you. Many experts from the Shenwen faction have come this time." Some of the major manors are secretly grooming them. Oh. Why are you so calm? Zhu Tiandao was surprised. Suyu smiled and replied, "It has nothing to do with them. I won't vent my anger on them. They can cultivate their own way. Manor head, you're underestimating me too much. To put it bluntly, we're not the same kind of people. We don't even know each other. If the major manors are willing to spend money to groom them, then so be it. I don't mind at all. The only thing I mind is that they shouldn't use us as targets. As for the rest, it has nothing to do with me." He didn't really care about these things. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Whether these hidden geniuses were strong or weak, that was their own business. What does it have to do with me? They didn't take a single cent from me. If they don't provoke me, I can't be bothered to find trouble with them. Are you crazy? If I had that time, I could have cast my body once. Zhu Tiandao was a little surprised by his attitude. The feeling that Suyu gave him was that he hated the heavens and the earth. But this time, even though Suyu had killed countless people, his mood seemed to be much more cheerful than before. This brat had changed a little. He probably didn't even notice it himself. If it was before Suyu left, this brat might have exploded at the mention of these things. But this time, he really didn't care. It's good that you can think this way. Those people are also humans. Some of them are working for the human race. Of course, it's fine if they don't provoke you. If they do, you can deal with them according to the situation. In any case, there's no one from the Ming constables here. These words were too true. The real Suyu was a little speechless. Are you trying to provoke me to fight them? I'm bored. Alright, I understand. Manor head, let's not chat anymore. I have many things to do. I'll get going. Pay, the Ming constables. Zhu Tiandao spat. What are you pretending to be? No matter how busy you are, do you have me, the manor head, to be busy, brat, showing off just because you have some confidence? I can't stand people like you the most. If you have the guts, don't go back to the Ming constables. If you come back, I won't like you. You only know how to work for Xianxia. Why don't you work for the Zhu family? Old Zhu ate a lemon. Xianzhou killed Xiaxini. With one look, it was obvious that he was working for Xianxia. Did this brat forget how despicable Xianxia was? I was the one who brought you back from the Great Xia residence and brought you up in the first place. AI, old Zhu sighed. Forget it, forget it. I'll think of a way to prove my Tao first. No, I'll think of a way to enter the peak of the Sun-Moon realm. I'm just a cultivator who just entered the 9th level of the Sun-Moon realm. I can't bite off more than I can chew. Some people could even deceive themselves when they were ruthless. For example, Suyu. At this moment, he was saying goodbye to some people and his friends from last time. He said reluctantly, I have to go. I have to leave Xia province. It's too chaotic here. My brother has something to do and can't take care of me. I have to go back to the Ming constables. Brother Bai, I don't know when we can meet again after this. Yes, Brother Bai. We just happened to encounter some unforeseen events this time. Otherwise, we'd at least drink a few cups. The young men and women all had reluctant expressions on their faces. One of the girls also had a look of reluctance on her face, scaring Suyu so much that his heart trembled. What are you doing? I'm not familiar with you, so why are you acting like we're going to part forever? After saying goodbye for a while, Suyu looked back at Xianxia. Soon, he looked somewhere else. It was the weapon forging school. This time, he didn't go to Xiaoli. Bai Junxing also had a reason to go to Xiaoli. But, forget it. The incident with Cui Lang last time had made many people pay attention to Xiaoli. Everyone knew that Cui Lang was Suyu. Of course, they had guessed some of the things that had happened before. It was normal for Xiaoli to bring Suyu with him to the weapon forging school. If he went to see Xiaoli again, he couldn't use this identity anymore. It would definitely attract attention. Anyway, he didn't plan to go far this time. He didn't have to worry that he wouldn't have a chance to see him again. After leaving the prefecture city of Dixia province, Suyu didn't go alone this time. Xiaojia happened to have a long wuwei on his way to southern Yuan, so he brought Suyu along. When he arrived at southern Yuan, he wouldn't be far from Ming prefecture. He could think of a way to return to Ming prefecture. Recently, there was no movement from Skyhunter Pavilion, so the danger wasn't too great. Long Wuwei, Suyu followed Long Wuwei and felt a little emotional. In the past, he thought that Long Wuwei was omnipotent and had countless experts. Now, looking at it again, it seemed like this was the case. A group of Soar Realm cultivators wouldn't be of much use at this time. Of course, Xiaojia's soldiers were still very strong in battle formations. He didn't know if they knew any joint attack formations or the like, but they probably knew a little. It was enough to deal with some small fries. Along the way, Long Wuwei didn't speak much, and Suyu was also silent. It couldn't be helped. No one paid attention to him, so everyone just brought him along. Recently, Xiaojia's accident happened, and Long Wuwei failed to catch the murderer. He was in a bad mood and wasn't in the mood to talk to outsiders. They set off in the morning and arrived at southern Yuan before dawn the next day. At this moment, the essence Qi in the sky above southern Yuan fluctuated violently. Southern essence's Yuan Qi was weak. If experts cultivated in this place, even if they cultivated in the Yuan Qi liquid, it would easily cause Yuan Qi fluctuations. This time, there were a lot of experts. So you didn't even probe. With a simple glance, he found that there were at least 7 or 8 sun and moon experts in the small southern Yuan city. The thick pillars of essence Qi proved that these guys didn't have the slightest intention of hiding. They were quite courageous. This was still visible. There might be more that couldn't be seen. We've arrived at southern Yuan. The captain glanced at Suyu and said lightly, "You're from the Bai family. Is there anyone from southern Yuan to escort you back? If not, you can stay in southern Yuan for a few days to avoid trouble." "No need." Suyu said indifferently, "No need, I'll go back by myself. Someone from the Ming residence will pick me up. He's my friend." "All right then." Long Wuwei didn't say much. "In that case, you can go back by yourself." He was busy and didn't have the mood to pay attention to Suyu. At the same time, a golden dragon pulled a golden carriage and flew toward Mount Starfall. This was Zhu Tiandao's mount. Of course, at this moment, it wasn't Zhu Tiandao sitting in the carriage, but a Ning. There was also another person, Bai Junxing. Bai Junxing was dumbfounded. "Your Excellency, where are we going?" "Nowhere. We're going out for a walk. I'll give you some fresh air and go back immediately." "Your Excellency," Bai Junxing put on a long face. "Please let me go." "What have I done? I've been locked up for so many days. Who did I offend? Did Zhu Hongliang tell on me? I didn't hit him." Aning ignored him. "Whatever you say, my mission is to bring you around and then bring you back to the Ming residence. The rest has nothing to do with me. As for why I'm doing this, it has nothing to do with me. Since the prefecture master said so, I'll do it. I'll let you ride in the prefecture master's carriage. Consider yourself honored." Go for a ride. After flying for a while longer, they passed by Mount Starfall. At this moment, Aning received a message. You can come back now. Aning didn't waste any time. He quickly pulled Bai Junxing out of the carriage and shouted, Golden Dragon, let's go back. All right. The Golden Dragon spoke in the dialect of the Ming residents. Without asking why, he brought them back. Bai Junxing was pinned outside the carriage by Aning. He couldn't speak and could only look pitiful as the strong wind blew against him. He almost cursed out loud, What have I done? What do you want? I was King locked up for a few days. Now that I'm out, why are you chaining me outside the car? Is this a warning to others? At the same time, in Mount Starfall, a group of people hid in the dark. Someone said in a low voice, the Ming residence is really ostentatious. They even sent 2 sun and moon sovereigns to fetch Bai Junxing back. Since when did the Bai family become so respected? They're just doing this for Bai Feng's sake. Bai Junxing is also a troublesome person. Moreover, he was involved with the sky hunting pavilion previously. Of course, they have to fetch him back safely. Someone glanced at them and didn't seem to care. This was not the first time the Ming residents did this. The prefecture master didn't act like one, and the invincible prefecture master didn't act like one. 2 days ago, the Ming residents even held a beauty pageant on the top floor of the city lord residence. Are you convinced? Perhaps he has left, perhaps he hasn't. Just don't provoke the Ming residents. If you don't provoke them, they won't bother with you. As they chatted, someone soon said, What is the boss asking us to keep an eye on here? Keep an eye on the sky hunting pavilion. The boss said that the sky hunting pavilion will join forces with us, and there will be a high-level meeting. Of course, we don't know if it's true. It might be a smokescreen. Keep an eye on them first. The meeting might be here. Oh, so that's how it is. The group chatted idly, not paying much attention. They were just minor characters, and might not have received accurate information. Perhaps it was just a smokescreen. At this moment, in a small valley on Mount Starfall, Suyu's figure flashed and appeared. A moment later, several figures appeared on the opposite side. Xianxia. On the opposite side, Bai glanced at Suyu, and then looked into the distance. I thought you weren't coming. Just now, people from the Ming residence came. 2 sun-moon tears. I thought they were here to search the mountain. Suyu said disapprovingly, the Ming residence? I know this Ming residence. Don't go to their territory to find trouble, and they won't care about us. That's true. Bai said, and sighed. Our sky hunting pavilion has lost many white faces in the Ming residence. Some are dead, and some may have been captured. We haven't been able to contact them, and we don't know the specifics. Suyu said coldly, It's fine. When the sky hunting pavilion grows in the mortal realm, we can naturally threaten the Ming residents. Bai smiled. This time, you've made a great contribution. The rest is up to you. Enforcer, you're too kind. Suyu said with some killing intent. I'd rather see Huangjiu's corpse in front of me. He may not have left Dixia province. I'll definitely find him. Enforcer Kai trusts me very much, and gave me the mission. I, Xianxia, have never had any accidents in these years, and I've completed all the missions perfectly. It's only this time that I've suffered losses. When he said this, the white faces behind Bai also sighed. They had indeed lost badly last time. 2 sun-moon enforcers had died, and they were both in the middle stage of the sun-moon realm. After that, an elder was killed, and another one was killed by Xia Longwu. There was also a white face killed by Xia Jia. All of this was pushed to Huangjiu. He didn't betray everyone, and he didn't want to shift the blame to Xianxia. There weren't so many problems. Bai didn't say much, and he quickly said, This time, including me, there are 8 white faces, 3 from the sun-moon realm, 5 from the mountain sea realm, and Xianxia. 8th elder means that everyone will listen to you. Suyu asked, Is it the same for Enforcer Bai? Yes. You're in the 6th stage of the sun-moon realm, and I've just entered the sun-moon realm. Isn't 8th elder overestimating me? If Enforcer Bai doesn't listen to me, how can I give orders? Bai said seriously, Don't worry, we're not good at other things, only you. You've escaped death time and time again, and everyone trusts you. Since 8th Elder says so, including me, we'll definitely follow his orders. 3 Sun Moon tier, and 5 in the high stage of the Mountain Sea realm. This kind of force wasn't considered weak. Bai Yi was in the 6th stage of the Sun Moon tier, and this time, 8th Elder meant that everyone would listen to Suyu. Suyu was the true ruler of Dixia province. Of course, he didn't rule out the possibility of keeping an eye on Suyu. Suyu didn't care about this either. In the short term, he wouldn't impersonate anyone else. As for Bai Junxing, what did that have to do with him? Didn't he successfully return to the Ming constables? When he returned to the Ming constables, Zhu Tiandao would either tamper with his memories or continue to imprison him. There was nothing to care about. So you didn't think about this. He looked at Bai Yi and said, "Did you bring the things I wanted?" Bai Yi handed over a storage ring. There was a large amount of heavenly origin qi, as well as 10 drops of sun moon black-yellow liquid. How stingy. Suyu complained in his mind. Only 10 drops? I gave out 500 drops a few days ago, and I didn't even break even. After getting the items, Suyu said, "What did Wanzhu say?" "Let's meet up first, and we'll talk in detail." Bai Yi quickly said. This time, Wanzhu will have the Sun Moon sect to talk. Wanzhu has been in the human realm for many years, and knows more about the human realm than we do. However, it's chaotic internally. Now, it's formed a scattered overall force with the Primordial Sect Master and the Origin Demon Sect Master as the leaders. Together with some Wan elites who have sneaked in, they've formed a new organization. Who is the Sun Moon sect that we're talking about? A sect master of the Six-Winged Divine Sect. Suyu humphed. I know this sect. They have 2 Sun Moon sect masters, but their strength is average. Are they looking down on our Heaven Hunter Pavilion? Not really. After all, we're just a branch representing the human realm, Suyu interrupted. Enforcer Bai Yi, don't be too concerned about their attitude. I know about Wanzhu. He's a bastard. The kind that takes advantage of us. In their eyes, we, the Wan sect, are born to be superior to them. We don't have to bow down to them too much. Bai Yi was speechless. Are you serious? Xianxia is talking big now. Forget it. Since 8th Elder asked you to make the decision, then you have the final say. Then, will we meet again? Yes. Suyu quickly said. Enforcer Bai Yi, please inform them to gather at the core of Mount Starfall at sunset tonight. That's the place where Suyu killed some Shan Shinwan elites. Isn't this too obvious? It's dark under the light. It's fine. Suyu was still arrogant. The few enforcers did not say anything else. Forget it. We'll listen to Xianxia. Night fell quickly. The place where Suyu killed Zhou Pingxing was also near the Tianyi sect's treasury. A group of 8 instantly appeared here. Bai Yi was not there. According to Suyu's words, they should leave someone outside to keep an eye on them, lest they get surrounded. Wanzhu was not a good person either. The group of 8 moved like ghosts. White clothes and white faces stood quietly in the valley. A moment later, there was the sound of something piercing through the air. Before they arrived, there was a complaint. Why did they choose this place for the meeting? It's inauspicious. This place was indeed inauspicious. The Blood Fire sect had lost a sect master, a Sun Moon 5th tier. Bad luck. A moment later, 7 or 8 people landed. There was only one Sun Moon, and the rest were mountains and seas. Suyu did not recognize the leader of the Sun Moon sect. But if Qingyong was here, he would definitely recognize the sect master of the Six-Winged sect, Silverwing, who had been hunting him for a long time. At this moment, the other party did not hide his face. His true appearance was revealed, and he looked somewhat sinister. He was thin and weak, and looked like a middle-aged man. He glanced at Suyu and the others and said indifferently, I am Silverwing. Where is Bai Yi? Enforcer Bai Yi is not here. Suyu also said coldly, I have the final say here. You? Silverwing said with a faint smile, I communicated with Bai Yi. Who are you? Xianxia. Silverwing's expression changed slightly. That Xianxia from Dixia province? Yes. Am I qualified to talk to you? As soon as the words left his mouth, Suyu looked over the group. There was a sun and moon immortal, and 7 mountain and sea immortals. One of the mountains and seas seemed familiar, but at the same time not very familiar. Strange, but whatever. Xianxia. Silverwing said with a faint smile, I am qualified, but, are you sure you can represent the heaven hunting pavilion? Suyu said coldly, I have to ask you this. The primitive sect master and the original demon sect master are not here, not even a late sun moon. Can you represent them? Of course. Silverwing said with a faint smile, they are not here, but the mountains and seas of each sect are here. Once the message is passed, they will contact us in time. Suyu understood. How mysterious. Silverwing did not waste words, quickly saying, enough with the nonsense. It is not safe for us to gather here. Xia province and the Ming constabulary do not have a good impression of me, Wanzhou, or the heaven hunting pavilion. What does the heaven hunting pavilion want to talk about? How do we cooperate? Speak. Simple, we need a group of traders and some of your intelligence systems. The heaven hunting pavilion has just taken root in the man realm, and our intelligence system is not developed. We need Wanzhou to hand over all of our intelligence systems into Xia province, our spies, impossible. Silverwing's expression changed. Are you joking? Suyu said coldly, I am not joking. They are just a group of nobodies. The heaven hunting pavilion lacks everything, but money. The heaven hunting pavilion does not have time for these systems. If they had time, they could quickly build them. 10 drops of sunmoon mystic yellow liquid to buy all of this. Is that enough? You must be joking. Silverwing said angrily, we have spent hundreds of years and painstakingly laid down some foundations in the Great Xia Prefecture. Previously, because of you, we also suffered heavy losses. You still want to wipe us out? Dream on. 10 drops of lunisolar mystic yellow liquid. Do you really think that the Myriad tribe sect is that poor? You are just trash. How can you blame me? What did you say? Silverwing was furious. So you said coldly, there are only benefits to cooperating with us. There is no harm. The heaven hunting pavilion has 8 invincible realm experts on the surface. We are the best in intelligence. Wanzhou, they are just a group of lackeys. It does not matter who you work for. If you work for the heaven hunting pavilion, you will be rewarded. Bastard. Silverwing was furious. So you said coldly, I am being direct. Don't be angry. Being a dog is the same for you, me, and everyone else. I work for the heaven hunting pavilion. You work for Wanzhou. You are all dogs. But I am a dog here. Heavenly Essence Chi and Sunmoon Mystic Yellow Liquid are not rare and easy to obtain. What about you? Silverwing, how much benefits does the 6-winged holy race give you? Silverwing said coldly, if you always have this condescending attitude, then there is no way to talk. So you said with a faint smile, condescending? No, this is a sense of superiority. Behind me stands the heaven hunting pavilion. What about you? If you die, will the 6-winged holy race have invincible realm experts to help you? It is that simple. Today, if I kill you here, the 6-winged holy race will not even let out a fart. If you kill me here, they will soon take revenge. This is the difference. This is the difference. Do you believe it, Sect Master? Silverwing sneered, you talk big. It is. You can try. If you want to talk, then talk. If not, there are definitely people in Wanzhou who want to talk. You are not a problem. Silverwing was furious, arrogant, savage, and behind Suyu, the white faces all had arrogant attitudes. Xianxia was right. There was no need to be polite to these guys. My heaven hunting pavilion is not something you can compare to. Even if they felt that the talks might collapse, Xianxia's words really made them feel good. That was enough. If the talks really collapsed, then so be it. Silverwing took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said in a low voice, this condition is not good. Besides the intelligence system, what else do you want? Tell me everything. We can talk together. Suyu said with a faint smile, fine. I need some cannon fodder, the kind that can charge and break through enemy lines. There is no limit to their strength. In addition, I need a group of elites to cooperate with me. Mountain, Sea and Sun Moon are the standard. Those that are too weak are not qualified to participate. Silverwing frowned. What is your goal? What is the goal? Suyu said with a smile, to hunt some people, some geniuses, some powerhouses, some descendants of invincible realm experts. To seize the southern Yuan ruins. Humph, nice words, but unrealistic. Silverwing was annoyed. Nonsense, we want to do it too. If you are not afraid of death, you can try. Do you really think that Xianxia and the human race are pushovers? Kill as you please, Suyu said quietly. If you believe me, then there is naturally no problem. If you don't, then there is no other way. Creating chaos, this is what the Sky Hunter Pavilion is good at, and so are you, Wanzhou. Now that the powerhouses and geniuses of the various races have arrived, we can only fish in troubled waters to have a chance to become the winner. Otherwise, how can we compete with Wan and the human race? As for the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, everything is for the sake of profit. Once the war starts, the intelligence and resources of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion will be in high demand. Even if people hate us, they will still pay a high price to purchase them, right? Silverwing frowned at him. Soon, someone on his side laughed and said, Lord Xianzhou, then I will ask one more thing. You said to kill the powerhouses, geniuses, and descendants of invincible realm experts. Do you mean the human race or Wan? Suyu said quietly, up to you. Someone will give you a mission. Don't worry. Anyone can be killed. What if invincible realm experts are lured out? The fat man who asked the question said with a smile, the Bright Lord has not left yet. Suyu said with a smile, he will leave very soon. As he spoke, he glanced at the fatty and still felt that he looked somewhat familiar. He asked indifferently, which sect are you from? The fat man also smiled. The original demon sacred cult. Suyu nodded slightly. You can represent Blue Sky? Sort of. Suyu smiled. You don't believe me? I dare not. I am just a little unsure. If Lord Xianzhou doesn't mind, can you tell me in detail how to make the Bright Lord leave? Not only him, but the white-faced men were also curious. How to make the Bright Lord leave? Could it really be done? They felt that it would be difficult. The Bright Lord had been staying in the human territory recently, which was a little troublesome. As for threatening the humans at the border, the Bright Lord still refused to leave. Unless a war really broke out, how could they force him to leave? Suyu said quietly, it's nothing. It's very simple. The Bright Constables are protective, and there are not many direct descendants of the Zhu clan. Now, the fourth-generation eldest grandson of the Bright Constables, Zhu Hongwen, is patrolling the All-Heavens battlefield. Zhu Hongwen is severely injured. With the Bright Lord's character, he will definitely seek revenge. Eh? Silverwing shook. You. How dare you? Who dares to go to the human territory and injure? Zhu Hongwen? Suyu said with a smile, injure him, but not kill him. In a rage, the Bright Lord will seek revenge. When he can't find the culprit, he will naturally give up. I am not even afraid of Xiajia's wrath, so why would I be afraid of the Zhu clan? As for the candidate, the Heaven Hunting Pavilion will do it. After saying that, Suyu said faintly, I've told you the news. The information has been leaked, and it was done by you guys. I'll help you screen out the spies, but I might not really do it. When the time comes, Zhu Hongwen might be surrounded by experts. That means that you have a spy on your side. Silver Wing Hierarch, remember these people. If the information is leaked, investigate them. Silver Wing cursed in his heart. Teach me. At this moment, White One's voice came from the public screen in Suyu's mask. Xianzhou, if you really do this and injure Zhu Hongwen, this mission will not be easy. You might not be able to complete it. Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, we will use other methods. We still have to make the Bright Lord leave. Otherwise, he is too close, and it will not be easy for us to fish in troubled waters. After saying that, he quickly sent a voice transmission. Also, check to see if the humans have infiltrated Wanzhou. If they do, it will not be easy for us to cooperate in the future. These small fries are all mixed up. We cannot trust them all. White One said nothing. From the looks of it, Xianxia might not use such a method. Silver Wing seemed to hesitate for a moment, then quickly said, if you can make the Bright Lord leave, then we can talk about cooperation. As for the intelligence system, the price is low. 10 times the price, and you can use it. 10 times? 10 times? I can buy your heads. A muffled snort rang out, and a boom rang out. The mountain and sea realm experts felt dizzy. Suyu punched out, and Silver Wing was shocked. He raised his hand to block, and with a bang, he was sent flying by Suyu's fist. You. Suyu stopped and said coldly, killing you is too easy. The price is not expensive. 10 drops of Sun Moon Mystic Yellow liquid is definitely enough. Are you sure that some small fries are worth 100 drops of Sun Moon Mystic Yellow liquid? Silver Wing retreated a few steps, and the others also retreated. Some of them looked angrily at Suyu. As for Suyu, he smiled faintly and said, don't be angry. I was just joking. You people are so weak. You're only useful now. Normally, such weak Sun Moon Realm experts aren't worthy of cooperating with us. Bastard. Silver Wing was enraged. However, the pain in his arm made him realize that he was absolutely no match for this Xianxia. Damn it, how strong was this guy, what level of Sun Moon Realm was this guy at? As for Suyu, he snorted inwardly. If not for the fact that this wasn't the right place, he would have killed him with a single punch. He hated the Six-Winged Divine Church the most. This guy had also been one of the main forces that had chased after Qin Yong. At this moment, White appeared and said with a smile, Xianxia, how can you be so unreasonable? Sect leader Silver Wing, I'm sorry. Xianxia has a bad temper, so I apologize on his behalf. Wanzhou's intelligence network only needs information from Dexia province. Give us 50 drops of Sun Moon Mystic Yellow liquid. This price is definitely not low. Silver Wing cursed inwardly. One of you is playing the bad cop, and the other is playing the good cop. Do you really think I don't understand? However, this wasn't the time to bicker with them. Silver Wing coldly snorted and said, I'll go back and ask the others for their opinions. I'll give you a definite answer in 3 days. 1 day. I don't have that much time to waste with you guys. Suyu said bluntly, you can't do anything right, but you're good at spoiling things. It's a small matter, but you drag it on. No wonder you can't achieve anything big. It's been hundreds of years, but you're still a rat on the street. The group of people from Wanzhou were all incomparably annoyed. This Xianjiao's mouth was really stinky and poisonous. The group of people didn't waste any time and quickly disappeared. After they left, White One also said with some hesitation, is it okay to be so domineering? No problem. They're a bunch of people who can abandon their race, family, and teachers for the sake of profit. Enforcer White One wouldn't think that they're really angry, right? Suyu smiled faintly and said, they're angry because they didn't give enough money. Don't worry, these guys will agree. Wanzhou. Suyu thought in his heart. This time, it was best to catch them all in one fell swoop. Very good, little furball will remember Silver Wing's scent. This furball dog's nose is sharper than a real dog's. You won't be able to hide. I'll find you guys very soon. Suyu said faintly, if it really doesn't work, send more people from the Sky Hunter Pavilion. I'll wipe them all out. Once the higher-ups are dead, the people below will naturally be ours. They'll all listen to us. The few white faces were speechless. Are you serious? What a joke, F*CK, you want to wipe out Wanzhou, the humans haven't wiped them out for hundreds of years. Are you sure the Sky Hunter Pavilion can do it? Suyu didn't say much. If he could really find their nest and wipe out Wanzhou, it would be considered a big move. It wasn't impossible. Suyu wasn't in a hurry to get to know Wanzhou. Soon, he said to the others, all of you are on standby. From now on, we will continue to accept missions. I want to go to Southern Yuan to have a look. Now? White One was even more confused about Xianxia. The current Southern Yuan was full of experts, and it was very dangerous. What were they going to see now? Can I enter the city? I'll go take a look at the authenticity of the ruins. If nothing goes wrong, there will be many people looking for us to purchase information on the authenticity of the ruins. The Heaven Hunting Pavilion is a trustworthy organization, and we have to determine the authenticity of the ruins. Be careful not to find out that the ruins are fake and that we've been scammed. Suyu said solemnly. Xiaojiao might have created a fake relic to divert one's attention and prepare for Xiao Longwu to prove his Dao. We have to be careful. Now, provide this information to the holders of the Heaven Hunter list for free. Let them wait for the Heaven Hunter Pavilion to confirm the authenticity of the ruins. As soon as these words came out, White One's heart trembled slightly. What a good Xianjiao! The others were still in a frenzy over the relic, but Xianjiao was no longer moved by these external objects. His judgment was also shared by the higher-ups of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. The relic in Southern Yuan happened to open at this time, and the higher-ups of the Sky Hunter Pavilion actually had some doubts. Xianjiao had actually thought of it and even wanted to investigate it personally. This was very impressive. White One no longer looked down on Xianjiao. Previously, Xianjiao had been arrogant and reckless towards Wanzhou, which had left him feeling rather helpless. But now, with just a few words, he saw Xianjiao in a new light. At this time, almost everyone believed that there were relics in Southern Yuan. There was too much evidence to prove this: Suyu in the ancient city, the relics of the other 3 yuan of the human realm, the weak heavenly essence qi that Xianjiao had mentioned, and the Daxia of Goguryeo had been dormant here for many years. Therefore, many people from Shenwen's faction chose to stay here. All the evidence indicated that there was a high probability that there were ruins here. But now, Xianjiao was saying that this might be a trap set by Xiaojia. Are we really going to announce this to the public? Suyu said in a deep voice, of course, although it's just a guess, I have to tell everyone so that everyone can be more vigilant against Xiaojia. Xiaojia is not a kind person, nor is he a good person. In my opinion, the biggest problem is that he allowed everyone to gather in Southern Yuan. With Xiaojia's domineering nature, I still have some doubts about him giving in so easily. White One nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll arrange it immediately and inform those customers. Wait for the Sky Hunter Pavilion to confirm the authenticity of the relic. Xianjiao, if you can verify the authenticity of this information and find some evidence, just this information alone will be invaluable. I will. Suyu said with a smile. As a resident of the ancient city, the death aura is very dense. I will soon find out the source of the heaven's origin energy. No one can discover heaven yuan qi better than us. Then when you enter the city, be careful. White One was a little worried. There are many sun and moons in the city now. You might not be able to hide from them. It's fine. I can hide in Xia province for a few days. It won't be a problem here. I have an invisibility technique. Ordinary sun and moons won't be able to find me. Then be careful. White One reminded again. At this time, he felt that Xianjiao was a real talent. He was bold, meticulous, strong, had his own judgment, and was not affected by external factors. In any case, at this moment, White One had a very good impression of him. Before coming here, 8th Elder had told him to listen to him. White One was still a little dissatisfied, but now, he felt that Xianjiao was really reliable. As for Suyu, after a wave of good impression, it quickly disappeared. As for raising this doubt, in fact, some people still had some doubts. This doubt should be raised by themselves, and then confirmed by themselves. They had to put on a more realistic act. If they did not find anything wrong, wouldn't it make the Sky Hunter Pavilion seem incompetent? They were the big bosses of the Sky Hunter Pavilion in Daxia province, very soon. All the experts who held the Sky Hunter list received a notice. A free friendly notice from the Sky Hunter Pavilion. It was best to leave Southern Yuan temporarily. The matter of the relic might not be true. The Sky Hunter Pavilion had some doubts and told them about Suyu's speculation. It was most likely to divert attention for Xiao Longwu to prove his Dao. Wait for the Sky Hunter Pavilion to confirm its authenticity. As soon as the news came out, the experts who held the list began to contact the forces behind them. It did not take long for the news to spread. The relic's authenticity was uncertain. It might be a trap. Wait for the Sky Hunter Pavilion, the #1 intelligence organization in the universe, to confirm its authenticity. Everyone still had some trust in the intelligence of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. As soon as the news came out, the attitude of the experts in southern Yuan City changed. In southern Yuan City. At this moment, experts from all over gathered. Many of Yuan Qingdong's friends also came. In a courtyard in southern Yuan, these people gathered together. There were men and women, and one of them was a woman with a plump figure. At this moment, she frowned and said, "Why isn't Yuan Qingdong here yet? Also, do you think the speculation of the Sky Hunter Pavilion is true? Zhang Ying, why are you in such a hurry?" In the lobby, a young man said with a smile, "Yuan Qingdong is injured. He won't come so soon. The city of Dixia province just opened today, and he is seriously injured. He probably won't come so soon. As for the information from the Sky Hunter Pavilion, the speculation is not unreasonable." The man said softly, "Xiao Longwu is about to prove his Tao, and the incident in southern Yuan happened in Dixia province, and the rumor of the relic appeared." However, Zhang Ying retorted, "The relic was not said by Xianxia, but by Suyu. Everyone speculated that Xianxia is among them. Is there any movement?" She did not believe the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Instead, she felt that the Sky Hunter Pavilion might have deliberately said so to let everyone leave, and the Sky Hunter Pavilion could seize the relic themselves. His words were not without reason. Someone said with a smile, "It's also possible. Of course, we won't leave easily. It doesn't matter whether Xiaojia diverted attention or not. We are very safe here. No matter what, Xiaojia won't attack us, so there's no need to worry." The others nodded. Yes, we are all descendants of Invincible. Xiaojia still needs Invincible's help, so he won't attack them. Why care so much? Whether it was true or not, they would naturally know when the time came. Soon, they stopped talking about this and began to talk about it. Someone said with a smile, "I heard that the geniuses in the small world are going to return. I wonder how their cultivation is going. I went to see a few days ago, and some have already entered the mountain sea realm. I heard that some have even cultivated sun and moon. Is it true?" Sun and moon were very difficult. In Dixia province, only Hong Tan had entered the sun-moon tier. The sun and moon of the Shenwen line were powerful in the first place. If they entered the sun-moon tier, they would surpass the 5th generation line. Yes. Someone said with a smile, "Zhang Ying, your family has it, right?" Zhang Ying said angrily, "How would I know?" Everyone laughed and didn't care. The 8 great clans of the Seeking Realm, Zhou, Yuan, Zhang, Zheng. This Zhang clan wasn't invincible when it opened its mansion, but it was also an invincible existence soon after it opened its mansion. The other heads of the mansion had to take care of both sides. The Zhang clan hadn't opened its mansion, so its core was in the Seeking Realm, where it was more powerful and influential. These invincible clans that hadn't opened their mansion had more energy and resources to open up small worlds and cultivate more elites. Unlike the families that opened their mansion, the expenses of the mansion were huge. If the resources were shared, no matter how much they had, it would be a drop in the bucket. This Sky Hunter Pavilion is useful. Someone said with a smile, "It's only because they have just entered the human realm. Otherwise, there are very few news in this world that can be hidden from them. Since they are going to investigate the authenticity of the ruins, let's wait and see." Everyone nodded. They still trusted the intelligence of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. In the city, the elites were discussing. At the same time, the generals of the Long Wuwei of Dixia province who were stationed in the city also gathered together. A Sun Moon commander asked doubtfully, "Old He, you are the first Sun Moon to be stationed in southern Yuan. How reliable do you think the news from the Sky Hunter Pavilion is? Did Xiaojia really create it on purpose? If that was the case, then the grievances they had suffered these days could be explained. It was because Xiaojia had done it on purpose." Old He, a Sun Moon elite, frowned and said after a while, "The news didn't come from us. It was because of Suyu that everyone thought of it. Suyu said that the ruins were at Mount Starfall, and no one doubted it. Later, Mount Starfall proved to be fake, so everyone came to southern Yuan. Xiaojia. Dixia province didn't do anything. He didn't think it was Xiaojia's doing because Xiaojia didn't really get involved." Very quickly, Old He said, "Of course, if it really is the work of the chief and the marquis, then it is understandable why the marquis and the marquis did not chase away the outsiders. I hope that it is the work of the Marquis and the Marquis, but I am also afraid that the bastards from the sky hunting pavilion will expose it and cause the chief to fail in proving his Tao. How complicated, he couldn't help but curse again. These bastards from the sky hunter pavilion are even more hateful than Wanzhou. If it was really Xiaojia's plan, then these people were really despicable. If it wasn't Xiaojia's plan, everyone would still be a little depressed. It turned out that it really had nothing to do with Xiaojia. Now that the ruins were the center of attention, it was somewhat not in line with Xiaojia's wishes. Now that the ruins were taken away, didn't Xiaojia suffer a great loss? Complicated, everyone hated the Sky Hunter Pavilion even more. At the same time, they had to grasp the information from the Sky Hunter Pavilion to confirm the authenticity of the ruins. If the Sky Hunter Pavilion said it was fake, everyone might not believe it. They had to investigate further. If the Sky Hunter Pavilion confirmed it was real, then the ruins were 100% real. As for the Sky Hunter Pavilion and Xiaojia's acting. What a joke. Did they need so many days to put on an act? How many days had passed since the Sky Hunter Pavilion died? Of course, Xiaojia had also lost a direct descendant. Xiaosini was killed. And a general was killed. For the first time in hundreds of years, Xiaojia sealed the city for a few days. He lost all face. Who was acting? At this moment, a sun-moon cultivator quickly said, Ho Yi came quickly to monitor the whole city. The people from the Sky Hunter Pavilion might come to confirm the news of the ruins. It might be Xianxia. This time, if we see Xianxia, we will definitely tear him to pieces. Yes, sir. A group of people quickly walked out, their auras exploding. A sun-moon commander shouted, the bastards from the Sky Hunter Pavilion might sneak into this place. Everyone in the city, you better release your aura and reveal your identity. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless if you accidentally injure them. If anyone finds the bastards from the Sky Hunter Pavilion, report it to Xiaojia immediately. You will be rewarded handsomely. You can also receive a reward for killing one person. For killing Xianxia, Dexia province will reward you with 1 million merit points. The whole city was instantly stirred. Auras emerged one after another. It was better to be careful and not be killed by Xiaojia by mistake. The Sky Hunter Pavilion said they wanted to confirm the authenticity of the ruins. Perhaps they had really sneaked into the city. The small city was not big. If there were experts hiding, it would be easy to find them. At this moment, a group of Baimian, led by Bai Wen, was monitoring the situation dozens of miles away from southern Yuan. Feeling the fluctuation in southern Yuan city, one of the Baimian smiled and said, Xianxia has really provoked Xiaojia this time. As soon as he heard that we were going to investigate, Xiaojia ignored everyone else and specifically targeted us. That guy Xianxia is really bold. Enforcer Bai Wen, does the Sky Hunter Pavilion have any intelligence sources in the city? Bai Wen nodded slightly but did not say much. Of course, there were still sources. It was true that the Sky Hunter Pavilion's 4th Division had just moved in, but previously, the East and West Pavilions had also arranged manpower. Southern Yuan had long been valued, so of course, they had also arranged manpower there. Outsiders were guessing, waiting, and judging whether Xianxia would go to Southern Yuan to investigate the situation. As for Su Yu, naturally, he would not go. He was bored, whether it was true or not. How could he not know? Why would he go? At this moment, Su Yu was contacting Xia Huyu. Have you settled the ruins that your family made? What's the situation? I made a mystic realm and put some heavenly yuan qi in it. I'm preparing to slowly leak it, but after all, it's just a mystic realm. I'm still a little afraid of being seen through. Xia Huyu was still a little worried. You have a lot of ideas. What do you think will make it more real? The sun and moon may not be able to see through it, but once the invincible ones come, it's very likely that they will see through it. Su Yu complained, your family has been setting it up for so many years. Is there such a big loophole? Nonsense, it's not like we were going to use the ruins to attract people. We were just going with the flow. How could we have so many preparations? Ordinary people might not know how to fake ancient ruins, but how could the invincible ones not know? Fortunately, no invincible ones had come to Southern Yuan to investigate carefully. Otherwise, they would have discovered the problem long ago. Su Yu thought for a moment and said, there are no real ruins? I mean, the ruins where your great-grandfather and the others proved their Tao back then, were they all destroyed? Not really. Xiaohu explained, but if there are real ruins, some things have been consumed, and the ruins can't be moved. They are fixed in a certain space. Then this ruin has a big loophole. What did your second grandfather say? He said that when the invincible ones come, it's time to launch the attack, so it doesn't matter too much whether it's real or fake. Nonsense. So you felt deeply ashamed of their carelessness. What if the invincible ones really sneaked in? What should they do? What if it wasn't the invincible ones who betrayed them, really? So you also frowned. This was really a bit troublesome. The ruins were fake. There was no way around it. Could they make a real ruin? Suyu was lost in thought. Xiaohu quickly said, didn't you cheat a lot of people in the battlefield of heavens before? Yes, but the situation was different. There was no invincible ones at that time. What a headache. Xiaohu quickly said, if it doesn't work, then so be it. In fact, that mystic realm is also quite strong. This time, Xiaojia also put in a lot of money. That mystic realm is very large, and Xiaojia also built some antique buildings in it. The style and decoration are similar to the ruins. What's the difference? It can't withstand the invincible ones. Xiaohu explained, after all, the mystic realm space was drawn by Xinwen. In fact, the space is still very weak. You know, in the Civilization Academy, bringing some invincible things in can cause space turbulence. Once the invincible ones come and see this ruin, there is a high probability that they will guess that it doesn't meet the standards of the invincible ones. They may not suspect that it's fake, but it might just be a small ruin. So you got it, Xiaojia could also fake it. But the space was not strong enough. At a glance, it was obvious that it was not suitable for invincible ones to prove their Tao. How could such a ruin be a powerful invincible one or even a semi-emperor one? Xiaohu continued, in addition, we also hope that this ruin can have some interaction with the Xinwen system. This way, more people from the Xinwen system can enter it, especially Director Hong Tan, who is cultivating in seclusion now. We hope that he can go there and instantly enter the second or even the third level of the Sun and Moon system, so that people will think that it's all thanks to this ruin. Thus, this ruin will be known and valued by that person. Of course, to advance, it would be Suyu's money. 500 drops of Sun-Moon Mystic Yellow Liquid. Are you afraid? Even Xia province didn't have this kind of accumulation, so you finally understood what they meant. He was a little speechless and said, it's possible to advance, and we can also think of a way to link it, but can you guarantee that no invincible ones will sneak in and explore the ruin? No. Then isn't it over? Xiaohu was quite open-minded. Man proposes, God disposes. If we really fail and are unlucky, then forget it. It means that God is not on our Xia family's side. Suyu was speechless. Damn it, you people are really irresponsible. You can't even fake it. If an invincible one really came, and it was not the one who betrayed them, then more than half of this line would be useless. This won't do. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly said, if the space is not stable enough, is the space in the human realm stable enough? Of course, the human realm is a big realm, after all. It's enough to maintain the invincible one and prove the way. Of course, it's possible. Then cut the space in the human realm and then create a fake ruin. No, if the space in the human realm is cut, it will cause the space to break and collapse, and everyone will find out. Things were in a stalemate. In fact, Suyu thought that he had a research room in the Ming mansion, and in the research room, Xianxia had left a space-cutting machine, which could cut the space. However, it seemed that the ruin was very big, and if it was cut too much, it would easily cause the space to collapse and be discovered by others. Xiaojia is really unreliable. Things have already started, and you tell me that there is a problem that hasn't been solved. *CK, this group of unreliable people actually relied on luck. Suyu was speechless. Are there any treasures in the ruin? Yes, there is a lot of heavenly yuan qi. *CKU. Suyu cursed and quickly said, you are really irresponsible. At least bring a heavenly yuan fruit tree, a sun-moon mystic yellow pond, and some ancient corpses. There are very few ancient corpses in the ruin. Don't worry about that. Suyu was too lazy to say anything. After making a judgment, he gritted his teeth and said, "It's okay, I will provide the good things. I still have a lot of Sun Moon Mystic Yellow liquid. Make a fake Sun Moon Mystic Yellow pond, Heavenly Yuan fruit tree. Make a fake one, and I will hang fruits on it." Xiaohu hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, don't you know what a ruin looks like?" "Nonsense, how would I know? There may not be a Heavenly Yuan fruit tree in the ruin, and..." "Suyu, is your ruin really not in Southern Yuan?" "Damn it." Suyu rolled his eyes. Well, everyone was so sure that there was a ruin in Southern Yuan, and it had too much to do with Suyu. Because all this was because he was born in Southern Yuan, everyone believed him. Thinking of this, Suyu touched his chin and said, "In addition, I need to make ancient books and ancient cultivation methods. All I have inherited are cultivation methods. There is no reason that I don't have cultivation methods. It would be best if they are the extremely powerful ones. These things, Suyu and Xiaojia could make." Xiaojia didn't care much about whether it was real or fake. He just wanted to make a general one, but Suyu felt that it had to be more reliable, complete. If you made a fake one, it would be too risky for Suyu. Taking risks was not Suyu's style. He had to be safe, in case an invincible realm cultivator really sneaked in and explored. In that case, many things would go wrong. Cut the crap. Fatty, you, Xiaojia, immediately make some fake Heavenly Yuan fruit trees, and I will make Heavenly Yuan fruit, so you could make Heavenly Yuan fruit, Sun Moon Mysterious Yellow Pond, and so on. He could also make cultivation methods and so on. There might be some real ancient books in Xia province. He had to be willing to spend a lot of money to take them out, so as to meet his expectations. Now, the only thing lacking was that the space was not strong enough. At a glance, he knew that the invincible realm was not enough to maintain the invincible realm. By the way, is there any big movement after the relic appeared? Some do, some don't. Some spaces may cause some big fluctuations when they open, and some open with very little movement. Then our opening is the kind that will make some movement. It's best to reflect some of the things inside, so that everyone will believe that it is real, and more people, more experts will come. You, done? I, Xiaojia, really have nothing good left. Stingy, Suyu cursed in his heart. I'll pay, so be it. If I win, it will still be mine. If I lose, I will have nothing. It's all the same, the only problem now was the stability of the space. Who should he find to solve this problem? At the thought of this, Suyu quickly sent a voice transmission to Zhu Tiandao. Perhaps the Ming constables could solve this problem. The Ming constables' technology was still very advanced, and they had made fakes before. Previously, they had even prepared to make a fake breakthrough and fake a phenomenon. Xia province placed too much emphasis on killing, and they did not know much about these things. Ming constables. Zhu Tiandao glanced at it with a strange look in his eyes. I thought that it was a real relic, but it turned out to be fake. This fellow, Suyu, did he not take out his own relic? All right, he took it seriously. The stability of the space is not enough. Zhu Tiandao did not mind that Xiaojia did not communicate with him. If not for Suyu, Xiaojia would not have told him anything. He might even suspect that the Ming constables was a traitor. This possibility was still very high. Now, Suyu trusted him and told him some things. Zhu Tiandao felt somewhat gratified. However, it would be great if it was that simple to raise the stability of the space to the point where it could maintain an invincible Dao. It was very difficult. It was not that simple to pass off the fake as the real thing. After thinking for a while, Zhu Tiandao quickly replied, "It's not impossible to raise the stability of the space, but you will need to pay a big price. I'll give you a few options. First, infuse a large amount of heaven and earth profound light. This thing has the effect of stabilizing and strengthening the physical body. Naturally, the nurturing of the world also has the effect of strengthening the space. Second, shatter a large amount of Shenwen. The shattering of Shenwen will also have the effect of stabilizing the space. Third, you need to infuse one or more heavenly weapons into it. This will also work. Fourth, the most stable thing is usually the carrier. This thing is very hard to find. If you infuse it into the space, it can also stabilize the space. This thing can withstand the scouring of the river of time. Do you know what a carrier is? Fifth, the heavenly vital energy. Countless heavenly vital energy also has the effect of stabilizing the space. Sixth, tactical formation, a powerful tactical formation. Zhu Tiandao listed many options in a row. So you moved slightly and said, Chief, the carrier can strengthen the space? Of course, that thing can even bear the power of the invincible realm. Of course, it can bear a small space. It is much stronger than Shenwen. The combination of the three bodies can't be carried unless it is a supreme treasure. Don't you understand this? Zhu Tiandao said, and then said, however, this thing is too rare. There are only so many supreme treasures in the world. Most of them have been taken by the invincible realm and the quasi-invincible realm at the peak of the 9th tier of the sun and moon realm. I don't think there are any in Xia province. If there are, they have to be provided to Xia Longwu. Don't ask me. The Ming residence doesn't have it either. There are people in the Ming residence who want it now, but they can't get it. He was talking about Niu Baidao. Old Niu still lacked one. Old Niu only had one, and he had integrated one body. He still lacked one body. This needed a powerful carrier. This time Old Niu didn't come back. He was looking for treasures in the All Heavens battlefield. As for the human realm, it was very difficult to find them now. After all, the human realm proved too many invincible realm experts hundreds of years ago. Relics usually have a carrier. This is one of the reasons why relics are powerful. A relic without a carrier is not an invincible realm relic, so you understood. He felt a little pained. I only have 2. Do I have to throw them in too? Speaking of which, why do I have to spend so much on Xiajia's plan? If an accident happens and the fake relic is robbed, won't I suffer a huge loss? Suyu was willing to spend a lot of money to make a fake relic. If this was his plan, he would be willing to spend a lot of money to make it. But the key was that this wasn't his plan. Feeling helpless, Suyu sent another message, Manor Head, does that mean we can just throw the vessel in directly? Of course not. It's still very difficult to strengthen the space and improve it instantly. If you are willing, you can think of a way to break a carrier and integrate it with the secret realm of Shenwen. If you have enough money, you can make 2 more. That way, it will be extremely real. Zhu Tiandao joked, if you have money, you can try. 2 is for people to prove their Dao. If you can strengthen the space with 1, 3 will be enough. Invincible realm experts won't doubt it when they see it. Only a fool would use 3 carriers as a joke. If the human race gets this thing, they might really be able to have 1 more invincible realm expert. Nowadays, many people in the 9th layer of the sun and moon realms lack this to prove their Dao. Is that so? So you understood. He understood. To hide it from an invincible realm expert, he would have to spend a lot of money. In that case, with 3 carriers, no one would doubt it. 1 was broken to increase the strength of the space. 2 were hidden in the relic as a benefit for the successor. In addition to other supporting items, the fake relic could actually be used as the real thing. Heavenly Essence Qi was used to forge the body. Sun Moon Mystic Yellow Liquid was used to strengthen acupoints. The carrier was used to prove the Dao to be invincible. Yes, it would be best if he added some treasures for Ling Yan's 9 transformations. This way, if a person could really obtain this relic, with powerful techniques and great talent, they might really be able to prove the Dao to be invincible. This would be considered an invincible relic, right? I only have 2 carriers. So you thought. 1 was the Dragon Pearl, the other was the Heavenly Gold Mystic Iron. Soon, he thought of the Dragon Horn treasure box. Would there be 1 inside? If there was, then there would be 3, the Tiani sect master valued it so much. Perhaps it was to prepare for him to prove the Dao. Thinking of this, Suyu quickly flew toward Xia province. He had to find Xianxia. Forget it, he would find Wan Tianxing and have him forge it. Xianxia was not professional at all. Suyu felt that it was too dangerous to cooperate with them. A bunch of misers. They had no capital to forge it. Who could they fool? Only by being willing to invest would there be results. If the forgery was successful, he could take it back later. The loss was not great. It was just for everyone to see. If he couldn't take it back later, it would be a huge loss. This time, Suyu was prepared to invest everything he had earned in the All Heavens battlefield. If he really succeeded, perhaps he would make a huge profit. If he killed an invincible realm expert, would his corpse be worth anything? Would an invincible realm expert have heaven-grade soldiers? That traitor's Sun Moon Shenwen was quite a lot, right? Riches were sought in danger, Suyu thought in his heart. Actually, he was prepared to lose everything. He just hoped that the plan would be a little more perfect. Perhaps Xiaojia really could not produce these things. In his helplessness, he had chosen to make an unrealistic relic. It was too fake, but this time, he was gambling with his life. It was not playing house. Among the lives he gambled with, there were many people that Suyu could not let go of. Whether it was Hong Tan or Bai Feng, Suyu did not want a small loophole to cause trouble for everyone. Things like money, if he ran out, he could just swindle and rob again, Xiaoxin Go. When Suyu took out the large amount of Sun Moon Mystic Yellow liquid, the two bearers, thousands of portions of heavenly yuan qi, and some precious treasures like the demon god fruit, Wan Tianqing's eyes were somewhat red. Suyu, why don't we not forge it? These things are enough for a normal person to cultivate to the invincible realm. There's no need to find additional resources. Why don't we just forget about it? Wan Tianqing was truly speechless. You are too magnanimous, too generous, too extravagant. Now that you put these things here, are you really not afraid that I will rob you? I really want to rob you. In truth, these things are enough for a normal genius to cultivate to the invincible realm. The prerequisite is that you have the talent and qualifications. Otherwise, no matter how many treasures you have, it is useless. This brat Suyu, he is really rich. I know about the others, but I really don't know about the two bearers. These things are hard to find in the outside world. Even one is hard to come by. He estimated that it was most likely when those invincible bodies of 3 worlds were destroyed, and Suyu went to pick them up. This brat's guts are really big. Very quickly, Suyu took out another box. There might be one more in here. The Tianyi sect master places great importance on it. I feel that there is an 80 to 90% chance that it is a bearer. The dragon pearl is too obvious. The shattered dragon pearl fused into space. If there is one in here, then the other 2 will be inherited treasures. Like this, no one will suspect anything. Wan Tianqing secretly cursed. I suspect that you are a fool. No one would suspect anything. The establishment of Dixia province was too short, and the consumption was also great. Yi Badian and himself had actually used some bearers, causing Dixia province to be unable to make ends meet. How could they have the money to make such a fake? If you say it, Wan and the invincible realm experts of the human clan won't believe it. This is a fake relic made by Xiaojia. If Xiaojia had the capital, he would have trained another invincible realm expert long ago. Even if he couldn't, he would still be invincible realm expert, not to mention Dixia province. In the entire human realm, there is no big mansion that can make such a fake relic, unless they join forces. The key is, if they join forces, how do you know that they won't join forces with the power that betrayed the invincible realm? Hey, you are so professional. Suyu nodded and said proudly, I am a professional in forgery. Mansion chief, to pass off the fake as the real one is the real one. Wan Tianqing was helpless. If this thing was really left for a few hundred years, it would be the real invincible realm's relic. It was just a little new now. How extravagant. Speaking of which, this guy was really reliable. Wan Tianqing actually knew there was a loophole in it, but, sorry, he didn't have the money to make a luxurious fake relic. His idea was to launch the relic as soon as the invincible realm experts arrived. Now it seemed that maybe he could wait. It would be best if an invincible realm expert really came and spread the news, the relic was real. And Suyu quickly said, not only that, I am also going to use the Shenwen fighting technique steel to emit the fluctuation of many Shenwen's fighting techniques, so that the relic and many Shenwen's forces can link up. In this way, it will be easier for the betraying invincible realm expert to show up. Because if he doesn't show up, this relic will be taken away by many Shenwen forces, and there may be an invincible realm expert. One has to pay great attention to it. Wan Tianqing was silent. Boy, do you know that if you do this, maybe, you will really attract many invincible realm experts, the invincible realm experts of Wan. I am afraid that I can't hold it. Wan Tianqing was helpless. I hope to draw out the betraying invincible realm expert, and I hope to kill one more. But you, boy, I think you are setting me up. The kind that won't stop until you kill me. And you want to link up with many Shinwan forces. Aren't you afraid that Wan will go completely crazy and send 7 or 8 invincible realm experts? So you seem to know what he was thinking. He gritted his teeth and said, if it really comes to that, Mansion Chief, please send me to the entrance of the All-Heaven battlefield. Wan Tianqing's heart moved slightly. He looked at him again and didn't say anything. He generally knew what he was thinking. He sighed. This boy. Is he going to participate in the invincible realm? So you didn't care too much. At this point, everyone was gambling with their lives. It didn't matter if he spent some money. Wan Tianqing also began preparing to build a new space and create a new relic. Suyu was shocked to see him easily tear space and build in the Shoshingo. How strong was he? Principal, have you been to the real relic? Suyu was busy absorbing the heaven and earth mystic light while constantly assigning tasks to others. He had been quite busy recently. The Myriad race's sect was also constantly asking him about things, but he was too lazy to answer. Yes. Wan Tianqing said indifferently, nothing much. It's just some trash. The invincible relic? Sort of. Then why didn't you prove your Dao? When I was young, I dreamed too much. Wan Tianqing said, I wasn't interested in proving my Dao in the relic. Yi Badian and I divided the relic and got some benefits each. Bearers? Yes, I did. One for each of us. Suyu nodded. What's the difference between the human realm, small realm, and all heaven's battlefield? The difference in strength and survivability. Wan Tianqing smiled. The small realm is the weakest, needless to say. The all heaven's battlefield is the strongest, followed by the human realm. In addition, the future is different. The all heaven's battlefield has a chance of reaching the half-emperor realm. The half-emperors of the demons and immortals all proved their Dao there. Wait, the all heaven's battlefield wasn't open before, was it? They opened it. That's only about 1,000 years ago. Did they prove their Dao 1,000 years ago? No, by chance, they entered the all heaven's battlefield a long time ago. So you understood. Are there subrealms in the invincible realm? Yes. Wan Tianqing smiled faintly and said, it's not a small realm. The invincible realm, or rather the eternal realm, mainly depends on one's control over time, the vastness of one's sea of will, the toughness of one's physical body. Generally speaking, there are no special realms. However, there are differences in strength. How is it divided? It's useless for you to know this. Then at least I want to know. I think I'm not far from the invincible realm. How arrogant, Wan Tianqing thought about it and said with a smile, then let's make it simple. If we really want to differentiate, invincibility is divided into several levels. The first level is the current half-emperor realm experts. The second level is the Great Qin King's level. The third level is the Dasha of Gogirio's level. The fourth level is the level of Demon King Rad's level. The fifth level is the level of normal Dao validation. The sixth level is the level of Dao validation in a small world. Suyu was speechless. The difference in strength is so big? Not too big. Wan Tianqing explained, actually, it depends on performance and means. I said that the Great Qin King is the second level, but he might not necessarily lose to those half-emperor realm experts. The so-called half-emperor realm is just to be recognized by the entire race and become a leader. The human race is a bit special. Because the time of Dao validation was too close, and because of the constant war, the Great Qin King stayed in the Eastern Rift Valley and had no time to subdue the human race. Everyone's time of Dao validation was about the same, so he didn't become a half-emperor realm expert. Do you understand? Suyu sighed. If the Great Qin King really becomes a half-emperor realm expert, the human race won't be like this. It's not as serious as you think. Wan Tianqing said indifferently, it's just that there are some drawbacks now, so we need to set things right. Are you willing to be the one to set things right, Principal? Wan Tianqing smiled. I don't have that intention. I just happen to be in time. Besides, forget it, you don't understand. After a while, if I'm still alive, remember to distance yourself from me. Suyu pondered for a moment and said, what principle means is, after a while, if the plan succeeds, principle might be ostracized by others? Heh. Wan Tianxing laughed and ignored him. Changing the topic, he said, do you want me to help you open that box? I'll do it myself. Suyu didn't ask any more questions. He felt that Wan Tianxing's goal might not be as simple as killing the traitor Wu Di. Of course, there were some things that he kept to himself and didn't want to say too much. This time, there were so many people gathered in Xia province, and it wasn't just one or two. There were too many. What was the outcome of these people? One had to know that there were many descendants of Wu Di who came. So you didn't dare to think too deeply about it. He was afraid of trouble. At Wan Tianxing's level, there was no need for Suyu to say anything. Of the two, one started to build a new relic, while the other started to cultivate quietly and open the treasure box. From time to time, Wan Tianxing would say a few words. Here, corrode it with death qi. Here, get some heavenly essence qi, there's no soil in the relic. It's made of some special ancient stones, after you're done, wash it with the river of time. If you had washed the god's corpse with the river of time a few times, no one would have been able to tell the real from the fake. It seemed that old Wan was also an expert in counterfeiting, but he was limited by his pocket. He had no money, even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Without money, no matter how good he was at counterfeiting, the treasures were all empty. Now that Suyu had provided the treasures, and old Wan was making counterfeits, it gave Suyu a lot of experience. Both of them were counterfeiting. At this moment, it was even more chaotic outside. The geniuses began to enter, some protectors, or the main force of the relic contest, also entered one after another. In the All-Heaven Mansion, tens of millions of soldiers were seething with killing intent, and they were eyeing the place fiercely. In the passage, geniuses walked out one after another. Some had smiles on their faces, and some were curious. Human realm, this was the human realm, someone tested it and said with a smile, the human realm indeed has no suppression power. I feel that it's more open than the All-Heaven battlefield. The space is also very stable. It's just that the primordial qi is a bit low. Yes, the primordial qi is too low. Human realm. Interesting, according to the ancient legends, this place may be the starting point of all realms, a holy land of worship. Someone said. Someone retorted, who said that the human realm is a holy land of worship? That's not necessarily true. Maybe it's just a vassal of ours. Geniuses appeared one after another. Some refuted, and some ignored. Soon, these voices disappeared. 7 or 8 experts appeared. Purple-haired Madonna, silver-haired Zhan Wushuang, sage-like Xian Wuji, sinister Nether Moon, extremely cold Curse Soul. When these people walked out of the passage, the surroundings were quiet. Outside, the human sun and moon were ready to make a move. These were the geniuses of the All-Heaven, the top geniuses on the heaven hunting list. If they were killed, even Wan would vomit blood. However, these people all had powerful guardians. This time, there were more than 100 geniuses, and there were also more than 100 guardians. Almost all of them were at the sun-moon tier. At this moment, the sun and moon tier filled the world. One really put in a lot of effort. At this moment, a genius with blood-red hair laughed and said, where are the human geniuses? Come out and have some fun. Battle Pagoda. Someone said indifferently, blood fire demon race, don't cause trouble for us anymore. The young man snorted and sneered, don't order me around. The blood fire demon race is not your vassal. Don't you think so, Madonna? In front, Madonna ignored him. Battle Pagoda didn't care either. He laughed and said, where's Qin Fong? Huangting? Why don't you come out and have some fun? Arrogant. Arrogant. The human experts cursed in their minds. Tens of millions of soldiers surged with murderous intent, and even the sky changed color. Battle Pagoda looked indifferent. It was just murderous intent. Who hadn't seen it before? He was at the 5th layer of the Mountain Sea realm. Very strong, of course, he wasn't on the heaven roll, but the earth roll. At this moment, a loud voice sounded, living beings of the Wan, don't cause trouble, don't slaughter humans, and don't fight in the main cities. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy. Human experts over 100 years old are not allowed to fight with the Wan geniuses. You can kill the Tao protectors. Some humans were enraged by the first half of the sentence, but the second half was filled with murderous intent. Understood, we humans also want face. We don't need to care about the geniuses, but we can kill the Tao protectors. At this moment, the Sun Moon burly man with an axe, the burly man with the surname Wu, the leader of the 300,000 strong men of the war god temple, walked out and sneered, "Children are playing house. Don't play with them. Don't the blood fire demon race like to fight? Come, I'll kill one for fun." As soon as he appeared, many human experts sneered. On the side of the blood fire demon race, a burly man next to the battle tower glanced at them and chuckled, "Wu Ji, you're already at the 9th layer of the Sun Moon realm. You want to fight me? That's boring. Lord Gushan is here. Why don't you play with him?" In the crowd, a burly man turned his head and looked at the burly man. He was surprised and said, "Oh, the blood fire demon race has learned to do this? You've improved. The giant race is just here to watch the show. If I want to fight, I have to be at Xianxia's level. It's not appropriate to kill Wu Ji." Gushan was an expert on the Tao verification roll of the giant race. This time, he wasn't the only one on the Tao verification roll. He was also here to protect a genius from the giant race. Seeing that Wu Ji was about to explode, Gushan laughed and said, "Wu Ji, I'll speak the truth. If you want to fight, just kill the people from the blood fire demon race. However, the origin demon race also has experts here. We've just arrived, and it's not good to see blood." Then, he laughed and said, "Don't bother with these juniors. They're just being arrogant here. In the All Heavens battlefield, your human race, Suyu, is the strongest. He beat them like grandsons. Now that Suyu isn't coming back, they're just boasting a bit. Don't take it too seriously." Wu Ji glanced at him and snorted. He looked at the blood fire demon race expert with disdain and sneered, "At least you know what's good for you. Blood fire demon race, I've killed the most people from your race." The blood fire demon race expert didn't mind and said casually, "Kill as you please. My race has many experts." It was just that straightforward. My race doesn't lack experts. Apart from the invincible race having fewer experts than the origin demon race, the other experts might not be less than them. They all come from fighting. If we don't fight, how can we have so many experts? Of course, there might not be so many experts even if we fight, but if we win, we can go home. The mess belongs to the entire demon race, and the origin demon race has to pay for it. With the blood fire demon race as the vanguard, they also have to put in some effort. Although the blood fire demon race has lost many people, they have earned a lot. After fighting, as long as they don't die, they can go home and cultivate. The origin demon race has to go out and settle the matter. As he spoke, more young men and women appeared in the passage. There were also some experts protecting them. Seeing them, many people had complicated expressions. Those at the lower levels didn't know what was going on, but those at the higher levels almost all knew what was going on. Among these young men and women, some were frighteningly low-key, some were frighteningly arrogant, and some were extremely vigilant. They looked around and investigated the situation. It was the first time for many people to come to the mortal realm. The scene became quiet. Some of the Wan geniuses who came first laughed, some didn't pay much attention, and some looked at Moto Na and the others. Moto Na and the others didn't even look at the people behind them. Moto Na stepped forward and said softly, "Let's go to Southern Yuan and take a look. I wonder if there's a second Suyu in Suyu's hometown." He was only slightly interested in Suyu. As for the others, he wasn't interested. At that moment, someone among the group of young men and women transmitted his voice, "Let's test them. They're probably the geniuses on the heaven hunting list. The prefecture master wants us to test them, be careful. Don't be careless. The geniuses on the heaven hunting list are all experts. We're all from the Shenwen faction, and we're also invincible in the same realm. Let's test them." Some of the people in the group secretly transmitted their voices, while others didn't say anything. They didn't rush to show off their strength. Some of these people had already become overlords in small realms and had killed countless people. They weren't as reckless as people thought. Even the arrogant ones didn't say anything. So what if I'm arrogant? I won't look for trouble. Arrogance is sometimes a kind of protection, making people wary of you. At that moment, a few people among the group of young men and women flew out, attracting the attention of the wand geniuses. Among them, a short-haired man, bare one's teeth, smiled and suddenly said, "How dare you touch me?" Then, he shouted, "Set up the formation and kill the enemies." In an instant, more than 10 Shenwen shards appeared among the 3 people with him and imprisoned a genius of the demon race. A sword appeared in the short-haired man's hand, and he slashed out. There wasn't just 1 shard, but more than 10 shards that imprisoned the Shenwen shards. The imprisoned genius of the demon race roared crazily, and his blood chi shot into the sky. With a boom, the shards of Shenwen shards were blasted away. Pfft! The short-haired man stabbed his sword into his opponent's head, and blood flowed from his head, which made the genius of the demon race even more ferocious. "You're courting death." Boom! The short-haired man's face flickered. Without saying a word, he dragged the other 3 into a shield made of divine characters. In the blink of an eye, the shield vanished into the void. "That's right," Meng Hao said. Everything happened too quickly. The genius of the demon race went crazy, and his face was covered in blood. He roared, "You're courting death." The young men and women behind him calculated silently and ignored his roar. Someone chuckled, "It has nothing to do with us. We don't know them. Go find him. Everyone, disperse and return to your respective residences." As they spoke, the group of people transmitted their voices. The genius of the demon race, Lingyan 9th level, ranked 17th on the profound board, is actually so difficult to deal with. That's Xiangming from the Great Shang Mansion, right? The 4 of them joined forces to imprison him, but he actually broke through. Xiangming also has the strength of Lingyan 9th level, but he actually couldn't kill the genius on the profound board with 1 sword. The group of people were actually secretly shocked. Xiangming was also a genius, and he was mostly from the Shenwen faction. He joined forces with the other 3 to imprison the demon race, but in the end, the opponent actually broke through. This was a little terrifying. Was the profound board so strong? The group of people transmitted their voices quickly. The genius of the demon race was furious and wanted to take revenge, but those people ran away. He looked at the others, and there were nearly 100 people in groups. On his side, many people looked like they were watching a show. They were also testing each other and measuring each other's strength. No one wanted to help at all. Madwa Na. The demon race roared, "They ambushed me and bullied me with numbers. Don't you care?" Madwa Na, who had already walked far away, felt a little helpless when he heard that. He didn't say anything else and threw out a punch. Boom! From thousands of meters away, he threw out a punch. Vital Qi exploded, and a large barrier instantly appeared and exploded. Xiangming and the other 3 were among them. This time, the Shenwen faction exploded, and the 4 of them vomited blood. Xiangming, whose face was pale, didn't say anything, and another Shenwen faction appeared, dragging them and instantly disappeared. They were all Lingyan level 9, Madwa Na too. At this moment, everyone was shocked. This was the first person on the heaven board. From thousands of meters away, he threw out a punch, and Xiangming and the others, who weren't weak before, were directly injured by him. The 4 of them were seriously injured, and 1 or 2 Shenwen factions might have completely exploded. Madwa Na didn't chase them, nor was he interested. He looked back at those people and said calmly, "I'm not your Dao protector, nor am I responsible for protecting you. I have my own business, and you do yours. If you're beaten to death, if you're killed by others, that's your problem. Today, I'm here, so I'll stand up for you once. There won't be a next time." He then looked at those humans and said calmly, "Don't provoke me. You're not strong enough, or only killing will teach you a lesson. Then, I don't mind killing you now." Silence, Madwa Na smiled. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he soon left. His voice was heard again, "If Suyu is willing to leave the city, I'm willing to fight him. If he doesn't, then forget it. I won't enter the city again after suffering so many losses." There was a hint of a smile in his voice. Suyu could put up a fight. However, it was fine if it was in the city. That guy wasn't an honest person. He would be tricked and killed. It was better to fight outside the city. Zhang Wushuang and the others also looked indifferent. They didn't look at those human experts, nor did they look at Genius One. Those people were all extremely arrogant. They didn't want to fight those people at all. In an instant, they all left and disappeared. Boring, even though there were sun and moon among those human geniuses, they still found it boring. Sun and moon, it's not like they hadn't killed them before. The entire All-Heaven Palace fell silent. Among the human geniuses, someone laughed at himself. I think we've been ignored and underestimated. Those geniuses on the heaven hunting list don't seem to be interested in us. That was the truth. Even though Shang Ming and the others had taught the demon geniuses a lesson, they still didn't catch anyone's attention. Someone said calmly, "It's a good thing. If they don't like us, so be it. It's good to broaden our horizons." How could there be so many experts in a small realm? The sun and moon's aura shook the sky. Of course, they hadn't fought yet, so they couldn't feel it clearly. Once the battle started, it might be a spectacular sight that they had never seen before. At that moment, someone chuckled and said, "Fellow human geniuses, don't be scared by them. They're just doing it on purpose." At that moment, a yellow-haired humanoid walked out with a smile and said, "I'm from the Five Elements race, a race that's friendly with humans. I'm the floating earth spirit. Let's be friends. We've just arrived at the human realm, so let's be friendly and not fight." The group looked at him silently. The floating earth spirit seemed to have heard of him before. Someone was about to come into contact with him, but before he could, a mountain came crashing down from behind him. "Shit!" The floating earth spirit cursed. "Shirzun, what are you doing?" Boom, the mountain crashed down and a stone golem walked out. "I've long been annoyed by you. It's good that you've reached the human realm. I'll kill you." Rumble, a great battle erupted instantly. The earth shook and cracked. The floating earth spirit instantly merged into the earth and quickly escaped. Meanwhile, Shirzun was in the sky, moving mountains after mountains to bombard him. The two of them fought for a while and went far away. The others were dumbfounded. These two looked very strong. They felt like they could fight the mountain sea realm. Were these two on the Earth list? Were the Earth list also strong? They were all Ling Yun Jing, and they were all Ling Yun, but the difference was too great. There were people like Madonna, the floating Earth spirit, and Shang Ming and the others. In an instant, the expressions of these Shenwen geniuses who had just entered the realm changed. They weren't weak either, but how could there be so many monsters? Shan Xiong alone swept away many Shenwen geniuses from all over the world. As for Shan Xiong, he was on the heaven hunting list. He was previously on the yellow list, but he had recently entered the Xian list. Shan Xiong swept away all the geniuses until he met Suyu, and he was defeated. In other words, most of the people here were inferior to Shan Xiong. Otherwise, Shan Xiong would be a joke. There were very few people who could match Shan Xiong in the same realm. Compared to these people on the Earth list and Heaven list, there was naturally a huge gap. In such a large human realm, there was no one who could enter the Heaven list. Previously, only Suyu and Qin Feng had entered. After Suyu withdrew, the one who entered the Heaven list was also Cursed Soul of the Tianyuan clan. Many geniuses nurtured by the big families hadn't entered the human realm. Although some of these geniuses from the small realms were strong, to say that they were stronger than these monsters was overestimating the big families. It was a mess. The floating earth spirit and Shirzun's battle disappeared from the All-Heaven Palace. All of a sudden, many people were a little depressed and discouraged. The experts in the human realm, including Wan's guardian, watched silently. No one cared anymore. If they couldn't even pass this stage, they would be crippled. They had to adjust themselves. Countless geniuses who went to the All-Heaven battlefield felt helpless. There would never be a lack of experts in the same realm. There would never be a lack of experts who could kill you with one punch. If they all felt despair, they wouldn't be able to cultivate anymore. After everyone left, Wu Ji sighed and said, "Not too disappointing, but not too amazing either. I was thinking that with these little guys, I would be able to see some amazing monstrous geniuses." Then, he mumbled, "In terms of amazing, it has to be Suyu. Last time that kid came, he pretended to be Cui Lang. I didn't even see him clearly. Unfortunately, he won't be able to come back this time. He was a little regretful. On the side, Yi Hongyan said. Indifferently, not everyone is Suyu, and not everyone is Yibatian. Being too much of a monster won't end well. I don't think this Madonna will end well either. Madonna was also amazing. Ling Yin was only in the 9th realm. Rumor had it that he might be able to fight against Sun and Moon. Of course, Madonna didn't seem to have fought against Sun and Moon, so it was hard to tell which one was real. This kind of guy was already extremely terrifying. He had always occupied the first place on the heaven list, except for the time when he was pushed down by Suyu. Wu Ji didn't say anything. Looking at the geniuses who were leaving, he gritted his teeth and said, if we don't attack these geniuses, then kill the Tao protectors. Kill them all. Even one will cry. Yi Hongyan looked at him strangely. If we don't attack those geniuses, just on the surface. Secretly, of course, we have to kill them. As long as we can kill them with one strike, who will know who killed them? Are you telling me that Wan Wudi is still watching you? How could you believe Wudi's words? Don't you understand what he meant? Killing the Tao protectors was fine on the surface, but killing geniuses, everyone had to be discreet. No one said that they couldn't kill them. This was the human race's home ground. These geniuses were well aware of this, so they ran as fast as they could. Did they really think that they would trust the human race and not secretly send people to kill them? What were they thinking? Of course, they were used to it. It was the same in the All-Heaven battlefield. Which race's geniuses hadn't been assassinated? Only those who didn't die were geniuses, while those who died were trash. Wu Ji shuddered. That's true. Then, those fellows won't kill our clan's geniuses, right? It's hard to say. Just keep an eye on the Tao protectors. As for the geniuses, let them be. Yi Hongyan said coldly, in the All-Heaven battlefield, the Great Qin Mansion won't care about people like Qin Feng unless Invincible Sun and Moon Emperor personally make a move. Since Qin Feng and the other descendants of Invincible Sun and Moon Emperor can get away with it, it's the same for the others. Don't go looking for their parents every time there's a problem. If they couldn't defeat someone in the same cultivation realm, it would be embarrassing to call their parents. Wu Ji wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. It was easy to say that those who came this time were all top geniuses. How could the human race have so many people in the same cultivation realm as them? So you didn't care about what was happening in the All-Heaven mansion. As time passed, Wan Tianxing gradually finished forging many things. He looked at Suyu and asked, have you opened the box? Soon. As Suyu said this, the box in his hand trembled. He opened it and took a look. Although he had already guessed it, Suyu still said dispiritedly, fuck, it really is a vessel. I thought it was something left behind by that traitor Invincible Emperor, or some evidence sect Master Tianyi kept, but it turns out to be neither. He still had some expectations, but it wasn't what he had expected. As it turned out, he had thought too much. Suyu was very dispirited. There was a piece of jade in the box. He touched it. As an Earth-grade weapon master, he still had some judgment. It was incomparably sturdy, at least heaven-grade. It was definitely a vessel. Wan Tianxing's heart was so tired. Isn't this a treasure? Why does it sound like it's worthless in your mouth? This is the heavenly imperial jade. It's indeed a relatively common treasure among vessels. Wan Tianxing smiled and said, just this small piece. If I take it out and exchange it for 300 to 500 drops of Sun-Moon Mystic Yellow liquid, I'll make a deal immediately. Do you believe it? Suyu nodded. Very quickly, he asked in puzzlement, where did the Tianyi sect master get this? He was a 7th grade Sun-Moon. Could the Tianyi race gift this to him? That was too generous. Wan Tianxing picked up the piece of jade and examined it. He touched the jade pendant. The sun and moon rotated in his eyes, and some figures kept appearing. Very quickly, Wan Tianxing smiled and said, it doesn't have much to do with Wudi. It might have something to do with the Starry Mansion. Maybe he's lucky, or maybe some of the geniuses he's grooming got it for him. He looked and vaguely saw the shadow of the Starry Mansion. Suyu asked doubtfully, then why didn't he bring it with him? Stupid. Wan Tianxing smiled and said, you still don't understand? He was prepared to shatter his physical body or be heavily injured. If he brought it with him, it would be very easy to lose it. So hiding it in his lair is the safest. How could it be so easy to kill Xiao Longwu? Bringing it with him is the choice of a desperado. He clearly still wants to live. Su Yu said in puzzlement, but I like to bring my treasures with me. So you are a desperado, you are the kind of person who might not want to go back after going out. Otherwise, not bringing it with you is the safest choice. That way, it won't be easy to lose or be robbed. Even if your physical body shatters, there is hope to escape, and the treasure won't be lost. Too lazy to say anything, Wan Tianxing said seriously, you really want to shatter one and stuff the rest into the fake ruins? Su Yu nodded. At this moment, he already saw a space taking shape. Su Yu asked doubtfully, don't you want to use shenwens? If we use a carrier, we don't need shenwens. Otherwise, people will sense shenwens' fluctuations. Wan Tianxing explained, the vessel is enough. It's fine if one of them is broken. But this is a space in the human realm, right? No, it's just made up. It's very weak, so it needs a carrier to support it. Su Yu, are you sure you want to stuff all these in? Wan Tianxing was a little reluctant, however, Su Yu said indifferently, I have no use for it now. If I win, it's still mine. If I lose, you all die, and I run away. I'll just take it as these treasures being buried with you all. Jinx, Wan Tianxing smiled and did not say anything else. His words made sense. Su Yu quickly said, if I don't die and lose my treasures, you'll have to compensate me. The Dexia province and you, principal, all have to compensate me. Wan Tianxing said with a smile, sure. Write it down. Su Yu quickly wrote it down. Soon, all the treasures were written down. Principal, please stamp it for me. Wan Tianxing said helplessly, let Xianxia stamp it. Why me? Principal, both you and Xianxia have to stamp it. Wan Tianxing was extremely helpless. I'm also carrying a huge debt, it doesn't make sense. Soon, he gave a low shout, and his aura exploded in a small area. The dragon ball kept cracking, but the carrier was very strong. Even Wan Tianxing had to go all out at this moment. The next moment, his aura increased by 30%, one must know that these carriers were left behind after destroying the invincible realm. One could imagine how strong they were. After a while, there was a rumble and an extremely powerful force exploded. Wan Tianxing continued to control the force and integrate it into the space. A huge space formed in his palm. The next moment, a Sun-Moon Mystic Yellow pool appeared, absorbing the rest of Su Yu's Sun-Moon Mystic Yellow liquid. It converged into a stream of water and was stuffed into the pool. After a while, a large amount of Heaven Yuan Qi was stuffed in, as well as some other treasures and ancient objects. Including a large number of books, some of which were made by Su Yu just now. In the end, the jade pendant and iron block were also put in. Wan Tianxing constantly used the river of time to wash the entire space. Gradually, the things that were brand new became old, as if they had experienced countless years. Come in and see the effect. Su Yu stepped in and entered a new space. Vicissitudes, simple and unadorned, incomparably huge houses and courtyards appeared in front of him. Rich Heaven Yuan Qi, the place was very big. Su Yu suddenly said, there are still some things missing. Ruins are usually inhabited, right? Will there be some traces of use left in martial arts competitions? These old things are old, but they still smell like they were almost used. Thorough, Wan Tianxing nodded and quickly arranged. Su Yu continued to stroll around. Walking in this small city, it was as if he had really returned to ancient times, with some vicissitudes of life. Principal, can there be no corpses? No need, because there are almost no corpses in the ancient ruins. Maybe they were all vaporized. They were all shattered in an instant? That's possible. Su Yu nodded and continued walking. After a while, he said, I haven't been to the ancient ruins, I'm not sure if it's true, Wan Tianxing was taken aback and looked at him. You haven't been there? Su Yu said calmly, so what if I haven't been there? Wan Tianxing was stunned and speechless. Impossible, it's impossible that you haven't been to the ruins. I really want to go back to your past right now, how can you not have been to the ruins? Then, your cultivation technique, I'm a genius, I deduced it myself, but no one believed me, so I could only say that I have the ruins. Suyu said gloomily, no, I didn't say anything. Everyone said it, and I didn't refute it, so it became true. At this moment, Wan Tianxing only had one thought. I don't believe it, impossible, are you kidding me? Self-taught? You've enlightened 360 apertures, self-taught? You've cast your body dozens of times and still haven't finished, who are you kidding? Wan Tianxing frowned and said, something's wrong. If you really haven't obtained the ruins, Southern Yuan might really have the ruins. I always thought you took it away, but you didn't want to make it public, so I didn't care. But you said it wasn't you. Then, Southern Yuan might really have the ruins. Yes, he thought Suyu had taken it away. Therefore, he didn't care too much about it. Suyu didn't want to make it public, so he didn't care. Even Lu Wenyan, Xiao Long Wu, and the others thought Suyu had taken it away. Lu Wenyan said a long time ago that Suyu had opened a ruin in Southern Yuan. When he was a child, he had noticed Suyu's abnormality. And today, Suyu told Wan Tianxing that he had not been to the ruins. At this moment, Wan Tianxing's eyes changed slightly, and he looked at Suyu. Could it be that this kid had gone in and he didn't know? Strange. Wan Tianxing did not believe it. But to be honest, Suyu did not even care about these treasures now. He had used all of them. Was there a need to hide it now? In that case, Suyu might really not have been to the relic. He shook his head helplessly. Whatever, if there was none, then there was none. If there was, then there was none. He continued to perfect the fake relic space. As he looked at it, he wanted to snatch it. Sigh, he was rich, 2 vessels, no, 3 vessels, in the one of the all heavens. There had been many tragic cases of the 9 tiers of the sun and moon killing each other for carriers. Now, other than not being able to conceal the light of Dao verification, this relic was no different from a real relic. As for the light of Dao verification, if you did not attain Dao verification, how would you know that it could not be concealed? Perhaps there was a formation that you did not know about and did not discover. Wan Tianxing polished it carefully. As for Suyu, he was still communicating through the mask. He directly scolded angrily, Enforcer Bai, why are you being so polite with those dogs? Tell them to hand over the information system and the list of all personnel. It's not that we want the information and then transfer it through them. We want to control it directly. If they don't agree, so be it. Wanzhou is nothing. Enforcer Bai, I feel that the Skyhunter Pavilion still needs to establish its prestige in the human race. Moreover, Wanzhou, to be honest, has some conflicts with our business. If they don't know what's good for them, we will destroy them. They also provide information, assassination, and other services. This is our competitor. If we can't take them in, then we'll have to beat them to death. Either we buy them or we destroy them. That was how large companies that spanned across worlds did. This was called monopoly. Just look at Xiaoyi. He monopolized the business in Dexia province and opened Summerfield Trading Company. He earned a lot every year. Their whereabouts are secretive, and they also have experts. It will be difficult to kill them. Killing some to establish our prestige is enough. We don't have to kill all of them. After killing some, we can continue to cooperate with the rest. If they don't cooperate, we will continue to kill. Suyu was impatient. White One was a fool. He did not even want to talk to him. Do you still need me to teach you that? I don't know much about it, but I've seen enough of it. During his time in Dexia province, Suyu didn't learn much, but he learned how to bargain, swindle, and be shameless. If he could afford to offend them, then he should do so. If he couldn't, then he shouldn't. In conclusion, they bullied the weak and feared the strong. White One actually didn't understand these principles. What a waste of his strength. White One had no choice but to say, Xianxia, how about this? I'll add you to 8th Elder's channel. If there are any situations, you can communicate directly with 8th Elder. He leveled up, of course, he hadn't become an elder yet, but his status had risen. Previously, Suyu had communicated with the Enforcement Elder through White One. Now, he could directly communicate with the Enforcement Elder. The Law Enforcement Elder was also a big shot, a top-notch big shot. The quasi-invincible realm was equivalent to some top-level masters. Now, Suyu's influence in the Skyhunter Pavilion had quickly spread to this extent. Above him were the pavilion masters and ministers. Suyu was a little nervous, but soon, he comforted himself. This was nothing. It seemed that he had never seen the world. How many big shots had he seen? There were a lot of Invincible Realm experts, the quasi-invincible realm. The old man beside me is a quasi-invincible realm expert who can kill invincible realm experts. Are you afraid? I'm not even afraid of this old man. Why would I be afraid of a law enforcement elder who was in the air? Wan Tianxing, who was building the relic, glanced at Suyu. He always felt that this kid was scolding him just now. Forget it, ignore it. This kid might have remembered that I didn't stamp on the list just now. When Suyu said stamping, he ran to break the carrier. This huge debt would be left to Xianxia province. He, Wan Tianxing, was poor. Except for a little money, he had nothing. He couldn't pay it back, not even if he died. Naturally, Suyu didn't remember this. He soon found that he had joined a new channel. A new chat channel. Subordinate Xianxia, by Mian of the Xian sect, greets the law enforcement elder. In the branch of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. The 8th elder quickly replied, don't be so polite. Xianxia, Bai said that you want to eliminate Wanzhou? You have to understand that Wanzhou was founded by Wan. You have to look at the master before you beat the dog. Suyu said directly, Master, let's fight together. Elder, what is the purpose of the Sky Hunter Pavilion? Are we afraid of Wan? Haven't we killed Wan? As long as we pay, we will do any task. Sell locations, sell information, anything. Doesn't Wan hate us? Yes. He wants to kill us right now. As long as there is a chance, they will immediately join hands to kill us. But they didn't. Why? It's not because we are afraid of them and are their dogs. It's because they need us. They need the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Previously, when Suyu asked those stone sculptures to attack, it caused the headquarters of the Sky Hunter Pavilion to appear. At that moment, did you think that Wan would show mercy if he really found our headquarters? The Sky Hunter Pavilion isn't afraid of anyone because we are mysterious. We are not afraid of anything. We have the intelligence of the entire One. It's not because we are strong or because we are polite to them that they let us go. Many by Mian and even elders have been killed by them. When they can kill us, they definitely won't hesitate. 8th elder, to say something disrespectful, if not for your high position, I suspect that you might have been corrupted by Wan and intimidated. Our Sky Hunter Pavilion doesn't rise because we are afraid. We rise because everyone can't live without us. Suyu gave a long speech. In the end, he even retorted to the 8th elder. The 8th elder was a little angry, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. This rising star had a point. He still had to have some tolerance. Are you interested in leaving the mystery department and joining the law enforcement department? No, the law enforcement department is not practical at all. If we don't interact with the One, we won't be able to change our minds. I'm helpless because of Bai Wan's inflexibility. Everything has to be reported. On the battlefield, the situation changes rapidly. It's too inflexible to wait for reports for everything. The 8th elder thought about it and nodded. That made sense. Perhaps the law enforcement department wasn't suitable for these things. It was only suitable for internal surveillance and law enforcement. Or, it was fine to be an assassin. What you said is not without reason. How about this? I will activate a more advanced function for you. All the Bai Mian in Xianxia province can receive your messages and issue orders directly through your authority. Xianxia, the Sky Hunter Pavilion only has one request. That is to grasp all intelligence and create chaos. The 8th elder quickly said, can you do it? Your Xianxia branch has already suffered heavy losses. Although there have been many missions recently, the rewards are not great. Suyu smiled and quickly said, only by investing will there be rewards. If I'm not willing to invest, how can I get rewards? Alright, from now on, you are the supreme commander of the Xianxia province branch. Everyone, including Bai Wan, will listen to your command. In this change in the human realm, the Sky Hunter Pavilion must obtain the greatest benefits. No problem. Suyu answered quickly and quickly said, I'm confirming the authenticity of the relic. Let's not talk about other things. Just by selling the information, it's enough for us to make a lot of money. You're in Southern Yuan? Yes. Suyu answered resolutely. I'm here, but you guys didn't discover it. That's because you guys are too weak. I'm in Southern Yuan. It's up to you to believe it or not. The eighth elder didn't say anything more to him. He hesitated for a moment and quickly contacted Xianxia. Xianxia, put down all the missions and go to Xia province to secretly assist Xianjiao. If there's any news, contact me at any time. Okay. Xianjia was straightforward. Okay, I'll go right now. Help Xianjiao. Is there a need? If you help again, be careful that someone will kill you. Shou. Suyu quickly got up and said, Principal, is it done? I'm leaving. I'm now the person in charge of the Sky Hunter Pavilion in Xia province. I'm very busy. Smug, Wan Tianxing was also speechless. Was the Sky Hunter Pavilion idiots? How did this kid get to the level of the person in charge of Xia province? Weren't you the person in charge before? Did you get promoted again? Yes. Now, I can directly give instructions and orders to all the white noodles in Xia province. Alright, he had become a hegemon. Sure enough, this kid could do well wherever he went. It's almost done. Are you going to Southern Yuan? Later, I'll go and stuff this thing into the space mezzanine of Southern Yuan. If you're going, I'll bring you along. Suyu said happily, Go, Principal. You're really amazing. You can even tear space and stuff it into the space mezzanine. Wan Tianxing ignored him. After some thought, he glanced at the space and said, Give it a name. Under normal circumstances, relics have a name, such as Xingyu Mansion. Suyu hesitated and said, The Sky Hunter Pavilion has some ancient records, and it's easy to find them. This name is a problem. After some thought, Suyu asked, The Sky Hunter Pavilion has some ancient records, and it's easy to find out. This name is a problem. After some thought, Suyu asked, Xingyu and Xingyu Mansion, what does it mean? It's rumored to be the title of the ancient human emperor, the Xingyu human emperor. Wan Tianxing said casually, Of course, it's just a guess. I can't be sure, because of the title of the human emperor, probably no one would dare to call him by his name. Coupled with the destruction of the ancient times, who knows if it's true or not. Let's first integrate the Shenwen combat skill steel. Suyu was not in a hurry to give it a name. He quickly said, Principal, this combat skill steel was originally passed down from ancient times. I'll think of a way to draw out some of the Shenwen combat skill steel and spread it out. I'll disguise it and make it into an ancient treasure of the Shenwen faction. There's no need to disguise it. Wan Tianxing watched him take out the Shenwen combat skill steel and said softly, This thing is an ancient treasure. It can change its form at will. This thing? Forget it. Sigh, if I can get it back after this, I'll keep it well. This is the true origin of the Shenwen faction. With this, Shenwen will never be destroyed. He shook his head and said, Actually, one has always wanted to destroy the steel, but he did not dare to attack Xia province. Later, he chased you. This steel is also related. Without the steel, there will be no more Shenwen. Suyu nodded. He understood. There were countless Shenwen combat skill inheritances. This thing, together with the Shenwen division method, would make everyone have more Shenwen. As long as the steel was not destroyed, Shenwen would not be destroyed. Wan Tianxing actually did not want Suyu to put the steel in. But after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. A dead person was like a lamp going out. If he really died, whether or not the Shenwen legacy was passed down, it would be the same. He quickly placed this steel in the void of the ruins. After thinking about it, he suddenly punched the steel. The steel shook. A moment later, a river of time washed the steel. After a while, the steel suddenly flashed, revealing a few words that were the same as the ancient city gate. Wen Mu. Wan Tianxing looked at these two words and was not surprised. Suyu, on the other hand, was shocked. The steel changed. It was no longer black, but white jade. There were some patterns and two big words carved on it. Wen Mu, Suyu was incomparably surprised, and he looked at Wan Tianxing. Wan Tianxing calmly said, This thing is called a Wen tomb. Perhaps it's the tomb of a civilizer, or perhaps it's the tomb of a civilization. It was discovered by Xianxia in the past, but he felt that the name was inauspicious, so he hid it. Other than a few people, no one knows what it is called. It is called the Shenwen Combat Skill Steel. Actually, this is a tombstone. Perhaps it is to pay tribute to the civilizers who left behind their legacies. Wan Tianqing sighed, "When Mu, this thing is much more precious than a carrier. I actually did not expect that Qin Yong would give this to you." So you looked at the jade steel. After a while, he said hesitantly, "If this thing is lost, Uncle Master will be angry to death, right? It's fine. If it is lost, then so be it. Perhaps after we die, the civilizers can still be passed down." Wan Tianqing smiled, "If the Wenmu is here, then this ruin will be called Civilization Mansion." Suyu blinked. When Wan Tianqing mentioned this name, he suddenly had a strange feeling. Was the golden book in his mind a Shenwen? If it was, did it come from some ruin? It was normal for the civilizer's Shenwen to come from a civilization mansion, right? Somewhat dazed, Suyu nodded, "Then let's call it Civilization Mansion." The mansion of a civilizer, the burial place of a civilization, and the place where a civilization is passed down. With this tombstone, it lived up to its name. Mansion head, did that generation's mansion head also come from the ruins? Wan Tianqing said lightly, "It is also an invincible ruin. But besides this thing, there is nothing else." That is why Xiachen did not prove his Tao. However, that ruin is indeed an invincible ruin. Suyu, this tombstone, it is best to find it. Perhaps it will be of use to you in the future. Ah? You are very strong. When you reach the 9th layer of sun and moon, perhaps you will be terrifyingly strong. At that time, your 3 lives will also be very strong. Not just anything can bear it. If this Wen tombstone is used to bear your 3 lives, it should be possible. The Wen tombstone is very strong. Even I might not be able to destroy it. Flowing in the river of time, it will still be fine. In fact, you can take this opportunity to test it. Ask the Skyhunter Pavilion if they know about the Wen tombstone. We don't dare to ask, nor can we ask. We haven't had a chance to investigate its origins. You can try. Suyu nodded with a serious expression, "I understand." This thing seemed very important and precious. According to Wan Tianqing, it could be used to bear the 3 lives. Suyu muttered inwardly. If this thing could be used, could the golden book do the same? If both could be used, wouldn't these 2 objects that could be used to bear the 3 lives be very powerful? After finishing all of this, Wan Tianqing carved 2 large words on the gate outside the ruin, "Civilization." It sparkled. Soon, it was washed away by the river of time, full of charm. Suyu looked at these 2 words, his eyes a little dazed. After looking for a while, a Shenwen gradually formed in his mind. Text, the text of civilization, the text of the Wen tombstone. It actually wasn't the human race's Shenwen. Instead, it was written on the ancient city and now, or rather, it was written in ancient times. And this time, he actually succeeded. Suyu's mouth fell open. Why? And at the side, Wan Tianqing also wanted to open his mouth wide. F***CKU. I just casually wrote 2 words and you managed to draw out the Shenwen. What's wrong with you? As for Suyu, he blinked his eyes. This was the 27th Shenwen he had drawn. 1 exploded, otherwise, he would have drawn 28. Text? Suyu was puzzled. What was its use? What characteristics did it have? This was written by Wan Tianqing. He felt that Wan Tianqing's writing was more charming than those of the Invincible. Perhaps the Invincible just wrote casually, while Wan Tianqing wrote very seriously in order to disguise himself. Once the Shenwen was drawn, it was at the peak of rank 2. Suyu felt that there was hope for it to reach rank 3 soon. Text, this was also the first non-human Shenwen. Suyu couldn't help but ask, "Sir, what language is this?" Text of will. I know it's text of will. What I'm asking is which race's text of will it is. Wan Tianqing said lightly, "This is the text of will, the language of a civilization master." Whether it was the human language, the god race's language, or the demon race's language, they were all written for everyone to understand, communicate, and learn. Not everyone was a civilization master, and this language was the language commonly used by ancient experts, the text of will. If you have willpower, you can recognize it. This is the true text of will. The text of will that everyone talks about now is an extension of this text of will. Do you understand now? Suyu understood. He had learned something new. Could it be that the ancient experts all drew these characters? If that's the case, why would the human language reject other languages? Wan Tianqing said indifferently, the current languages of the various races are an extension of the rune of will, which is more suitable for each race. Furthermore, the ancient rune of will is the common ancient language. Didn't you learn the breathing technique? You can think of it as the breathing technique, the kind that has no restrictions on the race. Suyu was enlightened, he understood, be it the human language or the languages of other races, they all had their own race's restrictions. For example, Suyu knew the human language and felt that it was very strong. However, non-humans would feel that it was not enough. To put it bluntly, it was a universal card, it would be the language of whatever race you needed it to be. Suyu quickly tested the characteristics and frowned slightly. There was nothing special about such strong words. He conjured the words and asked curiously, Principal, why doesn't it have any characteristics? It feels like a piece of trash. Wan Tianqing took a look at the words and sighed. It has some of my characteristics. Yours? Suyu was enlightened. Yes, this had a lot to do with his master. What was the Wanfu prefect good at? Why didn't he notice? He was good at opening the river of time and could open it whenever he wanted. Did this count? It didn't seem as practical as King of Great Zhou's. The King of Great Zhou's calm divine character was really useful. Suyu loved it so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. Now that it was at the 4th level, it might become the first sun-moon divine character. Of course, it was still too early to say. Wan Tianqing looked at it again and smiled faintly. Yes, it has some of my characteristics. Don't you have the legacy Shenwen of the Fire of Civilization? Try to forcefully fuse these two Shenwen and open it again. Suyu was stunned. Forcefully fuse, he had actually done this in the past but he gave up later on. Forcefully fusing could easily cause the Shenwen to collapse. He thought about it and fused this Shenwen into the fire Shenwen. Suddenly, the flames burned brightly. Suyu's mind was extremely clear at this moment. He felt that there was nothing in the world that could stump him. He was omnipotent and omniscient, thoughts rose one by one, disappearing and rising in an instant. His willpower was comprehending and improving. One by one, the Shenwen was purified. The seal Shenwen that he had comprehended not long ago suddenly advanced at this moment. Suyu seemed to have comprehended the true meaning of sealing. The next moment, Suyu fell from this state. He was still at a loss, he looked at Wan Tianqing. This Shenwen. What was it for? To amplify its effects, Wan Tianqing said faintly, the fire of civilization is related to wisdom. Suyu blinked. To increase wisdom? No. Wan Tianqing said faintly, there is nothing that can increase wisdom. Only constant learning and constant exposure can increase wisdom. Then what are you talking about? Are you spouting nonsense? Wan Tianqing said calmly again, what increases the strength of the Shenwen is the amplification effect that you imagined. This is because human wisdom allows us to unleash greater strength under the same level of strength. Suyu was speechless, so this was how it increased wisdom? This is, the power amplifier of the Shenwen? Yes. I understand now, Suyu's heart thumped. In the next moment, one Shenwen, no, two Shenwen-s merged and disappeared. At this moment, Wan Tianqing stretched out his hand and grabbed the two formless Shenwen-s smiling, he said, you're still not good enough to test me, but, it's already very well hidden. One Yin, one Wen. Yin and Wen fused. The Wen character seemed to be able to merge with any Shenwen. It was very simple. After the fusion, it felt like the Yin character Shenwen was even more Yin. Suyu didn't care. He put away the Shenwen, thought for a moment, and then merged the Wen character into the Thunder character Shenwen. Rumble, a thunderous sound rang out, and the power increased. Suyu's Thunder character Shenwen was a 4th stage Shenwen. His willpower and Sea of Will had actually reached the level of the mountain and sea realm. Previously, when he had unleashed the power of a 4th stage Shenwen, he had the power of the early mountain and sea realm. At this moment, the power of the lightning seemed to have increased a bit. No, it had increased a lot. When the power of the lightning burst out, it seemed to have increased by about 20%, which was almost comparable to the destructive power of the mid-mountain and sea realm. As for the wind character Shunwen, it was only at the peak of the second stage. Suyu was stunned. He suddenly looked at Wan Tianxing. The characteristics were somewhat similar to Old Wan's. What did that mean? Could Wan Tianxing also be like this? Could he have such a special ability to increase his strength? So, with his 3 lives, he had been able to fight against the invincible realm, and even kill the invincible realm. Was that so? Wan Tianxing said faintly. What are you looking at? I didn't expect you to be able to comprehend the 2 characters I casually wrote. It's very strange. All these years, I've written many texts of will, but almost no one has been able to comprehend them. Suyu swallowed. Principal, can you increase the power of the Shunwen by 1 stage? This 1 stage referred to an entire stage. Could the sun and moon Shunwen be used as the invincible Shunwen? If that was the case, that would be too terrifying. After all, he had just sketched it, and the Shunwen was too weak. What if this one character also reached the 4th stage? How much would it increase its power? Wan Tianxing said indifferently. At this stage, you naturally know. Of course, the Shunwen you and I are different. What you sketched doesn't represent what I sketched. I can only say that the Shunwen you sketched has some of my characteristics as a foundation. Suyu nodded. I understand this. For example, the Shunwen that the great Zhou King sketched is probably different from mine, but some of its abilities are the same. He might be very sinister and not a threat to anyone, but this kind of person is the most dangerous. He might attack you at any time. Principal, don't you agree? Yes. Wan Tianxing nodded and smiled. That's right. The great Zhou King is the most sinister. Yes, he could compete with you. Suyu muttered in his heart. One wasn't too sure about the strength of the 2 of you. The great Zhou King, the #1 civilizator in the human realm, was frighteningly low-key. It was just a title. If not, no one knew how strong he was. Principal, could he be a traitor? After all, he is very sinister, and when he attacked, there was no sense of danger. You and the 5th generation are so strong, yet he could sneak an attack. I think he must be the great Zhou King. What do you think? This was also the question that Suyu was thinking about. To be able to sneak an attack on Yubadian and the rest, it meant that he had concealed himself well when he attacked. And the great Zhou King's ability might be in this aspect. Wan Tianxing thought about it. It's hard to say. It could be anyone. To put it bluntly, even Daxia of Goguryeo is a possibility. Ah? What ah? Wan Tianxing smiled faintly. Before we know who it is, anything is possible. If Yubadian succeeds in proving his Dao, he might invade Daxia province. Wouldn't Daxia of Goguryeo be afraid? That might not be the case. Furthermore, the person who knows me the most about Yubadian is actually Daxia of Goguryeo. It would be convenient for him to sneak an attack. Impossible. Suyu shouted. Why would Daxia of Goguryeo do such things? If he really did, he would have killed you long ago. Perhaps? Wan Tianxing smiled. I'm just telling you not to trust anyone easily. Also, what I showed you is just what I showed you. What you saw might not be the truth. I showed you that Yubadian was sneak attacked, but the person who did the sneak attack, why wouldn't it be me? Suyu was stunned. After a while, he muttered, is it worth it? Wan Tianxing said indifferently, everything is possible. Let me tell you one more thing. Any expert who has merged with 3 lives might change. You will no longer be you. Or rather, you will no longer be the current you. You might be dominated by your future self. You might be dominated by your past self. In the past, you might be cowardly. With the past as the dominant factor, even if the current you isn't cowardly, you might be cowardly. The future you is domineering. The current you isn't domineering. But what dominates you is still your domineering personality. The 3 lives body doesn't bring any memories, but it will bring with it some of your personality that you might have in the future and subtly change you. This is also a problem that many Invincible Realm experts need to be careful about. When you are no longer who you are now, you might do something that you regret, or that is not in line with your current personality. The invincible that the humans betrayed might be the invincible that you know now. In your impression, he's kind, willing to lay down his life for the humans. But if he's dominated by some of the personalities of his 3 lives, he might do things that you wouldn't dare believe. Suyu was solemn, but quickly relieved. I understand. Don't worry, Principal. What do you understand? Wan Tianxing wanted to ask. Suyu always understood some special meanings, but sometimes he didn't say them, and he didn't mean them. What do you understand? Suyu really understood. He understood, whether it was the past, the future, or the present, he had to be persistent. He would beat anyone who provoked him to death. In this way, no matter which personality dominated him, it would always be the same, unchanging for all eternity. It didn't matter which personality dominated him. Wouldn't it all end up the same? Old Wan considered a lot. There was no need. His heart was eternal. He wouldn't provoke anyone who didn't provoke him, but if he provoked him, he would beat him to death. Once and for all, when he was himself, he wouldn't be affected. Suyu praised himself in his heart. I really understood some of the true meaning of cultivation. Maintain my true self, I'm the only one. At this moment, his willpower surged. The next moment, the willpower that he compressed to Lingyun level 8 boiled. In the blink of an eye, there was a rumble. His willpower underwent some transformation and entered Lingyun level 9, as for Suyu, he quickly hammered it. Indeed, what I understand is the truth. I've already advanced and seen my true self. Hurry up and compress it. Why do I always understand something recently? Trouble, it's the outline of Shenwen again, and its advancement again. At this moment, Wan Tianxing was really a little sluggish. What did you understand? You actually advanced just like that. Is it really that easy to advance? It's one thing to advance, but this brat is going all out to compress it. Can you still advance to the mountain and sea realm? Are you going to stay at Lingyun forever? Also, this brat said that he had extraordinary talent. Previously, Wan Tianxing had thought that he was joking, but now, he was at a loss. I just casually said something, and this brat said that he understood, and then, he really did understand something, and even advanced. This is too unbelievable. Could it be that this brat really doesn't have any legacy, and is relying on his talent? That's right. One moment, he was comprehending the outline of Shenwen, and the next moment, he was comprehending the true meaning of cultivation. There were some legends in ancient times that people like this existed. But Suyu, what the hell? Wan Tianxing felt like he was going crazy. At this moment, he could understand Bai Feng's feelings all too well. How depressing, how crazy. He really wanted to crack open Suyu's head and see what was in it. Wan Tianxing felt that his Dao heart was about to become unstable. He said awkwardly, let's go to Southern Yuan. Don't compress it too much. If you compress it too much, will you still advance to the mountain and sea realm? It doesn't matter. If I don't advance, I'll just strengthen my acupoints until I'm invincible. So you didn't care too much about this. I'm not afraid of that. Easy for you to say, Wan Tianxing cursed in his heart. Damn, even a genius like him feels a little pressured when he's with this brat. What the hell? I, Wan Tianxing, am someone that even Yi Badian admires. Not wanting to see Suyu show off anymore, Wan Tianxing grabbed him and instantly disappeared from Xianxia to Southern Yuan, and Suyu once again experienced what it meant to get a free ride. So fast, walking in the void, everything below them was just a blink of an eye. No one could see them, and no one could discover them. Suyu seriously suspected that Wan Tianxing did not always stay in Xianxia, but often went out. Anyway, no one dared to break into Xianxia, so no one would know if he left. Breaking the speed of sound, but there was no sound at all. Wan Tianxing seemed to be very relaxed. This time, Suyu finally experienced his strength. In fact, Suyu's physical strength in all aspects had reached the standard of the sun and moon. It was not just pure explosive power. Unless he swallowed the blood essence, it would only be pure explosive power that reached a certain standard. Body forging was actually a simultaneous improvement in all aspects. Suyu was also fast, but even if he went to Southern Yuan with all his strength, it would take him an hour or so to reach there. Of course, it was much better than before. When he came to Dixia province from Southern Yuan, it took him 2 days to arrive with the team, mainly because there were some dangers on the way. But now, these dangers were not dangerous for Suyu. When he was in a hurry, the monsters might not even notice his existence. If Suyu went all out, it would still take him an hour or so. Wan Tianxing, on the other hand, was traveling at an astonishing speed. It did not seem like he had to spend much effort. About 10 minutes or so, Wan Tianxing suddenly stopped. Suyu also stopped and looked down. Bear One's teeth grinned. They had arrived at southern Yuan, so fast, this speed was a little beyond Suyu's expectations. In fact, whether it was the Battle of Mount Xinglua or something else, Wan Tianxing actually had the opportunity to directly participate in everything that happened in southern Yuan. However, he didn't. He had always been at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. How tolerant, Wan Tianxing ignored Suyu, and he looked down for a while before saying, 32 Sun Moon tier elites. Suyu was speechless. This was not all. The Tao protectors of the Myriad race's geniuses were probably not here yet, and neither were the experts of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion or the Myriad race's sect. The experts of the Myriad races who were hiding in the dark were also not here. Now, only a few dozen sun and moon experts had gathered here. In the end, wouldn't there be hundreds of suns and moons? After so many years, had there ever been a situation where hundreds of suns and moons gathered together? Wan Tianxing revealed a faint smile. Not bad, but it's still not enough. You can use the ruins to create a commotion to attract more people. Principal, there are too many people. Your side, it's all right. Wan Tianxing, on the other hand, was calm and did not say anything. Soon, Wan Tianxing led Suyu into the Su residence as if there was no one there. The guards outside didn't notice anything. The suns and moons in the city also didn't notice anything strange. Wan Tianxing waved his hand casually, and the space was torn apart. In the torn space, a fake ruins forged by Xianxia vaguely appeared. There were many ancient buildings, and there was some heaven's origin chi, but apart from these, there was nothing else. Wan Tianxing didn't say much. He stretched out his hand, and in the next moment, he grabbed a Shenwen. This was forged by Xianxia using a fake Shenwen. Wan Tianxing threw it to Suyu, and said calmly, it's a good thing. Sun Moon tier Shenwen, not an ordinary suns and moons. This is a Sun Moon tier Shenwen. Xiao Longwu killed a god in the 8th tier of the Sun Moon tier and obtained it. Suyu instantly caught it. This was a Shenwen that had been transformed into a mystery realm. This thing was a priceless treasure in the outside world. A mystery realm was also a manifestation of one's heritage. Origin Chi Mystery Realm, Sea of Consciousness Mystery Realm, these were the heritage of Xia province. At this moment, Suyu also obtained his first mystery realm. This mystery realm can't be moved, right? Yes. Wan Tianxing said calmly, it's fine. This isn't created by cutting space, but Xiaojia himself filled in some things to create a mystery realm. It's not related to space, and it's not difficult to move. In fact, it's not very useful. It's just that the space is a little bigger. When going out, it can be used as a storage ring. If it breaks at a critical moment, it can just replenish the consumption of willpower. He said it casually, but in fact, any Shenwen that was created into a mystery realm was shockingly valuable. It was more precious than ordinary Shenwen, not to mention, it was a Sun Moon tier Shenwen. Of course, the one he encountered was Suyu. Suyu nodded. 8 stages of Sun Moon. If I can shatter it, I'll definitely have a lot more willpower. Perhaps it can help me advance some of my divine characters. Wan Tianxing cursed in his heart. I'm just pretending with you. It's really very precious. Damn you, you really want to use it to break for cultivation? Extravagant, he couldn't be bothered with him anymore. He looked at Suyu. Where do you think the entrance to the ruins is suitable? In our toilet. Wan Tianxing wanted to curse. Bad taste, Suyu chuckled and said, the opening is under the toilet. You can enter the ruins from the toilet. Alright, Wan Tianxing didn't care. Anyway. I'm not going in. Soon, he entered the toilet and tore space. There were weak fluctuations in space, but they were forcefully suppressed by him. A world appeared in his palm. The previously forged ruins were instantly stuffed into the broken space. Wan Tianxing fiddled with it for a while. With a tearing sound, the space was blocked. It's just a small opening, just under the toilet. The fluctuations are weak. It's hard to detect unless you're a quasi-invincible or an invincible realm expert. Wan Tianxing explained and pointed to the location for Suyu. Suyu nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "Can this opening be slowly enlarged?" "Yes." "That's good." Suyu sensed it again. There was indeed some weak qi of heaven's essence seeping out. It was very weak. It disappeared in an instant after a little distance from the toilet. If he didn't examine it carefully and sense it carefully, even Suyu couldn't detect it. It should be noted that he was very sensitive to qi of heaven's essence. "Do I need to do anything else?" Wan Tianxing looked at Suyu and said with a faint smile, "If not, I'm leaving." "No, I'll do the rest myself." Speaking of this, something suddenly occurred to him. Suyu hesitated and said, "Well? Mansion Master. Xianxia doesn't know that we changed the ruins, right?" The two of them looked at each other and didn't speak. Xianxia didn't seem to know. Suyu secretly thought, if Xianxia sees the new ruins, will she think it's real? Although Suyu said that their forgery was not up to standard, Xianxia probably didn't know that Suyu had many carriers. When the ruins were exposed, Xianxia might really think that something went wrong. Wan Tianxing thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Don't worry about it. It may be better if Xianxia doesn't know. If she doesn't know, maybe she can act more realistically." Suyu was speechless. "You said it. I'm not going to do that." Without saying anything more, Wan Tianxing instantly left. As for Suyu, after he left, he thought of something. "Why didn't you take me out of the city? Why did you leave me in the city? It's too dangerous. More than 30 sun and moon experts are in the city, but it doesn't matter. I'll stay in the city." Yin Shenwen and Wen Shenwen merged. Suyu converged his aura, and with the effect of the white mask, it was even more difficult to identify Suyu's identity and aura at this moment. Quiet Shenwen was activated, and no one could feel the danger. Turning into a drop of mist, Suyu quickly sneaked out of the house. Outside the house, Long Wuwei was still on duty, and he didn't find anything unusual. Suyu was in no hurry. He dived into the ground and began to probe inch by inch. He probed the distribution of experts in the entire southern Yuan and their strength. With the sensory jade, as long as he was within a kilometer, no one could obstruct his probing. In fact, there were also some experts underground. Some of these people were looking for relics, and some were similar to Suyu, doing the work of gathering information. Of course, they weren't as good at hiding as Suyu. Suyu explored for a while and soon made a decision. "Enforcer by 1, bring a few sun and moon white masks to the north gate and wait for me. Pick me up and I'll leave." Suyu sent a message. By 1 was startled and quickly replied, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, but it's easy to be discovered if I leave the city. Also, I have something to announce to everyone in the city." "What?" "Don't ask too much, just pick me up. I'm leaving soon." "All right." By 1 didn't ask any more questions. He was a little surprised that Xianxia really sneaked into the city. He didn't know what he had found. This fellow's guts were not of the ordinary kind. Half an hour later, By 1 sent a message saying that they had arrived and were waiting a kilometer away from the north gate, not daring to get too close. Southern Yuan City had been relatively quiet recently. The relics hadn't appeared yet, and there hadn't been much progress so far. No one was in a hurry and could take their time to search. And at this moment, Southern Yuan, at the north gate, a roar rang out. On the north gate, a hand suddenly appeared behind the back of a Long Wuwei sun and moon. With a punch, the Long Wuwei commander was sent flying. He vomited blood and fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, dozens of auras emerged from the city. On the city wall, Suyu was wearing a white mask and white clothes. He looked very cool and arrogant. Looking at the figures rushing towards him, Suyu smiled and said, "Xianxia of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion greets everyone." As soon as he said that, beams of white light flew towards everyone. "Heaven Hunter list, please accept it. I have been investigating Southern Yuan for 3 days and have found something. If you are interested, you can contact me." To ensure that the news is true, you only need to pay a small price to get a satisfactory reward. Xianxia. In the city, several other Long Wu experts shouted angrily. Suyu smiled faintly and walked in the air. As he walked, he said, a small punishment to warn the Long Wu if he dares to target me again, it won't be a serious injury next time. Xiaojia killed my colleague and ruined my mission. I will remember this. At this moment, the Heaven Hunter list shot towards all the Sun and Moon experts in the city, including some descendants of the Invincible Realm who were not from the Sun and Moon realms. They all saw a list floating in front of him. This included a few experts who were hiding well, a few experts who were hiding underground, and even the hidden experts from Long Wu. All of them got a list. Xianxia seemed to have already investigated the situation in southern Yuan. This time, he directly sent out hundreds of lists. Shock, yes, Xianxia only injured one Long Wu expert, but all the experts in the city were shocked. He didn't know how long he had snuck in and investigated the whereabouts of all the experts and descendants of the Invincible Realm in the city. Not only that, at this moment, several places where there was no explosion of aura received the list, which suddenly attracted the attention of countless people. Some people cursed, and some were shocked. After a while, several experts appeared in several places where there was no aura. Some were at the Sun-Moon tier, some were at the Mountain-Sea tier, and some were disguised as ordinary people. However, they were helpless at this moment. They were discovered, this Xianxia discovered them. Terrifying. Perhaps Xianxia had been beside them at a certain moment. Heaven Hunter Pavilion. Xianxia. These two names appeared in many people's minds. Terrifying force, terrifying Xianxia. The commanders of Long Wu were just about to chase Xianxia out of the city. In the blink of an eye, 3 Sun and Moon realms appeared beside Xianxia. Including Xianxia, there were 4 Sun and Moon tiers, and one was in the 6th layer of the Sun and Moon realms. In fact, White One and the others were also shocked. Xianxia had disappeared for a few days, and he actually knew everything about the situation in southern Yuan. No wonder he had asked them to come and receive him. Xianxia also had the ability to leave, and perhaps he could leave quietly. But he didn't. In this way, he instantly increased the mysteriousness of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. He directly sent the list to everyone, all forces. At this moment, Suyu floated in the air, and laughed loudly. There is no need for Long Wu to come to die. It is not easy to reach the Sun and Moon realms. Including the problem of the ruins in southern Yuan, I also have some discoveries. You can all come to ask and trade. Heaven Hunter Pavilion, harmony breeds wealth. I have no enmity with you. The grudge of Xiaojia has been resolved after I killed Xiaxini. Why do you still pursue me? Xianxia. You must die. An angry shout was heard. Several Long Wu elites were furious. Provocation, naked provocation. Even if they were no match for him, they would kill him. In the next moment, several people rushed towards them. Suyu smiled. Let's go. Don't get entangled with these guys. It is easy to attract stronger guys. White One and the others had nothing to say at this moment, and they all followed Suyu and left. White One swept out with his sword, and the sword light blocked the path of several Long Wu. In the next moment, the group of white faces disappeared on the spot. Mysterious, powerful. At this moment, in Nanyuan City, the experts who had obtained the Hunting Heavens branch ranking were all shocked. This Xianxia was a bit scary. After hiding in the city for a few days, none of them had discovered him. Instead, he had found out everything. Someone looked at the hidden people and sneered. So it is you guys. You hid quite well, but it seems that you did not escape Xianxia's detection. The experts who were discovered didn't say anything. Since they had been discovered, there was no need to hide anymore. Someone said softly, did this Xianxia really discover something? If it was before, everyone would still be skeptical. Was Xianxia more powerful than them? But now, they had found their way to their doorstep and found out who they were hiding, and they still did not know anything. The mysteriousness of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion instantly soared. No one said a word. Some people put away the Sky Hunter branch leaderboard, while others hesitated. As for Long Wuwei's generals, they returned sullenly, bringing along the injured Sun Moon commander. They did not care about them. Collecting the Heaven Hunter list was not practical. It was in the hands of these Sun Moon commanders. Were they going to steal it? Even Long Wuwei himself had received a few lists. On this day, Xianjiao's name spread once again. Mysterious, powerful, and arrogant, in a small village not far from southern Yuan, Su Yu and the others landed and entered a courtyard. White One lamented, "You are too bold. There are so many Sun Moon commanders in the city, and you still dared to sneak in and leave so openly." Su Yu smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. Besides, if I don't do this, how can I open up business? Now, those people have directly established contact with us. Soon, the circle of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion will become the core of their trading circle. The Myriad Races sect is just a small fry, but our Heaven Hunter Pavilion is a force with an invincible force. We have to be grand and magnanimous. How can we act like petty thieves? If we want to trade, we naturally have to do it openly." White One and the others nodded. These words were pleasing to their ears. White One quickly said, "Xianjiao, did you really find out about the ruins?" Not only him, but the other white faces also looked at Su Yu. At this moment, when Su Yu opened the Heaven Hunter list, many people had already begun to ask questions. Su Yu smiled and said, "Pull these people into the same channel and tell them that for each person to join, they have to hand over a drop of Sun Moon blood essence or a treasure of the same value. I will tell them, but not individually, in case someone finds out in advance and leaks it to us." A drop of Sun Moon blood essence. This was not too expensive in the All Heavens battlefield, but in the human realm, this price was a bit expensive. Su Yu said disapprovingly, "We're all big families, we don't need this little bit of money. Moreover, in order to explore the ruins this time, I hid in southern Yuan for 3 days, the degree of danger is extremely high." White One nodded. "What about the 8th Elder? I will communicate with the Elder." "Okay, then we will inform them immediately. By the way, as for the fee, can we go to southern Yuan to collect the fee?" Su Yu thought for a moment and said, "This requires courage and strength. Tell everyone that the Heaven Hunter Pavilion has the ability to collect the fee. I will talk to the Elder. This is the first time such a large-scale fee has to be collected by some experts, so that Xiaojia won't dare to act rashly." White One said no more. Today, Xianxia was no longer under his command. A moment later, White One and the others spread the news. As for Su Yu, he soon got in touch with the law enforcement elder. "Xianjiao, did you really find the information about the ruins?" "Yes, but I didn't dare to go too deep. I was afraid of making too much noise and attracting everyone's attention. I just used a special method to do a simple investigation." "You found the ruins?" The 8th Elder was shocked. "You found it?" "Found it." "Really?" The 8th Elder was excited. "Where? Is there really a ruin in southern Yuan? Is it true or not? Or is it Xiaojia's arrangement? If it's true or not, it's most likely true. I can only say that. Elder, please help me check it out. I only took a glimpse, but I saw a few key things. Speak." Su Yu hesitated for a moment, then quickly said, "8th Elder, it's not that I don't trust you, but I'm worried that something might go wrong. Can you get another elder or other pavilion experts to come in? Otherwise, I'm afraid my news won't reach the headquarters." The 8th Elder was speechless, then quickly said, "Your worry is reasonable. Are you afraid that if I find out, I will kill you to keep the news to myself? It's necessary to be vigilant, but there's no need to suspect everyone." He agreed with Xianjiao's vigilance, but he was very unhappy that Xianjiao suspected him. Su Yu insisted, "8th Elder, this news is very important." "Alright, the 3rd Elder has already secretly infiltrated the human realm. How about joining the 3rd Elder? Is everyone in the law enforcement department a traitor?" "I wouldn't dare." Su Yu was surprised that another law enforcement elder had come. The Sky Hunter Pavilion had really put in a lot of effort. There were a total of 9 law enforcement elders. Soon, the 3 of them entered a new channel. The channel marked with the 3rd Elder's name vibrated, and soon a voice was heard, "Xianjiao, tell me, what did you find?" "Greetings, 3rd Elder. You're welcome." Su quickly replied, through the death chi, I found a subtle fluctuation of heaven's essence chi in southern Yuan. I found a spatial crack, so subtle that it was almost undetectable. In that place, there was a trace of heaven's essence chi leaking out, but it was very weak. I didn't dare to explore that spatial crack, but I used some essence chi to permeate it and found something. What? The two elders were nervous at the moment. What did you find? A spatial crack? What was inside? I've never seen a relic before, so I don't know if it's a relic or not, but inside, there is an independent space. I vaguely saw many buildings, and I also saw a few words, the same words as the ancient city. On the gate of that independent space, there seemed to be two ancient words, civilization. Civilization? The two elders were shocked. What a bold claim. Did this mean that this relic was called a civilization relic? Yes, civilization. Other than that, I couldn't see the other things in this relic clearly, and I didn't dare to sense too clearly, for fear that there would be problems with the spatial crack. I also saw a white jade tablet floating in the air. White jade tablet? Yes. Is there anything special about it? It's hard to describe, but there are two words on it, Wenmu. What? Before the eighth elder could react, the third elder suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, Tell me, what did you see? A white jade tablet with the words Wenmu written on it. I don't know if it's a tombstone, Wenmu? The third elder's tone instantly became excited. Su couldn't feel it, but he could feel the third elder's eagerness from the words. Xianxia. Is what you said true? Yes. Where's the entrance to the relic? Third elder, don't be impatient. This is the mortal territory, this is Xia province, this is the place where countless suns and moons gather. Is the third elder going to take this relic for himself? Is the Sky Hunter Pavilion ready to go to war with the entire mortal territory, and even the Wan? Su interrupted him. Why are you so excited? You're so excited, don't tell me you want to take it for yourself, stop it, this is a place that I control, and I provide all the information. How can you take it for yourself? Yes, sorry, I lost my composure. The third elder quickly regained his composure, but he still asked anxiously, Xianxia, are you sure that the words Wenmu are really written on it? Are they the words of the ancient will? You mean, the words on the ancient city? Yes. Is it that kind? Yes. Then, is there anything else on the white jade tablet? Su thought for a moment and quickly said, I couldn't see it clearly, but I saw some floating figures. Yes, that's it. The third elder was excited, but the eighth elder remained silent. Even if he didn't understand, he knew that it could be something very important. Is there anything else? Su thought for a moment and said, I only used a trace of primordial chi to explore. As for the others, I'm not too sure, but I felt the aura of the sun-moon mystic yellow liquid, and there's probably a large amount of heaven's essence chi in it. I feel that the entire relic is filled with it. That's normal. The third elder didn't care about this and quickly said, then, is there anything else? Anything else? Su actually knew what he was talking about, but as an ordinary person, he didn't know what a carrier was. I'm not too sure, but I vaguely saw a piece of metal and a piece of jade fighting in the depths. Fighting? The eighth elder and the third elder asked at the same time. Both of them seemed to realize something, and at this moment, they were a little shaken. At the level of a carrier, it was normal for it to have some spirituality. Su quickly said, I suspected that I saw wrong. Anyway, it was deep in the depths, and I couldn't see it too clearly. I was also afraid of being discovered, so I retreated. Very good. Xianxia, don't be in a hurry to announce the news. Let's check the ancient records and see if we can get accurate information about this relic. Also, we can't announce everything. Don't worry, it's your credit, and you will definitely get it. Also, don't leak any more information, Su directly interrupted, I know, I will store the information in the hands of someone I trust. If I die, that person will immediately announce everything. Elders, I'm not guarding against you, I'm guarding against my sudden death. No one will know, and the information will become top secret. F***ck, you're guarding against us, the two elders were so angry that their livers hurt. Isn't this guarding against us? Alright, guarding against us is the right thing to do. To be honest, for a moment, the two of them really wanted to find Suyu, force him out of the information, kill him, and take the relic for themselves. After thinking about it, they decided to forget it. It was too dangerous. Once the information was leaked, the Sky Hunter Pavilion would not let them go. Moreover, there was no need to abandon the identity that they had built for so many years just for this. Soon, the two of them left Suyu and secretly conversed. Old 8, you've seen Xianxia's information. There should be a carrier in it. At least 2. The 8th elder quickly replied, 3rd elder, what is that inscribed tombstone? It seemed that the 3rd elder was very excited. We'll talk about it when I meet up with you. This matter, we have to inform the headquarters immediately. Perhaps an invincible realm expert will personally come to the human realm. Invincible realm? The 8th elder was shocked. The arrival of an invincible realm expert is very dangerous. It might not be the real body. It could be the 3 incarnations or the Shenwen clone. An invincible realm expert will personally lead everything. Old 8, you don't understand. The inscribed tombstone involves many things. Previously, the pavilion was guessing whether the Shenwen combat steel that Suyu and Qinyong had was the inscribed tombstone. Now, it seems that it is not the case. That Shenwen combat steel might just be an ordinary inheritance. Shenwen steel, although precious, is far inferior to the inscribed tombstone. The 8th elder was shocked. An invincible realm expert was coming, to personally lead everything, and all this was because Xianxia had found something. Xianxia is preparing to sell this information. 3rd elder, what do we do now? I don't know either. Wait for an invincible realm expert's reply. All right. The two quickly began to meet up and also began to report the news to the invincible realm expert. It was a little difficult to send news across the heavens, but it was not too difficult for the Sky Hunter Pavilion. The Sky Hunter list, which covered the human realm, could communicate with the headquarters. Soon, the news was uploaded. And at the moment when the news was uploaded, in the endless void, at the headquarters of the Sky Hunter Pavilion, many golden-masked figures appeared. Does everyone know about the inscribed tombstone? Yes. Civilization relic, inscribed tombstone, carrier, this relic, if nothing goes wrong, may be the eternal residence of a Shenwen civilization master. Is there such a residence in the ancient records? We're looking into it. We haven't read all the information yet. The golden-masked figures quickly searched for information. There were too many records in the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Even they might not be able to read all of them. After a while, one of them said, there are some records, but it's not too clear. In ancient times, there was an expert who lived in the House of Civilization. He invited guests from all over and discussed the Tao. What about the inscribed tombstone? The inscribed tombstone only has some simple records. Everyone knows about the start of civilization, the inheritance of civilization, the true mystery and true meaning of the civilization master, and maybe some hidden treasures of the ancient civilization master. Other than that, the other records are not too clear, but there is no doubt that it is very important. If the House of Civilization and the inscribed tombstone work together, can we determine the owner of the relic? It's difficult. If we can determine the owner of this place, it should be an ancient civilization master, perhaps one of its leaders. Otherwise, there would be no inscribed tombstone. Otherwise, we can wake up the East Pavilion Master and the Minister of Heaven. They have lived the longest and might know something. No need. They are asleep. There is no need to wake them up. Then we only know that this place is very important. Everyone, do you want to sell the information to the public, or do we go and take it ourselves? It's difficult. This is the human realm. Not to mention the 6 of us, even if there are 10 more of us, we will all die if we kill our way into the human realm. Once we enter directly, one will know that this relic is extremely important. Do we give up? If that doesn't work, we'll make it public and charge a high price for information. The Sky Hunter Pavilion's aim is to create chaos. Once this news is out, one will definitely be shaken. Maybe we can fish in troubled waters. Is the information accurate? It's quite accurate. It was found out by Xianxia, who caused a huge commotion. He used his death aura to find out, but he didn't dare to go deep. He got the information from the periphery. I think the information should be very reliable. Only a few people know about the inscribed tombstone. It's impossible for Xianxia to know. The experts discussed for a while and soon came to a decision. The Sky Hunter Pavilion alone might not be able to take over this relic. Then they would fish in troubled waters. Let the Human Realm branch sell the information and raise the price. 10 drops of sun and moon blood essence. Also, soon an Eternal Realm expert will personally go to the Human Realm. As for whether it was a doppelganger or 3 incarnations, there was no need to reveal it to them. However, those law enforcement elders could no longer lead the entire Human Realm mission. Xianxia. Great merit. Great reward. Return from the Human Realm. The Sky Hunter Pavilion will help him reach the late stage of Sun and Moon Realm, promote him to an Elder of the Mystic Division, and find a way to help him get rid of his status as an ancient city resident. The few invincible experts quickly came to a decision. Xianxia wanted a great reward. This guy was very capable. In the Human Realm branch, he was the only one working. If not for his lack of strength, Xianxia would have taken control of the entire Human Realm branch. There were so many elders, but none of them were as capable as Xianxia. The other elders gather in Xianxia province and wait for orders. Give up the business of the other prefectures and focus on Xianxia province. Good. The invincible experts gave orders again. With a decision, Xianxia province was the key. So you did not know about the discussion among the upper echelons of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. However, Suyu soon received the information. The price this time could not be low, but extremely high. Suyu charged 1 drop of sun and moon blood essence because he looked down on the Sky Hunter Pavilion. The Sky Hunter Pavilion was famous for being black-hearted. Suyu himself had scolded them many times. How could such important information be sold at such a low price? Charging for joining the group was not the first initiative of Suyu. This was an old tradition of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Previously, because of this, Suyu was angered, and Suyu refused to participate in the negotiations. In order to let him participate, the Sky Hunter Pavilion even gave Niao Baidao 200 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light. Previously, the Sky Hunter Pavilion dared to charge 1 drop of sun and moon blood essence just to watch the negotiations. This time, the information was much more valuable than the previous time. Soon, Suyu faithfully carried out the order of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Everyone who obtained the Sky Hunter list received the information from the Sky Hunter Pavilion. The information about the relic was made public, but only within a small circle. You could also find out about 10 drops of sun and moon blood essence from others. Of course, if you could trust them, then it was not a problem. No information was more reliable than first-hand information. Would you believe it if others spread it to you? The trust between people disappeared just like that. Everyone had been cheated too many times. How would they dare to trust outsiders? The Sky Hunter Pavilion sold information with high credibility. Under normal circumstances, unless you really did not know, the other party would give you accurate information as long as you offered a price. 10 drops? At this moment, many people in southern Yuan were cursing. In the courtyard, someone looked at Yuan Qingdong and could not help but say, "This is the information that Xianxia sold, right? Why didn't you beat him to death last time?" Yuan Qingdong was speechless. Scram, I was almost beaten to death by him. Of course, he did not dare to tell the truth. According to Yuan Qingdong, he was ambushed by the mid-stage Sun Moon Kai Yi and the others, which was why he was seriously injured. He was too embarrassed to say that he was almost beaten to death by Xianxia. Yuan Qingdong had just arrived. After thinking for a while, he said, "The higher the price, the more important and accurate the information is." That made sense. It was impossible for the Hunting Sky Pavilion to sell information at such a high price for no reason. There must be something important. Otherwise, it would not be so expensive. Then we'll just buy one. It's too expensive to let one person join. These invincible second and third generation experts all despised the price. 10 drops of Sun Moon blood essence was truly expensive. Alright, it was equivalent to killing a Sun Moon immortal and stripping them of their essence blood. I'm just buying information, just like what happened to Suyu last time. He had risked his life for half a day to deceive one. In the end, he might not have earned as much as the Sky Hunter Pavilion. At any time, information was the most profitable business. Yuan Qingdong, on the other hand, didn't have any objections. There were quite a lot of people in this group, and they were all from great clans. They were all at the Sun Moon tier, so spending 10 drops of Sun Moon blood essence would be enough for each person to fork out 1 drop. It wasn't much after all. I have no objections. Yuan Qingdong nodded. After thinking for a moment, he said, however, even if we know the intelligence, it's best for us to keep a low profile and not show ourselves. Recently, there are many experts in Dexia province. It won't be peaceful. What are we afraid of? Someone said disapprovingly with a smile, Qingdong, are you becoming more and more cowardly in Dexia province? This time, you suffered some injuries, but it's not a big deal. You're doing quite well in Dexia Civilization University. Wouldn't Xiaojia University give you some face? You guys are thinking too much, F*CKU. Of course, it had something to do with his bragging. He didn't dare to say it, or rather, he was too embarrassed to say that he was doing very badly here. Everyone dared to criticize him. Under normal circumstances, his report to the Seeker Realm would be slightly embellished, and everyone would think that he was doing quite well. In Dexia province, he still had some face. Otherwise, why would Ji Hong and Hu Diheo save him this time? If he was really doing badly, wouldn't they just kill him and be done with it? A misjudgment, Yuan Qingdong didn't explain. If he said that he had pulled them here to be his umbrella, these people would probably kill him. He wouldn't say that. Other than Yuan Qingdong, there was actually another person from the Seeker Realm in Dexia province, Ryu, who was from the Jing family. After Jin Yuwei's death, Jiutian Academy lost its principal. A new principal came from the Seeker Realm, Jing Yunhe. He was transferred together with Yuan Qingdong. Of course, there was another person who was transferred to the Great Ming Civilization University. Before he arrived, he was brought back. At this moment, Jing Yunhe was also in the crowd. He glanced at Yuan Qingdong but didn't say anything. Was he doing very well? Nonsense. In any case, Jing Yunhe wasn't doing very well. Yuan Qingdong was about the same as him, perhaps even worse. However, they were all people who cared about their reputation. No matter how badly they were doing in Dexia province, they still cared about their reputation. They couldn't tell others. Both of them were well aware of this and didn't say anything. These people hadn't been beaten up before, so they didn't know anything. In Dexia province, they could lose their lives at any time. It was very dangerous, okay? This time, they were able to gather so many people to boost their morale. Both of them were much more at ease. Being in the Great Xia Prefecture, they could still feel some killing intent. Then pay for the information and wait for the Sky Hunter Pavilion to release the information about the ruins. Soon, they made the final decision. Pay for the information, as for whether others bought it or not, they didn't care. At this time, the rich bought it alone, and the poor bought it together. Anyway, they didn't buy second-hand information. Who knew who was trying to scam them? This scene happened all over southern Yuan, all of Dexia province. Not only that, at this moment, the mortal realm also opened up some other privileges for Suyu. This kind of public sale of information could spread to the entire mortal realm. Everyone could buy it and join it. Not far from southern Yuan, Madonna wandered in the wilderness, smiled, and looked into the distance. Huangting, why are you following me? In the distance, Huangting stood proudly with a knife. Of course, he was a little far from Madonna. Hearing this, he smiled and said, I'm afraid you don't know the way, so I'll give you a ride. Madonna ignored him and kept moving forward. He didn't walk fast. It was his first time in the mortal realm. He wanted to walk more and see more. Compared to the demon realm, the mortal realm was more peaceful, but Dexia province was also full of killing intent. After walking for a while, he suddenly said, Are you familiar with Xianxia from the Sky Hunter Pavilion? Huh? Huangting was surprised and quickly said, How can I be familiar with him? This person must be killed in Dexia province. Madonna, you came to the mortal realm. I don't think you can go back this time. Really? Madonna smiled faintly. Let's not talk about this. I'm a little interested in this Xianxia. I've learned a little about him coming to the mortal realm. Do you think he's from the younger generation or the older generation? The younger generation has long been on the Skyhunter list. But I think he's not old. The older generation is more stable. This was Madonna's judgment. He felt that Xianxia was young and full of vigor. Otherwise, there was no need for him to take revenge on Xianxia. The older generation was more stable because they had more experience. Especially those who had been on the heavenly battlefield, they had experienced a lot. Xianxia felt more energetic and younger. Huang Ting wasn't interested in this. His task was to keep an eye on Madonna, not to kill people. He couldn't kill Madonna. However, people like Madonna seemed low-key but were actually very flamboyant. The others had to keep an eye on him in case he killed them with one slap. The geniuses on the Skyhunter list could chat with him. All geniuses were like this. You weren't the same kind of person. Even if you were stronger than him, he might not like you. Therefore, there weren't many in the mortal realm who could keep an eye on Madonna. Qin Feng went to keep an eye on Zhang Wushuang. The other human geniuses on the Skyhunter list also had their own targets. For example, Wu Qi went to keep an eye on Mingyu. There were also some humans on the Skyhunter list, but not many. This time even Shan Xiong and the others had returned. Usually, there were some conflicts between them. Now, the human realm geniuses were all targeting the Wan geniuses. Madonna suddenly said, "Do you want to know what news Xianzhou got in southern Yuan?" "What do you mean?" "How about listening?" "I don't have money." Huang Ting said straightforwardly. "I don't have money." "Sorry, I can't join," Madonna smiled. "It's okay. I'll join and learn more. I'll tell you later. Maybe, it'll be interesting." The Skyhunter Pavilion rarely charges such a high information fee. 10 drops of Sun Moon Essence blood for one piece of information. I think it must be very important. Madonna, you talk too much. It's my first time here, so I'm a bit unfamiliar. Madonna smiled faintly. I'm not familiar with the human realm, and there aren't many people I can talk to. You're familiar with it, so I can talk more. In a strange environment, I'm a bit nervous. You're nervous? Huang Ting was surprised. He smiled. You're nervous? Why not? Madonna said faintly, no matter how strong or talented a genius is, when they enter a strange place where the invincible ones in their clan can't come, isn't it natural to be nervous? That's true. Huang Ting smiled. I'm curious about one thing. How many times have you forged your body? What do you think? At least 40 times. Huang Ting smiled. Am I right? Madonna smiled but did not say anything. As many as you think. How did you do it? Huang Ting said curiously, after 36 times, if I want to forge my body again, first of all, the technique doesn't allow it. Second, the body has a limit. Third, the consumption is too high. You don't seem to have just forged your body 37 or 38 times. Shouldn't you ask your human Suyu about this? Madonna said faintly, he didn't seem to use any other tricks to kill the red frog race's sun and moon. Even after devouring the talent blood essence, he was still on par with his opponent in the beginning. Suyu. I'm afraid he's not weaker than me, maybe even stronger. Huang Ting nodded, thought about it, and said, that's true, but Suyu isn't that close to me. Plus, he fled from Dexia province back then, so he also has a grudge against Dexia province. Even if I ask him, he might not tell me. Madonna did not say anything else and chose to join the group. A moment later, a figure appeared. It wasn't by Mian, but Elder Faceless. Madonna moved slightly and said, the Skyhunter Pavilion is so bold. They actually sent Elder Faceless to collect the fee this time. Aren't they afraid of being ambushed? Elder Faceless, who came to collect the fee, said in an illusory voice, I don't trust others, but Demon Monarch Madonna. Unless the Demon Monarch can kill me, he probably won't send anyone to ambush me, right? Madonna smiled faintly. Maybe. When I can kill you. I hope you're still alive. Thank you, Demon Monarch. The elder smiled. Soon, Madonna paid the fee. Elder Faceless got the item and instantly disappeared. Madonna watched him leave and took a light breath. It seems that the Sky Hunter Pavilion really values this. Even the elder came to collect the fee personally. In the past, this was done by the Earth and Mystic divisions. By Mian was already good enough, but this time, the elder came in person. This was a high-level sun and moon race powerhouse. Huang Ting ignored him. He seemed to be communicating with someone. After a while, the void trembled, and a powerhouse appeared. Huang Ting didn't waste words. He pointed in a certain direction, and the powerhouse instantly disappeared. Madonna looked at him. After he left, he said, "Is it worth it for Xianxia province to go all out to hunt down the Sky Hunter Pavilion powerhouses this time?" This time, the Xia clan had really mobilized too many experts to return to the clan. The late-stage sun and moon powerhouses stationed in the small realms, including those stationed in the All-Heaven Mansion, were all mobilized. In addition, there was Chief Steward Hu, General Zhao, the official army commander, and Xiahou Yi, apart from the Demon Suppression Army commander who was still in the All-Heaven battlefield. The rest of the late-stage sun and moon powerhouses were almost all mobilized. Now, these powerhouses were also wandering outside, hunting down the Sky Hunter Pavilion powerhouses. In the entire prefecture city of Xianxia province, the strongest powerhouse was not the human race, but the white dragon in charge of the Great Xia Civilization University. It was also the first time that the second generation's mount had appeared. Huang Ting said with a smile, "It's not worth it. Because of the prefecture lord's Dao, Xiajia has been humiliated again and again. This time, no matter what, we must kill to our heart's content." The Sky Hunter Pavilion bullied Xiajia and Xia province, so they naturally have to pay the price. That's not necessarily true. This organization has existed for countless years. Our Demon King once said that the Sky Hunter Pavilion has existed since ancient times. Perhaps there are still living ancient invincibles. Your Xia province might not be able to match them. Just wait and see. Huang Ting said with a smile, "Even if we can't kill them, we have to let them know that for killing Xiajia, they will pay 100-fold. Madonna didn't want to say more. He picked up the list and joined the group chat, waiting for the Sky Hunter Pavilion to announce the news. On this day, many faceless elders, or sun-moon white-faced elders, appeared everywhere, collecting fees. It was as if they had returned to the All-Heavens battlefield. Of course, compared to the All-Heavens battlefield, the forces invested here were stronger. Here, most of the elders personally collected the fees. Some elders even had conflicts with the other party, and a few battles also broke out. Sky Hunter Pavilion, Xia Province Branch. This place was overseen by Suyu. At this moment, information came in one by one. Soon, Suyu said with a smile, "It seems that there are quite a lot of rich people. Now, there are already 116 experts or forces that have chosen to buy more than 1,100 sun and moon blood essence, comparable to half of the resources that Suyu cheated the Protoss of. So rich, and for these things, the Hunting Sky Pavilion had to collect some costs, including the elders who charged the fees. They were all paid, and Suyu, as the information provider and organizer, in addition to the fact that he was the one who expanded the business, Suyu could collect 30% of the business as a reward. A lot. White One and the other white faces were a little envious at this moment. "Xianjiao, you are going to make a fortune this time." Suyu said lightly, "Make a fortune? I am a person who is about to die, and the heavenly yuan qi I consume every day is an astronomical figure. If I can't be freed this time, what's the point of having more money? If I don't earn more, my years of savings won't be enough. The headquarters only reimburses 70%, and the remaining 30% is enough for me to drink." White One thought about it and felt a little sympathetic. He comforted, "It's okay. This time, if you can enter the ruins and completely cut off the death aura channel, then the Elder of Law Enforcement will help you cut off the channel, and you will be freed." When Xianjiao converted, it might only be the Mountain Sea or the Sun and Moon Dead Spirit who was responsible for it. Cutting off the channel was not difficult. But Suyu shook his head and said, "It's not that simple. The dead spirit responsible for converting me and cutting off the channel will appear in Great Star Ancient City. It's best to kill him then, so that he has no chance or condition to hand me over to a higher level dead spirit. Only then will I have hope of freedom. But now, with Suyu in the city, who would be willing to kill a sun and moon dead spirit for me? Suyu said self-deprecatingly, actually. I know a lot of things, and the elders are just comforting me. It's okay, after cutting off the channel, I will not be affected by the death aura for a short period of time. If the dead spirit wants to rebuild the channel, it will also take time. This also gives me time. Hearing this, the few white faces were a little sympathetic, and didn't know what to say. Some of them understood the situation, and some didn't. But after Xianxia said this, everyone understood. Cutting off the channel was not enough, they also had to kill the dead spirit. Normally, it wouldn't be a big problem. A sun and moon early stage dead spirit could be killed by an elder, and a sun and moon middle stage dead spirit appeared. As long as they didn't kill the dead spirit and hid for 3 days, the city would open after 3 days, and they would naturally be able to leave smoothly. But now, the one in control of Great Star Ancient City was Suyu. This was big trouble, White One thought for a moment, and comforted, actually, it's not that there's no way. Suyu is a bit greedy, and giving him money might solve the problem. As long as he doesn't make things difficult for us to enter the city and kill the dead spirit elders, there won't be a problem. Suyu said calmly, we'll see. His appetite is not small. Previously, he earned a lot, and may not be willing to accept money. Moreover, I killed Xiajia's people, and he is from Xia province. After all, hearing this, White One didn't know what to do. Forget it, there's no need to comfort him. Suyu didn't dwell on this. He leaned back in his chair, and said calmly, Suyu, sigh. If one day, I can also become a city lord like him, that would be my greatest dream. He won't live for long, but I feel that I can live a little longer than him. After he dies, perhaps. I also have a chance to take over. White One nodded, and said, he's so reckless, and even made the stone sculpture attack. If he leaves the city, he definitely won't live long. Suyu smiled, and said, I can't wait for him to attack a few more times, so that he dies faster. They chatted for a while, and the other white faces all listened quietly. Even if they had reached the sun-moon tier, they couldn't interrupt Suyu and White One's conversation. Soon, Suyu perked up. There was news from the 8th elder. Xianxia, you can announce the news. Yes. Suyu quickly replied. At this moment, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion had created a group for these people who had paid the information fee. There were many people, including those from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. There were more than 120. Here, almost every one of them could represent a large force, and most of them had invincible elites overseeing them. If they didn't, it would be very difficult to pay for such information. And this time, Suyu was the leader of the announcement. Of course, even as the leader, because Suyu's status wasn't high enough, some information had to be kept secret from him, so Suyu actually didn't know how many people there were, and which force they came from. Of course, he knew some, and he knew almost all of the people he had developed. The new channel was very quiet. No one spoke, and it was like a pool of stagnant water, but Suyu knew that everyone was watching silently. I am Xianxia. This was the first sentence. Is there any elite who went to Southern Yuan to investigate information? If you know some information, you can say it, and compare it with what I said, lest you think that the Heaven Hunter Pavilion charged a lot of money. This time, in order to obtain information, I've also taken a huge risk. If you all feel that I'm not trustworthy, you can find a resident of the Sun-Moon Tier Ancient City and use his death chi to investigate. Perhaps they'll be able to discover something. Or find a pseudo-invincible elite, or even invincible, to investigate inch by inch. I think there's hope to find out. Someone said, Xianxia, don't talk nonsense. We pay to listen to information, and since we've paid, we naturally choose to believe the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. Whether the information is true or false, we will naturally judge for ourselves. He didn't say that he didn't want to verify it again, but to listen to the information of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion first. Well, I'll say it first. If you have any questions, you can ask me, and I will answer them for free within the scope of this information. As for other information, I can reply to you through private messaging for a fee. I'll briefly say it. First, the relics of Southern Yuan are real. As soon as he said this, it was quiet for a while. No one questioned him, maybe they were all holding back, waiting for him to finish. Second, this relic should be the relic of a civilizer, not a warrior. As soon as he said this, someone quickly said, "Do you have any proof?" "Don't be impatient, let me finish." Third, I named this relic as a civilizer relic. Someone quickly said, "Have you been in it?" "No, through some means, I explored some things in the air." "If I really went in, everyone should know, because I don't know the specific way to enter, and if I want to enter, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of noise." This is also what I'm going to say next. Once this relic is opened, it probably can't be entered in private, and there may be a big commotion. Someone secretly cursed, that would be troublesome. Then why can Suyu enter in private? You can ask Suyu. I can't answer you. Maybe it's luck, or maybe he has mastered the way to enter. Suyu secretly despised them. Nonsense, because I made it myself. Of course, these people thought that this relic was the relic that he had mastered. Then again, I didn't fucking master the relic. Fourth, the grade of this relic is very likely to be an invincible relic, because there is a carrier in it. This is not my judgment, but the judgment of the experts in my pavilion, because what I saw were only two treasures with spiritual nature. As soon as he said this, it was not a live meeting. Otherwise, one could even hear the panting sounds. At this moment, in the Ming constabulary, Zhu Tiandao blinked. Really, wasn't the relic fake? This kid, Suyu, actually dared to fool people. If the relic was exposed, wouldn't people immediately find out that something was wrong? This kid. Speaking of which, it couldn't be true, right? Similarly, Xia province. Xiaoyi and Xiaohui looked at each other. Xiaoyi said strangely, "Carrier? This guy is really daring. If everyone sees the relic and there is nothing, it will be exposed." Xiaohui hesitated. He said that our relic is not good. Could it be that he took out his own relic and replaced our fake one with the real one? Look at him, it's as if it's true. Xiaohui was not sure. It was hard to say. At this moment, be it the humans or the Wan, they were all digesting this information. Fifth, there is a heaven essence fruit tree here. It can be regarded as a heaven essence holy land. Sixth, which is also the most important point, the Sky Hunter Pavilion originally did not want to sell this information. If there were only the first 5 pieces, they would only be worth 1 drop of sun and moon essence. The last piece is worth 9 drops. As soon as this was said, everyone paid full attention. The first 5 pieces made them feel that the money was well spent. In the end, it was only 1/9 of the value of the last piece. Suyu said again, "I think the civilization masters will pay more attention to this piece of information. If Xia province is secretly watching, perhaps, your residents can let Hong Tan and the others from the Xinwen faction come. Ha ha ha, this is a free piece of information. I hope we can coexist peacefully with Xia province." As soon as this was said, everyone was even more attentive. Someone said impatiently, "Xianxia, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly. When Mu? There is an inscribed tombstone." Confusion. Most people were confused. At this moment, an expert said, "Is this true?" "Yes." "Xianxia, if you dare lie, the Netherworld tribe will fight to the death with your Sky Hunter Pavilion." "I wouldn't dare." "So it is a powerful expert from the Netherworld tribe. I guarantee that the information is true." The Netherworld tribe was one of the ancient tribes. At this moment, in the human realm, an expert from the Netherworld tribe had a change of expression. He did not care about exposing his identity. Inscribed tombstone. There was an inscribed tombstone here. Soon, he left Mingyu and sent a voice transmission. "Be careful. Don't provoke any experts for the time being. I will report to His Majesty the Netherworld King. Elder, you can pass the message through the Sky Hunter Pavilion. They can also contact the battlefield." The expert from the Netherworld tribe was stunned. That was true. He had almost forgotten. The main reason was that the information was too important. Mingyu asked curiously, "Elder, what is an inscribed tombstone?" "I don't know." "Ah?" Mingyu was speechless. "Why were you so excited if you didn't know?" the expert from the Netherworld tribe said in a low voice. "But in a gathering several hundred years ago, His Majesty the Netherworld Emperor said that it was a pity he could not find an inscribed tombstone. If he found it, he might be able to advance further. As soon as this was said, Ming Yu's expression changed drastically. Netherworld Emperor, the #1 expert of the Netherworld tribe, an ancient expert. The reason why the ancient tribes were called ancient tribes was because their inheritance had not been broken since ancient times. Of course, some things were lost. The Netherworld Emperor might not be invincible in ancient times, but he had existed for a very long time. Elder, don't ask too much. There might be other races that know of the inscribed tombstone. This time, we're in trouble. The expert frowned. Perhaps this time, it won't just be a competition of geniuses. Be careful. I suspect that there might be an invincible avatar of 3 lives or an avatar that will personally descend. Understood. At this moment, they were not the only ones discussing this. Some ancient race experts were also rapidly discussing this. Although others did not know the situation, seeing so many ancient race experts personally asking about the authenticity of the inscribed tombstone and their shocked tone, they knew that this inscribed tombstone was not simple. Although they did not understand, they felt that it was amazing. Although some people did not understand and felt that this last piece of information was worth 9 drops of sun moon blood essence, they felt that it was worth it. They seemed to have learned a great secret, the inscribed tombstone. At this moment, this name was imprinted in everyone's hearts. Skyhunter Pavilion, Xianxia Province Branch. Suyu continued, I think those who understand this information know how valuable it is. For those who don't understand, it doesn't matter. You only need to know that this thing is priceless. If you obtain it, it won't be a problem to find a large race to exchange for 3 to 5 carrier objects. That will be enough. Or you can sell it directly to my Skyhunter Pavilion. My Skyhunter Pavilion is willing to buy it for 3 carrier objects. As soon as these words came out, those who did not understand instantly understood. F*CK, so valuable. At this moment, other experts also spoke up. Mysian race, if we can't obtain it, we are willing to buy it at a high price. It will definitely exceed the price of 3 carrier objects. The demons will get it. If they can't, they can still sell it to us. All of a sudden, those who were diving stopped diving. Just in case, what if they couldn't get it? Naturally, they would buy it. The inscribed tombstone, this thing was really more valuable than the carrier object. In other words, this thing could actually be used as a carrier object, and it might be even more powerful than the carrier object. Those who did not understand understood now. Their eyes were red. Damn, this was too valuable. The Skyhunter Pavilion opened their mouth and offered 3 carrier objects. This was simply terrifying. In the city of southern Yuan, Qingdong and the others swallowed their saliva one after another. Even they, the descendants of the invincible realm, had never obtained a carrier object in their lives. And this time, there were at least 2 in the relic. Together with the inscribed tombstone, there were at least 5 carriers. At this moment, several sun and moon experts secretly transmitted their voices, contacting the experts and their families. 5, this was the least, perhaps, there were more. This was an unprecedentedly powerful relic. At this moment, all the forces, including some invincible realm experts, quickly received the news that the inscribed tombstone had appeared. Not only that, there were carriers. And countless treasures of heaven and earth. This new relic in southern Yuan was extraordinarily rich, and it might be able to produce 2 or 3 invincible realm experts. And at this moment, in Xianxia province, Xiaoyi frowned. Xiaoyi did not understand and asked doubtfully, Second Grandpa, what is an inscribed tombstone? Xiaoyi was lost in thought. Inscribed tombstone. Inscribed tombstone. I don't know much about it. Your great-grandfather might know. He did not know much about it, but he seemed to have heard of it. Xiaoyi did not say much. Soon, he sent a voice transmission to the Daxia of Goguryeo through the channel. He first sent it to the All-Heaven Mansion, and then to the Daxia of Goguryeo. It was also very fast. After all, this was the human realm, which was much more convenient than other forces. After a while, Xiaoyi received the message. He analyzed it and soon found the answer. Keep this thing and return it to Suyu or Hongtan. Xiaoyi was stunned for a moment. Keep it, not seize it. Return it to Suyu or Hongtan. He seemed to realize what the inscribed tombstone was. At this moment, Xiaoyi looked at Xiaohui with mixed feelings. He sighed softly and said, "This is the root of the Xinwen lineage. It's also the root of my uncle." His uncle, Xia Chen. Principal of the first generation, he did not prove his Tao. He founded the Great Xia Civilization University and eventually died on the path of proving his Tao. The Xinwen combat skill steel was the root he left behind. It was also a treasure passed down in the Xinwen lineage. At this moment, Xiaoyi understood. The relic could be fake or it could be real. However, the inscribed tombstone should be real. In order to attract attention, Suyu put it in. He was very complicated. If this thing was gone and lost, the Xinwen lineage might really be broken. Countless experts were asking questions in the public channel of the Skyhunter Pavilion. Where is the specific entrance? Xianxia, tell us. We are willing to pay a high price to buy it. Skyhunter Pavilion, you sell all kinds of information except for the entrance. Are you trying to monopolize it? The inscribed tombstone and the vessel were all precious treasures. Everyone could not wait, but they were worried that the Skyhunter Pavilion would monopolize it. Suyu replied calmly, "If I wanted to monopolize it, would I still need to sell information? I might as well not tell you." The entrance. What I saw might not be the entrance, but I believe that this relic might open on its own. In addition, I believe that if there are experts from the Xinwen lineage from the Dixia province, they might be able to trigger the relic to open. If people from the Dixia province see it, they can give it a try. As soon as this was said, someone quickly said, "That's right. If the inscribed tombstone is inside, people from the Dixia province might be able to open it." Hong Tan. Yes, Hong Tan might be able to. Not only Hong Tan, but the Xinwen lineage might be able to as well. It is said that the inscribed tombstone was left behind by an invincible ancient civilization master. Invincible ancient civilization masters should all be from the Xinwen lineage. As soon as this was said, a group of people who did not understand were shocked again. What was going on? This thing was related to the Xinwen lineage. Some human experts saw this and thought to themselves, "Our mansion also has many Xinwen lineage civilization masters." Perhaps, this was also an opportunity. At this moment, the news spread like wildfire again. Some Xinwen lineage civilization masters who had just entered the country quickly received orders to go to southern Yuan immediately. Perhaps it was a heavenly opportunity, so you did not care about them and continued, "That's all the information I have. I guarantee that what I said is true. As for whether you believe me or not, just wait. Even if no one activates the relic, it might appear soon. The mansion of civilization is open to everyone. We welcome everyone to cooperate with the Skyhunter Pavilion next time." The channel disappeared, and everyone was kicked out. However, the repercussions were unimaginably great. The appearance of the inscribed tombstone shocked everyone. In the divine realm. The place where the god kings gathered was in front of an incomparably huge hall. The bronze-colored hall seemed rather ancient and unadorned. "Your Majesty, the inscribed tombstone has appeared." A godly king's deep voice came from outside the hall. A moment later, an old voice came, "The inscribed tombstone. Xiachen didn't take the inscribed tombstone back then?" Clearly, this godly king was confused. He had always thought that the inscribed tombstone was in Xiachen's hands. "I'm not sure, but the Skyhunter Pavilion said that the inscribed tombstone has indeed appeared in the ruins of Southern Yuan." Southern Yuan? The Southern Yuan of the human realm? The godly king murmured, "Yuan of all directions, north, south, east, and west, Southern Yuan." In ancient times, who was the ruler of Southern Yuan? The godly kings were silent. In the hall, the ancient godly king murmured again, "The world has changed, and the inheritance has been broken. Perhaps, only the most ancient existences know some of the secrets of the past. My Majesty doesn't know either?" Some godly kings were confused. The godly king's indifferent voice came, "I was born after the ancient times." The previous godly king was very secretive about the ancient times and never mentioned it. There were a few times when it was mentioned, but it was a shallow talk. The godly kings were born later than him, so they naturally didn't know this. Another godly king asked, "Your Majesty, the inscribed tombstone." They actually didn't know the specific function of the inscribed tombstone, but the godly king once mentioned that it might be in the hands of Xia Chen's people in Dexia province. Xia Chen's death and Yibaishan's death were all related to one. The deaths of 5 successive headmasters were all related to this thing. The headmaster of the Civilization Academy in Dexia province had always been targeted because of this thing. Of course, one wasn't sure if it was true. After all, it was just a rumor. It was said that the appearance of many Shenwen people in the human race meant that they might have obtained the inscribed tombstone. The inscribed tombstone was the source of many Shenwen people. The few god kings didn't know the specific use, but they knew that this was something the divine sovereign needed. The divine sovereign also hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, the specific use. I actually don't know either, but it might be related to advancement, my advancement. Hearing this, the godly king's expressions changed. Your Majesty. You still can't ascend? If it were that simple, those from the devil race, the immortal race, and the nether race might have already advanced. The inscribed tombstone might be able to king tombstone. Perhaps it might king might tombstone will for me, but I king is king tombstone. Tombstone king god. However, everyone will fight for it. They want to see what use this mysterious inscribed tombstone has. Someone once said that this inscribed tombstone is the crystallization of a glorious civilization. The Emperor God murmured, unfortunately, I have never been able to find out where it is and who has it. Whether it is Xia Chen or Yi Badian, although they are close to the Taoist realm, I don't see any signs of them becoming emperors. King of Tuming. He wasn't sure. Everyone else wasn't sure either. Therefore, even if they were forced, they wouldn't charge into Dexia province for something that might not even exist. But now, someone told him that the Wen tombstone had appeared. The Emperor God said lightly, strive to seize this item. No matter what, no matter whether it's useful for my advancement or not, having it in our hands is better than having it in the hands of others. He might not be able to use it, or he might not be able to, but, what if that devil used it? What if that immortal used it? Sometimes, even if you knew that you couldn't use something, you still couldn't give it to others. Currently, the 10,000 worlds could still be considered peaceful. The crux of the matter was that no one could dominate the 10,000 worlds. The God Emperor, the Demon Emperor, the Immortal Emperor, the Netherworld Emperor. Everyone claimed to be emperors, but in reality, they were not. He was still in this realm, the realm of eternity. Whoever took the first step would be the first to attack. It's not that I want to attack, but I'm afraid that someone else will become an emperor first and attack us first. Of course, there were still many secrets waiting for them to unravel. For example, the world of dead souls, the secret of the destruction of the ancient times, the star mansion, and the problem of the human realm. The Emperor God thought a lot. Soon, his voice faded. Go, let the sons of the god race seize it. Yes. The god kings responded. The Emperor God wasn't worried that they would take that thing. Actually, it was fine as long as the Demon Emperor didn't take it. As for these people, he really didn't care too much. On this day, such an order rang out in all the races. Seize the Wen tombstone. In fact, no one knew the use of this thing. It didn't matter. They just had to seize it because this thing existed in the ancient records, and it was even vaguely related to some secrets of becoming an emperor. In that case, whether it was useful or not, they had to seize it first. At the same time, East Rift Valley. Some invincible experts also received the news. An invincible expert said doubtfully, Daxia of Goguryeo, the Wen tombstone. I seem to have heard of this. When Xiachen was killed, a Wan expert asked him for the Wen tombstone. Is it this? Daxia of Goguryeo snorted coldly, it's this. Those bastards, my younger brother, didn't he say that they don't know what the Wen tombstone is? They still besieged him in the All Heavens battlefield. Sooner or later, I will kill them one by one. The Wen tombstone. It really exists, and it's really in Dexia province, in southern Yuan. Daxia of Goguryeo frowned, interrupting, you believe the news of Skyhunter Pavilion? There are no relics in southern Yuan. I personally investigated it. I've been in southern Yuan for many years. Don't tell me I don't know? If there were, I would have taken it away. If there were, Longwu wouldn't have to go out himself to find a carrier, and he wouldn't have to prove his Tao in the All Heavens battlefield. Even if there were, It would have been inherited by Suyu. How could there be any relics? Dasha of Goguryeo, your words are contradictory. Someone laughed, you say there aren't any, and you say there are, but it was also inherited by Suyu. But we all know Suyu's situation. Even if he inherited the relics, he didn't get anything. At most, he got some cultivation methods. Everyone knows his growth. If there were treasures in the relics, would he have cheated himself? Even if Suyu inherited the relics, he probably didn't inherit all of them, just a small amount. Dasha of Goguryeo said there weren't any, and then he said there were none. Was he afraid that everyone would snatch it? Dasha of Goguryeo frowned and said coldly, I've investigated Southern Yuan more than once. Since I couldn't find anything, how could Sky Hunter Pavilion, and nobody like Xianxia, find it more clearly than me? What a joke. That's hard to say. Maybe the relics didn't appear before, and the seal has loosened now? Has Dasha of Goguryeo been to Southern Yuan recently? Dasha of Goguryeo frowned, no. Then it's fine. Someone laughed, Dasha of Goguryeo, the situation in Xianxia province isn't too good now. In my opinion, you should relax and focus on Longwu's matter. Worry less about other things. Dasha of Goguryeo frowned and was silent. After a moment, he said in a low voice, I don't care about these, but I won't let these people mess up my Xianxia province. At least, I can't let the Eternal Realm enter my Xianxia province. On the other side, the great Qin King said coldly, all right, let those fellows handle the internal affairs of the human realm. If they don't handle it well, it's because they're incompetent. It's fine now. If someone really sneaks into the human realm with 3 incarnations, or a clone, it'll save us a lot of trouble. Let Longwu prepare as soon as possible. It's best that we take this opportunity to prove our Tao. We can't have our cake and eat it too. One is the same. One more Eternal who sneaks into the human realm means one less Eternal in the All Heavens battlefield. As soon as he said this, many people nodded, and someone joked, Dasha of Goguryeo, the relics aren't fake, right? Deliberately attracting everyone's attention to give Longwu a chance to prove his Tao? They had to think so. Because now that the inscribed tombstone appeared, many experts might sneak into the 3 incarnations. Once the 3 incarnations entered, these invincible experts wouldn't dare to appear rashly. Otherwise, they would be easily killed. 1 3 incarnation entering was almost equivalent to destroying an invincible expert. If 7 or 8 people of the human realm went, then the All Heavens battlefield might lose 7 or 8 invincible experts against the human race. This was a good thing, at least for Xiao Longwu, this was a great thing. Dasha of Goguryeo frowned. Maybe. In any case, tell everyone to be careful. This might be a trap set up by the Sky Hunter Pavilion. If it was a small fight, Xianxia province could handle it. But now, there's the carrier, the heavenly essence fruit tree, the sun moon mystic yellow lake, and the inscribed tombstone. He said solemnly, this news wasn't spread by me, Xianxia, but by the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Tell your descendants not to be greedy. I'm warning you, this might be a trap. The Sky Hunter Pavilion gathered these people in Xianxia province for no reason. They might not have good intentions. Because the Sky Hunter Pavilion originally only sent some geniuses. Now, it might lead to an eternal going. This is not a good thing. The king of Great Xia said solemnly, be careful, landlord Zhu. It's best if you don't leave. With such a huge commotion, once the 3 eternal bodies enter and break through the human realm, no one will have a good ending. As soon as he said this, several invincible experts nodded solemnly. Indeed, who could set up such a big trap? The relic might be real. But the Sky Hunter Pavilion announced that this organization was up to no good. Perhaps they wanted to fish in troubled waters, gathering a large number of experts in the human realm. This was indeed not a good thing. Let's see how it goes. The great Qin King said, Old Xia, as long as you're sure that it wasn't your Xianxia who did it. Things are getting bigger and bigger. If it was Xianxia who did it, it would be too easy for things to go wrong. Dasha of Goguryeo said grumpily, nonsense. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the great Qin King. How could I, Xianxia, do this? I, Xianxia, don't have a carrier, speaking of which, do I really have one? I'm starting to doubt it, and, Southern Yuan. Are there any relics? He was also confused, really, he was a little confused. On this day, the One of all heavens were discussing something in secret. On this day, some top experts carefully sneaked into some of the passages leading to the human realm that were not controlled by the human clan. The All Heavens Mansion had the largest passage to the human realm, but it didn't mean that there weren't any in other places. The Myriad Races sect had always had experts sneaking in and out through these uncontrolled passageways. Of course, these passageways were also dangerous. For example, the passage controlled by the Skyhunter Pavilion could easily teleport people to the head of the Invincible Realm experts. Some even had cracks and were extremely dangerous. They were far safer than the passage controlled by the human realm. They were suitable for small-scale infiltration, but not for large-scale infiltration. And these had nothing to do with Suyu. He was only responsible for stirring up trouble, not for the consequences. At this moment, Suyu was meeting with the higher-ups. This was the first time he had really met the higher-ups of the Skyhunter Pavilion. The third elder and the eighth elder, these two top experts had actually come to Xia province. At this moment, Suyu was extremely cautious. He fused several Shunwen pills together to increase the strength of his Shunwen pills, hide his aura, and change his appearance. Even though he was wearing a mask, he was forcibly changing his appearance, just like Xianxia. Not only these two, but at this moment, Suyu's boss, Elder Xianxia, was also present. Among the three experts, two were quasi-invincible realm experts, and one was in the 8th realm of the Sun and Moon realm. They were all top experts, the top existences in one. At this moment, there was some sweat on Suyu's face under the mask. Compared with when he disguised as Cui Lang, Suyu's strength had not only improved a little, but a lot. Shunwen had improved, his willpower had improved, and everything had improved. But could he hide it from the quasi-invincible realm experts? Anyway, he couldn't hide it from Wan Tianxing. When Old Wan saw him, he knew it was him. Suyu was also depressed and almost lost his confidence. The current Suyu was very strong. But compared with these people, he was far weaker. If he was not careful, his identity would be exposed, and he would be finished. And, with Xianxia on his side, if he sold himself now, he would also be finished. Of course, they were probably on the same side. Otherwise, he would have sold himself a long time ago. The two elders also had a touch of gold on their masks, but not all of it, which was a symbol of the quasi-invincible realm. Both of them looked at Suyu, but didn't show any pressure, nor did they do anything to Suyu. Third elder said kindly, Xianxia, you did a good job this time. You found out the secret that no one else could find, and you broke the predicament of the human realm for the Skyhunter Pavilion. Now, the Skyhunter Pavilion is back on the right track, and there are many businesses, and you deserve the credit. I dare not, it's what I should do. Third elder said kindly, don't be modest. I know that the Fire Pupil clan has a fiery temper. You have done a good job, and the Fire Pupil clan is not strong. If possible, the Skyhunter Pavilion will help you to become the clan leader of the Fire Pupil clan. No need, the position of a small clan leader is not as high as that of an elder of the Skyhunter Pavilion. Suyu said in a low voice, furthermore, I have made too many enemies, especially Xianxia. If I don't go back, the Fire Pupil clan will be exterminated. Eighth elder laughed, that's true. Xianxia is not a good person either. Xianxia, I heard that the Fire Pupil clan's eye technique can refine some special materials. Xianxia, I have a piece of netherworld divine gold here, can you refine it? He took out a piece of metal and sighed, I can refine this by force, but if I do so, I will lose too much. This thing is priceless, and it is a material used to make heaven-grade weapons. It is rare to see such a big piece. If I refine it, I will lose at least 70% of it. Xianxia, how about you help me refine some of it? Rather than letting me lose it, why not give it to you? If you refine more than 30% of it, I will give the rest to you. Suyu cursed in his heart, he didn't dare to curse too obviously, but he still cursed in his heart. Go to hell, you old schemer, you are just testing me, just say it. You are still finding excuses, okay, this excuse is actually reasonable. They didn't test me or ask me, because according to the rules of the Skyhunter Pavilion, I am not under their control, but Xianxia's control. If Xianxia is sure that I am fine, then I am fine. But, these two are probably still not assured, or they are just testing me. At this moment, they let Suyu show his talent skill. In front of a quasi-invincible realm expert, one look will tell whether it is true or not. Whether he used any talent essence blood or not, one look will tell. If you could even hide it from them, right in front of them, then there was nothing more to say. This was your ability. Moreover, Eighth Elder took out a treasure, Netherworld Divine Gold. This thing is not as powerful as some carriers, but to be honest, if you don't mind the weakness of the Three Lives body, actually, it can be used as a carrier. It is conceivable that this thing is extremely precious. Suyu remained calm and said in a low voice, Eighth Elder is too generous, I don't need this. If Eighth Elder is willing to give me 100 portions of Heavenly Essence Qi, refining it as a piece of cake, 100 portions? Eighth Elder smiled, alright, I won't let you lose out, 200 portions. Although the Hunting Sky Pavilion is not rich, we are not short of money. Suyu did not waste any time, and a ray of fire shot out from his eyes. The fire illuminated the void. The piece of Netherworld Divine Gold, under the fire, started to melt into liquid and drop by drop. Suyu let out a low roar, and his primordial qi surged, shaking the void. Burning the void, his eyes were like torches. The two elders looked at each other, and Eighth Elder sent a message, how is it? He did not use any external force. Is this the eye technique of the Fire Pupil clan? The two nodded. At least it proved that Xianxia was indeed an expert of the Fire Pupil clan. Just this point alone ruled out many things. Xianxia was not directly under them, so it was not good to interrogate him. However, they still had to test him. As the two of them were talking, Suyu was also talking with Xianxia. He kept sending messages through the mask. Elder, what are they trying to say? Are they doubting me? Doubting me is equivalent to doubting the elders. They are not giving me any face. Xianxia remained silent. Is there a problem with doubting you? Elder, do you know me? I am your grandfather. F*CKU, Suyu cursed under his breath. I want to kill you. Elder, you are at the advanced stage of the Sun-Moon realm. Are you going to watch them test me? Are you not going to stand up for me? They will think that you are guilty. That makes sense, Suyu was just provoking him a little. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Xianxia suddenly said coldly, two enforcement elders, enough is enough. Why don't you ask the head of the Xian department if I have a problem? If Huangjia has a problem, maybe I have a problem too. Xianjiao, take off your mask and show them who I, Xianjia, have recruited. Suyu was stunned. The two elders were stunned. Xianjia shouted, take off your mask, did you not hear me? Are you not going to listen to me? Xianjia, you have misunderstood, the eighth elder smiled and wanted to explain. He was a peak Sun-Moon realm cultivator, after all. He was not a nobody. Xianjia ignored him and said coldly, Xianjiao, are my words useless? Suyu cursed under his breath. The next moment, he struggled and said, Elder, hurry up. Xianjia shouted coldly. Suyu struggled as if he was angry. He slowly took off his mask, revealing a pale face. His pupils were different from the others, and his face was deathly gray. The moment he took off his mask, the two elders looked at each other. Suyu quickly put on his mask, lowered his head, and did not say anything. The eighth elder said again, there is no need to do this. This is the Hunting Sky Pavilion's rule. Xianjia, you are embarrassing us, Xianjia said coldly, I dare not. Xianjiao is indeed too stupid. I have told him long ago that in this man-eating world, he must learn to hide his strength. This idiot doesn't understand these principles and doesn't even know that he is being praised to death. Now, he has offended Xiajia and attracted the jealousy of some incompetent people in the pavilion. They even framed him. This is idiocy. Suyu was still silent. The third elder said with a smile, Xianjia, you are thinking too much. We did not mean that. The eighth elder saw that Xianjiao was working hard and wanted to give him some benefits, but he could not put down his pride. Sigh, forget it. We have caused you to misunderstand. It is not a good thing that Xianjiao has revealed his true face. Eighth elder and I will not reveal it to others. Then, he said, Xianxia, don't misunderstand. Eighth Elder and I will help you gather 500 portions of heaven's origin energy and help you get rid of your identity as an ancient city resident. Thank you, the two elders. So you did not refuse. Of course, I will accept the benefits. Xianxia true bull, I provoked you a little, and you really want to find fault with me. As for Xianxia, he said in a low voice, I know that the two of you may not have this intention, but some people do. These mediocre people cannot bear to see others do well or become strong. They cannot bear to see such a talented and capable person under Xianxia. Xianxia will be promoted to an elder sooner or later. If everything goes well, he will be an elder. When he is promoted, I hope that the two of you will support him. It is not a good thing for us that his true face has been exposed. I hope that the two of you can see how outstanding he is through this opportunity and get to know him better. With someone who knows him well, it will be easier to do things. The two elders understood. Xianxia was not here to punish Xianxia. He only hoped that he could help Xianxia in his promotion. Anyone who was promoted to an elder would be promoted. However, Xianxia was someone who knew his background. He was from the Fire Pupil clan and he knew his appearance. As long as he was determined, he could find out his background. The Fire Pupil clan was not a big clan. Keeping such a person by his side would be more reassuring. The two of them understood and smiled. Xianxia was considerate of Xianxia. Unfortunately, Xianxia might not appreciate it. Looking at the current situation, Xianxia might be angry. Eighth Elder smiled. Definitely. After this matter is over, Xianxia will definitely be valued by the headquarters and promoted to an elder. The prerequisite is that his strength must improve. Xianxia, you are only at the early stage of the Sun-Moon realm. It will be difficult for you to advance to the late stage of the Sun-Moon realm. Xianxia said. That may not be the case. As long as there is enough Sun-Moon black-yellow liquid, it is possible to advance to the middle stage of the Sun-Moon realm. If Xianxia contributes greatly this time and can get rid of the interference of the death qi, he has a high chance of advancing to the middle stage. As for the late stage, there have been middle stage elders before. That's true. The two elders nodded and praised Suyu again. Soon, Suyu finished refining the metal. Eighth Elder smiled. Not bad. You have refined 60% of it. Your fire pupil technique has reached the pinnacle. Elder, you are too kind. Don't be modest. Eighth Elder smiled. Do a good job. This time, if you perform well, there will be great benefits. You are now the leader of Dixia province. We are all here to help you, not to make trouble. If you have any difficulties, you can tell us. We will help you solve them. Suyu thought for a while and said bluntly, then I want to ask the two elders to help me once. I want to incorporate the Myriad races sect. These guys have been playing dumb with me all this time. I want the two elders to take action and kill a few sun and moon gods to deter them and make them our lackeys and cannon fodder. Well, if you find the place, we can do it. The two quasi-invincible realm experts promised. This was fine. As for offending Wanzhou, what a joke. Were they afraid of them? Even if the primitive sect master of Wanzhou and Blue Sky came together, the two elders were sure to take them down. It was said that one was in the 9th layer of the Sun-Moon realm, and the other was in the 8th layer of the Sun-Moon realm. There was nothing to worry about. Thank you very much, elders. Suyu thanked them and looked at Xianxia. Elder, do you have any tasks recently? No. Then I'll have to trouble you to move with me for the next few days and provide me with some protection. I want to investigate the stronghold of the Myriad tribe sect. In addition, I want to kill some people and force some people out. I want to bring all those hidden fellows out into the open so that we can take control of the entire Great Xia prefecture. Okay. Xianxia nodded. The two elders also nodded slightly. Indeed, they had to get all the people out. It was so boring to hide in the dark. Suyu added, one more thing. I want to get in touch with Ji Hong. Huangjiu and I both know the secret he told us last time. Ji Hong is a key person. Now, except for Ji Hong, maybe only Huangjiu and I know something. What? Jihong knows who the Invincible Realm expert who betrayed the human clan is. As soon as this was said, they were shocked. Really? Xianxia did not mention this last time, so they did not press him. Now that they heard this, they were shocked. Suyu nodded. So, I want to get some information. Once we get hold of this information, we can sell it to a human expert, or to the Invincible Realm expert who betrayed the human clan. We can sell the vessel for countless money. We can even rope in a human Invincible Realm expert for our Skyhunter Pavilion. Suyu said in a low voice, we can use this secret to coerce the other party. Our Skyhunter Pavilion does not care about our background. If that Invincible Realm expert knows what's good for him and joins us, he might even be our superior. In this way, our pavilion's strength will definitely increase greatly. The three elders were shocked. We did not know about this before and had to tell the higher-ups. Xianxia, why didn't you tell us earlier? That traitor Huangjiu, once this information is leaked. Jihong is a key figure. Are you sure he has the specific information? He said it so confidently that I'm not sure, but I want to test him and get in touch with him. I think Jihong might not trust Xianxia. Our Skyhunter Pavilion, on the other hand, can only sell information and help him. What you said makes sense. The elders felt that Suyu was too capable, he really could do anything and knew all the secrets. With Xianxia around, the Skyhunter Pavilion might be able to reap the most benefits. Xianxia, the entrance to the relic, Suyu did not mind and said, it is in Suyu's house. It is not a secret. Elders, you can go and take a look. However, I feel that we should not forcefully open it now. Once we open it, our Skyhunter Pavilion will become the target of everyone. It is not worth it. The Great Light Prince has not left yet. If he snatches it away in advance, then we will have nothing left. At least wait until the Great Light Prince leaves or is held up by someone else before our Skyhunter Pavilion can intervene. Right now, the Great Light Prince could not leave. At the very least, he needed to intimidate everyone for a period of time, he needed to intimidate everyone so that no one would dare to open the relic in advance. The best time to open the relic was when everyone was here and the Invincible Realm expert was not around. That would be the best opportunity. Right, the two elders nodded. This made sense. This Xianxia's plan was very perfect. That was the logic, they were strong, but it was impossible to fight against the Great Light Prince. They could only wait for the Great Light Prince to leave before they could try to open it. Once the Great Light Prince comes to investigate and finds the relic, the two elders started to worry again. Suyu smiled and said, we are not the only ones worried. Wan is also worried. Don't worry. Soon, the various clans will think of a way to force the Great Light Prince to leave. And the Great Light Prince will not dare to come to investigate now, in case the Great Ming Constabulary becomes the target of everyone. The two disciplinary elders looked at Suyu in a new light. Xianxia said angrily, we do not understand what you said? Showing off again. You are involved in everything. Xianxia, don't be too harsh on Xianxiu. He is still young. It is good to be young and energetic, unlike us, who are old. Xianxia said in a low voice, I am afraid that he will be too ostentatious and will not be able to escape. Suyu also thanked him. Elder is right. I was too rash. Xianxia said lightly, it is good that you know your mistake. Don't think that everything cannot be done without you. The Heaven Hunter list has been established for countless years. Do you really think that you are the only one who can do it? It is just that some people are hiding their abilities, and some people do not jump out when they see benefits. To be able to develop the Heaven Hunter Pavilion into the largest organization in the universe, was it all done by you, Xianxiu? Now, the two disciplinary elders and I can still protect you. In the future, when you become an elder and rule over a region, if you are still so rash, you will definitely die a terrible death. These words were both true and false. However, they were also reminding Suyu not to think that he could really do everything. The waters in the Heaven Hunter Pavilion were deep, and some people were just deliberately hiding their abilities. Suyu's heart turned cold, he understood a little, he lowered his head and said in a low voice, Xianxiu understands. The matter of the Invincible Realm is not something I can meddle in. The matter of the Great Light Lord, I believe the pavilion and the other large clans have concluded that I overstepped my boundaries. This time, the third elder also smiled. Xianxia indeed sees things more clearly than you. Xianjiao, learn from Xianxia. The Great Light Lord will be targeted. In the endless void, there are probably already invincible realm experts who are eager to try and break through the boundaries. The Great Light Lord does not have time to care about things here. Suyu's heart moved slightly. Is that so? I have to ask old Zhu about this later. The Great Light Lord has been lured away, unable to leave. I do not know this secret. Forget it, I will know after asking old Zhu. Soon, Suyu and Xianjia walked out of the place they were just now. Suyu exhaled in his heart and sent a voice transmission. Elder, that was dangerous. You really dared to jump out. Then, I am afraid of them? Xianjia sent a voice transmission without batting an eyelid. These two are only slightly stronger than me. As for the rest, don't worry too much. The people of the law enforcement department are all very stiff. They are not as dangerous as the other department elders. However, it is a fact that the elders of the law enforcement department are strong. As he spoke, he asked, is the matter of Jihong true? Yes. Then he is in danger. I did not spread it. If you did not spread it, maybe he spread it himself. It is not impossible to draw out that invincible. Suyu was secretly shocked. This guy really has some skills. He suspected that when Jihong said this to Kai before, he actually wanted to deliberately spread it out. Xianjia said again, the matter of the relic, is it true or false? It is true. How can this lie? It is hard to say for others, but you are the #1 liar in the world. It is hard to say. Xianjia continued, do you lack the Sun-Moon Mystic Yellow Liquid and Heavenly Essence Qi? The stone statue almost killed Invincible Realm and destroyed his 3 bodies. Do you lack a vessel? When Tombstone, rumor has it that there are many Shenwen battle scale steels. Do you think you lack it? Since that is the case, do you think I believe that there are really relics? Elder, who are you? Suyu was really curious. Who is this person? Your grandfather. I% and $R%, Suyu typed out a series of characters. Xianjia said indifferently, I know 987 languages. You used 7 languages to scold me, but I can understand them all. F*CK, Suyu cursed in his heart. How amazing was it to know a language? Elder, your character reminds me of someone. Tell me about it. My teacher Lu, he is usually serious, but in fact, he is the cheap kind. He angers people to death. Is it appropriate for you to say that about your teacher? It's not appropriate, but what I said is the truth. He told me that he can't find women, but he found a bunch of them himself. He even used fake runes of will to deceive me. You are as cheap as my teacher Lu. You scolded your teacher? You really aren't a good person. Suyu said angrily, you are the same. Did I scold him? I am just speaking the truth. My teacher Lu is the type who is cold on the inside. You just don't know about it. Forget it, it's fine if I don't say it. If I were to say it, wouldn't everyone know that I, Lu Laosher, had once seduced a female instructor in the academy and was beaten up? I can't say anything about this. If this spreads out, my teacher Lu's glorious image will be ruined. If Wu Yuehua and the others find out, my teacher will suffer. Forget it, forget it. I will let it rot in my heart. Suyu muttered to himself. Only I can let a secret rot in my heart. I hope Haozi won't tell others. He saw it too. Don't ruin my teacher's image. Now that the fake relic had been created, the next step would be to lure out the traitor. Therefore, the plan did not succeed. All of this still required the invincible to feel a sense of crisis. Jihong and Hong Tan were all important figures, and Jihong's information couldn't be sent out from Dixia province. It was best to send it to the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Suyu brought Xianjia and headed to Dixia province once again. A skilled person was bold. No, it should be called fearless. Suyu and Xianjia had snuck into the Great Xia Manor in broad daylight by simply putting on a cloak. They were not cautious at all. Xianjia couldn't help but ask, aren't you being too perfunctory? Suyu didn't care about this and explained, I'm not being perfunctory. the more open and aboveboard one is, the less suspicious one will be. Elder, do you believe that Xianxia doesn't know that we've come in? It was always dark under the light. Xianxia most likely didn't notice them. We came in so openly. Whose spy is so bold? Xianxia was speechless. You're only so bold because the Xia family found out and won't do anything to you. Soon, the two arrived at the Education and Welfare Administration. Looking at the Education and Welfare Administration, Xianxia transmitted his voice. Are we going to see Ji Hong directly? He doesn't know your identity, right? If he asks Xianxia to catch you, it will be very troublesome. Suyu shook his head. No, we'll communicate with him first and leave the Sky Hunter list. He then added, also, we'll protect my teacher and the others. They have to go to Southern Yuan to break through. We'll follow them secretly in case someone tries to kill them. Are you really using me as a hired thug? Xianxia ridiculed. It's normal for the Sky Hunter Pavilion to protect them. So you didn't care and directly sent a message to 8th Elder. 8th Elder, Hong Tan and the others intend to go to Southern Yuan to explore the relic. I'll ask Elder Xianxia to accompany me to escort them safely to prove that the relic really exists and that the inscribed tombstone really exists. Sure. The 8th Elder thought about it for a while and felt that it was necessary. Not long after, Xianxia received a mission notification from the higher-ups. Xianxia was powerless. Damn it, this works too, so you did not care if others knew that he was going to escort Hong Tan and the rest. He directly applied for mission support from the Hunting Sky Pavilion. Are you convinced? You're vicious. Xianxia was speechless. He quickly asked, do you think someone will assassinate them? Definitely. Suyu smiled and said, that's normal. Now that everyone knows that the Wen tombstone might be related to the Shenwen faction. Aren't they afraid that they will directly inherit the relic? In fact, I don't think it's necessarily one who is stopping them. I never overestimate the human heart. Xianxia understood what he meant. What Suyu meant was that some of the big families in Shenwen might make a move against Hong Tan and the others. Xianxia said hesitantly, it's not that bad, is it? Suyu said faintly, Elder Xianxia, maybe it's been too long since you returned to the human realm. The human realm, is that bad? I'm not as extreme as I used to be, thinking that there are no good people in the human realm, but I know that there are many bad people in the human realm. Xianxia was silent. The two did not speak again. Soon, Suyu saw a person who was about to enter the Education and Welfare Administration. Suyu casually threw a Hunting Sky Pavilion booklet behind that person. Ji Xiaoming did not know and continued walking. The people in the Education and Welfare Administration looked at her in surprise. It was fine if the director's daughter got the ranking, but why did she have to be so ostentatious, and she even purposely carried it behind her back? This was a little too much. Ji Xiaoming did not feel the Hunting Sky Pavilion behind her. She continued walking. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, she smiled sweetly at the others and greeted them from time to time. It was a little strange. These people looked at her differently. Xianxia laughed and said, you know her? Yes, Ji Hong's daughter. Suyu smiled. Let's go. Ji Hong will get the Hunting Sky Pavilion soon. It won't be too late to communicate with him later. Let's retreat first. The Shenwen department might be making a move soon. I can already feel it. The two flashed and soon disappeared in front of the Education and Welfare Administration. In the Education and Welfare Administration hall, Ji Hong saw his daughter and the Hunting Sky Pavilion behind her. He reached out and grabbed it. Without a word, he rushed out of the Education and Welfare Administration. After looking around, he frowned. The people from the Hunting Sky Pavilion were here, how dare they? De Xia province was hunting them down, but they still dared to come. After looking around and finding no one, Ji Hong quickly returned to the hall. Ji Xiaoming was still a little confused. Dad, what's wrong? Nothing. Ji Hong hesitated and said, don't run around for now. It's best to stay in the school. I have something to do here. I'm afraid I'll be very busy. Oh. Ji Xiaoming rolled her eyes and said with a smile, Dad, can I go to Nanyuan? No. Ji Hong said solemnly. You can't go to Southern Yuan. It's very chaotic there. What strength do you have? Remember, it's best to stay in the school. If there's chaos there, find a way to go to the Great Qin Mansion. Ji Xiaoming blinked and looked at her father. After thinking for a while, she nodded and did not say anything. Ji Hong gave her a few reminders and soon waved his hand. Go. Don't go back to the Education and Welfare Administration if there's nothing important. Oh, Dad. Then can I go to the All Heavens battlefield? All Heavens battlefield? Ji Hong frowned. After a long time, he said, let's see how it goes. If it's really necessary, you can try. It's safer to stay in the headquarters. No, I'm going to look for Suyu. We're classmates. I want to see if he can avenge you. Ji Xiaoming said naively. Ji Hong frowned. Avenge what? Ji Xiaoming giggled and skipped away without answering. Obviously, she knew something. Ji Hong sighed softly after she left and said nothing. Holding the Sky Hunter list in his hand, he hesitated for a while and typed a line of words. I'm Ji Hong. Who are you? Xianxia. Ji Hong guessed that the member of the Sky Hunter Pavilion looking for him was most likely this person. What do you want from me? I'm very interested in the information you told me last time. Just name your price, including your daughter Ji Xiaoming. Including your daughter, Ji Xiaoming. She's so young, are you going to bring her to the Yellow Springs with you? Outside the city. Suyu quickly replied, sell us the information, Sky Hunter Pavilion will find a way to escort your family out of the human realm. You can settle in a small world or send them to the headquarters of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. We'll protect you. The Sky Hunter Pavilion has the power to protect you. I don't understand what you mean. Suyu smiled. Chief Ji, why are you pretending to be confused? Don't tell me that you were just saying it out of desperation last time. I think Chief Ji is also worried that the news won't spread if you die. And Head Ji, maybe you're also suspicious of Xianxia. Is Dasha of Goguryeo among the people Head Ji suspects? Ji Hong fell silent at these words. So you guessed that Ji Hong really didn't know the plan. But he had found out that Dasha of Goguryeo was among the people he found. Or he knew the plan and was just cooperating. So you didn't ask Wan Tianxing about this. He believed that Wan Tianxing probably didn't reveal his identity. Since that was the case, he would make it real. There was no need to think too much. If Ji Hong didn't know the plan but didn't tell Xianxia, it meant that Dasha of Goguryeo might really exist in the information he found. Could Dasha of Goguryeo be a traitor? It was hard to say. Everything was possible. Of course, Dasha of Goguryeo knew the big plan. If Dasha of Goguryeo was a traitor, he wouldn't appear this time. Or he would kill Wan Tianxing. In short, if Dasha of Goguryeo was really Dasha of Goguryeo, there was no way to play. So you communicated with Ji Hong while waiting with Xianxia. At midnight. Someone went out of the city, not one or two, but several. Hong Tan, Xia Yunqi, Zhao Ming, Yu, Hu Ping, Wu Yuehua, these people all set off. This time, many Shenwen forces in Xia province also went out in full force. Suyu had a complicated look in his eyes. These main actors were going to southern Yuan. The curtain of southern Yuan was about to open. In addition to these few, Xia province also had sun and moon escorts. General Zhao's strength was at the 5th tier of sun and moon. Now, Suyu was strong, but it was still difficult to judge their true strength. At their level, if they didn't go all out and show their strength, it would be difficult to judge their true strength. Xianxia said, Zhao Rui escorts them, so their safety is guaranteed. Hong Tan is also a sun and moon expert, and the others are close to sun and moon experts in Shenwen. We probably don't need to do anything. Follow them. So you didn't say much. No matter what, he had to be careful. If this group of people was killed, he wouldn't be too reluctant to leave the human realm. There was no harm in being careful. In front, the group of people moved very fast. Behind them, Suyu and Xianxia followed. Along the way, Suyu kept probing. His sensory jade was activated to the maximum, but it could only detect the situation within a radius of 1,000 meters. In his sensory jade, Zhao Rui's light spot was not too strong, but not too weak either. It felt like he was at the 6th or 7th tier of sun and moon. As for Hong Tan, Suyu only sensed that he was at the 1st tier of sun and moon. He didn't know if his grandmaster had deliberately suppressed it or if he really hadn't broken through. Sometimes it was difficult to judge clearly when the enemy deliberately suppressed their strength with the sensory jade. Nothing happened along the way. It was quiet and safe. But Suyu didn't dare to be careless. The word tribulation jumped a few times in Shenwen. Maybe someone was secretly probing and observing. At the same time, the news that Hong Tan and many other experts of Shenwen were about to rush to southern Yuan also spread quickly. Dexiao province was going to explore the ruins. And the area near Suyu's home was now completely blocked by Long Wuwei and several sun and moon experts, not allowing anyone to enter or explore. In another place, a shadow swayed in the night and quickly disappeared. As soon as the shadow disappeared, a figure appeared in the place where the shadow disappeared, murmuring, "Qin Yong, he runs so fast." They had been chasing Qin Yong for some time. In the end, Qin Yong had many tricks and almost killed Qin Yong several times, but the other party escaped. The latecomer glanced in the direction where Qin Yong disappeared and smiled. Southern Yuan? Qin Yong is going to Southern Yuan? It seems that even he has received the news that relics and inscribed tombstones have appeared in Southern Yuan. Southern Yuan? Thinking of this, his figure disappeared in an instant and went to Southern Yuan to have a look. At this moment, countless geniuses also began to gather in Southern Yuan. Ruins, many Shenwen people, at this moment, in the endless void. An incomparably huge sphere floated in the endless void. That was the mortal realm. Just like how the king of Great Xia often wandered around the edge of the divine world, at this moment, there were also incomparably powerful figures wandering around the mortal realm in the endless void. There were several ways to break into the mortal realm. The passage was the safest and had the least noise. One could also break into the mortal realm from the endless void outside the realm, but it would cause great noise and be very difficult. That was to break the space by force, especially the space of the macro world, which was difficult for ordinary invincible realm experts to do. Moreover, the noise of entering the realm was too big, and it could easily be discovered by the mortal realm experts. However, at this moment, in the endless void, tens of thousands of miles away, a phantom appeared. Separated by the realm barrier, there was also an expert standing there. "Come in and have a try." A cold snort penetrated the realm barrier. That was the voice of the Great Light Lord. "I want to see how many people are not afraid of death and dare to break into the mortal realm." Great Light Lord. The realm barrier is difficult to break, but there is more than one passage to the mortal realm. Why don't you let us in and reduce some losses for the mortal realm? The Great Light Lord ignored him. He knew that these people did not dare to come in, and the purpose of their existence was to restrain him. If they really wanted to come in, they would probably have already sneaked in through the passage. On the contrary, they did not dare to come in openly. Of course, if the Great Light Lord did not care, it would be hard to say. If they were not careful, someone might really dare to break in. The mortal realm began to shake. At this moment, Suyu was not in the mood to care about others. He knew that there were still people secretly probing for information. This time, it would be fine if nothing happened, but if something happened, it might be a top expert. "Elder, be careful." Suyu transmitted his voice, and Xianxia nodded slightly. At this moment, Suyu's heart thumped, but he quickly suppressed his impulse and did not make a move. More than 10 masked experts suddenly rushed out and attacked Hong Tan and the others. The strong ones were at the Mountain Sea realm, and the weak ones were only sore. Suyu frowned. Were they here to die, to kill Hong Tan and the others? This small group of people was just delivering themselves to him. What was the use? Sure enough, on Hong Tan's side, the others did not make a move. Zhao Rui swept out with his spear, and with a boom, more than 10 masked experts were killed instantly. Suyu frowned. Were they here to die so easily? Sor did not know the situation, but how could the Mountain Sea realm not know? Were they here to die? While he was thinking, Xianxia transmitted his voice. Death warriors, they use special means and special techniques to become death warriors. They did not cultivate themselves to become death warriors. Suyu was puzzled and asked, then why did they send people to die? Even death warriors were not easy to be promoted to the Mountain Sea realm. Were they here to die for nothing? According to Suyu's thinking, to kill Hong Tan and the others, they must be top experts. He could not understand the thoughts of those behind the scenes. While he was thinking, the flesh and blood of these killed death warriors suddenly exploded, and a large amount of smoke rose. In the distance, Wu Yuehua shouted, "Avoid, damn it, it's the corpse decay poison." Suyu did not understand poison, and he did not know how poisonous it was. However, Xianxia knew and quickly said, "Stay away, this thing is similar to death aura, and its corrosive ability is extremely strong. It can corrode people's vitality, and even the sea of will." Suyu frowned. Poison master? He knew that there were poison masters in the human realm. Wu Yuehua was a divine alchemist, and he could also act as a poison master at critical moments. But this poison, was it so terrifying? He thought for a while and saw a faint trace of poisonous gas in front of him. He casually reached out and grabbed a bit. It was very little. No matter how poisonous the poison was, it would not be able to instantly kill the sun and moon cultivators. If that was the case, everyone would become poison masters. This small wisp of poisonous gas instantly invaded Suyu's body. It specifically drilled into his acupoints. Suyu sensed for a moment and shook slightly, shattering this wisp of poisonous gas. Not bad, I'm afraid it can poison the mountain sea realm to death. I finally know why death warriors are used. When the mountain sea death warriors explode, this poisonous gas is the corrosive power of the mountain sea realm, constructed by using their vitality and vitality. Xianxia transmitted his voice, "Yes, the other party probably does not have death warriors at the sun-moon tier. Otherwise, it should be the sun and moon corpse decay poison." Suyu nodded. How could the sun and moon death warriors be so simple? He did not say anything, but in his mind, he quickly said to Little Furball, "Let me smell this poisonous gas, the poison master may be hiding nearby." Now, these guys had learned to be smart, and did not come out directly. They hid in the dark and released poison. There were many people in Hong Tan's group who were at the mountain sea realm. At this moment, Wu Yuehua's body erupted with a burst of core qi, dissipating the poisonous gas. However, Wu Yuehua's face began to pale at a speed visible to the naked eye, clearly consuming a lot of energy. Zhao Rui and the others continued to erupt with vitality, shattering the poisonous gas. Was the person in the dark planning to exhaust them? Suyu did not know, and did not bother to find out. Release the dog. No, release Furball. Little Furball was very sensitive to these auras. Poison masters were also masters of civilization, and fighters could not develop this kind of poisonous gas. As long as they used their willpower, Furball could find the other party. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Furball flew out of his head. Xianxia trembled slightly, looking at the non-existent Furball, his eyes flashing. The ancient God-Eater clan? Elder also knows about it? I know. This race is incredible. You have to be careful. In the past, there was an unrivaled expert in this race. He killed an unrivaled expert of the god race the moment he attacked. He might be an ancient emperor of this race. Don't provoke him. Yes, Little Furball's father is that person, most likely. Speechless. Xianjiao was speechless. You're extraordinarily bold. You really dare to capture someone's bloodline? You're too bold. Let me tell you. Someone from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion has determined that that person might be an ancient invincible, a demi-emperor of the ancient God-Eater clan. Of course, it's not sure if it's the same one, but if it is, his strength might not be weaker than a demi-emperor, and even the great Qin King might not be able to defeat him. Don't worry, I'm the master of the ancient city, I can command 36 ancient invincibles. F*CK, Xianjiao was speechless. At this moment, Little Furball quickly flew through the air, sending a voice transmission to Suyu, "Something smells good, hurry, there's something stinky ahead, I smell it." Awesome, Suyu secretly praised. As expected of a foodie, he could clearly smell the smell. It was normal for a poison master to be a little stinky. He and Xianjia quickly flew through the air. On the other side, Zhao Rui seemed to sense something. He frowned, extremely vigilant, looking in the direction where they disappeared. Yuan Qi accumulated in his long spear, ready to explode at any time. In a forest thousands of meters away from Zhao Rui and the others, 3 experts waited silently, looking into the distance, looking at the people wrapped in poisonous gas. Poison Lord, this mountain sea poisonous gas doesn't have much effect on them, right? Wu Yuehua is also a top god alchemist, he can neutralize it. In the middle of the 3, an old man wearing a cloak said in a dry voice, our mission is to wear them down. Find out if they have anyone else hiding in the dark, the rest is not our concern. As he spoke, he touched the man in black on his left, smiling a little hoarsely, Little 7, later you go over, even if you can't kill Zhao Rui, you must injure him greatly. Yes, sir. The black-clothed man's voice was also extremely muffled. The masked man on the left who had spoken before cursed inwardly. You've already turned him into a puppet, yet he's still acting like a real person. What the hell is there to communicate with? The man in black on the left was no longer a living person. Of course, the ripples of his aura were the kind that had just broken through to the Sun-Moon tier. This was also the trump card of this poison master, a poison man at the Sun-Moon tier. Even a top-tier expert like Zhao Rui would find it troublesome to encounter them. As for Hong Tan and the rest, they were in even more trouble. As they were discussing, Suyu and Xianxia rushed over. Suyu raised an eyebrow. There were clearly 3 people, but there were only 2 points of light. One was the mountain and sea, and the other was the sun and moon. Those at the Sun-Moon tier were probably only in the first layer of the Sun-Moon tier, and the cloaked man in the middle was probably the main character this time, that poison master. And on the right was an elite of the mountain and sea tier. As for the black-clothed man on the left, he didn't sense him with his detection jade, but there were ripples of the aura of the sun and moon. Suyu was confused, but Xianxia saw through it with a glance, and transmitted his voice, saying, he's also a death warrior, but, the Sea of Will has been destroyed, and can be considered a half-dead person. Suyu understood. Xianxia quickly said, what should we do? Kill him? Kill him. Suyu was decisive. Should he keep him alive? Xianxia didn't say much, and instantly appeared behind the poison master. The poison master seemed to have sensed something, and a black aura flashed around him. In the next moment, he was smashed into pieces by Xianxia's palm. However, there was no strange phenomenon of the sun and moon crashing. At this moment, the small furball flashed, and with a bang, it crashed into a round ball. It opened its mouth, and was about to eat. Suyu was shocked. This was the Sea of Will at the Sun-Moon tier, and a poison master at that. You dare to eat this? Without another word, he shot out a punch. There was a deafening boom, there was the sound of surging waves, and in the next moment, a scream rang out. With a bang, the Sea of Will exploded, and the sun and moon crashed. Meanwhile, Suyu stretched out his hand and grabbed a few shinwen. Among them, poisonous gas seeped out. This was probably the other party's main shinwen, the shinwen of the Sun-Moon tier. Suyu was corroded by the poisonous gas, but he didn't care. His aura of death erupted, instantly dispersing the poisonous gas. He discovered that this poisonous gas was somewhat similar to the aura of death, but it wasn't the real aura of death, after all. In front of his aura of death, it still had to be a little brother. It was dispersing in an instant, instantly dispersing the poisonous gas, so you casually tossed the first Sun-Moon tier shinwen to the small furball. The other few were all from the mountain sea, and he didn't look at them too much, tossing them all to the small furball. Eat it. Okay. The small furball happily swallowed it, and quickly ran into Suyu's Sea of Will. There was food again. And Suyu had long since looked down on the mountain sea shinwen. As for the first Sun-Moon tier, they were just SOSO. Another person shouted loudly, I have a secret, Peng. Suyu smashed the other party into pieces with a punch, and casually extracted a drop of blood. No need, I can see your secret. He couldn't be bothered to say more to them. Flames burned, extracted a drop of the poison master's blood essence, and took away the immobile black-robed man. Suyu quickly left this place, and Xianxia didn't interfere. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared. And in the instant that the poison master died, in an underground hall. Someone sighed, the poison lord is dead. Trash. To think that even if he couldn't kill Hong Tan and the others, he could still greatly damage their vitality. Let's not talk about this. Give up. Wanzhou can't take on these missions anymore. The losses are too great. The Poison Lord is also a Sun Moon tier. Although his physical body is weak, he has many tricks up his sleeves. He died too quickly. It seems that we can't do anything to them. Give up. Someone suggested giving up. This was the gathering place of Wanzhou's sect leaders. Now, Wanzhou had formed a casual alliance, but it wasn't a good time. Wan's experts had infiltrated and forced them to carry out some dangerous missions. Some of them had some forces supporting them, and now they were also forced to carry out some extremely dangerous missions. Someone said in a low voice, "If it doesn't work, then join the Skyhunter Pavilion." Wan doesn't take us seriously at all. Other than the Primordial Sect leader and the Blue Sky Sect leader, he doesn't care about anyone else. If this goes on, we'll all become cannon fodder. The Skyhunter Pavilion is also using us as cannon fodder. That's different. The Skyhunter Pavilion is also a mix of good and bad people. At least, there isn't a clear distinction between races. As for us, we are not accepted by the human race and are also ostracized by Wan as cannon fodder. We might as well join the Skyhunter Pavilion. That Xianxia killed Xiajia's men, and Xiajia took revenge, but the Skyhunter Pavilion didn't do anything to Xianxia. As for us, do we dare to kill Xiajia's men? If we kill them, they will take revenge. Who would dare to stand up for us? A lackey will always be a lackey. Can you expect Master to fight against Xiajia for you? If we go to the Skyhunter Pavilion, we will at least have some strength. If we join an elder and become Whiteface in a few years, we can at least break free from Wan's control and the human race's suppression. At this moment, someone wanted to join the Skyhunter Pavilion. Among them, Silver Wing of the Six-Winged Divine Sect hesitated for a moment and said, although that Xianjia's words are overbearing and harsh, they are straightforward. Now that Xianjiao has some status in the human realm, why don't we join him? He's just a white face. So what if he's a white face? Even the elders of the Skyhunter Pavilion might not have his status. The group of sect masters spoke one after another. At this moment, they didn't plan to kill Hong Tan and the others. They were just testing the waters. In the end, Poison Lord died too quickly. Forget it, let's give up. Whoever wants to kill can do it. In the future, they wouldn't take on any missions, and they wouldn't listen to the orders of Wan and the people behind him. If this continued, Wanzhou would all die because of these missions. Those people treated them as cannon fodder, as targets, and as stones to test the waters. Recently, the ones who died the most were Wanzhou's men. They were the ones who had to test everything. Hong Tan and the others also saw the crash of the half-moon. They were a little surprised and vigilant, but they didn't go to check. After solving the poison gas problem, the group quickly left. They didn't even look at it. At this moment, Suyu was probing the memory fragments in the blood essence. Xianjiao was speechless. This kid really knew everything. Soon, Suyu said, "This Ryu is Poison Lord, the sect master of the heavenly poison cult. He's a scum. An idiot. He accepted Wanzhou's order to test them. That Shanghai is a little interesting. He seems to have come from southern Yuan City." Suyu smiled and said coldly, "I knew it. Southern Yuan City is full of crooks and honest people, and there's more than one person who colludes with Wanzhou. A long time ago, someone told me that there are liars, traitors, lackeys, and some hired thugs in Wanzhou. When they do bad things, these guys will do it through Wanzhou." Wanzhou's composition was very complicated. There were all kinds of people, some were hired by some big forces. There were some things that people couldn't do openly, so they did it through Wanzhou. As he spoke, Suyu received a message from White One. He laughed. "Wanzhou wants to talk to me." Xianjia said in surprise, "Talk about what?" "Talk about cooperation, alliance, or even surrender." Suyu laughed and said, "Interesting. Wolves walking into the tiger's mouth, and they came to us on their own accord." Xianjia was speechless. "Wanzhou's fools, you actually came to us on your own accord. So you couldn't wait to kill all of you." Now this was great. He had seen people courting death, but he had never seen someone courting death like this. Wanzhou was not weak to begin with, but after being tricked by Suyu several times, he had killed many sun moons. He had killed 5 people from the Ming constabulary, and now he had killed another one. From beginning to end, many Wanzhou Sun Moons had died because of Suyu. Now, from what Wanzhou had said, even the last of his family was going to be sent over. Suyu grinned and said, "Elder, that's not right. I'm not a bad person. I'm a good person. I'll talk about cooperation with them. At least, trash should be used." After saying this, Suyu quickly followed Hong Tan and the others. After escorting Hong Tan and the others to southern Yuan, he would go to meet Wanzhou's guys. This time, he didn't know if he could meet Blue Sky and the primordial sect leader. Among Wanzhou, these two were the strongest and the most mysterious. Although Blue Sky's identity had been exposed, you couldn't find him. Also, Suyu was thinking about a question. Was Blue Sky related to Wan Tianxing? In the past, when people said that Wan Tianxing didn't find out that Zhao Ming was Blue Sky in disguise, Suyu believed it. Now, Suyu doubted it. Did Wan Tianxing really didn't find out that Zhao Ming was Blue Sky? That was impossible. That person had a clear grasp of the entire academy. How could he not know the true identity of Zhao Ming? He had to be suspicious. Was there any connection between Blue Sky and Wan Tianxing? All of this required Suyu to find out himself. If he counted on Wan Tianxing, he wouldn't tell him anything. This person liked to do these mysterious things. The Poison Lord was killed, and the journey was safe. At dawn, Hong Tan and the others entered southern Yuan and met up with Long Wuwei Sun and Moon. Suyu was relieved and didn't care anymore. He still had something to do. He had to meet the Wanzhou powerhouses. And when Hong Tan and the others entered the city, it suddenly attracted everyone's attention when Tombstone was said to have something to do with the Shenwen faction. This time, the relic was the relic of a civilization master. Would there be any changes with the arrival of Hong Tan and the others? What big changes would it cause that directly led to the opening of the relic? In an instant, all the powerhouses in the universe turned their eyes to southern Yuan. A large number of powerhouses quickly gathered in southern Yuan. Hong Tan and the others were already in position. The show was about to begin, and Suyu was not idle. Tianshui City. A large city under the jurisdiction of Dixia Province. Hu Zongqi, whom Suyu knew, was a second-generation disciple of this large city. At this moment, in a huge courtyard, Suyu landed on the ground. Behind him, there were 12 white-faced people and one faceless person, Xianxia. In addition to Xianxia, there was also the 8th elder secretly following. Now, Suyu could be considered a big shot. The elders let him handle the matters of Dixia Province. Of course, Suyu knew in his heart that it was just on the surface. After all, there were many elders from the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Apart from Xianxia, why did he not see the others? The 3rd elder was also gone. Clearly, there was still a group of people from the Sky Hunter Pavilion, and they were all top powerhouses, making arrangements for other matters. Suyu could not be bothered with this. Do as you wish. In the courtyard, Suyu landed, and soon a Mountain Sea Realm powerhouse came out. He glanced at the white-faced people, a little nervous and uneasy. "Lords, please come in." Suyu nodded slightly. This time, is there a sect master coming in person? The 6-winged divine sect, the blood fire demon sect, the thunder god sect, the heavenly abyss divine sect. The 8 sect masters are all here. Suyu said coldly, a bunch of small fries. Where are the origin demon sect and the primordial divine sect? A deputy sect master is here. Humph. Suyu snorted, somewhat dissatisfied. Looking down on my Sky Hunter Pavilion? Inside the house, Yingyi's voice came with a smile. Brother Xianjiao, why are you angry? Wanzhou is not a single entity, and the origin demon sect and the primordial divine sect are not Wanzhou's everything. Moreover, the Sky Hunter Pavilion only sent Brother Xianjiao here to negotiate, Suyu said indifferently, Elder Xianjia, let them know how powerful you are. As soon as the words left his mouth, a powerful aura filled the area. With a rumbling sound, the door to the room was shattered. Of the 8 sect lords, only 3 were Sun and Moon lords. Those 3 coughed up blood. At this moment, he saw Xianjia beside Suyu. Earlier, none of them had sensed the presence of Xianjia. Suyu said coldly, do you really think I'm a white flower? If you think I'm not qualified, do you want me to call a quasi-invincible realm expert to weigh you? The eyes of the sun and moon goddesses, who were coughing blood, were filled with fear. An expert at the peak of the sun and moon realm, Xianxia had actually brought a sun and moon realm cultivator with him to negotiate. From the looks of it, he seemed to listen to Xianxia. Silverwing was not angry. Instead, his eyes lit up. Good news, this meant that Xianxia's position in the Skyhunter Pavilion was indeed not low. Otherwise, he would not have the qualifications to be the leader in front of Gao Zhong. Brother Xianxia, you've misunderstood me. Silverwing sent a voice transmission to the other two Sun and Moon Kings. Be careful. If the situation is not right, retreat immediately. However, this is also a good thing. It shows that the Hunting Sky Pavilion is taking this seriously. The sect masters did not say anything. The weak were prey to the strong. The Hunting Sky Pavilion had so many experts. In terms of benefits, it meant that they were taking this seriously. There were many people in the room. Some sect's deputy sect masters had also arrived. They were all at the Mountain Sea tier. Suyu glanced at them. There were 3 Sun and Moon Kings and 17 Mountain Seas. Some were at the early stage of the Mountain Sea tier, and some were at the late stage. There were 20 experts. If they were all captured in one fell swoop, probably half of Wanzhou's strength would be crippled. Suyu entered the door, turned around, and said, Elder Xianxia, Enforcer 1, follow me in. The rest of you, stand guard outside. No one is allowed to come close. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Yes, sir. The 11 white masks instantly disappeared from where they stood. They moved very quickly. Silverwing and the others were secretly shocked. So strong. Among the 11 white faces, there were at least 2 or 3 at the Sun and Moon tier. The rest were almost at the high stage of the Mountain Sea tier, but in the Hunting Sky Pavilion, they could only guard the door. In his eyes, Xianxia's position was getting higher and higher. To be able to make these Sun, Moon, Mountain, and Sea tiers so obedient, obviously, the Hunting Sky Pavilion also attached great importance to Xianxia. They took their seats. Suyu did not pass on the responsibility, and directly sat on the main seat. Meanwhile, Elder Xianxia sat at the side, not saying anything. Suyu looked at the experts on both sides, and said directly, you all came here, and even came in person, which is a great risk, and I can see your sincerity. Silverwing, I've met you before. I'm a straightforward person, so just say it. What conditions do you want? What do you need the Hunting Sky Pavilion to pay, and do? Silverwing probed, Brother Xianxia, can I first ask what we need to pay if we join the Hunting Sky Pavilion? In addition, our strength has improved, and we have a close relationship with someone. If we join the Hunting Sky Pavilion, we'll be considered traitors, and they won't let us go. Suyu said calmly, the Hunting Sky Pavilion doesn't care about this. In the Hunting Sky Pavilion, there are many traitors of the various clans. What can the various clans do? Once a mask is worn, who knows who is who? Killing indiscriminately, the Hunting Sky Pavilion is not to be trifled with. One is in the open, and the other is in the dark. Even one doesn't dare to provoke us. Even gods, devils, and immortals have to give us face. Everyone knows this. Suyu looked at them and said, right now, you only have 3 Sun and Moon experts, and they're all in the early Sun and Moon stage. To tell the truth, this kind of strength is too weak. But this is the human realm, and you've been here for a long time. The Hunting Sky Pavilion needs your help, and right now, we can give you the best treatment. The late Mountain and Sea stage and Sun and Moon experts will be given the position of white face. The others can be black face, color face. Seeing that the Silverwing Sun and Moon immortals seemed a little dissatisfied, Suyu said coldly, let's put it this way, white face. After a year, you've completed your mission well. 3 to 5 drops of Sun Moon Mystic Yellow liquid is still very easy. I just want to ask, in the Myriad tribe sect, do the Myriad tribes give you this kind of treatment? Hearing this, the Sun and Moon experts and the Mountain and Sea experts were shocked. 3 to 5 drops a year? Human year? Of course. Suyu said calmly, that's normal. Of course, you have to do a good job. According to the Hunting Sky Pavilion selling price, the worst sun and moon blood essence can be bought for 10 heaven hunting points, the same price as a portion of heavenly vitality. Of course, under normal circumstances, sun-moon mystic yellow liquid is sold for around 50 heaven hunting points, but our internal price is not expensive. Whiteface is 40% off, and you can get it for 30 heaven hunting points. Earning 100 heaven hunting points a year isn't too difficult. Not difficult, Xianxia and Bai cursed inwardly. It was indeed difficult. Silver Wing and the others had been to the heavenly battlefield, and they couldn't help saying, "It's not easy." Suyu said calmly, "It's usually difficult, but not now, because in the human realm, the business has just opened up. The commission is high. For example, I sold that piece of information. I think some people know that I earned 360 drops of sun and moon blood essence this time." Someone gasped. How much did you earn from one piece of information, 360 drops of sun and moon blood essence? Suyu said calmly, "If you want to become strong, a platform is very important. A high starting point is above everything else." 1. Which clan is richer than the heaven hunting pavilion? Regardless of race or strength, all that mattered was ability. Any ability is fine. In the heaven hunting pavilion, if a sun-moon tier cultivator can't earn 100 heaven hunting points in a year, he's useless. 1 point is equivalent to 1,000 human merit points, and if the sun-moon tier can't earn 100,000 merit points in a year, they're trash. This was not false. The sun-moon tier cultivators could still earn if they worked hard. So much in a year, but what about 10 or 100 years, 100 years, 10 million human merit points? The sun-moon tier cultivators were a little breathless. So much, Suyu said calmly, the sun-moon sect masters have developed in the human realm for many years, and you're like street rats. Until now, has anyone accumulated more than 1 million human merit points? No, nonsense, with so many merit points, they could all retire. The sun-moon sect master of the thunder god sect asked in a low voice, "Is what brother Xianxia said true?" Suyu said calmly, "If it's false, you can just kill me. The human race is only a realm, after all. You people rarely go to the battlefield of all heavens, and have little knowledge. Juan sent you away with some trash, and you people are still so proud. Life and death missions only give you 1 or 2 drops of sun-moon mystic yellow liquid." This was also the truth. Juan's bounty, number 1 on the must-kill list, and number 1 on the sun-moon tier, Xiao Long Wu. What's the bounty? Suyu had seen this list. Ini quickly said, 3 million contribution points, and 100 drops of sun-moon mystic yellow liquid. Suyu smiled and said, 3 million contribution points? 3,000 heaven hunting points and 100 drops of sun-moon mystic yellow liquid can be exchanged for about 200 drops of sun-moon mystic yellow liquid. Kill Xiao Long Wu, kill a quasi-invincible expert, kill an elite on the list of Dao proving, and Juan gives you so little? Suyu laughed. How about this, if any of you kill Xiao Long Wu, my heaven hunting pavilion will give you 10 times the bounty. He snorted and sneered. Who dares to kill such a quasi-invincible expert without 1,000 drops of sun-moon mystic yellow liquid? Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Juan is too stingy. How can he give such a bounty for killing Xiao Long Wu? Ini hurriedly said, there's also a heavenly soldier, Xianxia sneered. He's just fooling you. Heavenly soldier? The heavenly soldier in your eyes is different from ours. The heavenly soldier that Juan gave you is actually fake. The real heavenly soldier has intelligence and has more than 108 golden patterns. The heavenly soldier that Juan gave you has 108.5 golden patterns at most, not a real heavenly soldier. Ini didn't say anything, but he was thinking about something. Suyu said calmly, this is the gap. It's also the gap of vision. You've been in the human realm for too long, and your vision is too low. The human realm is poor, so some things seem precious, but in fact, that's not the case. As the sun and moon realms, you can't even satisfy your own cultivation. It's too miserable. I see that you all look a little malnourished. You probably can't even maintain your own cultivation. The sun and moon realms were silent. That was it. Especially the sun-moon mystic yellow liquid, which they rarely saw. It was indeed miserable, and they had to be constantly wiped out by the human race. The sun and moon realms fought with their lives, sometimes just for a drop of sun-moon mystic yellow liquid. Wasn't it miserable? At this moment, they somewhat understood that dogs were dogs. One wouldn't give them two good things. The so-called good things were only compared to those of the poor human race. The human race was too poor. 400 years ago, those experts who had proven their Tao had depleted the human race's resources. The three sun and moon realm sect masters of the six-winged divine church, the blood fire demon church, and the thunder god church looked at each other with some sorrow. Too poor. The human race was poor to begin with, and they were even poorer than the cultivators of some big sections. Usually, they were still considered rich compared to the lone cultivators, but compared to the people of these big forces, they were really pitiful. They dared to make the sun and moon realms risk their lives for a drop of sun-moon mystic yellow liquid. 1. How hateful. Before the sun and moon sect masters could speak, one of the mountain sea sect masters hurriedly said, Lord Xianxia, can the mountain sea sect become white flower? Then, as white flower, will the benefits we get be much less than the sun and moon realms? No. Suyu said indifferently, there are many departments in the hunting heaven pavilion. Those who aren't afraid of death can go to the heaven department or the earth department. The heaven department tracks the cultivators and geniuses, comes into contact with the geniuses and cultivators, and takes a lot. Those who are afraid of death, like me, enter the Xian department and find a place to open a branch. The heavens battlefield is very big, and there's no need to worry about not having a place to open a shop. They also take a lot of money. Lord, you must be joking. That mountain sea was full of smiles. Who dared to say that Xianxia was afraid of death? What a joke. Suyu said directly, everyone cultivates here and there, and becomes a dog for this and that. What is it for? For ourselves to become stronger, for immortality. Suyu said indifferently, don't tell me that for feelings, for the benefit of the race, for the race, you guys are not one zoo. Whoever gives you more, you follow them, and you work for them. That's the right way. Take the six-winged divine sect for example. Did the silver-winged sect master become the sect master to be a grandson of the six-winged divine race? They don't even want to be a grandson, let alone a dog. But in the hunting heaven pavilion, you do it yourself. If you do it well, you will naturally earn more. Silver Wing was not angry, but he said with some hesitation, but now, Suyu said impatiently, join the hunting heaven pavilion. Now, I can temporarily grant you the identity of Black Flower. Like me, you will get a commission first. Then, depending on your contributions, you will enter the heavens battlefield, and then you will be rewarded. Of course, there will definitely be deaths. If a batch dies, there will naturally be no more. It's the same everywhere. You guys are probably in a difficult situation now. One experts and geniuses entering probably have to be your ancestors. Recently, there have been many deaths, right? Everyone was silent. A sect master gritted his teeth and said, of course there have been many deaths. In the past, we were still considered free, but this time, the geniuses of the dragon race entered. The dragon race's Tao protector is incomparably powerful. He found our divine dragon sect and used us like dogs. We didn't see much, but we lost many lives. One of our sect's deputy sect masters was killed with one palm because his words were a little too aggressive. Hateful. Damn it. He deserves to be killed. The other sect masters also rebuked angrily. That was bitter. In the past, it was still okay, with a little more freedom. But this time, Wan geniuses and Tao protectors had entered. They had raised Wan Zhu for so many years, so of course they had to order him around. The Myriad races sect was responsible for the tasks of gathering intelligence, probing the enemy, and probing the opponent. Sun Moon of the Thunder God sect also sighed. The Thunder God clan has also come. That Tao protector wants us to test Moto's strength. The several deputy sect masters, all of them at the Mountain Sea realm, went, but none of them returned. Now they want me to test them. They don't treat us as people at all. It was almost like a grievance conference, Suyu said with a smile, that's right. The Wan have a very strong concept of race. Only the Heaven Hunter Pavilion doesn't care about anything. I'm not afraid of everyone knowing that I'm from the Fire Pupil clan. My clan isn't strong. If I were to face the god demons, I would be nothing. But now that I'm Xianxia, they are nothing. The god demons, sun, moon, and moon are nothing in front of me. You have to control your own fate. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion is also not a charity organization, but here, your prospects are even greater. The elders of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion come from the myriad worlds. Some of them might even be humans. None of that matters. The group was a little excited. But they were also a little hesitant. Silverwing thought about it and said, then what do we need to do to join? Kill first. So you said indifferently, kill first, don't you understand? Clean up the small fries first, including those from Wanzhou. If you didn't come to me, I would have gone to you. Of course, it's to kill. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion needs the situation to be clear. Everyone is on the surface, so first kill those small fries who fish in troubled waters. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion likes to help everyone get rid of future troubles. Everyone's expressions changed. So you said calmly, in the human realm, we naturally have to start a massacre this time. I won't lie to you. Less than half of those who survive can follow us out of the human realm. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't join the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. If more than half survive, then I, Xianxia, am useless. Someone cursed inwardly. You're too direct. He directly said that not more than half of them survived. Damn it, that was scary. Silverwing thought about it and said, then if we join now, will there be any other preferential treatment? So you thought about it and said, yes, the Sun Moon Empire will give 10 drops of Sun Moon Mystic Yellow liquid as a settlement fee. The Mountain Sea Empire will give 1 drop, or a treasure of equal value. There's nothing else. Don't worry, the subsequent rewards will be given according to the number of missions and rewards, 10 drops. The Sun Moon Empire experts were speechless. So you said indifferently, yes, don't worry. Otherwise, you'll think that the Heaven Hunter Pavilion only makes empty promises and requires you to fight with your lives. These are the preferential treatment for you when you join. There's nothing else. This is also something that the other White brothers have never enjoyed. Beside him, White One interrupted, Xianxia, this is against the rules. So you said indifferently, it's fine. I'll apply. There are only 3 Sun Moon Empire experts here, so 30 drops. Even if all 17 Mountain Sea experts join, there's less than 50 drops. The value is shocking, but the Heaven Hunter Pavilion roams the worlds, and we should be generous. If the higher-ups don't approve, I, Xianxia, will pay for it myself. As soon as he said this, Silverwing hurriedly smiled and said, how can we let brother Xianxia pay for it himself? If they don't approve, then forget it, so you said playfully, forget it? You'd be an idiot if you didn't want the benefits. Enough with the formalities. If you join, all the White brothers in the human realm will be under my command. Just listen to me, and everything else will be discussed later. I'm not giving you benefits for fun or to buy people's hearts. I want you to work, to do things, to kill. Give me benefits, and you'll work for me. It's that simple. How direct, how straightforward, one of the sect leaders said, Sir, if I join, what about the brothers in my sect? So you said indifferently, do what needs to be done. Those who can be trusted will develop into black brothers, colorful brothers, and gray brothers. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion doesn't care if there are more people. In any case, it's distribution according to work. It's not a matter of having more people. After that, we'll either place them in the human realm or bring them back to the battlefield. If want experts come looking for us, kill them. So you said straightforwardly, it's simple. We'll kill whoever comes looking for us. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion isn't afraid of offending people. We've killed many Wan geniuses. What can Wan do? We're a great force with 8 invincible realm experts. We're not a scattered invincible realm force like the human realm, and we're governed by separate prefectures. The 8 invincible realm experts of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion are mysterious. If we work together, it's easy to kill an invincible realm expert. Whoever dares to provoke us, we'll assassinate their invincible realm expert. It was a little exciting to hear. Would they have the support of invincible realm experts? In the human realm, they didn't dare to surrender. Dexia province was Wanzhou's territory. As for the myriad races, they really treated them like dogs because of the racial barrier. After thinking about it, only the Heaven Hunter Pavilion was their first choice. The sect master of the Blood Fire Demon sect also said, "My Blood Fire Demon sect relies on the Blood Fire Demon race. This race has many experts and kills people like flies. I'm worried." So you said indifferently, "I said it's fine, so it's fine. If you lure the Blood Fire Demon race's experts here, I'll kill them for you. If I can't kill them, I'll call someone to do it. First, we'll kill the Blood Fire Demon race's flag. No one will care if a few of them die. I'll kill the geniuses of the battle tower for you this time. I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of?" Hearing this, everyone bare one's teeth. Xianxia was really arrogant. From the moment he came in, there was only one word, kill. He could kill anyone in one. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion didn't care about this. At this moment, White One was also secretly cursing. "My Heaven Hunter Pavilion isn't the boss of all heavens, right?" He couldn't help but send a message to the 8th Elder. "Elder, isn't Xianxia too murderous?" Soon, the 8th Elder replied, "It's fine. Xianxia is right. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion doesn't fear anyone. Those who obstruct us will be killed. Will one become enemies with the Heaven Hunter Pavilion for a few geniuses and a few sons? There might be an ancient invincible among the 8. Why don't you give it a try? The Heaven Hunter Pavilion is only for the mission." White One was speechless. Soon, a sect master said, "My lord, then we're willing to join the Heaven Hunter Pavilion." "My lord, do we need to be imprisoned, sworn?" "That's all bullshit." So you said indifferently, "If you earn money and have status, then stay. If you can't, then break your mask and leave. From now on, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion doesn't have you. Even if it's me, if one day I feel that the Heaven Hunter Pavilion can't give me what I want, I'll break Xianjia's mask. From then on, I'll no longer be Xianjia, but myself." Generous, the sect masters were all praising Xianjia. "That's too generous. If I don't want to stay, then I won't," Suyu said again. "Remember, this is a special opportunity. Usually, it's not that easy to join the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. But this time, because we've just entered the human realm, we need strength and your help. That's why you can join. Otherwise, if it were any other time, to put it bluntly, you people from the Mountain Sea Sun Moon sect are too weak, at the bottom of your level. If you want to join the Heaven Hunter Pavilion?" Haha. Everyone was a little embarrassed. These words were stinging. However, these words were also true. Wanzhou was not very strong. If he was really strong, each prefecture would be full of geniuses, and there would be no need to join Wanzhou. So you said indifferently, "Everyone, if you're willing to join, you can say it now. Elder Xianjia, please apply for some black-faced masks. I hope that the headquarters can directly submit these people to me. When we return to the All Heavens battlefield, we'll distribute them." Xianjia nodded. Soon, he said, "Wait a moment, I'll go to the enforcement elder and ask for some black-faced masks. Originally, you can only command 10 black-faced masks, but this is a special case. These people can temporarily be under your command." "Good. Many thanks, Elder." Xianjia did not say anything else and disappeared. The 8th Elder was still outside, so he could apply for it. "My lord, the Divine Wind cult is willing to join. The Silkworm Dragon cult is willing to join." "Wait. So you looked at one of the cult leaders and said in surprise, the Silkworm Dragon cult?" Mountain Sea said nervously, "Yes. The Silkworm Dragon King is dead, and you still dare to be a cult leader? You're really bold." So you teased. "The others are fine, but you have nowhere to go, and you're still hesitating. You're not decisive at all. If you don't die this time, I don't want you anymore. Let's see which white-faced or elder you'll be assigned to." Awkward, the Silkworm Dragon cult leader was very embarrassed. He hurriedly said, "My lord, don't worry, this lowly one will do his best this time." "Not a lowly one, call yourself a subordinate." So you shouted. "We are the #1 faction in the All Heavens, an organization, not cannon fodder or trash. When you see me, call me Lord Xianjia or Lord White-Faced. Call yourself a subordinate, not a lowly one. Understood?" "Understood." So you snorted. "Don't bring Wanzhou's style of a small faction into my Skyhunter Pavilion. My Sky Hunter Pavilion comes into contact with experts and geniuses from all realms. Anyone can see that you're guilty and apprehensive. How shameful. No one dared to say anything, but a special feeling rose in their hearts. We have become members of a major faction. We are no longer the rat-like Wanzhou, but members of the magnificent Sky Hunter Pavilion, an existence that intimidated all realms, an existence that all heavens feared. When Xianxia brought back a batch of black masks and some Sky Hunter catalog, Suyu had the Silkworm Dragon cult leader put on the mask. In an instant, this person's temperament changed. Wearing the mask and concealing everything, it was as if he had cut himself off from the past. The mysterious mask, the mysterious Sky Hunter Pavilion. At this moment, this cult leader seemed to have ascended a lot. I am the Sky Hunter Pavilion's black mask, Suyu said indifferently. I originally had 10 black masks under my command. You are now Xianxia, Black 11. This is your codename. The others, if you want to join, arrange yourselves in order. I'll give you 1 day to deal with the aftermath. 1 day later, I'll inform you of the meeting point through your masks. At that time, you must come to accept your assignment. No excuses, no excuses. Those who don't show up will be eliminated. At this moment, Black 11 puffed out his chest and said loudly, yes. This subordinate understands. Xianxia and White One felt their teeth ache. How could this work? These fellows from Wanzhou really lacked love. No, they lacked a sense of security. The moment the Silkworm Dragon cult leader joined, his pride was about to burst. At this moment, some of the surrounding cult leaders were also itching to make a move. As for the deputy cult leaders of the major sects, one of them said hesitantly, "My lord, we are only deputy cult leaders," Suyu said impatiently, "You can join directly, no need for any faction. If your cult leaders don't agree and look for trouble, you can directly betray them and find their nest, and I'll send people to annihilate them. Naturally, there is no need to worry." As soon as he said this, 4 or 5 deputy cult leaders instantly put on black masks. Everyone was doing this for money, to become stronger, and to survive. Was there any difference between working for those cult leaders, working for Wan, and working for the Sky Hunter Pavilion? Moreover, there would be benefits if they joined, so why would they follow Wanzhou to the death? Now that the human world was not peaceful, it was better to follow a major force. If they followed the Sky Hunter Pavilion, more than half of them would die. If they followed Wan, perhaps all of them would die. These people were not really stupid, and they knew how to choose. Suyu smiled. Very good, in that case, I've instantly become the leader of many Wanzhou. In the past, I wanted to start a small cult and cheat some money, but now, even their lives are mine. The 3 Sun Moon tier cultivators hesitated for a moment. Soon, the Blood Fire Demon cult leader and the Thunder God cult leader both put on masks. Silver Wing considered for a moment and suddenly transmitted his voice, "Sir, I also want to join, but I might be in a little trouble. My big brother is the Golden Wing sect leader. Behind him is not only the 6-wing divine cult, but also has some connections with an invincible human race. This invincible's identity is a little special. I don't know who he is, but I've done a lot of things for that invincible. I'm worried that he will send someone to kill me." Suyu's heart shook. 6-wing divine cult, yes, this cult had always been targeting the Shenwen faction, killing Wu Jia's parents and pursuing Chen Yong. Previously, Suyu had determined that this cult might have some connection with the betraying invincible. Now, Silver Wing actually told him, confirming this point. Previously, he called him Brother Xianxia, but now the other party directly called him Sir. Obviously, Silver Wing wanted to get rid of the control of this invincible. He didn't know who the other party was, but the Golden Wing might know. Suyu quickly said, "This information is very important. If you can confirm the invincible behind you, you can get at least 100 drops of Sun Moon Mystic Yellow liquid, no, more than that. The human realm has given you great benefits this time. The intelligence commission is as high as 30%. If you can confirm the identity of this invincible, you may get 1,000 drops of Sun Moon Mystic Yellow liquid." Silver Wing's body shook. "Is this for real?" Suyu quickly said, "I'll take you to see our law enforcement elder right away, a quasi-invincible existence. Your information is very important. Silver Wing, you've made a great contribution. If you can find out the identity of the invincible behind you, you'll have made a great contribution because the one behind you may be the betraying invincible that the human race has been looking for. Sell this information to the human race, and we'll give you whatever you want. Silverwing instantly became excited and a little nervous. Was he going to see the quasi-invincible? Soon, he transmitted his voice, but I don't know the identity of that person right now. My big brother may know, but I'm afraid I can't convince him, Suyu said coldly. If you can't convince him, then capture him and interrogate him. Silverwing, if you care about old times and feelings, then you can only give up this lead. Silverwing was silent for a moment. Nonsense. If he really cared about old times, he wouldn't have told Suyu. After a moment of hesitation, he transmitted his voice. I'll try my best to convince my big brother. Try. If he couldn't convince, then he would capture him. This was Silverwing's attitude. Suyu smiled. He had guessed it. Unexpectedly, this was a pleasant surprise. In one fell swoop, he had obtained 3 sun and moon experts and 17 mountain and sea experts, plus some unexpected gains. Very good, and what he had to pay was a few masks and less than 50 drops of sun-moon mystic yellow liquid. It could be considered a group of hired thugs. Besides, he wouldn't pay for it himself. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion would definitely pay for it. In one fell swoop, he had subdued at least 1/3 of the forces in Wanzhou. At least 1/3 of the experts in Wanzhou in the human realm were under Suyu's control. Just as Suyu subdued Wanzhou, in southern Yuan City. At this moment, the small southern Yuan City was full of elites and geniuses. And Suyu's home had now been completely sealed off by the Long Wuwei, causing countless elites to be dissatisfied. At this moment, as Hong Tan and the others moved in, a group of people was even more dissatisfied. Suyu's home, outside the residential area. An elite said angrily, does Xiaojiao want to monopolize the ruins of southern Yuan? Southern Yuan is in Dexia province, yes, but the ruins belong to the entire human race, not just one family. Above the residential area, Zhao Rui sat cross-legged with his spear in hand, saying nothing. Who dared to break in? If they broke in, they would kill. If you dare to cross the line, you will be killed without mercy. A Long Wuwei general scolded loudly. This was Xiaojia's territory, so when did outsiders have the right to make irresponsible remarks? Before, Xiaojia didn't care much, but that was because there were no ruins in this place. Now, the Hunting Sky Pavilion had confirmed the location of the ruins and confirmed its authenticity. As the military of Dexia province, Long Wuwei was naturally unwilling to give up the ruins. Southern Yuan is the territory of Xiaojia. No one is allowed to ignore the rules of Xiaojia. Long Wuwei generals appeared one after another. There weren't many Long Wuwei generals, and they were divided into Bright Guard and Dark Guard. In the Bright Guard, Wanshi was a soldier, Sor was a 10-man commander, Sor Gaozhong was a centurion, Ling Yun was a chili arch, and the Mountain and Sea Guard was a 10-man commander. Well, they weren't Bright Guard, and they didn't have 10,000 men. Before this, the Bright Guard only had a few Kiliarchs and Deputy General Zhao Rui, who was claimed to be at the peak of the Mountain and Sea realm. Now, the Dark Guard was Bright Guard. The 6 commanders were all elites of the Sun and Moon tier, plus Zhao Rui and Long Wuwei. A total of 7 elites of the Sun and Moon tier were all stationed here. Southern Yuan had become a strategic location. 7 suns and moons hung high in the sky, their auras intimidating in all directions. A commander shouted, Chong Wuwei, assist the residents of Southern Yuan to evacuate. Even if we have to destroy the cities of Southern Yuan today, we will not allow these outsiders to challenge the prestige of our Dexia province. Yes, sir. Teams of Long Wuwei moved quickly. In fact, many people in Southern Yuan had evacuated, but there were still many people who were unwilling to leave. At this moment, the Long Wuwei was forcibly evacuating the people. Tears streamed down an old man's face. Leaving home, people who leave home are cheap. I'm getting old, I just want to return to my roots. This was a chaotic world, troubled times, there was chaos everywhere, but no matter how chaotic it was still his hometown. After leaving Southern Yuan, no matter how good the outside world was, it was not his home. Generations of Southern Yuan people had been living here, fighting against the demon clan and conquering the heavens just to guard this small, remote city. Now, they had no choice but to leave the city that gave birth to them and raised them. Hometown. The people of Xianxia province had made up their minds. Even if they had to raze southern Yuan to the ground, they would not let others seize the relic. They had made up their minds. They had to leave. Otherwise, when the Sun-Moon War broke out, they would have no chance of survival. Southern Yuan. Southern Yuan. A group of old people and veterans, with tears streaming down their faces, waved their weapons, waved the weapons they used to conquer the heavens, and shouted loudly. Southern Yuan. Southern Yuan. The shouts resounded through the sky. Leaving home, leaving this familiar city, and going to a foreign land with an unknown future. No matter how good the foreign land is, it is not where my heart belongs. Tears wet the lapels of my clothes. The experts of the Dragon Martial Sentinel were also extremely envious and aggrieved. Today, a large number of experts gathered in Great Xia and occupied their homeland. In order to survive, these people of Southern Yuan had to abandon their hometown and leave this place. In the city, countless experts had gathered. An expert sneered and said lightly, "A group of ants." A group of ants. What kind of cultivators were Qianjun Wanshi? Tragic. If it weren't for the deterrence of Xianxia, the people of this city would have been slaughtered long ago. At this moment, someone even said coldly, "Some people of Southern Yuan may have entered the relic. It's better to check if anyone has taken away the relics." Bang! With a loud bang, a general of Long Wuwei, an expert at the peak of the Mountain Sea realm, blew up the Mountain Sea with a punch. He was furious. "Do you want to start a war? Then let's fight. 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 Fight." The angry shouts seemed to have returned to the past. A veteran roared, "Fight. General, although we are weak, we are willing to fight the heavens again." There were tens of millions of veterans in Xianxia province, who had fought in the heavens for many years. Their killing intent soared to the sky. In the small southern Yuan, there were tens of thousands of veterans. Although they were not strong, they could fight. He would rather die in battle in southern Yuan than to leave and become a lonely soul that had left his hometown. In the air. Zhao Rui's eyes were red. Among these veterans, there were soldiers he had led in the past, including retired soldiers of the demon-subduing army, retired Long Wuwei, retired provincial guards, and city guards. After fighting for hundreds of years in Xianxia province, Xiao Longwu reached a peak after he became the prefecture master. Fight everywhere, kill everywhere. Because of me, there is no joy in the heavens. Most of these veterans were veterans who had followed Xiao Longwu to fight everywhere in the era of Longwu. Like Su Yu's father, they had killed their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood on the battlefield of the heavens. They were not strong, very weak, some of them were Qianjun, some were Wanshi, and some were sore. However, they had seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They had crossed the East Rift Valley, crossed the Sea of Desire Plain, fought in ancient cities, and killed gods and demons. They had fought for decades without hesitation. At this moment, Zhao Rui's heart was bleeding. My Xianxia province had never been like this in the 351 years since the establishment of the prefecture. "Everyone!" Zhao Rui shouted, "Leave today. Hou Yi has prepared everything for everyone. We will be back in a few days. What is ours, no one can take it away. What is not ours, in Xianxia province, is also ours. Kill all those wolves who covet my prefecture, and you will return to your hometown. I, Zhao Rui, hereby swear that Southern Yuan will always be Southern Yuan, the Southern Yuan of my Xianxia province. Anyone, any living being that covets my Southern Yuan must be killed. General Lord is mighty." Everyone shouted in unison, "General Lord Long Wuwei, Zhao Rui." His killing intent shook the sky, and the expressions of the humans blocking the entrance changed. Holding his spear, Zhao Rui looked down at everyone and shouted, "Retreat." The sun and moon changed color, and the mountains and seas were frightened. These were the top experts who had followed Xiao Longwu to fight in the heavens. They had killed gods and demons, and they had slaughtered one. They were just one of the generals under Xiao Longwu's command. There were many other generals in the Xianxia army who had not appeared. Some had gone to guard the small realms, some had gone to the All-Heaven prefecture, and some had gone to the Three Seas. Zhao Rui was not the only sun and moon general. Long Wuwei, the Xianxia army. At this moment, some people in the city sighed with emotion, while others sighed. An expert from the Myriad races said softly, "The Dragonmite Sentinels, a terrifying elite army. Years ago, they encountered the 1,000 immortal sentinels of my race. The two sides fought for 3 days, and only a tenth of the Dragonmite Sentinels survived. However, they still managed to destroy the famous 1,000 immortal sentinels. Was Long Wu Wei strong? Not too strong. The Dark Guards only had 6 Sun and Moon commanders, which was pitifully few compared to the experts on the battlefield. Moreover, these Sun and Moon commanders were not all Sun and Moon commanders at the beginning. In the past, at their worst, they only had 1 or 2 Sun and Moon commanders. However, such an army swept across the heavens, crossed the eastern Rift Valley, and killed their way out of the human realm. Even the vanguard camp was robbed. The spear of Great Qin and the blade of Great Xia. When the spear and blade appeared, the heavens changed color. Today, the blade of Great Xia was raised again. The 7 Sun and Moon commanders were fearless in the face of dozens of Sun and Moon tier experts around them. They would kill anyone who dared to attack. The Bloody Slaughter King, a quasi-invincible expert who had earned his title of invincible. Xiao Long Wu, the first person in history. The human realm experts did not know much about Xiao Long Wu. The experts of the other races were all afraid of Xiao Long Wu. They were afraid of him. In the human realm, Xiao Long Wu was only one of the 36 prefecture masters. He was not much different from the other prefecture masters. In terms of experience, he was not as good as the others. But outside the human realm, everyone in Wan knew that Xiao Long Wu was really ruthless. Since entering the demon-subduing army, he had killed countless people and slaughtered the heavens. At this moment, when Long Wu Wei flipped out, even Wan was a bit afraid. Although the humans were afraid, they did not have the same fear as Wan. In the air, Zhao Rui's eyes were cold. At this moment, the human experts were at the front, while Wan was hiding at the back. He gritted his teeth. "Don't force me, Long Wu Wei, only kill Wan and traitors, but, if you force me, Long Wu Wei's blade can also fall on your heads." Confrontation. There were still some people who were not willing to accept that the ruins were occupied by Xianxia. Someone said angrily, "Does this ruins belong to Xianxia?" Zhao Rui, the ruins belong to the entire human race. It all depends on fate. Xianxia will not give it to you, Zhao Rui. Zhao Rui's eyes were cold. At this moment, a fist descended from the sky. With a rumble, a half-moon crashed. The next moment, a fatty walked out. He was filled with killing intent and anger. "Keep blabbering." Xiahou Ye's arm was tied with a black cloth. It was a memorial for his son, his dead son, his pitiful son. Xiahou Yi, who usually welcomed people with a smile, was bone-chilling today. "Zhao Rui, are you trash? Keep blabbering and I'll kill you all." Xiahou Yi looked down at everyone, his anger soaring. "How dare you? How dare you? You killed my son and dare to provoke me, Xiajia. Do you really think I, Xiajia, am easy to bully? I dare you to fart again today." The surroundings were silent. The moment Xiahou Yi arrived, he had killed a sun and moon with one punch. The sun and moon of the human race. He was crazy. Someone said in fear, "Xiahou Yi, you killed the commander of the Great Zhao Prefecture's prefecture army, you." Boom, Xiahou Yi punched out again, shattering the mountain and sea into pieces. His voice was as cold as ice. "How about it? I killed him. What can you do to me? My son is dead and you are all sinners." Crazy, the experts of the human race retreated, each and every one of them terrified. Crazy, Xiahou Yi was crazy. His son was not killed by us, but by the Skyhunter Pavilion. Xiahou Yi did not care about anything. Now, he would kill anyone who defied him. Xiajia was indeed bloodthirsty. Even Xiahou Yi, who pretended to be kind, was the same. Xiahou Yi said coldly, "Keep talking. Keep pressuring me. Try and surround me, Long Wu Wei." Silence, absolute silence. A moment later, a human expert said in a low voice, "Xiahou Yi, everyone only hopes for a fair competition. Isn't Xiajia too overbearing?" Xiahou Ye's eyes flashed. He looked into the distance and said coldly, "What can you do? You're just that overbearing. Bite me?" Yun Wuwei, I'm here today. Come and kill me. If you can't, I'll slaughter your Yun family. Do you dare? Unreasonable. The expert in the void let out a soft sigh and didn't argue with him. Xianxia had really gone crazy. Xianjiao had killed his son, and this guy did not even pretend anymore. It seemed that Xianxia had also been driven crazy. He did not speak, but another expert said again, does Xianxia really have the ability to defend these ruins? This time, the human race was invincible and allowed Wan to enter. We used the Starry Mansion's quota in exchange. Xianxia is so overbearing. Do you really think that Wan can't do anything to Xianxia? It was a ninth-layer Sun-Moon top expert from the god race. At this moment, he stood proudly in the air with a cold expression. The god race had come. At the same time, Zhan Wushuang and several other god race geniuses had also arrived. They all surrounded the ninth-layer Sun-Moon expert. Some sneered, some were indifferent. Could Xianxia stop them? The ruins did not belong to Xianxia now. The great Xia King couldn't return. Now, the invincible realm of the human race had all gone out. They had also obtained the permission of the invincible realm of the human race to enter. Now, could the Xia family rely on Lord Xia, who was at the 8th tier of the Sun-Moon realm, to stop so many people? So what if he's overbearing? A moment later, the auras of late-stage Sun-Moon cultivators rose. Chief Steward who had come with several peak late-stage Sun-Moon cultivators. They were all top cultivators who used to oversee the major and minor realms. Hu Dihao, Wang Qiping, Lan Pingyue. The experts were recognized. Some were shocked, and some were serious. The Xia province was staking everything on one throw. Were they determined to defend the ruins? If it was destroyed, Xiajia's nearly 400 years of work would be ruined. This was the foundation of Xiajia, the foundation of one of the top 3 human prefectures. There were many late-stage sun-moons. Just at this moment, Marquis Xia, Zhao Rui, Hu Dihao, and 3 late-stage Sun-Moon Realm Guardians had arrived, a total of 6 late-stage Sun-Moon Realm experts. In addition to the 6 Sun-Moon commanders, there were 12 Sun-Moons, their auras covering the void. Thousands of Long Wuwei formed a city array and defended the surroundings. Murderous aura shook the sky. Such a lineup made the experts of all races serious. Xiajia was really crazy. The number of experts in Xia province was frightening. At this moment, 12 Sun-Moons had come. There were still many experts in Xia province who had not arrived. There were 5 small realms with 5 late-stage Sun-Moon realm guards. Only 3 had come and 2 had not arrived. In addition, the All-Heaven Palace Guard was also a late-stage Sun-Moon. The general of the Demon Suppression Army was also a late-stage Sun-Moon. The Great Xia Civilization University also had a late-stage Sun-Moon White Dragon. There were still 5 late-stage Sun-Moon Emperors who didn't come here. In addition, there were Xia Longwu. In Xia province, there were 12 known late-stage Sun-Moon realm experts, comparable to the number of elders of the Hunting Heaven Pavilion who had entered this time. With so many late-stage Sun-Moon realm experts, they had established the foundation of the top 3 in Xia province. They had established the foundation of conquering all heavens and sweeping through all heavens. This was the result of generations of experts falling. Just the Great Xia Civilization University alone had lost 5 generations of principals, all of whom were late-stage Sun-Moon realm experts. At this moment, the arrival of so many late-stage Sun-Moon realm experts shocked and frightened everyone. Crazy, the entire Xia province had gone crazy. Was this how they lived? Some people in the crowd had already retreated. Just now, Xiahou Yi had killed the Sun Moon and Mountain Sea realm experts, and they were all humans. Clearly, he no longer cared. Xiahou Yi's face was cold, and he did not speak anymore. Sure enough, sometimes, when one endured for too long, everyone thought that they were easy to bully and would come to bite. When did these people have the right to force Xiajia? Before the Myriad clans could say anything, the humans were the first to force the Xia clan. Xiahou Yi was actually not angry. He was quite happy. He actually did not agree with some of Wan Tianqing's ideas, but Wan Tianqing had his own ideas. Now, he felt that it did not matter. Perhaps, Wan Tianqing was right. Even if he, Wan Tianqing, would go down in infamy after this, it would be worth it. At this moment, a thunderclap suddenly sounded. Rumble, in the sky, a half-moon rapidly grew stronger. In the next moment, accompanied by a loud shout, a figure floated out from Suyu's house. Hong Tan's aura grew stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, with a rumble, the half-moon became much stronger. His aura shook the surroundings. Second stage Sun-Moon realm, Hong Tan was immersed in his breakthrough. After a while, a jade tablet appeared in the void. On the white jade tablet, the words Wenmu could be vaguely seen. Wenmu Steel. Someone exclaimed. The experts who had just calmed down stepped forward one after another. Some experts also could not hold back. An expert shouted in a low voice, Wenmu Steel. It's Wenmu Steel. Sure enough, it really had something to do with the Shenwen faction. Hong Tan had just entered not long ago, and he had already broken through? There were even experts whose eyes burst with divine light. They looked into the neighborhood and saw many people from the Shenwen faction sitting cross-legged. They did not enter any relic, but they saw something. They saw many auras emerging out of nowhere from Suyu's house. The aura of heavenly Yuan Qi, the aura of the Sun-Moon mystic yellow liquid, and a special aura of Shenwen. The relic is just outside the relic. It actually has such a powerful effect. At this moment, these experts were shocked. The relic had not opened yet. The rich heavenly Yuan Qi and the rich aura of the Sun-Moon mystic yellow liquid were telling them that this relic was not to be underestimated. It was shocking. The experts were extremely excited. An expert quickly transmitted his voice, "Don't worry, the relic has not opened yet. I haven't found the relic. Wait for the Shenwen faction to continue guiding it. The relic should be opened soon. Don't be impulsive. This is just a small fight. This is not the key. The key will come later, when the relic opens. Stand guard in Xia province and wait for the experts of my tribe to arrive." The experts did not act rashly. Even if they killed Xianxia now, it would not be of much use. It might not be the time for the relic to open. At this moment, someone shouted, "Three-eyed demon, open your demon eyes. Heavenly Eye tribe, open your heavenly eye eyes. Is someone from the demon eye tribe here? See if the relic is over there." Some of the experts could not see the relic. They were so anxious that they asked the experts to open their heavenly eyes. Soon, an expert from the demon tribe walked out of the void and laughed, "Xiaojia won't let us see, but we must see what this relic is like. Thank you, Shenwen faction, for finding a breakthrough for us." As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of demonic light shot in that direction. Boom, Xiaohou destroyed the beam of demonic light with a punch. In an instant, the aura of the Sun-Moon realm rose. "Xiaoshower, don't go overboard. We did not barge in. We are just taking a look. Are you going to stop us? Must you force us to fight the Xia family to the bitter end? Xiaojia can deter others. Can we do the same?" The experts shouted and threatened Xiaojia. Xiaohou's face turned green. At this moment, the experts opened their heavenly eyes and looked in that direction. Boom, suddenly, an image appeared in the void. It was a small city, an ancient city. On the gate of the small city, there were two words, civilization. It was as if time was shuttling back and forth. In fact, one could even faintly see some ancient characters walking about, chatting merrily and wittily. Very soon, these characters disappeared one after another. It was as if thousands of years had passed. Soon, the small city became quiet. A group of people gathered together. Their faces could not be seen clearly. All they could see was that the group had disappeared, leaving behind a white jade tablet. Wenmu, at this moment, Xiaohou's jaw dropped. "Holy shit, what's going on? Is this real or not? Why do I feel like it's real?" Even he thought so. At this moment, countless people around were shocked. "Silence, it's real, it's a real relic." They saw the Wenmu tombstone. They saw many bearers left behind. As those people disappeared, the bearers scattered on the ground. They saw the heaven origin fruit tree that was about to wither. They saw it. It's a real relic, a relic left by more than one invincible realm expert. At this moment, no one doubted its authenticity anymore. Someone murmured, "This is the heavenly eye touching the river of time." The collision of the river of time and space stimulated the time mark here. This is an image from countless years ago. Yes, countless years ago, there was a small city here, in southern Yuan. Later, it disappeared into the void and became a relic. A civilization mansion. An imprint left by an extremely powerful civilization master, or a group of powerful civilization masters. The experts deduced all this by themselves. This imprint should have touched the river of time and stimulated a scene from countless years ago, leaving behind a trace of an image. It was not the current scene. However, this also proved that the relic really existed. Someone murmured, "This is real." Unless someone tampered with the river of time, what we see is real. It happened here before. Tampered with the river of time? Are you kidding? Or are you helping Xianxia prove to everyone that this is fake? Someone sneered. As for Xiaoyi, his expression changed. This is fake. It's all fake. It's a mark left by my father when he was guarding this place. It's not real. Fake, it's all fake. Believe me, it's all fake, someone sneered. Dasha of Goguryeo is so bold and cunning. He even deliberately created a fake relic for us, leaving behind the Wenmu tombstone and bearers. Dasha of Goguryeo's courage is rare. What a joke, fake, do you, Xiaoxiao, take everyone for fools? At this point, you're still denying it and pretending. Xiaojiao wants to swallow this relic, but you don't even know if you have the strength and ability to do so. Xiaoyi said angrily, even if it's real, it belongs to me, Xiaojia. Try and snatch it. I said, it's fake. It's not real. It's just something that my father left behind for Xiaojia's descendants to inherit. Yes, it's a test that my father deliberately left for Xiaojia's descendants to inherit. Who you? Men, let who you come to southern Yuan. This is the property that his great-grandfather left for him, not some relic. All around, the experts looked at him and sneered. Xiaojia was really crazy about money, how could he make up such a reason? Wasn't it too ridiculous? He was deceiving all the Wan heavens like fools. Dasha of Goguryeo left so many things, not for his descendants directly, but through a relic. F*CKU, some people wanted to curse out loud. Xiaojia threw our intelligence to the ground and rubbed it against each other. He saw it with his own eyes and activated the time mark. How could it be fake? How shameless! At this moment, no one believed that it was fake. Including some experts in the dark. Including some quasi-invincible experts, up in midair, the third elder and a group of other elders were watching and observing the battle. Third elder nodded slightly and said, it's real. What Xianxia saw was right. Just now, the time mark here was activated. This is an image from countless years ago, an image left behind by the experts of the small city after they were destroyed. The relic is nearby. An elder said in a low voice, Third elder, could someone have done something to the river of time? Third elder smiled and said, to do something to the river of time. This person's strength is terrifying. Are you talking about Dasha of Goguryeo? Dasha of Goguryeo created this relic and put in so many treasures, including the inscribed tombstone, just to distract us and create a condition for Xiao Longwu to prove his Tao? It's not impossible. An elder said in a low voice, I think it's possible. Of course, it's not too big, but it's not impossible. You're right. But is it really worth it? In order to reduce the destruction of Xiao Longwu's Tao by a few invincible experts, he created this fake relic in Dexiao province. Then, Dexiao province was destroyed, and Xiao Longwu proved his Tao successfully? Dasha of Goguryeo doesn't even want his own son? Xiaojia is still here. Xiaojia's foundation is all here. What a joke. Dasha of Goguryeo agreed, but Xiao Longwu didn't. Stop joking. For Xiao Longwu to prove his Tao, Xiaojia was sacrificed, as well as all the high-end combat power in Dexiao province. Dasha of Goguryeo could do it, but Xiao Longwu wouldn't. Many elders nodded. Another elder said, Third elder, now that the relic is real and it's about to open, I think the competition is going to be very fierce. Also, there are some elites hiding in the dark. We don't know how many of them are here. Let Xianxia handle this. He'll do well. Xianxia? An elder asked hesitantly, can he do it? Third elder smiled. Yes, Xianxia has the guts, can stir up trouble, and is decisive in killing. Other than being a little too bold, he's actually quite good. Third elder smiled again. Don't worry. Even if Xianzhou fails, we'll lose Xianxia, and some white flour. To us, it's not a big loss. Skyhunter Pavilion was divided into two groups. Xianzhou's side was only the weak one, and the real elite forces were all here. Of the 12 elders who had entered, 1 had died, and 1 had betrayed. There were still 10 left. Apart from Xianxia, the remaining 9 elders were all here. Including the third elder, there were a total of 10 in the late stage of the Sun-Moon realm. Among them, the third elder was a quasi-invincible realm expert. Such power was even stronger than Xianxia. Several elders nodded, and someone smiled. Let Xianzhou do it. It's good to attract attention. Let everyone think that Xianzhou of the Skyhunter Pavilion is supreme. That side will attract everyone's attention, and no one will pay attention to us. Pretty good. Xianzhou would bring a group of white flour to do it. That side wasn't weak either. 8th elder and Xianxia were also there. There were also many white flour in the Sun-Moon tier, which was also a powerful force. Third elder, then what's our goal? Inscribed tombstones. And the carrier. Of course, it's fine if we can't get it. Inscribed tombstones are the priority. The most important thing was the inscribed tombstones. If not for this, to be honest, the Skyhunter Pavilion might not have mobilized such a strong force. They might even have gone from being the middleman to being the participant. The Skyhunter Pavilion rarely participated in these battles, but this time, it was prepared to participate. Even if they suffered heavy losses, they had to participate. Actually, Xianzhou should have concealed this news. If no one saw the relic appear after a long time, maybe they would give up. No, because of Suyu, everyone is sure that there are relics in southern Yuan. Do you think that everyone will believe the Skyhunter Pavilion when they say there are no relics? In the end, it's Suyu who didn't have the fortune to inherit all the relics. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any problems for others. That's true, but that guy is now in the ancient city, and he's living well. Except for the fact that he didn't live long, there's not much difference whether there are relics or not. Someone laughed for a while. Suyu was still very domineering. In Xinghong Ancient City, he was unparalleled. Just a few days ago, it was said that he punched the cultivators of the 9 realms who wanted to show up, not allowing them to rebuild the land. He said that this was his territory, and if the 9 realms were not allowed to show up, he would ask the ancient stone statues to destroy the 9 realms. How domineering! The 9 realms were pitiful. The passage was open next to Suyu's, and now there was a way to move the passage, so the cultivators of the 9 realms could only hide in their shells. Everyone laughed when they talked about Suyu's domineering ways. Forget it, they wouldn't provoke him. He was a bit difficult to deal with. As for Xianzhou, there was no other way. In fact, everyone still valued him very much. Unfortunately, he was converted in Xinghong Ancient City, which was really difficult to deal with. The third elder also had no choice but to cut off your passage and kill the dead spirit who converted you, but the dead spirit was in the city. At this time, unless Xianxia helped you kill the dead spirit, who else would dare to die? That guy was unreasonable. In the past, he could buy his life with money, but now he had earned enough money. The cultivators of the 9 realms were willing to pay and coexist peacefully, but it was useless. He was punched by Suyu again. How miserable! Suyu didn't care about the riots in southern Yuan. He sensed it. But he didn't care. He was waiting for the Golden Wing sect leader to come. The relic hadn't been opened yet. What was the hurry? Of course, when Suyu accidentally saw the news from the battlefield of heavens and his sudden death aura, Suyu thought of something and couldn't help but curse in his heart. Are you addicted? Stone statue boss, be more reliable. Are you addicted to it? Tell me, you have nothing to do, right? You have been guarding the ancient city for countless years without a problem. Why do you keep moving recently? Suyu secretly complained. If I were a normal person, I would have been tortured to death by you long ago. No wonder I had a death aura riot for an hour the day before yesterday, causing me to waste an hour to reverse the death aura. At the same time, in the rear hall of the city lord's mansion in Xinghong Ancient City, the Xinghong stone statue opened its eyes and looked into the distance. The distant sea was so beautiful. The world is so big. I want to see it. I want to see if the sea of stars is still as beautiful after countless years. So you couldn't do anything about the stone sculpture. Forget it, if he went out, then so be it. It was fine as long as he didn't go out all day long. He had probably become addicted to this stone sculpture recently. Perhaps it would be fine in a few days. At this moment, Suyu had also completed 60 forging of his physical body. His strength had become even stronger. Silver Wing, your big brother isn't here yet? Suyu sent a voice transmission through the mask. Soon, Silver Wing sent a message, Sir, he's almost here. At this moment, Suyu had already brought Silver Wing to meet the 8th Elder and obtained the support of the Heaven Hunting Pavilion to capture Gold Wing. The invincible expert behind Gold Wing could be compared with the invincible expert that Ji Hong had found. Perhaps he could completely determine who had secretly arranged all of this. Gold Wing was an expert at the 3rd level of the Sun-Moon realm. He was much stronger than Silver Wing. Previously, it was also Gold Wing who led the 8 great families Sun-Moon around. When Silver Wing chased after Qianyong, the 8 great families Sun-Moon were played around by Gold Wing. Obviously, either the 8 great families Sun-Moon were too weak, or Gold Wing was very strong and had many methods. So you didn't plan to take action himself. Why didn't he use his people? Now, he had quite a number of strong cultivators under his command. He had subdued 3 new Sun and Moon realm cultivators, and among the white mask from before, there were 7 Sun and Moon realm cultivators now. This did not include White One and Grey Mask, nor did it include Black Armor, 8th Elder, and the others. On Suyu's side, the strength was not weak. There were 10 in the early stage of the Sun-Moon realm, 2 in the middle stage, and Black Armor in the late stage, as well as the 8th Elder who was always around. He didn't even count himself, there were also many at the peak of the Mountain Sea realm. Such a force was considered powerful on any side. On Wanzu's side, Suyu was still trying to rope in the other Sun-Moon realm experts through the newly subdued sect masters. If it didn't work, he would eliminate the other party first. Suyu was very happy about this, it felt good to have more experts under him. Unfortunately, most of them were in the early stage of the Sun-Moon realm. In the short term, the Heaven Hunting Pavilion shouldn't interfere with his matters. Just as he was thinking, Silver Wing transmitted, My lord, my big brother has arrived. Suyu's heart skipped a beat as he quickly waved at White One and the others. The few of them quickly gathered together as Suyu transmitted his voice, It's best if we can convince Golden Wing later. If we can't convince him, everyone, take him down. It's best if we don't kill him so as not to cause trouble. Yes, sir. The few of them answered one after another. The Golden Wing had arrived, and White One and the others were a little excited. If they could take down the Golden Wing, they might be able to find out everything. As for Suyu, he didn't have much hope. Difficult, Golden Wing might not know, and even if he knew, he might not say it. The 3 layers of Sun and Moon all knew who had betrayed them. If that was the case, that Invincible wouldn't have been able to hide it until now. This guy might know that he was serving Invincible, but as for who it was still up for discussion. Qianyong had been killing the experts who had attacked the Shinwen faction. With so many people, there must be some subordinates of that invincible being. Qianyong was good at extracting essence blood and memories, but he had not contacted everyone. Obviously, Qianyong had not discovered anything. Outside southern Yuan, near Mount Xinglua, Golden Wing landed. Looking around, he was a little vigilant. When he saw Silver Wing waiting there, he heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, he scolded, It's not safe here. Why did you come here? Big brother. Silver Wing smiled. It's okay. Right now, the experts are all in southern Yuan City. Even if I call them out, they won't come out. It's okay. Even so, we can't be careless. Golden Wing was still vigilant. Wanzu was even more ostracized than the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, so he had always been cautious and used to it. After landing, Golden Wing checked around and found that there was no danger. He said in a deep voice, Why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Big brother, it's still the same thing from before. Recently, people from the 6-winged divine race have come and have been urging us to help them. Didn't I communicate with the Heaven Hunter Pavilion before? I want to bring the 6-winged divine sect to join the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. Golden Wing frowned. Heaven Hunter Pavilion? The Heaven Hunter Pavilion also eats people without spitting out the bones. They're not good people. Just cooperate, forget about the investment. Big brother, it's different. At least, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion doesn't have a race. It all depends on ability. You and I are brothers. I'm only at the first level of the Sun-Moon realm, and Big Brother is at the third level of the Sun-Moon realm. He's not a weakling like me. Big Brother is talented. Once he enters the middle stage of the Sun-Moon realm, he might have a chance to enter the late stage and become a powerful elder. Golden Wing frowned and said, "You came to me to persuade me to join the Heaven Hunter Pavilion?" "Yes." Silver Wing said sincerely, "Big Brother, it doesn't matter who you work for. Whoever gives us more, we will join them. Isn't this how it should be? In the All Heavens One, only the Heaven Hunter Pavilion can accept us. Whether it's the human race or the Wan race, who will accept us? Even if they accept us, we are just dogs." Golden Wing still frowned. Silver Wing said again, "Big Brother, are you still counting on the person behind you? That person can't even protect himself. Sooner or later, something will happen, shut up." Golden Wing's eyes turned cold as he berated, "Don't spout nonsense." Silver Wing said in a low voice, "I'm not spouting nonsense. It will happen sooner or later. I can hide it for a while, but can I hide it for the rest of my life? Big Brother, tell me the truth. Is that the person that the invincible human is looking for? Is it the same person?" "What do you mean by the same person?" Golden Wing frowned and said, "It doesn't matter." However, Silver Wing shook his head and said, "Big Brother, don't treat me like an idiot. The one who betrayed us tricked Ji Badian and has been targeting the Shinwen lineage. The one behind us is the same. Ever since we intercepted and killed Qin Yong back then, our six-winged divine sect has killed many people for him. They are all from the Shinwen lineage. The Shinwen lineage is now sparsely populated. The two of us have made a lot of contributions. Qin Yong knows about this, so he let Feng Qi enter our sect." Golden Wing looked at him coldly. "Have you said enough?" Silver Wing said sincerely, "Big Brother and I are not biological brothers, but we are better than biological brothers. 100 years ago, you and I supported each other and walked to the sun and the moon together, to this day. Now, in the face of chaos and unrest, experts from various races have entered the country. I want to live, and I want Big Brother to live." Golden Wing said coldly, "If you follow me, you can naturally live. As for the six-winged divine race, just do it perfunctorily and let the people below do it. As long as you and I kill Qin Yong or Hong Tan and the others, it won't be difficult for us to advance further." "Big Brother, is that really possible?" Silver Wing looked at him and sighed softly. "Qin Yong has been chasing him for a long time. What was the result? Did Big Brother kill Qin Yong this time? Suyu. Suyu is the master of the ancient city. Even the invincible is afraid of him. Can he kill him? Hong Tan is now well protected by Dexia province. It's already a good thing that he doesn't seek revenge on us. Big Brother, things are different now." Shaking his head, Silver Wing sighed. "There's actually nothing good about staying in the human realm. You and I have reached the sun and moon. It's as difficult as ascending to heaven to rely on outsiders to help us go further. Every time, we are risking our lives. Big Brother, what I mean is, if we sell this information, maybe we can get enough benefits to cultivate to the sun and moon." B****. Golden Wing was furious. "What did you say?" Silver Wing said calmly, "I said, sell this information to the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion's price for information is extremely high. Maybe we can sell it for a good price." B****. Do you want to die? Golden Wing was incomparably shocked and furious. Silver Wing, tell me, did you mention this to anyone? Of course, the six-winged divine sect's pursuit of Qin Yong was not for any invincible on the surface. Instead, it was because Qin Yong was taking revenge on them, so they struck first to gain the upper hand. However, if it was revealed that the purpose of pursuing Qin Yong was not just that, it would be very troublesome. The mortal realm had always been tracking down this invincible traitor. Silver Wing shook his head. "No, but I hope that Big Brother can consider it. We've already paid enough, and now, I don't even know who I'm working for." Golden Wing frowned and said coldly, "As long as you have the benefits, it's fine. All these years, if it weren't for the support of that lord, would you and I have reached the sun and moon? Silverwing said calmly, Big brother, wake up. Is the support really that great? 50 years ago, you and I were already at the peak of the mountain sea realm. Yes, in the past 50 years, I've gone from the peak of the mountain sea realm to the first level of the sun and moon realm, and Big brother has also reached the third level. But how many times have we risked our lives? We've obtained a little benefit, but we've almost lost our lives 7 or 8 times. We've done a lot for that person, right? Goldenwing's emotion surged. After a while, he asked, Silverwing, what do you want to do? Sell his information in exchange for a large amount of resources. We'll go far away and never return to the mortal realm. We'll start from the heavens again. The mortal realm is not suitable for us. We've been rats for 100 years, rats in the gutter, never daring to see anyone. Other sun and moon realms are high and mighty, respected by tens of thousands. What about you and me? You and I are nothing. Silverwing said sincerely, Big brother, if you and I start again, I believe that it will definitely be better than now. Goldenwing looked at him coldly. After a while, he said, perhaps, you're right. However, Big brother, I also need to think about it. Some things can't be decided in a short time. Give me some more time. Silverwing thought for a moment, nodded, and sighed. I know Big brother's difficulties. Alright, I'll give Big brother time. I hope Big brother can make a decision as soon as possible. I don't want to continue like this. Silverwing turned around and left. His gaze changed. At the same time, Suyu and the others received a message. I can't convince him. The lords, take action. At that moment, Goldenwing's gaze also changed. Silverwing had changed, he wanted to betray. In the next moment, a longsword appeared in his hand. Goldenwing's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he slashed down with his sword. Just as the longsword slashed down, Silverwing suddenly turned around and quickly retreated. He sighed. I knew it. Humph. So what if he knew? Goldenwing snorted coldly. If you want to betray, this is your own choice. At that moment, in the air, Xianxia slapped out with his palm. White one and gray one attacked one after another. One was at the 8th level of the sun-moon realm, while the other 2 were at the 6th level of the sun-moon realm. They were all much stronger than him. When they attacked at the same time, Goldenwing's expression changed drastically. With a rumble, the giant palm caused his body to tremble. White one and gray one each punched. With a rumble, their bodies were pierced through. In the next moment, the 2 of them attacked one after another. Goldenwing shook the Sea of Will. Goldenwing's eyes turned red and he felt a little dizzy. He roared, Silverwing, how dare you? Silverwing watched from the side, and Suyu quickly appeared beside him. Silverwing cupped his hands at Suyu and looked at Goldenwing, who was quickly subdued. He sighed and said, Big brother, what I didn't want is for you to be stubborn. Big brother, you saw it. Now, everything has changed. You still want to kill me. 100 years of friendship can't compare to that invincible who hasn't revealed his true appearance. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being heartless. Goldenwing was furious, and at this moment, Suyu frowned slightly and punched out. With a rumble, the other party's body exploded. White one and gray one looked at him. Suyu shook his head. The existence of the physical body is too dangerous. Control the Sea of Will and seal the Sea of Will to prevent him from self-destructing. Troublesome. At the side, Silverwing's eyelids twitched. His physical body was crippled, so ruthless. This Xianxia was also very strong. Sun-Moon 3rd stage. Even if he was controlled, his physical body was incomparably strong. In the end, his physical body exploded with one punch. Suyu said calmly, seal the Sea of Will. Be careful of him self-destructing the Sea of Will. Also be careful of whether that invincible left something in the Sea of Will. Some of these invincibles like to do this. In the next moment, Xianxia landed on the ground and said with a smile, it's okay. I've sealed the surrounding communication channels, including the Sea of Will's transmission. It's not a big deal. Just as he said that, there was a sudden scream. In the next moment, the Sea of Will, which had turned into a ball, suddenly burned violently. No, Golden Wing's illusory figure appeared and screamed, "No. Sir." Boom, with a loud sound, the sea of will collapsed and a bright moon fell. Eighth Elder appeared instantly and looked at Xianxia with gloomy eyes. Eighth Elder said in a low voice, "Retreat first." Damn it, that invincible left a seal in his sea of will. Retreat first. There are suns and moons falling. Be careful not to be tracked. Suyu, Golden Wing was killed, the sea of will was sealed and his physical body exploded, but he was still killed. He felt that it was a little dangerous just now, so he destroyed the other party's physical body. Damn it. The group of people quickly retreated. Suyu collected the pieces of the physical body and blood. After a moment, a group of people appeared in another place. Eighth Elder sighed, he was killed. The other party was long prepared, but... As he said that, Eighth Elder's eyes flickered, but even if it's a seal, it needs to be activated. Especially killing a suns and moons across space. That invincible must have sensed the change and activated the seal to kill Golden Wing. At the side, Silver Wing was a little disappointed and empty. He did not know if he was sad for Golden Wing's death or sad that he could not get any benefits. Perhaps, it was both. Suyu did not care about this and quickly said, "Elder, do you mean that this invincible killer Golden Wing, could his original body be in the human realm?" Activating the seal across the heavens, Eighth Elder thought about it and nodded, "It's possible. Otherwise, across the heavens, it's too difficult." Suyu's gaze changed. Great Light Lord? Not only him, but White One and Hui were also shocked. Great Light Lord, now, the only one in the human realm seemed to be the Great Light Lord. Eighth Elder shook his head, "Not necessarily. You know, the invincible has 3 lives, past, present, and future. They are all extremely important, all of them are their original selves. Maybe, there is an invincible who left 3 lives in the human realm. If the 3 lives are here, it's almost the same as me. To be able to kill Golden Wing across space, this invincible 3 lives might be in the human realm." Suyu instantly heaved a sigh of relief, "Damn, that scared me to death. I thought it was the Great Light Lord." Among the humans, the invincible who helped him, the Great Light Lord was definitely one of them. He even captured Suyu previously, and Suyu had also seen the Great Light Lord. If the Great Light Lord was a traitor, Suyu still could not accept it. Just now, Eighth Elder said that this invincible might attack in the human realm. Suyu was shocked. Did the Great Light Lord do it? Now that it was proven that someone might have left behind 3 lives, he felt a little more at ease. Suyu thought about it and said, "Eighth Elder, if the 3 lives were to act independently, would the other party still have the invincible combat power?" "Still possible." Eighth Elder explained, "The present bodies are all invincible. The future bodies and the past bodies are different in strength. It's not easy to judge. Most of the past bodies are quasi-invincible. Some of the future bodies are invincible, and some are not necessarily invincible. As long as the other party is now in the battlefield of all heavens, no one will go deep to investigate if an invincible martial artist has 3 lives in one. It's also very difficult to find out." Suyu understood. After thinking about it, he said, "If the 3 lives of the invincible martial artist are in the human realm, can he use the 3 lives of the invincible martial artist to cross the river of time, merge the 3 lives into one, and return to the original body?" He was thinking that if the 3 lives of the betraying invincible martial artist were here, could he summon the original body back when the 3 lives were in danger? Eighth Elder said with a smile, "Some invincible martial artists have this ability, but they need to be very powerful. The river of time opened by the other party is enough to cross the heavens, otherwise, it's difficult." Suyu understood that a powerful invincible martial artist could do this. He said again, "Then if someone at the level of the Great Qin King leaves the past and the future in a certain place, can he come to a place instantly?" "Yes, he can." Eighth Elder shook his head and said, "But it's very dangerous. It takes time to cross. Once it's too late, the 3 lives of the invincible martial artist are not in one state. If he's killed, it'll be too much of a loss. If the Great Qin King and the others don't merge the 3 lives into one and just throw them around. If he's killed suddenly, maybe his body will collapse now. As the pillar of the human race, he doesn't dare and can't do this." Eighth Elder was quasi-invincible martial artist, which meant that he had obtained the 3 lives of the invincible martial artist, so he knew this very well. Xiu nodded and said with some regret, "It's a pity that the Golden Wing might really know something, but he was killed." With a sigh, Xiu looked at Silver Wing again and said, "The Golden Wing was killed, and you may be in danger. Is your Sea of Will also controlled?" "No, no." Silver Wing was shocked and hurriedly said, "There is a communication talisman in my Sea of Will. It used to be able to contact the invincible martial artist, but later it was taken away by my big brother. It can only be used at critical moments." So you quickly looked at Eighth Elder, who had just taken away the storage ring of the Golden Wing. Eighth Elder quickly checked it and quickly took out a jade talisman. He quickly shook his head and said, "It's useless. If we found this thing before, we could still pry into it. Now it's useless." So you hesitated and said, "Maybe we can find something with time backtrack." "Time backtrack?" Eighth Elder said with a smile, "It's not that simple. When it comes to the invincible martial artist, time backtrack is almost useless. The invincible martial artist can disturb time and space. Unless the other party is unprepared and in a difficult situation, there's no way to deal with it. Of course, we can try." They all looked regretful. They missed it, but Suyu didn't give up. He said, "Silver Wing, how do you think your big brother met the other party? You said that your big brother and you have known each other for 100 years. Logically speaking, if he came into contact with invincible martial artists, you should have come into contact with them too, right?" Silver Wing hurriedly said, "Sir, I really didn't lie to you about this. I didn't come into contact with any invincible martial artists. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. My big brother might not have met the other party after I met him. Maybe he knew him long ago. 100 years ago, my big brother was still Ling Yunjing. At that time I was just sore. At that time my big brother came back from the heavenly battlefield." "Huh?" Suyu was stunned. "What did you say?" "My big brother used to be an expert in the army. Later, he seemed to have made a big mistake and was dismissed from the army. That's why he left the heavenly battlefield." "Which army?" "I'm not sure about that. I asked, but my big brother didn't tell me. But from some of his actions and habits, I know he came from the army. Maybe he was in the army of the Great Jin residence or the Great Tang residence. My big brother once encountered a strong enemy and used the thunderclap fist. This is an advanced profound level combat technique of the 2 residences. Of course, my big brother might have learned it himself. But I feel that he used it very skillfully, as if he had learned it for many years." "So you learned it from the Great Tang residence or the Great Jin residence?" Genie actually came from the army. As for Qin Yong, he had been killing some of the generals in the army. What did this mean? The army, this meant that the invincible martial artist might be an invincible martial artist guarding the heavenly battlefield, so he got to know these people there. These people were subdued by him and became his subordinates. 100 years ago, Genie withdrew from the heavenly battlefield. 50 years ago, Yi Badian and the others were killed. Suyu shook his head. There was still something missing, but the other party was giving himself away more and more. Fine, Genie was killed, and that guy might have also sensed the danger. In addition, Qin Yong was constantly killing those generals, and Ji Hong might have found something. If this continued, the other party's identity would be exposed sooner or later, increasing the other party's sense of danger. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. This person's identity was actually getting closer and closer, and it was becoming more and more obvious. From the looks of it, if he were to provoke him a few more times, he would be driven to desperation. "We can check the identity of Genie." Suyu looked at Silver Wing and said, "Did he leave anything else behind, or did he say what his name was?" "It can't be that Genie is his real name, right?" "This? After we met, we called him Genie and Silver Wing. His real name seems to be you." Suyu nodded. "This could be checked. Find out the original identity of Genie. His surname was Yu, and 100 years ago, he was Ling Yunjing. He retired from the army and might have made a mistake and been dismissed. Ling Yun was not weak, and there should be some records. If he found out the other party's identity and then checked the trajectory of Genie, he might know something. Also, he had collected his blood. When there was no one around later, he could try to pry into his memories to see if there was anything. This invincible person should have left a deep impression on Jeannie. Jeannie might have seen him before. Then how much have you done for that person all these years? Who have you killed? Suyu asked again. Silverwing thought for a moment and said, in my memory, I did 9 missions for that person, all of which were killing people. Almost all of them were powerhouses or geniuses of the Shinwen faction. Including the assassination of Chen Yong back then, but it failed. Later, I took another mission to kill Chen Yong and seize many Shinwen's combat skill tablets. Suyu's expression did not change, nor did he get angry. Silverwing was destined to die, so there was no need to get angry. What about the other 7 times? You said that almost all of them were from the Shinwen faction. Are there any that aren't? Yes. Silverwing nodded. There was another time. We didn't kill many powerhouses and geniuses from the Shinwen faction, but Wan Tianxing. However, Wan Tianxing was the principal and rarely went out. We couldn't find an opportunity. We waited outside Xia province for a few months and even deliberately killed some students and researchers from the Great Xia Civilization University. We couldn't lure out Wan Tianxing, so we gave up. Wan Tianxing, Suyu's heart stirred. Was that person testing Wan Tianxing? When Yi Badian was killed, Wan Tianxing's 3 lives were with him. Yi Badian and Wan Tianxing were good friends, and many people knew about it. Was it Wan Tianxing who was with Yi Badian? If it were him, he would also test it out. Of course, Wan Tianxing had been in the Mountain Sea realm since 50 years ago. Yi Badian was about to prove his Tao, but he was still in the Mountain Sea realm. At that time, no one had ambushed Yi Badian. Logically speaking, Wan Tianxing didn't need to hide. Why would he hide his strength for no reason? Wouldn't there be more benefits if he was stronger? Wan Tianxing didn't leave much of a reputation in the heavenly battlefield. Very few people knew that Wan Tianxing had entered the ancient city. When he entered the Sky Destroyer ancient city, very few people knew about it. At that time, the human realm was still harmonious. Why didn't Wan Tianxing reveal his strength? Did he have to hide his sinister nature? Suyu was also puzzled. If he were that invincible person, he probably wouldn't be able to prove that the person was Wan Tianxing. After all, he didn't hide in the past 50 years. At that time, Yi Badian's good friend already had invincible battle strength. How could the enemy hide their strength before they even made a move? Of course, testing was necessary. Over the years, Wan Tianxing might have been tested more than once. Wan Tianxing, Suyu thought about it and asked, 8th Elder, is there anything special about Wan Tianxing? The Hunting Heaven Pavilion had the most information. It was unknown if the 8th Elder was flipping through the information or thinking. After a while, he said, Wan Tianxing is the 6th generation principal of the Great Xia Civilization University. Because the previous 5 generations of principal of the Great Xia Civilization University were all world-shocking, we also have some understanding of Wan Tianxing. Wan Tianxing, 99 years old, yes, 99 years old. So you knew this. When he entered school last year, Wan Tianxing's information showed that 50 years ago, he took over the position of principal. He was 48 years old, also a shocking talent. At 48 years old, he reached the peak of the Mountain Sea realm. To be honest, probably no one thought that at 48 years old, Wan Tianxing's strength would be so terrifying. At that time, Yi Badian was much older than Wan Tianxing. If they were friends, he was at least 1 generation older than Wan Tianxing. Peak of the Mountain Sea realm. Someone once speculated that Wan Tianxing might have already entered the Sun-Moon realm and gone into hibernation to avenge Yi Badian. He and Yi Badian are good friends. Wan Tianxing was also born in Xia province, a disciple of the 3rd generation principal of the Great Xia Civilization University. Suyu said in surprise, a disciple of the 3rd generation principal? That can't be. He's only 99 years old. The 3rd generation died many years ago, and above Yi Badian was the 4th generation. 51 years ago, Wan Tianxing was 48 years old, so he entered school at 18 years old. 81 years ago, the 3rd generation of the Great Xia Civilization University died, right? It was the 4th generation who took over, right? 8th Elder explained, this can be considered a secret, but it's interesting. On the Great Xia Civilization University's side, the first, third, and fifth generations are all from the Xinwen faction. They are all master-disciple inheritors. Xia Chen's disciple is the third generation, and the third generation's disciple is Yi Badian. However, the third generation has other disciples. The eldest disciple was still alive back then, and he accepted a disciple on behalf of his master. He said that Wan Tianqing's talent was very good, and he was not suitable to accept him, so he accepted a disciple on behalf of his master. You can understand it as the current Suyu is also a disciple accepted by Bai Feng, but, actually, Bai Feng is not qualified to teach him anything. It's more like Hong Tan who accepted a disciple. Suyu stroked his hair and said after a while, "What you mean is that Wan Tianqing is actually Yi Baishan's junior brother, but Wan Tianqing's master is not the third generation, but Yi Baishan's eldest senior brother?" "Yes." Eighth elder nodded. "They are fellow disciples, but not many people know about it. Strictly speaking, they can be considered martial nephews. The human race doesn't care much about these things, and the school's acceptance of disciples is not the same as usual." Suyu calls Lu Wenyan master and Hong Tan grandmaster. In one, this is disgraceful, so there's no need to pursue this. At this moment, Suyu suddenly became interested in the third generation. It was true, the third generation's disciple was Yi Badian, and he also had an in-name disciple named Wan Tianqing. His eldest disciple had accepted him as a disciple on behalf of his master. The third generation had died and left nothing behind other than the war demon arena, but Suyu had never gone there. Suyu knew of the first generation Xia Chen. The second generation had left behind White Dragon. The fourth generation had left behind Zhao Li's father. The fifth generation had left behind Yi Badian. The sixth generation had left behind Wan Tianqing. Only the third generation, actually had less of a presence, but under the third generation's tutelage, there were actually two incomparably monstrous geniuses, even if Wan Tianqing was not his true disciple. The eighth elder continued, after Wan Tianqing's eldest disciple perished, he went to the Seeker realm to further his studies. Later, Yi Badian became the fifth generation. Perhaps to take care of this youngest disciple, he would often visit Wan Tianqing, dispel his doubts, and discuss the Tao with him. Of course, discussing the Tao is probably overestimating Wan Tianqing. Yi Badian did it more to take care of Wan Tianqing. After Yi Badian perished, Wan Tianqing walked out of the Seeker realm and took over the Great Xia Civilization University. These years, many Xinwen's decline has something to do with Wan Tianqing's inaction. Some people think that because he saw Yi Badian perish, he secretly preserved the Xinwen lineage and protected Hong Tan and the others. That's why he kept suppressing them, because this lineage is the target of all the worlds. Suyu said, "How many Xinwen lineages does Wan Tianqing belong to?" That should be the case. But it said that when he was apprenticed to a master, he had already stepped into soar. It seems that he didn't receive much of the Xinwen lineage's Xinwen combat techniques. It's rumored that he's actually from the Shan Xinwen lineage. Suyu was secretly shocked. Before he stepped into the school, Wan Tianqing had already stepped into soar. What a monster! No wonder the eldest disciple of the third generation felt that he wasn't qualified to accept a disciple. When Wan Tianqing stepped into soar, he was probably only 17 or 18 years old. Suyu frowned and said, "If that's the case, why didn't one target him? He didn't come out." The eighth elder was speechless. After he took over the Great Xia Civilization University, in a total of 51 years, he left less than 3 times. Every time, he left quickly. Even if one wanted to target him, he couldn't. Super homebody? Wrong, that's because old Wan was terrifyingly powerful. If he left, you wouldn't even know. You think he's an old homebody. Wrong, he's a wanderer every day. Only today did Suyu know that Wan Tianqing was actually Yi Baishan's junior, a disciple of the third generation. This Great Xia Civilization University was really complicated. No wonder Hong Tan trusted Wan Tianqing from the beginning. He told Suyu several times that he could look for Wan Tianqing for help if he had any trouble. Obviously, Hong Tan knew, but Bai Feng might not. After all, it was something that happened 70 or 80 years ago. No one mentioned it, so Suyu and the others naturally didn't know. After Wan Tianqing Sr., who had accepted a disciple on behalf of his master, died, he left the Great Xia Civilization University. Many people thought that Wan Tianxing was from the Seeker realm. Few people knew that Wan Tianxing was actually from Dexia province. Xiao Longwu seems to be Wan Tianxing's student. Strictly speaking, Wan Tianxing is from my teacher Lu's generation. As for me, if I'm from teacher Lu's side, Xiao Longwu and I are from the same sect? Suyu was speechless. Their relationship had been established. We are fellow students. Of course, this seniority was very messy. Wan Tianxing was from Yi Beixian's generation, and he was also from Lu Wenyan's generation. Suyu was also messy. On one hand, he was Bai Feng's student, and on the other hand, he was Lu Wenyan's student. In short, he called Xiao Longwu senior, and Xiao Longwu probably had nothing to say. Speaking of which, we can call each other that. Suyu sighed secretly. I didn't know this a long time ago. Otherwise, if I knew that Xiao Longwu is my brother, I would be more courageous in Dexia province. It turned out that the great Xia residence was his family. The higher-ups are all from my side. Even if Xia who counted it, he would still have to call me uncle. At this moment, Suyu was thinking wildly. Eighth Elder and the others thought that he was thinking about something important, so they didn't disturb him. Goldwing was dead, and the trail was cut off. Silverwing was temporarily put aside. Suyu was not in a hurry. According to their plan, this time, the invincible would definitely appear. Now that Hong Tan had advanced, Xianxia and the others would soon advance. When Lu Wenyan returned, the invincible would probably not be able to hold back. At this moment, it was already November. It had been less than half a year since Lu Wenyan and Suyu had done something big together, only 3 or 4 months. It was unknown how Lu Wenyan was doing now, and whether she had stepped into the Sun Moon tier. As long as she was willing to break the Shenwen tier, Lu Wenyan should improve very quickly. In the next few days, the human realm was in a mess. In southern Yuan City, not long after Hong Tan advanced, Xianxia really advanced. Sun Moon, this genius from more than 50 years ago, after many hardships, finally stepped into the Sun Moon tier this time, becoming the second Sun Moon tier elite of the Shenwen faction. Hong Tan was the first, and the only Sun Moon that everyone knew so far. Xianxia finally broke through. And his breakthrough also shocked everyone. Was this a coincidence, or was the Wen tombstone really so terrifying? Just a little bit of its aura made Hong Tan and Xianxia advance. How could it be so easy to break through the Sun Moon tier? However, Xianxia, after being stuck for decades, stepped into the Sun Moon tier this time. In addition to Xianxia's breakthrough, it was also the most active time for the Skyhunter Pavilion. Xianxia was crazy. He led the Skyhunter Pavilion's white face and black face to kill people everywhere, and led the sect masters or vice-sect masters who had surrendered to him to slaughter everywhere. He had the attitude of being the only one in the world. The main target was Wanzhou. There were quite a few Sun Moon tier elites in Wanzhou, and 4 of them were at the Sun Moon tier: the Earthly Fire cult leader, the Gigantic Strength cult leader, the Origin Demon cult leader, and the Primordial cult leader. In addition to these 4 Sun Moon tier elites, 2 from the Six-Winged Divine sect, and another 2 who had pledged their allegiance to Suyu, there were another 5 or 6 Sun Moon tier elites, more than 10 in total. If the Venerable Poison Master and the others who had been killed before were included, there were more than 20 Sun Moon tier elites. However, as Suyu kept wiping out the enemies, within 3 days, Suyu killed another Sun Moon sect master and forced another 2 Sun Moon sect masters to surrender. By now, in the entire Wanzhou, only 4 Sun Moon sect masters and 2 or 3 Sun Moon sect masters remained independent. In the underground hall, Wanzhou gathered once again. In the past, there were more than 10 sect masters of the Sun Moon sect and hundreds of sect masters of the Mountain Sea sect. But now, there were only a few of them left. On this day, all 7 Sun and Moon sovereigns arrived. 4 of them were at the late stage of the Sun Moon Empire, and 3 of them were at the middle stage of the Sun Moon Empire. They were also the last powerful force of Wanzhou in the entire human realm. The accumulation of hundreds of years was wiped out in less than a year. Silence. After a long time, the Sun Moon sect master said dejectedly, I used to think that if the Myriad races sect joined forces, apart from not being invincible, we could fight against a large mansion, establish a mansion, and form a force of our own. But now, I know that I was really thinking too much. Thinking too much. Last year, there were more than 20 Sun-Moon sovereigns in Wanzhou, but this year, there were only 7. It was a serious blow, another Sun-Moon sect master said angrily. The large sects don't know much about us. The most despicable ones are Silver Wings and the others. They know a lot about us. It was them who led the bastards of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion to kill the Xianming sect master and the others. Fortresses were all breached from the inside. They were all disciples of Wanzhou. Even if they didn't belong to the same sect, they still had to interact with each other. Someone might know where your nest was. Even the vice sect master had betrayed you, which was even more terrifying. This time, Suyu killed a Sun Moon sovereign and persuaded 2 Sun Moon sovereigns to join the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. They were the people who had joined earlier and led the way for Suyu. Among the 4 in the late stage of the Sun Moon tier, Blue Sky and the primitive sect master didn't say anything. The strong man from the Titan Divine sect gritted his teeth and said, "We can't go on like this. Now, we are in a dilemma. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion wants to subdue us, the humans want to kill us, and Wan wants to control us. We agreed to work together to resist Wan and the humans, but now, it's all a joke." Then, he looked at the primitive sect master and Blue Sky's shadow. "You too, Wanzhou has been operating for many years to achieve the current situation. Are you really going to decline like this? Become a vassal of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion?" Everyone looked at them, some were unwilling, some still wanted freedom, and they didn't want to become a villain. Now, only these late-stage Sun Moon Almighties could change some things. Blue Sky laughed and said, "Simple, join me and receive my protection. It's not a big deal." No one wanted to talk to him. The Earthfire sect master said coldly, "Kill everyone in the city first." Blue Sky, the Origin Demon sect is a demon sect, not a saint sect. Do you really think you are saints? Blue Sky laughed and said, "Idiot, can killing solve the problem? There is no benefit other than making yourself hated by everyone. Why do you have to do this? What is our goal? To save the human race, to be the savior of the human race, and to create peace in the world." Here it comes again, everyone had a headache. Blue Sky's idea was really annoying. Everyone was just trying to make a living and didn't have such big dreams. Blue Sky was a madman who wanted to create world peace all day long. The Origin Demon sect was about to become a saint sect, so why did the Origin Demon race tolerate him? Primordial sect master, what do you think? The primordial sect master was as calm as ever and said, "I don't mean anything. Xiao Longwu is about to prove his Tao, so I want to see if I can follow him and get some benefits. As for other things, I don't want to care." Blue Sky was surprised and said, "You captured the 3 lives? Guess. No, it's boring." Blue Sky laughed and said, "Primordial sect, you are really calm. That Xianxia has been killing everywhere, especially us, but you can still be so calm. Admirable. Are you from Sky Hunter Pavilion? Are you from Wan Tianxing?" The primordial sect master said, "Blue Sky, there are rumors that you are close to Wan Tianxing. Are you from Xia province?" Blue Sky laughed and said, "Yes, of course. So, I am not afraid. I have a backup plan. Even if Wanzhou is destroyed, I can recover my identity and go to Xia province to live." "You can't." The few sect masters were so angry that their livers hurt, they really couldn't do anything to Blue Sky. If you said he was a spy. Actually, he didn't look like one. This guy was crazy. He didn't kill people, but his ideals were crazy. He had already encouraged many people to work hard for the peace of the myriad worlds. How to work hard, opening up the human border, setting up Wan stations, creating the trade center of the myriad worlds, and even opening up passages and barriers. Now, many people were influenced by him. In truth, many sect masters felt that this guy was even more evil than Wanzhou. Humans weren't afraid of him. Xia province had fought many times with them. When people mentioned Wanzhou, they were disdainful and weren't afraid of killing him. But the Origin Demon sect promoted the idea of peace everywhere, and many people were fooled. This thing spread quickly. Some large prefectures even turned a blind eye to the existence of the Origin Demon sect. This was terrifying. He said that he was from Xia province. It wasn't very believable. Earth Fire sect master couldn't be bothered with him. He quickly said, Primordial Origin, we know that you don't want to delay your path because of these things. But as a disciple of Wanzhou, even if you become an overlord, you still need people, right? Help us today, and the next day, when you become independent, we might follow you. Primordial Origin said calmly, no need. Primordial. Are you really going to watch us get killed? Just join the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. Primordial Origin said coldly, they need experts. Didn't Silver Wing and the rest join them? Julie, Earth Fire, both of you are at the 7th stage of Sun Moon. Maybe you can even become elders. The 2 late-stage Sun Moon cultivators were furious. At this stage, who would be willing to rely on others, late-stage Sun Moon cultivators, who didn't want to reach the Tao, but if they joined the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, not only would they be ordered around by others, but their invincibility would also control everything about them. Was there really any hope of reaching the Tao? Silver Wing and the rest were different. They were still weak and had time to improve. It wouldn't be too late to think about it when they reached the late stage of Sun Moon. What about them? Moreover, they had been big shots for a long time, and one was quite polite to them. Was it really appropriate to join the Heaven Hunter Pavilion now? Big shots had their own considerations, and small shots had their own considerations. The few of them were naturally not willing. Primordial Origin said calmly, if it doesn't work, just do as Blue Sky said and join him. He is also at the 8th stage of Sun Moon. If the 3 of you work together, along with the others, you can still fight. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion will also be wary. A Sun Moon cultivator hurriedly said, Primordial, we only trust you. Blue Sky, we don't trust him. Blue Sky said faintly, I say, this isn't appropriate. Primordial might not be a good person. I know how to play hard to get too. Primordial might be the real spy from Xianxia province. Be careful not to be sold by him, and you will be the ones who send yourselves to him. I once investigated Primordial's identity. He is extremely mysterious, but vaguely related to Xianxia province. I once suspected that he was the 3rd-generation principal of Great Xia Civilization University, Nan Wujiang. Blue Sky smiled and said, Nan Wujiang's death is full of doubts. I have been in Great Xia Civilization University for many years, and the death of the 3rd generation is a bit unusual. The deaths of the 1st and 2nd generation are traceable, and there is conclusive evidence. But there is no evidence for the death of the 3rd generation. Someone only saw him die together with a quasi-invincible realm expert of the Protoss. In the end, he left the main Shenwen behind to fight. The war demon field that has been passed down for many years by Great Xia Civilization University. Nan Wujiang is really dead? Blue Sky laughed and said, not necessarily. When did Primordial appear? Nan Wujiang has been dead for almost 100 years, and Primordial seems to have appeared during that period, right? How did he become the leader of the Primordial Origin sect? I heard that the previous leader of the Primordial Origin sect suddenly promoted him as his successor before he died. Many people were not convinced, and they were killed by him. I found it strange that this guy suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He is so strong. Did he appear out of nowhere? Primordial Origin sect didn't speak. But at this moment, the hall was deathly silent. The gigantic strength sect leader frowned and said, Nan Wujiang died in battle. Everyone in Wan knows this. Blue Sky, don't talk nonsense. I'm talking nonsense? Blue Sky smiled faintly and said, up to you. I suspect that Primordial has been lurking in Wanzhou for many years, and it might not be for a small fries. I even heard some rumors. Primordial has been injured these years because of Yibadian. He hibernated because of Yibadian. Don't you think it's interesting? What do you mean? Yibadian proved his Tao. As a teacher, you don't think he will just watch, do you? When Yibadian tried to prove his Tao, he had a Tao protector. I heard about it from some experts and the original Devil clan. That Tao protector was probably an invincible expert, maybe even a quasi-invincible expert. Maybe it was the 3rd generation, right? Blue Sky looked at the Primordial Origin sect leader and smiled. Primordial doesn't care about us now because he might have some big plan this time. The Primordial Origin sect leader said, Blue Sky, you're possessed. I'm possessed? Blue Sky smiled, if you say so. Of course, for the humankind, I like it. Primordial, I didn't expose you to do anything to you. I just want to say that you should save yourself for something useful. Don't do something like that and throw away your life for nothing. This time, Xianxia province is in turmoil. I think that the invincible realm expert who betrayed the humankind might show himself. Primordial, you've been so secretive lately. Could it be that you want to kill him? Blue Sky said coldly, don't think about it. Be careful of getting yourself killed. Are your wounds healed? Blue Sky, it's not a good habit to talk nonsense. The primordial origin sect leader wasn't happy this time. Nan Wujiang's death is known by all in Wan. Blue Sky, you want to be the leader, but I don't want to be a part of it. If you talk nonsense and ruin my chance of proving my Tao, I won't let you go. The two experts were at loggerheads with each other. This caused the hearts of the other sect leaders to tremble. The primordial origin sect leader, the third generation. Nan Wujiang, that's impossible. Could the timing match? If Nan Wujiang didn't die and the third generation was the primordial origin sect leader, then, they shuddered. As for the meaning behind Blue Sky's words, it made them break out in cold sweat. Was this about to touch the invincible realm? Blue Sky, this madman, dared to say anything. If this news spread out, it would be shocking. At this moment, both the Earth Fire Cult Master and the Titanic Strength Cult Master felt their hearts pounding. They did not mention anything about the primordial cult master leading them at all. If this were the true third generation, wouldn't they be betrayed by the primordial cult master? Blue Sky smiled, of course, I'm just saying. Whether you believe it or not, it's up to you. The primordial origin sect leader said coldly, your words might cause me a lot of trouble. Blue Sky, you better watch your mouth. If I meet you, you won't have a good ending. Blue Sky smiled, heh, don't say that. I'm not afraid of you. If you are Nan Wujiang, I don't need to do anything. Someone will come to kill you. Primordial, you better pray that you aren't. The primordial origin sect leader sneered, a thief calling a thief is not bad. Unfortunately, you, Blue Sky, wash away your suspicions first. At this moment, the sect leaders were terrified. Who was the real one? Primordial origin sect leader. They didn't dare to believe it. Blue Sky, they didn't dare to believe it either. The two strongest sect leaders in Wanzhou, they didn't dare to believe it. The next moment, many looked at gigantic strength and Terraflame with worry and helplessness. I, Wanzhou, am about to become a civ. These two strongest sect leaders don't seem very reliable. Two late-stage Sun Moon big shots, please save us, Blue Sky chuckled, it's fine if you don't believe me. Just don't trust the primordial origin sect so easily. This guy is in big trouble. If he joins another faction, he might survive. He might seek his own death. I don't want to be buried with him. Gigantic Strength and Terraflame didn't say anything, but their hearts shivered. If, it was just if, the primordial origin sect was Nan Wujiang. Why did he hide for so many years? Needless to say, it was to avenge Yi Badian. Yi Badian failed to prove his Tao. Now, there were rumors that it was done by that invincible realm traitor of the human clan. Maybe Nan Wujiang had participated in it back then. He had long known that someone had betrayed him. Therefore, he had been waiting for a chance. This time, the change in Xianxia province might be Nan Wujiang's goal to lure out that invincible realm and fight him, or even perish together. Yi Badian was so strong. How could Nan Wujiang be weak? Even if he was injured, perhaps, he was still terrifyingly strong. If that was really the case, it would be very scary. The primordial origin sect leader sighed and said faintly, don't think too much. Blue Sky is just slandering me. Then, tell everyone, what is your real identity? Blue Sky smiled faintly, in the human realm, there won't be a 9th stage Sun Moon or even a quasi-invincible realm expert for no reason. Tell us your past, everything about you. And I, Blue Sky, have such a clean background. Blue Sky laughed and said, it's normal for everyone to suspect that I'm related to Xianxia province. I don't mind everyone suspecting me. I'm not afraid of people being bad. If a bad person is written on their face, they aren't bad. If it's not written on their face, they are really bad. Huh. The primordial origin sect leader chuckled and disappeared. Blue Sky smiled and said, look, he's guilty. He ran away. I'm still warning you, be careful. It's best not to get involved with him. It's very troublesome. As soon as he finished, he instantly broke down. Once they left, the others were dumbfounded. What should they do? Someone gritted his teeth and said, it's better to rely on ourselves than others. Blue Sky's words scare me. If that's really the case, I might as well join the Hunting Heaven Pavilion. So scary, the primordial origin sect leader might be Nan Wu Jiang. Aren't you afraid? For so many years, maybe he just used them as a tool to hide his identity. Otherwise, he would have killed them long ago. Too dangerous. The gigantic strength sect leader and the earthly fire sect leader didn't speak. They glanced at the other 3 sect leaders and transmitted their voices. What should we do? The 2 experts couldn't be counted on. It was a good thing that they didn't die. Gigantic strength sighed and transmitted his voice. If there's really no other way, just join him. It's better than dying for no reason. Primordial. If primordial is really the southern endless border, then nothing will happen next, right? Do you think that person, will he plant a chess piece among us? If he planted a chess piece, then Blue Sky's words would definitely spread. The few of them didn't speak. Whether he planted a chess piece or not, even gigantic strength might not be reliable. He might have already joined that person. If that was really the case, the news would definitely spread. After sighing, the few of them didn't speak anymore. The alliance couldn't work. If it really couldn't work, then they would join the Hunting Heaven Pavilion. This time, the 2 sect leaders attacked each other, causing them to completely give up. Otherwise, with the powerful primordial origin sect leader leading them, in the human realm, they might really not be afraid of the Hunting Heaven Pavilion. But now, there might be a problem with both of them. What should they do? Of course, if Blue Sky was a spy, then he would be slandering Primordial. If Primordial was the southern endless border, then the probability of Blue Sky being a spy was not high. This secret had already been revealed by Primordial. The possibility of both of them being spies was very low. The meeting ended. Not long after the meeting ended. Somewhere in the human realm, a figure that seemed to be in eternal existence suddenly opened his eyes and murmured, Southern Endless Border? Primordial? Southern Endless Border. The expert that appeared beside Yubadian in the past was Southern Endless Border. If that was the case, then some things could be matched. Primordial, Southern Endless Border. Was it like this? Was that Southern Endless Border's 3 lives? He had always been protecting Yubadian, but why did Southern Endless Border pretend to be dead? Could it be that he wanted to prove his Tao in secret? Thoughts appeared one after another. The figure murmured, Southern Endless Border, fished out the 3 lives. These few decades, he has been recuperating. Now that the 3 lives have been broken, Xianxia province, a trap. This was a trap to lure him, maybe it was, and the confidence came from Southern Endless Border. Southern Endless Border was so powerful in the past. The 3 lives could slaughter eternity. Maybe he had recovered, maybe he hadn't. No matter what, if Southern Endless Border was really alive, then Xianxia province would be in great danger waiting for him. Blue Sky, the figure smiled. Blue Sky was very interesting. Whether it was intentional or slander, Blue Sky's guess was not born out of nowhere. Everything was too coincidental. Of course, 100 years ago, Yubadian hadn't shown such talent. If Southern Endless Border was really primordial, then he hid his identity not for Yubadian but for himself to prove his Tao. Back then, Yubadian proved his Tao. Maybe Yubadian wasn't the only one. Southern Endless Border might also have the same idea. Maybe he waited for Yubadian to succeed and protect him to prove his Tao. I see. In the figure's eyes, the world was spinning. It was as if he had returned to many years ago. Soon, many figures appeared. The figure that was smashed seemed to overlap with Southern Endless Border. Crisis, is it him? The figure murmured. Maybe, he still had to try. At the same time. On Suyu's side, Silverwing suddenly said, Lord, the Titan sect leader contacted me. He said he wants to talk to Skyhunter Pavilion. Titan sect leader? That Sun Moon 7th layer? Yes. Suyu rubbed his chin and smiled. Even the late Sun Moon realm is afraid? Is it that simple? Is it a trap? Wanzu can still fight with us. After all, there are 4 late Sun Moon Realm experts. That primordial sect leader and Blue Sky are both top experts. Is he afraid? Strange, Suyu suspected that it was a trap. Over the past few days, Suyu had been sweeping through the Myriad race's sect. He had either killed them or taken them under his command. The treasures he had seized were almost all distributed to everyone according to their contributions. These guides had all made a lot of money in the past few days. Of course, to Suyu, there was nothing good. 2 more Sun Moon Realm experts joined him. They were both early Sun Moon Realm experts. Suyu now had 12 early Sun Moon Realm experts and 2 middle Sun Moon Realm experts. Such a force was no weaker than Wanzhou at his peak. Of course, 8th Elder and Xianxia were also included. At this moment, a late Sun Moon sect leader wanted to talk to him. Suyu was surprised. Late Sun Moon Realm experts weren't easy to bribe. The Sun Moon Mystic Yellow liquid was average. They cared more about the carrier. After the 7th tier, they had to consider these things. No matter how rich the Sky Hunter Pavilion was, they couldn't take out a carrier at will. They definitely had one, but the number was limited. There were many elders in the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Suyu looked at Xianxia beside him and said, "Elder, is it a trap?" According to the information, there are 4 late Sun Moon Realm experts in Wanzhou. Especially the primordial sect leader, he might be in the 9th tier of the Sun Moon Realm or quasi-invincible. 1. Xianxia said indifferently, "We'll know after we try. If it's a trap, call 3rd Elder and 8th Elder. There's nothing to be afraid of." "That's right." Suyu nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, Silver Wing. Tell him that he can meet him. It's best if he comes in person to express his sincerity. The Sky Hunter Pavilion won't mistreat these top experts. Even I don't have the qualifications to take in late Sun Moon Realm experts. If he's willing, he can join Elder Xianxia and be my colleague. When we reach the battlefield, we'll reward him according to his contributions. He can't run away from the position of Elder. He didn't have the right to take in these late Sun Moon Realm experts, but couldn't Xianxia, a tool, the 8th tier of the Sun Moon Realm was enough of a deterrent. Silverwing said quickly, "Yes. My lord, I'll tell him. I hope Julie knows his place." Although Golden Wing's death caused the trail to be cut off, Silver Wing still gained a lot of benefits in the past few days. Now, he was also looking forward to returning to the battlefield as soon as possible. Moreover, in the past few days, he also experienced the benefits of being a big force. It was so cool, besieging and killing those former enemies. More than 10 Sun Moon Realm experts attacked together, each with a punch, and killed the other. Unlike him and Golden Wing, they had to be sneaky and careful when killing someone. In the past few days of besieging Wanzhou, they also encountered some Wan experts. Xianxia was also extremely domineering, directly telling them to scram. If they didn't scram, he would kill them. The Wan experts had to retreat when they saw them. They had too much face, and it was cool. This was a big force. This was the Sky Hunter Pavilion with 8 invincible experts overseeing it. Silver Wing's biggest dream now was to become a leader like Xianxia, leading a large number of experts to sweep the world, domineering, and if something happened, he could call for help at any time. 8th tier Sun Moon Realm elders, quasi-invincible law enforcement elders, he saw them every day these few days. At first, he was nervous, but now he was almost used to it. Here, he could also broaden his horizons and broaden his horizons. Everyone consumed a lot of energy, and they were all recovering by devouring Heaven's essence energy. Normally, when he cultivated, he would almost always use the Sun Moon Mystic Yellow liquid to cultivate. This was the Sky Hunter Pavilion, unlike him, who would only use the Sun Moon Mystic Yellow liquid once every 3 to 5 years. Silver Wing cursed in his heart. If he was like these guys, he would at least be at the 3rd tier of the Sun Moon Realm. If everything went well, he might be at the middle tier of the Sun Moon Realm. Waste, extravagant. After joining the Sky Hunter Pavilion, Silver Wing realized how poor he was. He was not the only one who thought this. The experts who joined recently all had the same thought. At this moment, 5 Sun Moon Realm experts in Wanzhou were under Suyu's command. After a few missions, everyone felt different from before. Although Xianxia was domineering, the distribution of the spoils was still very fair. Whoever put in the most effort, the spoils belonged to him. He rarely embezzled. Of course, maybe it was because Xianxia didn't care about these things. So you prepared to meet Julie. At the same time, in the human realm, some Sun-Moon realm experts received the news and were looking for the sect master of primitive origin. To test him, of course, it was very difficult to kill him. The sect master of primitive origin had the combat power of the 9th tier of the Sun-Moon realm. It was almost impossible to kill him unless he was a quasi-invincible expert or an invincible expert. As for the original suspicion of Wan Tianxing, it wasn't big to begin with, but now it was reduced to the lowest point. Wan Tianxing, even if he hid his strength, the 7th tier of the Sun-Moon realm should be enough, right? If not, the 8th tier, if not, so what if he gave him the 9th tier? The 9th tier was strong, but it depended on who he was compared to. However, the one who was with Yibadian back then was the truly terrifying one. His talent and strength were terrifying, because there were too few people who could kill the invincible expert. Even Xiao Longwu couldn't do it. There were probably not many people like that in the human race. If it was Yibatian's master, the 3rd generation Nan Wujiang, then it was possible. Only such a person could make Yibadian trust him so much. The enemy was not afraid of being strong, but the enemy hiding in the dark. For Dixia province, it was the invincible expert hiding in the dark. For the invincible expert, it was the person next to Yibadian who was still alive and knew something. Now, both sides wanted to dig each other out. At this moment, the person next to Yibadian seemed to have given the game away first. All of this was because of Blue Sky. This guy proposed a shocking idea. The original was Nan Wujiang. In the past, everyone thought that Nan Wujiang was dead, so no one thought about it. The original leader had been the sect leader for many years, and he didn't seem to have anything to do with Yibadian. But now, assuming the identity of the original leader and deducing it, many things were clear. It was easier to check his identity, just when someone was secretly checking the identity of the original leader. Southern Yuan attracted everyone's attention again and again. On November 1st, Hong Tan advanced to the 2nd tier of the Sun-Moon realm. On November 3rd, Xianxia advanced to the Sun-Moon realm. On November 4th, Zhao Ming advanced to the Sun-Moon realm. On November 5th, Hu Ping advanced to the Sun-Moon realm. It shocked the world and the Myriad realms. Within 5 days, 3 people advanced to the Sun-Moon realm in succession, all of them from Xinwen. Hong Tan even showed signs of advancing to the 3rd tier of the Sun-Moon realm, which made everyone even more excited, jealous, and excited. When Tombstone, the treasure of heaven and earth, as for the small figure by Feng, when they advanced, Ling Yun advanced, not many people cared about him. What a joke, the Sun-Moon realm has appeared one after another. Who cares about Ling Yun? Even though Bai Feng advanced to Ling Yun, no one cared. No matter how strong Ling Yun was, he was just Ling Yun. How dare someone as strong as Madonna say that he could fight the Sun-Moon realm? At this moment, the most excited ones weren't only the Wan overlords but also a large number of human overlords. The geniuses from various small realms all went to Southern Yuan. Some big figures even personally protected them, wanting to negotiate with Xianxia so that these geniuses could also enter Suyu's family and learn from Suyu's family. Since the Xinwen clan advanced, the other Xinwen clan members must also be able to advance. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As a fellow member of the Xinwen clan, you should at least give me some face, right, Xianxia? As a fellow human, you can't be too selfish, can you? At this moment, the small Southern Yuan attracted everyone's attention. Not many people cared about the Skyhunter Pavilion's unbridled destruction of the Myriad tribe sect. That was just a trivial matter. November 6th. On the 2nd day of Hu Ping's promotion, outside Southern Yuan City. This time, 8th Elder personally came out to recruit them. The gigantic strength sect master didn't show his true body, instead using a puppet body. These days, he wasn't that careless, not daring to completely trust the heaven hunting pavilion. The 8th Elder, who was wearing a gold-rimmed mask, said calmly, "If you join the Skyhunter Pavilion and return to the All Heavens battlefield after the change in the human realm ends, you will definitely be promoted to an Elder. You can join the 4 divisions, the 2 pavilions, and the 2 buildings. This time I'm not the only one. Both Terraflame and I are at the 7th layer of the Sun-Moon realm. In addition, the sect masters of the Single Horn sect, Flying Tiger sect, and Lightning Eagle sect are all at the middle stage of the Sun-Moon realm. The 5 of us will negotiate with the Hunting Heaven Pavilion. This was increasing his own bargaining chip, 5 suns and moons. Among them, there were 2 in the late stage, and 3 in the middle stage. This wasn't something that Silver Wing and the others could compare to. At present, Silver Wing also had 5 Sun-Moon tier elites. However, they were all in the early stage, and the strongest was only in the 3rd layer of the Sun-Moon tier. Compared to the gigantic strength cult leader and the others, the gap was not just a little big. A late-stage Sun-Moon cultivator was confident that he could suppress these 5 people. 8th Elder smiled and said, "Gigantic strength cult master, tell us your conditions." 1 vessel each for me and Terraflame. Naturally, we will only need it after we reach the 9th layer of the Sun-Moon layer. If we fail to do so, you don't have to give it to us. The 8th Elder frowned slightly. His expression couldn't be seen from the mask, but Julie knew that he was hesitating. 8th Elder quickly said, "This is very difficult. To tell you the truth, even inside the Sky Hunting Pavilion, there are many elders in the 9 clouds of the Sun and Moon realm waiting for the carrier, waiting for the opportunity to step into the quasi-invincible realm. We need to make a great contribution, including me and the 3rd Elder of the Law Enforcement Department. This time, we came to the human realm for a vessel. The 3rd Elder and I both need a vessel to reach the peak. A 9th layer Sun-Moon needed 2 vessels, one to carry the past, the other to carry the future. As for his current body, it was something that he had cultivated himself, so there was no need for it. Both he and the 3rd Elder had only inherited a single life's body. They still needed a vessel, and they wouldn't be given it unless it was a great merit. The 8th Elder said sincerely, "Only those who have made great contributions will get the opportunity to buy it. It's an opportunity, not a gift. The Sky Hunter Pavilion does business honestly. The price is expensive, but we don't cheat people. Every penny counts." On the side, Suyu smiled playfully and interrupted, 8th Elder, "Can I say something?" "Speak." "I think Sect Master Leviathan and the rest are probably daydreaming too much." Suyu said bluntly, "Carrier? In the Invincible Ruins, I heard that the most important treasure is the vessel. Ordinary Invincible Ruins only had 2 bearers, but they actually dared to ask for 2 bearers with just 2 7th-layer suns and moons? Should I give you an Invincible Ruins instead? How about we conquer the Civilization Mansion and give it to you as a gift?" Suyu snorted. "My superior, Elder Xianxia, has made countless contributions to the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. He is at the Sun-Moon 8 heavens and has made great contributions to the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. Yet, he hasn't received a single vessel to this day. Let me ask you, on what basis? Forget about the Sun-Moon Mystic Yellow Liquid and Heavenly Origin Chi, but you're asking for a vessel. Is my Sky Hunter Pavilion a charity?" The Sect Master Leviathan's tone was somewhat unfriendly. "Xianxia, don't forget your strength. You've just entered the Sun-Moon realm, and the Sky Hunter Pavilions by Mion treats a late-stage Sun-Moon elite like this? Arrogant," Suyu said coldly. "What's so great about late-stage Sun-Moon?" "Sect Master Leviathan, to put it bluntly, there are many elders in my pavilion. We don't lack 2. It's fine if you're obedient, but if you're disobedient, try and see if you, Wanzu, can escape this calamity this time?" "Xianxia." 8th Elder scolded, "What nonsense are you spouting? Don't you understand the difference between the strong and the weak? There are no rules." Suyu bowed, cupped his hands, and said with a smile, 8th Elder, you're right. Late-stage Sun-Moon is a frog at the bottom of a well. You always think you're a great elite, but in reality, you're very strong. Perhaps you'll even be my superior in the future. I was just joking. Everyone, please forgive me." Suyu smiled playfully, and the Sect Master Leviathan was a little angry. What an arrogant guy. 8th Elder didn't care. Both sides needed to be polite. Normal negotiation methods, if even this couldn't be tolerated, then this Sect Master Leviathan was just this. "Since you're taking the initiative to join us, you'll have to bear everything." 8th Elder scolded again, interrupting Suyu's words. He said with a smile, "Sect Master Leviathan, how about this? If the Sky Hunter Pavilion can take down the civilization residents this time and seize the inscribed tombstone, if there's a vessel inside, You and the Earthfire cult master will have made great contributions, and it can be distributed to you according to your contributions. The sect master Leviathan said in a low voice, is this true? How will the contributions be calculated? Eighth Elder said with a smile, this depends on the final harvest. How much effort each of you put in. If the harvest is small, then you'll naturally get less. If the harvest is large, for example, if we took all the things in the relic this time, the harvest will probably exceed the value of 5 vessels. At that time, how much effort you and the Earthfire cult master put in will be distributed according to this. Julie fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, if the humans surround and kill us, such as the Invincible Realm, will the Skyhunter Pavilion send out the Invincible Realm? We've killed too many people, and in these years, we've offended too many people in the human realm. Eighth Elder said with a faint smile, they will, but the premise is that, you're all very important. If you only have a title without any contributions, I'm sorry, no organization will offend the Invincible Realm just for a few Sun-Moon cultivators. Understood. Julie sighed. Then what will we do if we join now? Could it be that we'll surround and kill some of Wanzhou's survivors like Silverwing and the others? No. Eighth Elder said with a smile, currently, the matters in Xianxia province are managed by Xianxia. Him? Julie said unhappily, we're late-stage Sun-Moon cultivators, do we have to listen to his orders? Eighth Elder hesitated for a moment, then said, it's like this for now, but when we return, we don't have to listen to him. Because right now, the whole plan is in progress, and we can't change it because of you. Julie was still a little dissatisfied, while Suyu said unhappily, Eighth Elder, let's forget about it. I'm afraid that we won't be able to control them, and they'll only cause trouble for me. These people are different from Mian, they can't accomplish anything, but they're good at spoiling things. Julie wanted to curse. We didn't despise you, fine, we despise you, but we're so strong, and you despise us? Eighth Elder said with a smile, Xianxia, don't be rude. If sect leader Julie and the others join us, we'll all be family in the future. Suyu said calmly, then I hope they'll be obedient. If not, it's better for Eighth Elder to lead them personally. I don't want us to fall into a desperate situation because of them. I don't think so. Eighth Elder said meaningfully, sect leader Julie and the others are all reasonable people, why would they do that? It's just temporary. If you join the Skyhunter Pavilion, you can be given by Mian now. Hang it under the name of Xianxia. Julie said hesitantly, Xianxia? Why not Eighth Elder? Eighth Elder said with a smile, hang it under the Law Enforcement Department, it'll be difficult later on. You can enter the Law Enforcement Department, but you can't leave. The 4 departments can be adjusted. Julie's puppet nodded, hesitated for a moment, then said, Eighth Elder, I still have a small doubt, please speak. The Skyhunter Pavilion is the most well-informed, I want to buy some information, this is a small matter. Julie thought for a moment, then said, no, this matter may have a great impact, I want to get accurate information. Eighth Elder was surprised, but quickly said, tell me about it, I'm not in charge of these things, but it's the same if you tell me. If it's very important, I can personally communicate with Minister Huang, who is in charge of this area. Julie thought for a moment, then said telepathically, I want to ask, is the 3rd generation principal of the Great Xia Civilization University dead? Eighth Elder naturally knew about this kind of news, and was a little doubtful. He also said telepathically, of course he's dead, this is recorded, no, I still want to ask, Eighth Elder, help me check, and I also want to check the specific identity of the primordial sect leader. You mean, this is not a secret? In yesterday's meeting, the Blue Sky sect leader mentioned that the primordial sect leader might be from the southern frontier. I think this news will spread very soon, and now, in all the realms, probably only the Skyhunter Pavilion has any hope of finding out. If the primordial sect leader is from the southern frontier, then, consider it as letting us give up completely, Wanzhou, from the beginning to the end, may be a joke. Julie sighed. He sighed in his heart. If the primordial sect leader was really from the southern frontier, then all these years, Wanzhou had really become a joke, the big boss they relied on the most, was from the Xianxia province, what was there to fight for, he couldn't even be bothered to struggle. Eighth Elder was also slightly shocked, southern frontier, he didn't die, not only did he not die, but he also became the leader of Wanzhou, the primordial sect leader, at this moment, even 8th Elder could not remain calm. Why was the human race so troublesome? There were too many messy things. Was everyone so sinister? Southern Frontier faked his death. He was a little speechless, but he quickly said, "All right, I will help you ask the Yellow Division right away. We don't know much about the intelligence, wait for my reply." As the two of them communicated, Suyu was a little curious. What were they talking about, and so secretive? "The two of you were in deep trouble, but did you think about me? I am the person in charge now. All right, I am too weak. The two of you probably think that there is no need to care about me." He instigated Xianxia again. "Elder, the two of them are talking without you." Xianxia could not be bothered with him. "Elder, guess what they are talking about?" Still disdainful, but Silver Wing seemed to have sensed Xianxia's curiosity, suddenly transmitting his voice. "Sir, a small sect leader told me something. Because I am not sure if the news is true, I did not say it. Julie might be talking about this." "What?" Very quickly, Silver Wing told him about the matter. It was not a secret. He just felt that it was best not to tell Xianxiu about such uncertain news, at least wait until the news was confirmed. There were so many sect leaders yesterday. Blue Sky said it in public. Who could hide it from? Suyu was stunned. F***K, what was going on? The next moment, he was a little dazed. This was purposely diverting attention. If that was the case, Blue Sky might really be on their side. Of course, it was hard to say. Primordial sect leader. Maybe Blue Sky was framing him, maybe not. This was hard to judge. But Blue Sky suddenly mentioned primordial sect leader. This guy might really be in cahoots with Wan Tianxing. Now, that traitor Wu Di might still be testing Wan Tianxing. After all, he was still a suspect. Wan Tianxing's talent was too high. However, once the attention shifted to the primordial sect leader, regardless of whether he was really from the boundless south or not, he would become the focus of those who betrayed the Invincible Alliance. Wan Tianxing's suspicions were instantly reduced to the minimum. "So you understood now," muttering in his heart, "these two are still talking behind my back." He quickly looked at Silver Wing, smiling. "Silver Wing, well done. Next time you have something to report to me. Whether the news is true or not, I will judge for myself." As he finished, he casually tossed out a drop of Sun Moon Mystic Yellow liquid. Silver Wing was stunned. This was 2F** King extravagant. Was this information fee? On the other side, 8th Elder was talking with Julie, and suddenly, he was also stunned, and could not help but curse. This Xianxiu, did he think he was dying, and did not treat money as money? This guy had earned quite a bit last time, but it did not mean that he could throw the Sun Moon Mystic Yellow liquid away. And Julie was also slightly stunned. What was going on? Suyu smiled. "Interesting. Primordial sect leader, Southern Frontier. How interesting. I like to judge the truth. If I can confirm primordial sect leader's identity, I think this information can be sold for a few hundred drops of Sun Moon blood essence. It's not a problem." Julie instantly knew what Silver Wing was talking about. F***CK, this is news that we all know. Can you tell them that there is also a drop of Sun Moon Mystic Yellow liquid? Suyu smiled faintly and said, 8th Elder, if the Hunting Heaven Pavilion headquarters can't confirm this news, I want to bring some people to probe the situation. If the news was true, then the primordial origin sect leader must have his own plans for hiding so deeply. The human realm is getting more and more interesting. The 8th Elder was tired. Forget it, since everyone already knew, he was too lazy to say anything more. He quickly said, I will first ask the Yellow Clan. If the information is not confirmed, you can think of a way to verify its authenticity. If you can really confirm the identity of the original, it will also be extremely important information. Suyu smiled, and said, alright, 8th Elder, this guy is a dangerous character. Perhaps he still wants to scheme against Invincible. His battle prowess is extremely powerful, and if you really want to test him, the sect leader of the gigantic strength sect and the others can lend me for a while. Along with these 5, as well as the Black Armor Elder, there are 12 Sun Moon early stage, 5 Sun Moon middle stage, and 3 Sun Moon late stage. Including me, there are 21 Sun Moon cultivators. Even if we encounter that person, there's nothing to be afraid of. The 8th Elder didn't think much of it when he didn't do it, but when he did, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. 21 Sun Moon tier elites, this force was a little too powerful. Of course, Xianxia was only an executor, and couldn't really control these people, so it was still acceptable. Otherwise, even he would be wary of Xianxia, who was only in the early stage of the Sun-Moon tier, wielding such great power. Then what about the Southern Yuan? Suyu smiled, and said, there's no rush. We will first clear out the periphery, and then work together to deal with those people in Southern Yuan. The Southern Yuan will fall into chaos sooner or later, but if the ruins don't appear, the chances of chaos are not high. When the ruins appear, that will be the time of great chaos. As he said this, he smiled, and said, let the human realm fall into chaos first. I heard that there is some internal strife in the human race, and many human elites are forcing Xianxia to open up Suyu's home. Let's observe the situation first, and wait for the situation to change. The eighth elder nodded, looked at gigantic strength, and said, the sect leader of the gigantic strength sect is familiar with Wanzhou, and he also understands the sect leader of the primordial strength sect better than we do. Then this time, if the sect leader has no objections, how about helping Xianzhou first? Whether the primordial strength sect is in the southern boundless land or not, he is a variable, and so is Blue Sky. I still hope to solve the problem of these two. The sect leader of the gigantic strength sect looked at Suyu, and after a moment of silence, nodded, and said, sure. Just helping, that's not a problem. The last dignity, the seventh layer of the Sun and Moon sect, will not listen to your command. I will only help. Now that the quasi-invincible realm is asking me to help you, I will only agree. Then I will have to trouble the sect leader of the gigantic strength sect to make it clear to the other sect leaders. During this period of time in the human realm, Xianzhou will arrange your tasks for you. Sure. Gigantic strength did not say anything more this time. If he agreed, it meant that the others also agreed. In fact, they had been together all along, and this was just his puppet body. The eighth elder smiled, not bad at all. This time, Xianzhou's choice of entry point was very good, and he grasped the timing very well. At this juncture, he actually took down Wanzhou of the human race. To be honest, this was the only point. Everyone was focused on the Southern Yuan, and they did not have the time, energy, and strength to intervene in these things. Under normal circumstances, it would not be so easy for the Skyhunter Pavilion to take down these people. Moreover, the Skyhunter Pavilion was in the right place. At this critical moment, the two leaders of Wanzhou were both suspected to be spies. Otherwise, if one of them stood out, the Skyhunter Pavilion would not have been involved. The blue sky explosion was too good, no wonder this group of people chose to rely on the Skyhunter Pavilion this time. In this way, there were 2 in the late stage of the Sun and Moon sect, 3 in the middle stage of the Sun and Moon sect, and 5 in the early stage of the Sun and Moon sect, which was just enough to offset the loss of the Skyhunter Pavilion this time. When the Skyhunter Pavilion entered the human realm, 1 elder died, and 1 betrayed. In addition, 1 or 2 law enforcers were killed, and several white faces of the Sun and Moon were killed. Now, their power was almost restored. It seemed that Suyu did not do much, but he brought the powerful force of Wanzhou under his command. The 8th elder was very satisfied, not to mention that Wanzhou had a dense intelligence network in the human realm. There were also a lot of Mountain Sea Ling Yun. This time, all of them were taken over by the Skyhunter Pavilion, and they did not lose anything. It was too profitable. The Skyhunter Pavilion could be considered to have a firm foothold in the human realm now. The other major forces were probably not as strong as the Skyhunter Pavilion in the human realm. The more the 8th elder thought about it, the more satisfied he was. Soon, he transmitted his voice to Suyu. Xianzhou, you still have to give face to the 2 in the late stage of the Sun and Moon sect. These people will be your colleagues in the future. Also, do not trust them completely. Have Xianxia keep a close eye on them. Yes. Rest assured, 8th elder. Xianzhou knows what to do. That's good. Also, if the identity of the primordial sect master cannot be confirmed, don't force it. Even if he is really from the southern boundless border, he is not targeting us. Of course, you still have to be careful. If he is from the southern boundless border, his target this time must be that invincible. In the process of your investigation, you also have to be careful of that human invincible. Suyu smiled. I know. I will also investigate that person's identity. If the news is true, and that person is in the human realm, I suspect that he may personally come to test the primordial sect master. 8th Elder, you and 3rd Elder must be online at all times. I may call for help. Okay. 8th Elder agreed without hesitation. This time, the Skyhunter Pavilion wanted to obtain all the benefits from the relic, and these people were also the ones they had to face. Obtaining the most accurate information now was better than encountering any future troubles. One had to know that 3rd Elder still had 10 late-stage Sun-Moon cultivators with him. If they really lost all of them, he and 3rd Elder would have to bear the consequences. The Skyhunter Pavilion's Sun-Moon cultivator's strength would instantly be reduced by half. After the discussion was settled, Julie and the others did not hesitate. Soon, the group of people met with Suyu and the others. This time, they were all wearing white masks. Unlike Silver Wing and the others, who all wore black masks. Silver Wing and the others did not think much about the differential treatment of these people. The weakest of these people was at the middle stage of the Sun-Moon realm, and they were indeed much stronger than them. The 5 white masks were temporarily under the name of Xianxia. Suyu sent a voice transmission and teased, Elder Xianxia, you are probably the most powerful of the 4 division elders now. Including me, there are more than 20 Sun-Moon cultivators under you, and there are 2 late-stage Sun-Moon cultivators. Including you, there are 3. Are you a Sun-Moon? Xianxia said bluntly, are you trying to flatter yourself? Don't you know whether you are a Sun-Moon or not? Aren't you ashamed to say that you are a Sun-Moon? However, speaking of which, he was indeed the most powerful elder in the force now, except for Blue Sky and the primordial sect leader. Wanzhou was completely captured. Of course, the small sects did not count. In the eyes of Suyu and the others, the small sects without a Sun-Moon cultivator were nothing. They were all cannon fodder. Some small sects even dared to be opened by a sword, and these guys might not even be able to contact one. Some were just in name. On the whole, except for the original demon sect and the primordial sect, all the other sects were easily captured by Suyu. Wanzhou, who had developed for many years in the human realm, was instantly cut in half. Next, a small piece of news also began to spread. Great Xia Civilization University's Nan Wujiang was not dead, Suyu also got the information from the Skyhunter Pavilion. They couldn't confirm whether Nan Wujiang was dead or alive. That year, Nan Wujiang fought with a quasi-invincible realm expert of the Protoss clan in the Star Sea area. After that, both of them died. On the human clan's side, Da Xia of Goguryeo arrived and took away the battle Shunwen left by Nan Wujiang. Da Xia of Goguryeo again, yes, Da Xia of Goguryeo was a professional corpse collector. He collected the corpse of Yi Badian and Nan Wujiang. Suyu seriously suspected that he collected the corpse of the 4th generation, or maybe the 1st and 2nd generation. Otherwise, how could there be a secret realm left behind? Was Da Xia of Goguryeo a professional corpse collector? He was always one step too late. Of course, according to the information, both Nan Wujiang and that person died in the battle. Da Xia of Goguryeo was also fighting with the invincible realm expert of the Protoss. After that, both of them died in the battle. He and the invincible realm expert of the Protoss went to collect the corpse separately, and both of them became corpse collectors. According to the invincible realm expert of the Protoss and Da Xia of Goguryeo, the sun and the moon crashed that day. However, because they had perished together, when they crashed, they were together. Whether it was one person or 2, it was hard to say now. In the past, no one thought too much about it. Since they perished together, of course they crashed together. The experts were not in front of them. Who would stick close to them and take a look to see if 1 or 2 full moons crashed? Anyway, it was a big commotion. They were not sure, but Suyu couldn't help but ask. I can ask. Principal, is the 3rd generation really not dead? I don't know. How can I not know? Is Blue Sky on your side? I don't know. Then I'll take people to kill Blue Sky. Whatever. This was the answer given by Wan Tianxing. If you want to kill him, just do it. Don't ask me, I don't know anything. Suyu was very depressed. Even now, Wan Tianxing is still hiding it from me. What is he doing? He doesn't care whether I kill Blue Sky or not. Either I can't kill him, or I don't care if I kill him. Blue Sky might not be a good person. Do you know the identity of the Black Armored Elder? I don't know. Then what do you know? I only know that your Uncle Master seems to have reached southern Yuan. He might not be able to enter smoothly. Suyu was speechless. Uncle Master Chen Yong has arrived? Alright, this is indeed not a small matter. Uncle Master must know that the ruins are fake. The inscribed tombstone was given to me by Uncle Master. Uncle Master doesn't even know that I put this thing in. Let's go to southern Yuan and have a look. At the same time, I'll see who is targeting Xianxia. Now, those who are targeting Xianxia. Anyway, Suyu doesn't think they are good people. I'll find an opportunity and an excuse to kill them with more than 20 sun and moon experts. That's how willful I am. November 7th, Southern Yuan. More and more powerhouses have arrived. All the people of Southern Yuan have evacuated. On Long Wuwei's side, all the people below Soar have also evacuated. All the people above Soar level have declined. In addition, 5,000 Soar strongmen have surrounded this Southern Yuan. On Xiajia's side, the remaining 2 late-stage Sun and Moon experts have also arrived. At this moment, the entire Southern Yuan is like a barrel of gunpowder that could explode at any time. There are many late-stage Sun and Moon experts. All the one's eyes are focused on Southern Yuan. Except for the invincible ones, the number of Sun and Moon experts gathered this time is the largest in more than 300 years. On the human side, not only Xia province, but also the major forces have sent powerhouses. Chaos, it's also terrifying. Once a great battle breaks out, who knows how many Sun and Moon elites will die here. Suyu has arrived. This time, he didn't get too close to southern Yuan City because the city is in chaos now. Xia province is also expelling those powerhouses, not allowing them to enter the city. It's as if they are going to fight to the end. The 5 guards, as well as Xiahou Yi, General Zhao, Chief Steward Hu, and the others, all in the late-stage Sun and Moon stage, all unleashed their auras, intimidating the surroundings. Outside the city, it's also very lively. Suyu approached with a few late-stage Sun and Moon elites, and he heard someone shout, Xiahou Yi, is Xiajia still a part of the human race? These geniuses of the Shunwen faction are also the hope of the human race. We don't have extravagant hopes for the ruins, but now that the aura of the Wen tombstone is overflowing, it can greatly benefit the Shunwen faction. You would rather dissipate into thin air than give it to these human geniuses? Xiahou Yi said coldly, don't give me that. Geniuses? The future hope of the human race? What a joke. What does it have to do with me? There are many geniuses in our Xia province. Not all geniuses can enjoy benefits that come out of thin air. Is Suyu talented enough? Is he? What did he get? Suyu was surrounded by one in the ancient city, and how many human powerhouses went to save him? Go and say that this is the human race's genius, the hope of the human race? Xiahou Yi sneered and said, if you have the ability, fight for it yourself. There are many Shunwen faction in Xia province. We have fought for many years and suffered countless casualties. At that time, I didn't see you saying that the Shunwen faction is the hope, and everyone gave some benefits to help Hong Tan and the others advance. When Lu Wenyan was expelled, no one said that Lu Wenyan is the hope, and that Lu Wenyan should be given a chance. Xiahou Yi, that's different. Someone said in a low voice, to protect this Shunwen faction, the human race also paid a huge price. To say nothing of others, when Yi Badian proved his Tao, the human race was invincible. Who didn't go to save him? We can't just remember the suffering and forget the kindness. The suffering of Hong Tan and the others was not caused by us, but by Yi Badian. Does Xiahou Yi also want to push the blame to us? Xiahou Yi said quietly, that's reasonable, so, work hard to fight for it. Don't think of giving benefits for free. Xiahou Yi, do you have to do this? A Sun Moon tier elite said unhappily, these geniuses, shut up. Xiahou Yi said angrily. Geniuses every time you open your mouth. Fine, these people, kill one genius on the Heaven Hunter list, and I will admit that they are the hope of the human race. Kill one, and I will let them enter. Only by giving will there be rewards. Do you have any objections to my words? When he said this, some Wan prodigies looked at him mockingly. Someone sneered and said, Xiahou Ye's words are reasonable. Why don't we play? Come out at the same cultivation level, and you can choose anyone. If you kill us, Xiahou Yi has given you benefits and opportunities, and we are willing to be your trial stones for free. Under normal circumstances, we don't bother with trash. These words amused the Wan prodigies. Prodigies were not afraid of death. The Heaven Hunter list was the test of fire, only the elites on the list were recognized, because they all killed their way to the top, and no one got there by luck. They made a name for themselves on the battlefield of the heavens, killed their way to the top among the Wan prodigies, and took the 630 spots. Any prodigy on the list was not afraid of battle. Of course, it was not easy to determine the strength of these human prodigies, so they were limited to the same cultivation level. Otherwise, they would dare to fight above their cultivation level. Outside the crowd, Suyu smiled. Xiaoyi was smart, just like that, you kill one Wan prodigy, and we will let you in. As for whether or not you get anything, that's your problem. What does it have to do with me? Everyone gains something, but you don't. Maybe your Xinwen prodigy is different from our Dexia province. The Xinwen prodigies in Dexia province all have benefits. Do you see that? They are all like the sun and the moon, except for the trash by Feng. These words made the human prodigies feel strange. At this moment, someone said with a smile, Xiaoyi, it's not only Xinwen prodigies that will benefit you. We fighters can also try. Xiaoyi glanced at Qin Feng, who was wearing black armor and riding a flying tiger, and said lightly, Qin Feng, since you entered the heaven list again, I will naturally let you in. That was heart-wrenching, Qin Feng said with a smile, Xiaoyi is really discriminating. Isn't there an extra Dao completion on the heaven list? I can't do anything about it. Brother Daoqing is too strong. Although he was pitifully beaten by Suyu and almost died, he still reached the Mountain Sea realm, killed his master, and advanced. I am no match for him. In the crowd, the immortal race experts looked at him coldly. Daoqing was also there, but at this moment, he seemed not to have heard anything. He kept playing with a Xinwen coin in his hand. Qin Feng glanced at him and smiled, but in his heart, he was a little wary. This guy could really keep his composure, so you did not care about them. He was doing a head count. Soon, he sent a voice transmission, everyone, keep an eye on those humans who were looking for trouble just now. Kill them secretly and let Xiaojia take the blame. Don't expose the identity of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. Xiaojia did not want to be bullied, so he assassinated them and created internal strife among the humans. My lord is wise. In the channel, a group of people echoed. Creating chaos was their specialty, his lord was going to do something big, assassinating human experts. As for Suyu, his face was cold. Without hesitation, he killed them. These people, he did not like them, so what if they were killed? The people of Wan were now watching the show. On the other hand, these guys were making a lot of noise. Coincidentally, he had an excuse. Anyway, he did not need to do it himself. When he returned, he would kill these people from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion and take it as revenge for these humans. I am a righteous person. Outside the city, some of the geniuses from the small worlds were hesitant, and some were eager to try. They still wanted to try, so you didn't hate these people. Of course, he didn't like them either. They were just strangers. He didn't have much to say about these geniuses, but he didn't like the people who kept egging Xiaojia on. This wasn't the usual competition between humans. It was a gathering of the Wan. At this time, they were forcing Xiaojia to make a fool of himself in front of the Wan people. These people weren't good people. After all, Suyu was born in Dexia province. Seeing Xiaojia being forced by a fellow human, he naturally felt uncomfortable. After Suyu gave the order, some human race geniuses stepped forward. It was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. His long hair draped over his shoulders. Behind him, one of the suns and moons sent a voice transmission. He sighed and walked out. He looked at the geniuses of the 10,000 races and said softly, Marquis Pingzhao of the Great Shang House, Lingyun 7th layer. He paused, looked around, and looked at a Wan genius in the crowd. Bow tie, do you want to fight? Bow tie, Lingyun 7, 137th on the yellow list, Moon-Eating Demon Wolf Clan. It was rare to see a genius from a small clan that wasn't one of the top 100 clans. Moon-Eating Demon Wolf Clan ranked top 300 in the Wan. They had a quasi-invincible realm expert, so they weren't too weak. This time, as an affiliated clan of the Devil Clan, they fought for the Devil Clan and entered the human realm. Hearing Ho Pingzhao's challenge, Bo Tai smiled. Without another word, he leapt into the air. His eyes were bloodshot as he chuckled. He didn't say anything harsh, and he didn't need to. The fact that a small clan made it to the Sky Hunter list was the best proof. In the Battle of the 10,000 Realms, big clans had lots of resources, strong talents, cultivation methods, and weapons. What did a small clan have? They could still make it to the Sky Hunter list. That was strength. Kill. Without the need for a referee, a shout meant the start of the battle. Woo! In an instant, the true form of a demon wolf appeared. Its sharp claws flickered with a cold light, and its speed was so fast that no one could see it clearly. It clawed at Ho Pingzhao. Ho Pingzhao had fought many battles in this minor world. Now that Shunwen had appeared, he quickly retreated. One after another, Shunwen exploded, suppress, move mountains, a sea of fire, all sorts of characteristics burst forth. At this moment, many people came out to watch the battle. Both sides were in the Lingyan realm. At this moment, those in the human realm who dared to stand out to challenge the genius on the Huang ranking were naturally powerful people with some confidence and strength. In the city, even Bai Feng and Hong Tan walked out and looked over. The look in their eyes was slightly complicated, but at this moment, they were watching the battle seriously. How powerful were the Shenwen faction's experts that these big mansions nurtured? They wanted to see it too. The big mansions used the 5th generation Wen faction as a target to attract Wan's attention, but they did not give up on the Shenwen faction that they had nurtured themselves. They had hidden it for many years, and this time, they were finally willing to take it out. It was not just Xianxia. In fact, many people from the big mansions were watching, wanting to see the quality of this group of people. Suyu was watching too. He also wanted to see how powerful this group of people was. The humans had given up on the Shenwen faction in Dexia province because they felt that they still had a backup plan. There was still hope. Xiaojia's side was not necessarily the only civilizational masters who could prove their Tao. The people they nurtured had hope too. Suyu also wanted to know how capable they were. After watching for a while, Suyu felt that it was okay. The Shenwen faction's combat techniques were outlined. The Shenwen faction had quite a number. This Ho Pingzhao Shenwen faction had almost all reached the 3rd level. They were all Ling Yunjing Shenwen faction. There were about 12 to 14 of them. It was currently impossible to determine whether they were all of them. The Shenwen faction's combat techniques were carried by a longsword. It was considered an offensive type. Conforming to the norm, not too strong, but not too weak either. He also had combat experience. It seemed that he had not wasted his time in the small world. He was not a civilizational master who only cultivated in seclusion like Suyu had imagined. He should have participated in many battles. In the air, one man and one wolf fought loudly. The momentum of the battle surpassed some of the weaker Ling Yunjing factions. This Ho Pingzhao dared to make a move. As expected, he had some skills. Teacher, what do you think? At this moment, Bai Feng also looked at Hong Tan, asking for his opinion. Hong Tan watched for a while and nodded slightly. The mansions are not stupid. They are not trash, but, conforming to the norm. There is nothing too outstanding. Conforming to the norm, this was a good evaluation, but not too good either. Geniuses were all stunning. This Ho Pingzhao could only display the combat strength of the many Shenwen faction. Relying on the many Shenwen faction's characteristics, he seemed to have the upper hand and suppressed Bo Tai. But Hong Tan quickly said, this can't go on. The Shenwen faction consumes willpower, especially the many Shenwen faction. Actually, they are strong at the beginning and weak at the end. This Bo Tai is a fighter and has a strong physique. Don't be fooled by the fact that he seems to be suppressed and his body is slightly damaged, but his qi, blood, and vitality are not consumed much. In another 30 moves, Ho Pingzhao will be killed before he has a trump card, a one-hit kill. Bai Feng nodded. The Shenwen faction, especially the many Shenwen faction, was like this. The Shenwen faction was like this. A one-hit kill, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to fight for so long. After all, not everyone was like Suyu, who had learned Zhao Li's soul-expanding incantation and forcibly strengthened his Sea of Will to the point where it was even stronger than the early mountain and sea realm. Even Baifeng rarely engaged in a prolonged battle. He would always go all out. If he could win, he would win. If he could not, after 3 moves, he would run. Baifeng also entered Lingyun and commented, "He has a lot of combat experience, even more than I do. But, he has not grasped the essence of the many Shenwen faction." Hong Tan smiled. "Essence? What is the essence you speak of?" Baifeng thought for a moment, then said slowly, "Madness. He is too conventional, somewhat dogmatic, and follows the prescribed order. He even wants to show off all the special characteristics of the Shenwen faction, to let everyone know that he is from the Shenwen faction. There are many Shenwen factions, many special characteristics, but there is no need to show off some of the special characteristics of the Shenwen faction. They are only useful in specific situations. He should combine his combat skills and kill for a while. If he can't kill them, he will run." Hong Tan did not reply. After watching for a while, he said, "This guy's teacher should be Shang Yunxiao of the Shang family. The great Shang family might be secretly taught by Shang Yunxiao. Shang Yunxiao is a researcher at the Great Xia Civilization University. 42 years ago, he left Xia province and returned to the Great Shang family. He is from the same generation as your grandmaster. When he left, he was at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. At that time, the Shenwen faction was also the most severely suppressed. I thought he left because he couldn't stand the suppression. It seems that he went to secretly cultivate these students from the Shenwen faction." Baifeng nodded. He had some understanding of these old elites from the Shenwen faction. After the death of the 5th generation, Lu Wenyan was expelled. Hong Tan was young, and many people from the Shenwen faction could not carry the weight. Xia province, the source of the Shenwen faction, soon dispersed. Some elites who came to Xia province to study left one after another. They were not the direct descendants of the 5th generation, but some had also received the guidance of the 5th generation. Back then, the number of people from the Shenwen faction was not too small. Now, many of these hidden geniuses in the human realm actually had teachers from Xia province. As they talked, the Sun Moon tier elite from the Great Shang family watched for a while, then suddenly shouted, "Come back, admit defeat." The Sun Moon tier elite's eyesight was still very good. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon wolf that had been beaten suddenly roared, its howl shaking the heaven and earth. "Awoo!" The wolf howl shook Ho Pingzhao's body slightly, and his eyes dimmed for a moment. At this moment, Bo Tai, who was covered in blood, suddenly stretched out a giant claw. His speed was 3 times faster than before, and in the blink of an eye, he clawed at Ho Pingzhao's head. The Sun Moon tier elite's expression changed slightly, and he reached out to grab. At this moment, in the void, a demon god appeared, and punched out. "I won't let you get away with it." The demon god sneered. "Since the challenge has been made, there is no reason for Lord to interfere." Boom! With a loud bang, the Sun Moon tier elite of the Great Shang family was sent flying by the punch. At the same time, Ho Pingzhao suddenly came to his senses. With a roar, the 14 Shenwen long sword formed by the Shenwen sword slashed down with all his strength. Pucci, the claw landed first. Bo Tai's claw crushed his head, and the Shenwen long sword pierced through Bo Tai's claw. Bo Tai did not give up. Ignoring everything, he once again clawed at Ho Pingzhao's Sea of Will ball, wanting to kill him. The wolf's eyes were full of mockery and indifference. "I'm just playing with you." He was not weak, but he had too many tricks. The Shenwen faction did have many tricks. Because there were many Shenwen, there were many special traits, so some of the practitioners of the Shenwen faction liked to use these special traits of Shenwen to take care of their opponents. But in normal situations, they could only show their strength when dealing with the weak. Against the strong, if they had too many tricks, they would be damaging their own strength. Bo Tai's claw clawed at his Sea of Will. Just at this moment, a youth suddenly jumped out of the crowd. His speed was extremely fast. The Shenwen pulled, and with a pull, Ho Pingzhao's Sea of Will disappeared. The Emo god in the air smiled and did not interfere. That youth stood out and looked at the Emo wolf. Bo Tai's claw missed. He also looked at the youth, his eyes full of murderous intent. He said coldly, you also want to come to die? Ho Pingzhao did not die, but his physical body was completely destroyed, similar to Xianxia's. Even so, it was a crushing defeat. If it wasn't for the youth's rescue, he would have been killed. That youth frowned and was slightly grave. Huang ranking, it was grave. Ho Pingzhao did not arrogantly challenge the heaven ranking, earth ranking, or Xian ranking. Instead, he chose a genius at the bottom of the Huang ranking, and a small clan. In the end, after a fierce battle, his physical body was destroyed by this Mo wolf, same level. The Shenwen faction was said to be invincible in the same level. However, today, he encountered a person of the same level, a small clan, and suffered a crushing defeat. At this moment, the surrounding geniuses all had strange looks in their eyes. Ho Pingzhao was not considered weak among them. Instead, he was one of the top ones. In the end, he lost miserably. The youth frowned and said, I'm Lingyan level 9. Do you want to fight? Demon Wolf Buotai transformed into his human form. He revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Soaring Cloud 9th level, many divine runic system characters, very strong. I'm fine with you, but I can find someone to play with you. The youth's expression changed slightly. You don't want to fight? Bo Tai sneered and said, I just fought and consumed a lot of energy. I'll spare you this time. Brother Huakong, how about you play with him? Among the crowd, an expert from the devil race walked out with a cold smile on his face, a flame burning on his forehead. Huakong, Earth Fire Demon, Lingyan level 9, 14th on the Huang ranking. Brothers of the human race, come and have some fun. The youth's expression was solemn. Huakong sneered and said, come and have some fun. You didn't even ask Moto and the others to come. I'm on the Huang ranking. You don't even want to play with me? Didn't you feel good when you interfered just now? Moto, Shenwen, is invincible among his peers? Huakong smiled and said, come, kill me and you'll be on the Huang ranking. So many Shenwen geniuses can't even be on the Huang ranking? Are you going to fight a level 7 as a level 9? That won't do. You won't be on the Huang ranking no matter how strong you are. Geniuses have to fight above their level. At the very least, they have to fight at the same level, right? Huakong's laughter was sharp. The youth did not speak. Many Shenwen geniuses around him had serious expressions. On the Huang ranking, Bo Tai was only ranked around 100, but this one was in the top 20, Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Huang were the weakest rankings. Everyone knew how powerful Moto, who was on the Heaven ranking, was, but they did not expect that even someone on the Huang ranking would be so difficult to deal with. A Wan prodigy laughed and said, go, fight. Kill Huakong and enter Suyu's clan. You'll benefit. Fight, fight, kill Huakong. If the demons interfere, we'll all stop them. Ha ha ha, we won't learn from the great Shang dynasty. Sun and Moon still want to interfere if we can't beat them. Don't worry, we won't. We can't wait for Huakong to be killed and someone else on the Huang ranking. We're tired of seeing too many familiar faces. These geniuses laughed wantonly. They were all crazy, even Huakong didn't care about it. He smiled faintly and said, you can give it a try. Kill me, and I won't let the experts of the demon race make a move. I'm not as crazy as the blood fire demon race. I'm not as crazy as the blood fire demon race. The youth was extremely serious, but in the end, he chose to retreat. Trash. Bai Mian, who was next to Suyu, sneered. Suyu did not say anything. He was not trash. What was the point of courting death? He could see that the cultivation of this youth, Lingyan 9th heaven, was a little weak. It would not be a problem for him to deal with a normal 9th heaven Lingyan 9th heaven, but against a demon ranked at the top of the Huang ranking, he would definitely die. Was the Huang ranking very weak? Fine, it was quite weak. However, there were only 630 people on the Huang ranking in the Wan ranking battle. If a random human could kill a cultivator on the Huang ranking, there would be no competition. As for Suyu, not to mention Suyu, his strength did not match his cultivation level at all. The gap was too big. Suyu smiled and said, he's not trash. This is called self-awareness. Why do you want to die? Bai Mian, who was next to him, said in a low voice, my lord, It seems that this group of hidden geniuses is only SOSO. Suyu smiled and said, don't say that. It's normal to hide their strength. They're not stupid. Do you think the strong ones among them are willing to be feared by Wan and chased by Suyu and the others? There are some people who are still holding back and hiding it. Suyu could see that there was still a group of strong people, but they did not make a move. As he said, they were too strong. Do you want to be like the current 5th generation of the Shinwen faction and be chased by Wan? Hearing that, even Xianxia couldn't help but say, if you're hiding, then there's no need to come out. You might as well stay in the small realm. You can't say that. Suyu smiled and said, some of the big mansions want them to broaden their horizons. Actually, after this time, these fellows have broadened their horizons. They know the strength of the geniuses in the outside world and how strong they are. It can be said that they've put in a lot of effort. After the first time, these people know the gap between them, and the next time they come out, they'll be mentally prepared. Xianxia nodded and transmitted his voice, why are you still defending them? Shouldn't you hate them? Suyu looked at him in astonishment and transmitted his voice, for example, in an orphanage, there are hundreds of children and a group of adults. One of the children is not treated well and is not given food. Instead, all the food is given to the other children. These children don't know anything. Is there a need to resent them? Later, this child who was not treated well became a peerless expert, a big shot. Will he take revenge on those children who ate his food? What do those children know? Of course they will take revenge on those adults. They're not good people. Xianxia was speechless. After a long time, he transmitted his voice over, under normal circumstances, even the adults wouldn't take revenge on those big shots, right? After all, big shots have the bearing of big shots. Suyu chuckled and replied, under normal circumstances, that's true. But one day, a bunch of hooligans came to the orphanage and beat up the child who didn't have food to eat. The adults looked on coldly and said that it had nothing to do with us. The child's father was a bad person back then. He offended those hooligans and was beaten to death by them. He asked for it. If it were you, would you feel resentful? Xianxia racked his brains and quickly replied, those adults didn't have the obligation to protect the child, did they? You can put it that way, but there was an adult who stood out and protected the child. After that, all of the adults ostracized the fellow who stood out, oppressed him, and even threatened to kill him. Do you think they should take revenge? You're talking about Xianxia? The one who stood out was none other than Xianxia. Suyu chuckled again and transmitted his voice over, so, Elder, it's fine even if you don't protect him. He's an orphan. He might as well rely on himself. It's fine if you don't give him food. It's fine if you don't protect him. But it's fine if you don't protect him, but the person who stood out to protect him was oppressed, threatened, and humiliated by you. Do you think this child should take revenge on those people? Xianxia was speechless. He didn't say anything else. Suyu didn't say anything else either. Just as he had said, some of the roots of trouble were left behind by the 5th generation. It wasn't a big deal. They were just unlucky to meet such an old ancestor, so they could only accept it. But Xianxia stood out to protect this lineage. In the end, it wasn't that the human realm wasn't targeted. The battle of numbers had lasted for many years, and it was targeted. Using Xiao Longwu to prove his Dao to force him was also targeted. Since that was the case, it couldn't be justified. After a moment of silence, Xianxia suddenly transmitted his voice over, those hooligans are too powerful. Those adults aren't a match for them. Those hooligans threatened to kill the other children if they didn't hand over the child. If it were you, what would you choose? Suyu thought for a moment and transmitted his voice over, those hooligans are actually afraid of those adults. If it were me, even if I don't want to show up and stand out, I could secretly inform the child and let him sneak away. There's no need to hand him over to be beaten to death. That's not something a human should do, right? Even if it's just a secret message, perhaps this child will still remember the favor. This time, Xianxia took a deep breath and said nothing more. Perhaps Suyu was right. He just sighed and lamented because he actually didn't want to see this scene. Perhaps, because he wasn't the one who experienced it. Hong Tan and the others probably thought the same as Suyu. The conversation between the two ended there. And the battle of the wand geniuses also ended there. Suyu was bored and transmitted his voice over, "Everyone, think of a way to lure these guys out and find a place to surround and kill them." Frame Xianxia. Yes, sir. The group of people was also eager to try. They were very happy to follow Xianzhou to do things. There were many experts, and no one would care if they killed people. It was very satisfying, especially for Wanzhu's group. In the past, they wouldn't have dared to kill the experts of these big families. Now, the opportunity had come. The battle of the geniuses ended without a conclusion. So you couldn't be bothered. These geniuses weren't the mainstream this time. Maybe they thought they were, but in Suyu's eyes, they were just bystanders. Including Madonna, even if he could fight the sun and the moon, he was just SOSO. He, Suyu, had a body of 60 forging. If he didn't swallow essence blood, he might not be able to participate. Even if he did, it might not be enough. There was still a way to lure those people away. Suyu began to plan. He would first lure out a group of people and kill them separately to reduce the pressure on Xianxia. While Suyu was planning, when the attention of the whole world was on southern Yuan. On the human side, when others didn't pay much attention, the stations of the primitive divine religion were destroyed, and a large number of believers were killed. Not only that. Prefecture City, Dexia Province. There had been some turmoil recently. Because a large number of experts left, there were very few experts in the prefecture city. In such a big prefecture city, there were only a few sun and moon experts. Under such circumstances, there had been a lot of murders recently. A large number of experts were sent out to suppress the surroundings. As the director of the Education and Welfare Administration and a sun and moon tier expert, Ji Hong also had a task to patrol the surroundings. At this moment, Ji Hong was patrolling the nearby Beifeng city. Last time, he was almost killed by Kai Yi and the others in this vicinity. This time, because the experts had all gone out, he, as the sun and moon expert, was once again responsible for the safety of these places. After all, in these big cities, there were countless people, and there was a lack of experts. Outside Beifeng City, Ji Hong patrolled the surroundings again as usual. Suddenly, the void fluctuated, and a sword chi soared into the sky. Ji Hong seemed to be prepared and quickly dodged. In the blink of an eye, a big seal fell. With a boom, the big seal flew backward. Ji Hong fled, and said in a cold voice, "Who sent you?" Silence. In the darkness, another sword chi lit up. Ji Hong fled again, and with a poochie sound, the sword chi was extremely powerful, penetrating his back. Ji Hong was bleeding, but he didn't turn back to fight. He said again, "It seems that the news has really been leaked. I didn't find anyone, and you are confessing. Even if you kill me, some of the things I found will soon be spread out." In the darkness, someone said coldly, "Ji Hong, don't you care about yourself? Don't you care about the young and old of your Ji family? You can try." Ji Hong didn't stop, and said coldly, "You are the Howling Wind Sword, Zhao Tianfeng. Don't think I don't recognize you. As expected, you are also among the traitors. More than 50 years ago, you were one of the experts active in the battlefield. I screened a group of people, and you were also one of them. Zhao Tianfeng, you are already in the 5th layer of the Sun Moon. What can that person give you? As long as you say who he is, the invincible forces will consider it as you making amends for your mistakes." Making amends for my mistakes? In the darkness, a cold voice sounded, "No need, Ji Hong, you know too much." Buzz, another sword chime sounded, and Zhao Tianfeng's sword attacked. His heart was somewhat shaken. As expected, Ji Hong had discovered many things. He had been incomparably low-key these past few years and rarely made a move, but Ji Hong had actually recognized him in an instant. It seemed that other than Master's identity, Ji Hong had locked on to many others. Ji Hong fled quickly. His body was pierced by the sword chi, and even the physical body of the Sun Moon could not withstand it. He was only in the 2nd layer of the Sun Moon, but the other was in the 5th layer. The gap was huge. Zhao Tianfeng has come out. Ji Hong wanted to send a message, but found that the message talisman could not be sent out at all. He sighed in his heart. The other's force was stronger than he had imagined. There was also a sun moon in the dark, sealing the void. Moreover, he might be stronger than Zhao Tianfeng. Was he going to die here today? More than 50 years ago, the invincible Zhao Tianfeng was also subdued. Was it him? He thought about the information he had found on the invincible forces. Even now, he was not too sure. He sighed and felt helpless. Forget it, the betrayal of any invincible force was a big deal. There was no difference between big trouble and big trouble. A moment later, in the void, a large hand appeared, covering him. Behind him, a figure also appeared, holding a long sword. It was Zhao Tianfeng, an expert stationed in the battlefield in the past. Kill! With a low shout, Zhao Tianfeng attacked with his sword. Ji Hong held a large seal, and with a roar, he smashed it out. With a loud bang, Ji Hong was sent flying, vomiting blood. The next moment, the large hand slapped towards him. Ji Hong's face was filled with despair. This was another sun moon, at least 6 layers. The human race. How many people had betrayed? The betrayal of an invincible force involved more than just him. The other party had many subordinates. One person could even represent the betrayal of a prefecture. That was 1/36 of the human realm's strength. Boom! Just as the giant hand descended, a figure appeared, sighing softly. One palm struck toward Zhao Tianfeng, and the other toward the sun moon who was hiding in the dark. The figure was illusory, and his appearance could not be seen. And at this moment, in the void, a Shunwen descended, instantly turning into a faceless man. He looked at the figure and said indifferently, "Southern boundless border? Or the primordial sect leader?" The figure did not reply, and slapped down. Boom, the void exploded, and space was torn. The faceless man took a few steps back, and beside him, the 2 sun-moon figures appeared instantly. They bowed and said, "Lord, go." The faceless man shouted, and the 3 quickly fled. The figure reached out to grab the 3, and the faceless man slashed back with his sword. The figure said coldly, "How many Shunwen do you have to break through?" "More than you can imagine." As soon as the words fell, a loud bang resounded through the world. The faceless man that the Shunwen had transformed into instantly exploded, and a powerful destructive force swept out in all directions. The figure was about to chase the 2 fleeing sun-moon figures, but he frowned slightly, and quickly turned back, grabbing the heavily injured Ji Hong. His eyes were cold, and he looked around, sighed, and left with Ji Hong. Ji Hong kept coughing up blood, and looked at the figure. "You. Primordial sect leader?" The figure ignored him. "Southern boundless border?" Ji Hong coughed up blood again. "He said you are Southern boundless border. You are the 3rd generation sect leader?" "Impossible. Southern boundless border is dead." Ji Hong kept coughing up blood, and his injuries were not light. "You were sent here by that person? Do you want to get information about me? Yes or no? You guys are playing a duet, right?" Ji Hong's face was pale, and he smiled. "I have been in Xianxia province for so many years. Small tricks are fine, but are you guys afraid that if I die, the things I find will be exposed? Primordial sect leader. Southern boundless border. I don't believe it. I won't say anything. Up to you." The figure was indifferent, carrying him, and instantly disappeared from the spot. At the same time, somewhere in a large hall, a figure stood up, looking towards Xianxia province, and his eyes were bright. "Southern boundless border?" As he spoke, he frowned slightly. Was it Southern boundless border? Did he feel that he had been exposed, so he didn't care anymore, and came out so quickly? They were just about to test the identity of the primordial sect leader, and he appeared. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? The figure fell into deep thought, and soon, he sent a message. "Zhao Tianfeng, the 2 of you, quickly hide." "Yes." The 2 replied. Soon, the figure stopped thinking about it. Primordial, Southern boundless border. Whether it was or not, it was. However, there were still some suspicious points. This primordial sect leader came out too quickly, and he felt that it was too easy. His eyes flickered, and soon, the figure in the hall closed his eyes, no longer thinking about it. Ji Hong was ambushed, and was saved by a mysterious person. No one knew whether he was dead or alive, and no one knew where he was now. This was the news that Suyu received. at this moment, he had killed a mountain sea with a punch. He frowned, and soon said, "Retreat, they are all small fries. Clean up the scene." "Yes." The group quickly cleaned up the battlefield and disappeared. As for Suyu, he silently sent a message to Wan Tianxing, "Manor head, did you arrange for Chief Ji's matter?" After a while, Wan Tianxing replied, "No, you don't need to worry about this. Ji Hong won't die anytime soon." "Manor head, what exactly is the situation? Can't you say anything?" Wan Tianxing seemed to hesitate for a moment, and a moment later, he transmitted, "Remember, don't trust anyone easily. Including me, and everyone else. In this world, everything is possible. There are some things that even I don't have a complete understanding of. However, I can't give you an accurate answer now, including the situation of Primordial Sect Leader, Blue Sky, Black Armor, and many others. If I tell you now, it will only cause you some doubts." Suyu was puzzled. What did that mean? Wan Tianxing continued, "You are scheming against others, but you don't know that there might be others who are also scheming against you, wanting to blow up all the trump cards into Xia province. Suyu, be careful. There are some things that I am still investigating." "Got it." Suyu replied, but his heart was shaken. What did that mean? When he asked Old Wan before, Old Wan's attitude was that he didn't know anything, and he thought that Old Wan was doing it on purpose. Now, could it be that Old Wan really didn't know? That would be very deceptive. Holy shit, the meaning of his words was a bit complicated. In Xia province, Old Wan was probably the one that Suyu trusted more. Although he didn't have much contact with him, it was still better than Blue Sky and Primordial Sect. Black Armor, he looked at the Black Armor Elder and frowned. Forget it, he didn't want to think about it anymore. Some things might be more complicated than he imagined. End of chapter 466. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.